Only P. Hall still was letting truth come out. And it's like he's, I don't know, it's like he's different from all the other Masons that I can perceive.
Please, I really like Manly P. Hall. DM me that.
Yeah, the way he died seems like somebody was after him, like he was saying too much or revealing too much. The way he died, you look into it.
He was murdered.
You know, I
right?
legit never heard of this dude. I'm gonna look into this guy. Good looking out.
What?
Yeah.
This guy is dope, man. I really
Helio.
like him.
I
I
never
just
even
wanted to
heard
say
the
that
name, bro.
Helio.
I don't know
You gotta
this
pee
guy at
Hall
all.
up, everybody, man. Pee Hall up. Come on.
The Helio.
P. Hall.
P. Hall.
Yeah,
Helio, you came, you understand the Bible, right? And if you look into this side of things,
Well,
you know what I mean? The pieces are going to appear and then you can just arrange them however you want. That's all I'm saying.
No. Well,
I'm not trying to
yeah,
force
we're
my
not going to get
opinion
in
on
arguments
people.
about the Bible or anything. And to be honest, right before I jumped in tonight, I was watching the new show. Oh, it's not new. It came out last year. The show The Chosen, which is
I haven't seen it.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it yet?
No.
It's
I have Helio. It's okay, but it's not right. But
no, yeah, I get it. I mean, because I understand, everything. I don't understand everything because nobody can, but it's like it's a pretty decent rendition of whatever. I think it was interesting how it started with Nicodemus, and that's one of the main characters. Spoiler alert. Yeah, Nicodemus is like, it's really cool. He's just like, it's like, and it's like, I don't know. I'm only 2 episodes in, so anyway.
Well, I've watched all the way up to just the last 2. I think I haven't caught up with the last recent 2, but it's not historically accurate. It's very, very, very fictionalized. And they did try to stay close to the main narrative, but even then, it's got a lot of issues. But it's still good to watch. It's fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, with Mary Magdalene, I mean, her character is freaking pretty cool, and I mean, it's like I kind of worked my way through certain parts and was like, nah, but anyway, I'll let Hollywood do their thing, I guess, but
you got to watch everything with a critical eye, there, Helio. Come on.
Yeah, well, I always have, so even when I watch.
Come on, when the puppy died, you were crying. You cried when the puppy died.
I did cry. I had a little tear come down at a certain couple points. I ain't gonna lie.
Dude, you just say Flat Earth dude have been around for like a minute, right? Like,
I've been around, man. I've been underground, man. I'm hiding out over here underground.
Okay. Because I know that name, man. Have I spoken to you before though?
I don't think, Chocolate Man.
You ever spoke?
I've heard a lot of your music. I played a lot of your music on my channel.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Good to meet you, brother.
Yeah, I've
good
been
to talk
around
to you,
since, I was back listening to Robert Bassano and John.
Yeah.
Before he was QE.
He was QE back then. What are you talking about?
Well, they just called him John when they were hanging out.
But did you listen tonight when he was in here?
Oh, you fucking crazy, John! You fucking crazy. Yeah, I'd be like, I love this fucking Bassano guy, man. Who the fuck is this? He's one of my favorites, man, to this day.
He's still putting content out every once in a while.
Man. He's still hanging around like me, man. We're still hanging out here.
He's been in here a couple times, but it's been a while. Great.
He's got a family and all that, man. He can't put in the time and shit that I can, Fuck.
That's good stuff, man. Glad you're still around.
You Chocolate, man. Good stuff you do, bro. You and Nathan fucking pounding it every day. Fuck. You guys are awesome.
Thank you,
I should give you guys like a trophy or some shit. It'll be flat. Whatever I give you, it's gonna be a flat something.
The flat trophy. We're gonna have to make one. We're gonna go to a trophy company and just like make flat Earth freaking trophies. It's like first, second, and third, like the Olympics and shit. Like
ain't no fucking
gold, bronze, and silver.
No refraction and diffraction. It's just no bendy fucking water. Fuck off.
That's hilarious.
Anyway, it's always good to hang out with you guys. I like to come on late at night like this and take a piss with you guys, and it's all good. It's all good.
Yes, sure.
It do what it do.
It does what it does. Yeah, man, it's a pleasure to see how little the people that think they're living on a spinning ball know.
You should have met some of them and just like see the debate, whatever.
Even the best thing is like hanging out here. Like we're just hanging out, talking to each other right now. But sometimes we'll get several like people from another server that'll join, and then they come in thinking they know something about the globe. It's like hey, we can set up a flat Earth debate with some of the YouTube personalities or whatever. But when new people find us, like, hey, can I talk to you guys about flat Earth? And then they come in, it's like, hey, I got this. Because, I mean, we're pretty much just spun out with these fucking retards on YouTube that just bring up the same fallacies over and over again. We're spun out with that bullshit.
Are you planning on having one of the debates right now?
Sure, let's do it. You ready?
Sure, you
bring it on.
What do you got, man?
Bring it on.
I don't know. I maybe
show me some bendy
some
water
people and just see what they think, and I like listening, to be honest.
Yeah.
Hey, that's sure. Check this out. I mean, we can start with simple questions to kind of figure out where you're at. I mean, we have very simple questions to figure out where you're at.
I'm very new to it, but like I consider everything I like hear. I don't just brush it off and be like, that's dumb. And
that's a good place to start there, John.
Yeah.
Can I start real quick?
Go ahead, Bong. Go ahead, Bong.
Oh shit! I just fucking forgot.
Holy shit! Do you want me to do it, or you want to do it?
Oh, you go. Wait, I just forgot. Oh, wait, I got it. Okay, wait, I got it. Okay. So let's say I come over and I say to you, "Hey, I need your help," and you're like, "Okay, what do you need help with?" I need you to help me identify something, right? So we go open up the garage, and what's in the garage? A car. Okay, a certain. You know what? Never mind. It's too hard. A ball. Okay, there's a ball in the garage sitting. And I'm like, I need you to help me define, tell me what this is, right? Is it what shape it is? Is this a debate?
No, it's just a ball on the table in the garage.
Right. It's not even a debate, is it?
Yeah, I understand. And then they're like, we're living on a giant. Right. Well, I'm not gonna say ball because it's not, and I'm in a flat Earth Discord, but that's just like, I understand your point. Like, it's just.
It's not an experiment. Right. It's just pointing out. It's just what is this, right? It's just what is it? Question.
All right. So,
what is it? How do we measure it?
Yeah, but if you're observing the ball on a table, you can see it's a ball. But if you're standing on the ball, and people are telling you that it's so big that it looks flat. Why would you think it's a ball?
Wait a minute, Helio. That's not what they started out saying. They started out saying that you can see boats go over it.
Well, right? Most people are like they're born to like be taught that it's a ball, and they're like born to be taught that like reasons it's a ball, and that's why I think like people would assume it's a ball and like argue the flat Earth.
No, bro, that's called brainwashing, right? When you say the same thing over and over again without demonstrating anything, without any kind of evidence, right? And you just say every day that the sky is green, right? Eventually people are going to start believing it and saying it because that's all they've heard their whole life. They're brainwashed.
Yeah, they can call blue green if they want to, right? And then they can convince you that blue is green.
Yeah, exactly. And just like, and then people get stubborn about it when you bring these like unknown things to them, and then like I don't know, it's hard to explain, but like when people get all stubborn and like say, "Oh, you think the Earth is flat,"
you're talking about cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
The cognitive dissonance that pops up. It's a lot like what happened with Neo when Morpheus was, giving him, the truth about our reality, about our world, and he couldn't take it. He was like, "No, let me out of here." Right? That's what people do. So you gotta circumvent their programming to avoid that. You don't want their Agent Smith to pop out of them, because once he does, the only thing you can do is just plant the seeds and run.
I think cognitive dissonance is a phase everyone has to go through. It's just some people, it's just more painful for others, and we can only help make it as comfortable, as less painful as possible.
Hey, I think that since he's willing to talk, I actually want to hear his point of view of it instead of us just. It's my bad.
I'm listening.
Partially my fault. No, I actually want you to.
That was his point of view. That's what he said.
No, I get that, but I think it was
there
me,
are
you and Hank
people that are born.
And he said about 10 words, and then all of us talked.
Sorry, I'll be quiet. You guys go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it's really interesting. I always try to I'll say something to get more, get people to actually talk to us.
Gotcha. I'm following. I think John said, yeah, you're born, you go to school, you learn ball, okay? And then they forget about it after that. And then they come out and they grow up and be, adults. And you're like, no, I live on ball. And you're like, no.
Yeah, and they teach other people that they're on ball.
I'm on ball. Definitely on ball. What proof do you got? I don't have no proof.
Can't you feel it spinning, man?
I got pictures.
Well, hey, we have pictures, and when you go in a classroom, you have a globe sitting in the corner.
Did you guys ever have to make that like solar systems model? The ball and the other balls floating around.
Oh, I did that. I made a model of it with styrofoam and toothpaste.
Styrofoam.
Yeah, I did
that. Looking back on it now, man,
it is, ain't it?
It's hilarious.
Programming us. Yeah, here, recreate this, regurgitate that.
Where'd you get that? Oh, it's just made up in your mind. You've never been to any of these places. You can't measure nothing. You're fucked. Oh no, we live on ball. Anyway.
Yeah. You know what I feel flat earthers are like? I feel flat earther as a flat earther. I feel like we're like these people, like the Matrix. You woke up from and we're all just like yo. You know what I mean? And I feel like somebody's coming to rally the defectors up. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel that way. Like
can't get those guys
watching us.
Can't let those globers get away, man. We gotta protect them. Oh man,
sometimes it feels like it was intentionally, but I feel that way. Like it was intentionally.
I've had that discussion. It's a rollout. Just to wake a few people up. I don't know, man. It certainly seems like it. I mean, there certainly seems to be some controlled opposition out there. Yeah. Flat Earth. Was that the Flat Earth Society?
What if they wanted to cull the herd, but they didn't want to cull it of the smart people this time? They only wanted to cull like the dumb ones.
Do you think there'll ever be a time on like the Earth where like finally people are all convinced that like the Earth is flat and like they actually finally have like realization, or do you think like the legacy of it will?
Yes, I keep bringing up the topic. What if Flat Earth New World Order is the agenda, the way to go. Because can't fool all the people all the time unless you live in a simulation.
I feel like it'd take a long time, but I think eventually, like, the world could start realizing, like, oh, that makes a lot more sense when, like, technology grows and when people start actually opening up to thinking. And
that's why I was so pissed. I was so pissed, man, when I found out. Oh man, they lied to us about where we live.
People were getting arrested for trying to teach the globe in like the 1900s. Yeah. So sometimes I really don't think it's as old as people say it is, right?
Yep.
Right.
Because why would people be getting arrested for teaching the globe in the early 1900s? Why would that be?
Like this world is not what you think it is.
Not at all. Not if you believe that crap.
Well,
not even. Well, you don't have to believe it. I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe about this Earth. But what they're telling us about what happened in the past couple of 100 years, there are freaking holes. There's supersized holes in their story.
Hey, where's the edge? Oh, where's the edge of your universe, man?
Edge. I don't give a shit about the edge. I'm talking about the history we've been told.
I go, where's the edge of your universe, man? Come on. You got a picture? Nothing? Okay.
No, edge of the universe or edge of Earth, right? I mean, it's like Earth is Earth. We've been here the entire time. We have people that are selling us a story about Earth that is absolutely not true. You know, the history of Earth. I mean, we can't even confirm anything past, the past couple centuries.
Well, so why do people say
they can tell us history about Earth from billions of years ago? Give me a fucking break.
Then why do Globers say it makes sense?
Because they're believers, and they claim that people, believe in a creator, or it's just because you're religious.
This is what Elijah was talking about yesterday, bro. Like,
fucking ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
Makes sense once you've heard it 1,000 times since the time you were 5 years old.
Yeah. After it's been imprinted into your mind.
They don't need to brainwash you. They've given you the story enough times that you brainwash yourself.
They cannot confirm they can't confirm any of this shit. Who was that? Was that a troll?
Right? No. They did tell you that it was a model, so if you took it as this is what I'm living on, right, that's your fault. Unless they told you live here, Timmy, and they point to your little area on the globe, right? You believe them, you bought it. So it's still your fault.
You're like, okay, I believe I bought it. All right.
That sounds like a song. I mean, it's like some lyrics right there. Get on that chocolate. I believe it. I bought it.
You get on it. Like, what are you telling other people? You're the one who got the inspiration.
Get on that chocolate.
I guess I could. I don't know. It's just like the only time I write lyrics, I write lyrics to music. I don't write lyrics before music, which is a lot of people do write lyrics.
Aren't you a songwriter? Aren't you a singer? You should write, man. What the heck?
I write, but I write lyrics to music. I don't know. I have to write lyrics to music, so I have to have the music first. Oh, I don't have to. But I have phrases just like I just did.
Man, just do a karaoke version, man. You'll be fine. You got it.
All right.
What were the lyrics again?
I'm an original artist too. I mean, I'm not only karaoke. I mean, I've written plenty of original music.
I'm an original artist.
Can you sing me some karaoke?
Weren't you just singing an ODD song a while ago? Weren't you just quoting an ODD song a while ago?
How's it going?
You were quoting the ODD song?
I don't know. Somebody said it. I don't know. I just said
it. Not what you think it is.
It might have been OBOB.
Right, Hank.
I don't know.
Yeah, Hank knows what I'm talking about.
That's right.
Okay, well then me and B.O.B. are on, like, maybe me and B.O.B. are just like, it's just where it is.
Like,
it's where it's at.
It's where it's at, baby. Yeah, music's fun, man. I'm glad you guys. There's some fucking great musicians out there.
I don't like niggers. I don't like niggers. I don't like niggers.
Oh, there we go.
Not my kind of taste of music.
That was great, glow proof.
That was some
way to go for your side.
Glow proof.
You did it.
Extraordinaire.
Yep. Congratulations.
Showed your intelligence really well there.
Have a celebrate with the boys, right? Go out for beers and talk about it. Yeah.
It's like, if you're gonna troll right, but you're gonna be gone.
You gone. Woo!
Shit was
did
funny.
It, boys. We achieved what we set out to do. Yeah.
We're attracting trolls. That's our purpose.
What's up, Roger, man?
I don't like niggers.
Was that another one, or there's somebody just repeating this?
Somebody's fucking with you, man.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't mind.
Yeah, I got him.
I actually think that's funny, and I think that everybody else thinks that's funny too. And it's okay to laugh at it.
Well, I think they're getting good at getting through the voice check-in. So
how do they do that, man? How the fuck?
Sometimes they come. Sometimes they come through me. I've been voice VC verified people that have trolled before. I mean, it's like, fuck. I mean, we have hundreds of people come through here every month. I mean, what the fuck? You can't freaking. They'll talk to you and you'll be like, "I'm cool, I promise." And then
I'm gonna start doing voice check. So at me if you need voice checking, I'll start doing it.
Are you saying I'm bad at VC checking people in it?
No, I just want to have a go. I just want to, develop a process. Maybe I'll share it.
You're gonna have to clock in. You're gonna have to clock in, Bong, when it's time to VC check in people.
I'll
clock in with me. I mean, just send me. I clock in at this time, and then I'm clocking out. That way, I know who you clocked in. It's just fuck with you, dude. I've checked in people. I was like, this is cool. I talked to this guy. And they're like, hey, I'm cool, boo. And then they'll come in and do some shit like just happened, right? So I mean, it's like no, we're all doing this.
Well, when QE posted that thing where, remember when QE posted that thing about propaganda?
Joining it every day.
Right. Remember that? Oh, here, let me repost it. QE posted something, and I read what it said, that they try to get people in position so that they cannot, decide. Here, let me repost it. And if we can, in the check-in, get them to that place where, holy crap, this is not a troll, then maybe the trolls can change their mind. Let me just repost it.
Bong.
Check it out.
You can't be serious, bro.
What do you mean? What the hell,
wait. I'm just. Are you saying that?
Here, read this first. Check it out. This is what we were talking about earlier. Look. Brainwashing students with propaganda. Right. Well, let me read it. Let me read this bit I'm talking about. What I'm talking about. All the reason, logic, and evidence that I use simply disguise the fact that the students are not yet in a position to sift and weigh the evidence and arrive at their own conclusions. Okay? That the students are not yet in a position so they're not qualified, right, to weigh the evidence and come to a conclusion, right? And what we want to do, because what they do is they use reason, logic, and evidence to disguise, to hide the fact that you're not qualified to make these. So we qualify people, okay? We put them in a position to sift and weigh the evidence.
At least he recognized that, but at the same time, he stuck around
this is from
a little bit. But
right.
I mean, it sounds like the same language from that dipshit that was in here earlier.
What I'm saying is, we can probably apply this, put a point, in VC, check it, and get people to get the trolls. Anyone, yeah. I mean, like, I think the 1, 2, 3 points can be done up there.
It doesn't even matter about 3 points. I mean, we're seeking seekers, man.
I think that article should definitely get pinned or something. Like,
yeah, I pinned it earlier when QE posted. I'll pin it again.
It's a good one. When I read that quote, I was like, "What the fuck? Is he really just sitting there saying this shit? Like, really? Like, you just basically saying on paper, I'm full of shit. We're teaching these kids nonsense, and that's what we're doing because that's what we do.
And this is how we do it. Yeah, and this is how we do it. And I was like, okay, this is how we undo
like,
it.
are you serious, bro?
That shit, that's the shit that makes my liver hurt. You know what I'm saying? It's just like these freaking. I'm a professor, and even though I know I have to teach this, and philosophically, there's much more to it. I have to. No, there's a level of teaching people, saying, "Hey, here's the beginning. Here's this. Here's how you make yourself be better." In whatever vein of understanding, especially in philosophy. But if these
You hot micing a little bit, brother.
Oh, sorry. Somebody's hot micing.
It just gloss over the
No, I
evidence.
mean, but as far as the higher understanding of philosophy, I mean, to be honest, I trust like young men and young women to actually, understand higher aspects of philosophy, unless they're just totally freaking screwed. But we often get a lot of young people here, and they actually understand what we're saying. So we're seeking the seekers. When the young people join here, and they're just like, and they just play a bunch of noise or just saying or whatever over us, while we're trying to explain to them. But we've had a lot of really intelligent young people that come through here, and we'll talk about philosophy with us. Now, flat Earth versus globe Earth is a philosophy, but it's not a religion. And people confuse that a lot. And so it's kind of let's take a look at this. Now, whether it's science or anything, and what we often, people say, well, scientifically we can prove flat Earth or globe Earth. No, you can't. You don't use science to prove flat Earth, and we do that as well, right? So you don't use science to prove flat Earth. You're going to use philosophy, but it's not philosophy. It's just what you observe. It's Earth. Anyway, and that's my opinion. You can take
what
it
they
apart.
measure.
If I'm wrong about it, you guys can take it apart.
Can I philosophize?
Would you say what they measure?
I would just add not only observe but measure.
Measure, yeah. I was gonna say, is that a philosophy? If we measure.
Oh, we have.
You said what they measure, which I almost went into what they may or may not.
Yeah, we have GE Platypus saying, we're not truth seekers. Yeah, we're not truth seekers.
Platypus.
And
Platypus, get in here, bro. You gonna challenge me that I'm not a truth seeker?
Oh,
what do you think?
What does that make him? What is he? Who is he?
What happened on 9/11, Platypus? Did some guys with a box cutter overthrow the largest dragnet the world has ever seen and hit 3 out of 4 of their targets from a cave, from a plan that was hatched in a cave? Is that what happened?
Hank,
yeah.
your mic is shit. Okay, man, fix your microphone.
I appreciate that, bro.
Yep.
I wouldn't call us not truth seekers, Platypus. That's not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, that's insane. I mean, to think we're not truth seekers. That's laughable, man. Come on. That's just laughable. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, we cannot take that statement with any kind of context, make any kind of sense out of it. It's ridiculous.
See, platypus is the kind of guy that truther is a derogatory term. Oh, you're a truth seeker? Like, oh, that's horrible. Like, lies are so much better.
Lies are so much better. Like, so much better. Like, totally. No, the truth is awesome, man. Because guess what, man? You cut a piece of wood, shape it just right, you can make a fucking violin. I've done it.
Oh, he's server muted. Somebody want to unmute him?
Somebody.
Yeah, go for it, man.
He's going on to claim that we don't do anything but cite other people's works. Bullshit.
That's insane. That's another like totally like
Why are
I got
you
a big
lying,
giant
Platt?
paintbrush here, and you guys don't do this and you don't do that and you do this. Yeah, fuck off.
You know, it's funny that he says that we're just citing other people's work when actually it was the Fairbanks, Alaska College that quoted nearly what I've been saying for like a decade, verbatim, about a near simultaneous collapse of all the columns, right? And this couldn't be possibly due to a fire. So now that Fairbanks, Alaska is saying it, and I've been saying it for like a lot longer, right? Does that make it true now that, you know, that the structural engineers, the best people in their field have come out and say it? Is it true now? Or has it been true all along? Because, you know, I didn't learn that from Fairbanks, Alaska. I figured that out on my own after watching it free fall at almost free fall speeds. Almost, right? And that's not how buildings come down when it's a fire.
Yeah, but the NIST told us, right? It was fire. Pancake collapse. How can they be wrong about that?
He's not server muted anymore.
No, I unmuted him.
Well, it's because they made a straw man version of the building and left out like structural parts that were essential and were actually in the building. So when they made their straw man collapse, Oh, by the way, that's something I am quoting from the experts that I didn't come up with on my own because I'm not an engineer and I didn't know about those parts.
I want to know how many things Platypus has done himself to choose the globe over looking at the flat Earth as being the possibility.
Well, Platypus might want to check his mic because he's not server muted, but I don't hear him.
Come on, Platypus, get your vocal cords out of it now. Get in here, bro.
He's in here already. Maybe drop and come back in because I don't know. Whatever you're doing ain't working. Or not.
And what does the speed of the sun tell me about the shape of the Earth?
See, Platypus, it's really hard for us to talk to you Globers because if you don't understand earthly things, how are you going to understand heavenly things?
What about if you get to the edge of the Earth and you just fall off?
Wow, such an original thought.
Or.
Wait up, Side. Wait up. So, Side.
Okay. No.
What's up, man?
Listen to me for a second.
No. I'm not going to.
What happens if you're in space, right?
Okay. So
are you serious, dude? You're going to interrupt them 2 seconds after you start speaking.
So we're going to do this again, Side. I'm going to unmute you. I'm going to have a civil discussion without you being a rude interrupter, okay? So you're now muted. What's up, Said?
How much? Yeah.
So,
Can I talk?
No. Welcome to the server.
Thank
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm a flat earther
Okay.
myself.
Oh, you
Don't
are.
get it wrong.
So,
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
what is the radius? Say.
No, I'm not. I'm not that far into it. That's why I came to the
Oh,
server
you're
to learn
right.
about
Right.
it.
So you're LARPing. You don't think
No, I'm trying to
we
learn
get
from the
these people
server.
all the time here claiming they're a flat earther and then saying, "Oh, what about the edge? You could fall off the edge," and don't even know the radius. It's sad, man.
No, I'm trying to learn the radius from the server.
Right. Well, you can Google it. Say, what's the radius of Earth?
Give me a second.
Do 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 do
6371 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
6,000.
your friend
371
just went
kilometers.
at it. Yeah, your friend just helped you out here. So
No, I just searched it up.
I'm not his friend. I don't know.
Right. No, they usually
No,
come
I
in
don't know
packs.
this
Yeah.
guy. I don't know this
Right.
guy.
No.
Did
No,
I
you
set
don't.
back down
Never
here?
Well, I
talked to him
haven't.
once.
I
Working,
haven't said
Roger?
anything to put
Yeah,
anyone
the
off.
first thing he told us was what you do when you fall off the edge, Cyrus.
It wasn't
So.
me. I didn't
And,
say
being
that.
serious.
No.
and then
I was
said
being
it's on a
serious.
flat
I was
earth.
being serious.
That was.
And he was a flat earther.
No, I just said the radius because Sade was taking a while, so I just
Mm-hmm.
thought I'd say it.
Sade is the flat
Just answer my
earther, and
question.
the Griffin was not, right? Sade was the.
You can interview me. No, I just.
Right.
I
Yeah,
just said it.
Side was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't know the radius.
I don't
Yeah.
know the radius of the Earth. That's why I came to the server to learn more.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I
Who
said
made the comment fall off
371
the edge? Like, is
It
that
was
Sade?
That
Yeah,
was
I
Sade.
think I think Sade should wait. We should mute him and probably, because he's the root interrupter, and talk to the other guy first. So they don't
Okay.
both jump on us.
Yeah, because I
That's
just
okay,
dropped in
Sade?
from check-in, so
Okay. So,
yeah.
Peter.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? Welcome.
Not bad, man.
What's
I
up,
just joined.
Peter,
Thank
man?
you.
What's going on, Griffin?
What's up, man?
Cheers.
What's up?
So, Peter, how did you find the server?
On Reddit, actually, on the
Okay.
homepage, it's got the news and stuff. So just
Mm-hmm.
scrolling, and then I see the 24/7 flat Earth. I'm like, oh, why
Awesome
not?
stuff.
Yeah.
And did you look into this topic before?
I just knew basic things like the radius, just like the mass, all those things, kind of stuff.
Of the flat Earth, the radius of the flat Earth.
The mass of the Earth? Is that what you just said?
I think he did.
Oh shit!
The cricket's
Yeah,
cricket?
I
Mass of
mean,
the
he
Earth?
said mass that day. He kind of,
He did. He's like,
he
did I
said
just say
mass.
that?
It's okay.
Fuck.
I know you didn't.
That's a mistake.
It's
It's
okay.
all good,
So,
Griffin. It's all good, man. You
That's
can
all right.
retract that.
Super.
I didn't hear that one. I didn't hear it. Did anyone else hear it? Ah, man, we're cool.
I heard it. That's
heard
all
mass
good.
of the
It's
You
all
heard it?
good though. I
Hey
mean,
guys,
but
can we let
to be
Roger
honest,
take over?
hey, everybody, take it
Can we let
back a
Roger
step.
do this?
It's all good. I mean, when you say something like that, it's all good. It means you're a little bit ignorant about what we're talking about. It's all good. It's okay. Just like step by step.
yeah, Hank, go ahead.
No, I was telling everybody else to be quiet, so you can go ahead.
Oh, so, Peter,
Yeah. Sorry, I cut out.
you've looked into the topic.
Yeah, like surface things, not
Okay.
in depth
So,
too much.
do you think you're on a magical spinning water ball hurling through space?
Well, that was my original thought before joining, but
Okay.
that's why I joined. That's the main reason, just to get some, different opinions on it, just to make like a final.
Yep.
A final.
Well, flat Earth isn't an opinion, right? So when I have my table in front of me and I have my tape measure and I measure the dimensions of my table, I know, right? It's not an opinion anymore. I know that my table is this and this big, right? So surely we can do the same with the Earth and measure if it is curving at the rate they tell us. Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, that's reasonable.
Right. So do you know how much the Earth should be curving?
How much it should be, or how much it does?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so it is an approximation, 8 inches per mile squared. Over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature drop, right?
Right.
So, have you ever experienced this?
No, I haven't really been aware of it. So
Okay.
sort of after joining and hearing it, that's what I was hoping to, you know.
Yeah, that's a cool, right? Everybody takes it for granted,
Yeah, it's
right?
never really brought up.
Right.
It's not
Everybody takes it for granted. We all see it on the television. We see this big fat globe turning in space, and oh yeah, that's what we're on, right? Obviously, when I look at the night sky,
You sort of just go with what you're given because
right.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but you yourself, right, and everybody here in this room and everybody ever alive never experienced this globe, right?
Yeah.
You've
Yeah, I
never
never really thought
experienced it,
about it.
right?
Yeah.
So that would be a bit weird to then think it's actually a globe that's turning and spinning and flying through space. I mean, why would you believe your television if your eyes and senses say something really different? So, do you know why we say that the Earth is a flat level plane?
No, not too sure.
So you're on the live stream voice text? Maybe say it can.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
So do you see that image I just put up?
Yes.
Okay. So you see these two oil rigs?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a basic modest tolerance, right? So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon cannot be more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. If you're not good in math, that's not a problem, right? So it would be basically the same if you are an ant on a basketball and you have a friend, he's also an ant, and he's walking away from you. And at one point, you wouldn't see your friend anymore because the physical basketball would be in between you and your friend, correct?
Right. So if you put your head on the ground, put your eyeball on the ground, if your friend walks away from you, at some point you're not going to see him, right?
Yeah.
But if you're up like a little bit higher, like 1 foot, okay, it's going to take a little bit longer for you to not see your friend walk away from you, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, he's walking over a hill, right? So the Earth is a big hill at this point. But so this basketball, right, or the Earth has dimensions, and the radius has been given, right? They told us the radius. So with this radius in our hands, we can now calculate where the horizon must be, right? This ball is a physical object.
Roger, I'm not sure if you. I just want to make sure that that if he's looking at that image, he should know it's approximately. It's taken from approximately 1 foot
1
off.
foot, 1 foot. It's taken from 1 foot. Observer, right?
That's where the calculation comes in.
Right.
Go ahead.
So that's right.
So
Just didn't want that to be missed. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah,
So at 1 foot, the horizon must be at 1.225 miles. Now, can you tell me where do you see the horizon in this observation?
I don't know. I guess it's just there.
Where's the horizon line that the sky meets the water exactly? Where is that?
That's like behind the oil rig.
Behind the oil rigs, right?
Yeah.
That's the point of this picture. Exactly.
Right. Because the horizon on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles cannot be further than 1.225 miles. Yet we are seeing it here almost 10 times further. Right?
10 times.
Right.
Which is like a lot of zeros, if you think about it.
Thus debunking the radius. It cannot be further than 1.225 miles. Your basketball, right, cannot change in size. The Earth cannot change in size, right? It cannot grow bigger at one point. So this horizon is a set location on a ball with the radius of 3959. And we are seeing it 10 times further than
this. I just want to point out that this picture was taken from a video. It was not just a picture, okay? It was taken from a video. He zoomed in, zoomed out. And then you could see this picture in the video, and it's like, well, that would be impossible on a 3959 ball, man. Period. It's impossible. And once you realize that, then you're golden, and you're gold, because you don't live on this 3959 radius globe. Period.
Wait, so the black swan picture was taken with the picture zoomed in, right?
Yeah, he zoomed in a little bit. He zoomed out. He was at 1 foot.
And that's not taken with an actual human type zoom, because they zoomed in further than what the eye could actually see.
Yes, yeah, it was taken with an optical, probably a P900. I think he used a P900.
Yeah,
and how's it? Because then we're using a mechanical thing that was used to zoom in further than the eye could actually see.
Right. Yeah, you couldn't see this with your naked eye. I mean, it would be impossible. Yeah.
Why would we use this in a proper discussion?
Well, what?
Well, then now you're saying that when you zoom in, you're looking. Now you're saying that when you zoom in with the camera, you're zooming around the ball. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we can't use this.
That it goes further than the human eye would actually see.
Well, the point is, whatever is there is the only thing that the camera can zoom into. It's just our eyes cannot resolve it. But the point is, it's there. That's the point.
Yeah. So what they did, right? What they did is they used perspective and called it Earth curve, Blabio. So they tricked you. There's something they call the Riley criteria. This is for a 6-foot person would be around 2 to 3 miles, where your eyes cannot resolve the object anymore. This is just how your vision works. So they hijacked this criteria perspective and called it Earth curve. Now, these days, we have technology, high-powered zoom cameras, really good binoculars that can make you look further than the human eye, right? So we can, whenever an object is not resolvable anymore by your eyes, we can now take out our technology and bring it back into view, right? So they told you that the boat or the oil rig went over the horizon, right? It went over curvature because you couldn't see it anymore. They hijacked this, just how your vision works. They hijacked it and called it Earth curve. And now with this high-powered zoom camera, we can bring it back into view again. So it didn't go over the curvature. It's just there, right?
Oh,
and now
yeah.
we see the horizon even beyond the second oil rig, which they first told you was Earth curvature. You see?
Yeah, thanks for answering that question.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, they just kind of reverse engineered your eyeball to make it appear that you live on a ball. But yeah, we have powerful technology now. These zoom cameras, man, are just ridiculously good. I mean, I can zoom in on a freaking pack of matches, from like a mile away. Like, damn, that's some fucking great technology. So yeah, we use this technology in the hands of just everyday people, man. And we proved without a doubt that, their geometrical fucking math don't fucking add up, man. Period. And if anybody wants to argue that, man, I got about 100 people that will debate you all day long on this geometric horizon, bitches. And it's fucking so easy to see, man. I'm a sailor. I sail out in the ocean, man. You don't see nothing but flat forever. Left, right. I've seen 100 miles left and right. There should be 7,000-foot hump of water in my way.
On
Fuck
something
off.
something similar you might consider. I mean, can you see bacteria with your naked eye? You have to put it under a
No.
microscope,
I can
right?
see the cocoa. I can see the cocoa coming out of your nose. Oh, Julio.
Oh yes. So you can see what?
Cocoa's coming out of your nose. Put the
All the
mask.
cocoa. Are you talking about chocolate? Or are you
No,
talking
I'm
about
talking about
cacao?
the cocoa.
the
Well, anyway,
other
I was just.
cocoa.
I mean,
God,
this is the way.
how many cocos are
This is
there?
the way that microscopes and
Coco
telescopes
17.
work.
Cocoa 17. Yeah.
So
Is that a cocoa isotope?
Yeah, make fun of me all day. Fine, whatever.
let me get back to Peter, right?
When
Peter,
you zoom in
Still on the
on
draw there,
something,
man.
you can't see bacteria with the naked eye. When you use a microscope, you can see bacteria.
can
When
we
you
go
use
back to Peter because he just dropped a Dave video.
Yeah.
So Peter, did you understand what we were saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how could the Earth be a ball if it measures flat?
I don't know. I just dropped a video and see.
Yeah, that's. Have
just
you
wanted to
looked
see
at
this
it?
guy's
Have
opinions.
you looked at
Just
it?
drop
You
the
watch that
video.
video?
Drop the video.
Oh, I'll watch it. I'll mute. Hang on.
Yeah, Professor Dave, right? He isn't a professor. He's just He's
What,
just
did he-
Dave.
Did he put a Dave video out
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I'm new to
Yeah.
this.
Hey, man, I got a picture of the moon from the moon. And it's awesome.
So did
The
Dave?
video of
Dave,
the moon or from the moon? I don't know.
Of the moon from the moon. It's a great picture. Come on.
God,
You got
fucking guy.
it makes it all real.
This fucking guy.
But did Dave measure
Fucking
the
guy.
surface of the Earth, Peter? Did he measure the surface of the Earth, or did he just sit behind his desk, claiming stuff we don't claim? Right?
What about this? This is from
Yeah, I
National
mean, how many straw men can Professor Dave put
Dave
out?
is not a professor, first and foremost.
He's not a
huh?
professor, and he always puts out straw men that no flat earthers claim. You know, there's no reason for him to put any videos
Yeah,
out
because he was
at
saying
all.
stuff like he was saying things like people are
Ask you
paid
guys one
actors.
question about Dave. Would any of you guys want to sit down and have a beer with Professor Dave?
No.
Nah.
Like just hang out with him, like, hey dude, what's up, bro? Did nice summer day, right? No, fucking guy. That fucking
All right,
pop.
so
what
how
was
I
he telling you,
imagine-
Peter?
This
Peter,
is
what
how
was
I
he telling
imagine
you?
a conversation with Dave. So
mean,
I
What
sit
was
down
he
with him.
telling you?
It's too
I
cringy.
didn't
It's
even
too
watch. I
cringy.
didn't
hold
watch
on,
the
hold
video.
on. If someone's gonna post a Professor Dave video,
Yeah,
debunking flat Earth,
I don't know who that is.
Is there
to be
any?
honest.
All right,
I'm
so
gonna be
who?
real. I have no idea.
All right, well let's go back to what the original conversation was. When you zoom in on, we were talking about the black swan, and you zoom in on those platforms and you see where the horizon is.
Yeah.
When you use a high powered camera, or and like I was bringing up the like when you use a microscope, you can't see a bacteria with the naked eye, right? But when you zoom in, you can see bacteria, right? I mean, it's very similar. I mean, you're just zooming in on something that you couldn't see before. Now you see it.
Yeah.
A hard concept to get around your head.
It's not hard.
It's not hard. Come
No.
on, Helio.
You're
it's not
just using a zoom camera.
We zoom in, man. We zoom in from 9.5 miles away, okay? Guess what? 9.5 miles, man. That's it. We're not 10 miles. The horizon is behind 10 miles, man. And that's impossible at 1 foot, man. Come on, it's just so simple.
You zoom in on those oil rigs that you didn't see before, and now you see the horizon way beyond the oil rigs. I mean, what's so hard to understand about that?
Welcome to flat Earth, man.
Well,
we got chips in the front, beers in the back. We got dancing girls.
Yeah,
It's
Peter, you just dropped National Geographic. This is the most excellent video you could have dropped. So, Peter, look at the look at it, right? Look at it. Look at it. I've just posted a screenshot of it.
Yeah, I see it.
So Where's the horizon?
Oh, it's behind the flag.
Is it in front of the flag or is it behind the flag?
Behind the flag.
Yeah.
So they tricked you. They fooled you. They told you that the boat was obstructed by Earth's curvature, right? Yet we see the horizon behind the boat.
Check it out.
Why would they fool you, bro? Why would National Geographic fool you, trick you, lie to you, right?
Yeah.
Do you see what's happening here, Peter?
Yeah, they're saying the Earth curve is causing the disruption of the flag when the horizon is obviously behind it.
But how come when I look up
But
when I look
do
all
you
of this up,
listen, Peter? Do you see what's happening here? I just want to have your opinion.
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
see what? Okay, so National Geographic lied to you. One of the biggest entertainment, right? Because it is entertainment. Entertainment companies lied to you. They told you the boat was obstructed by Earth curvature, but we see the horizon behind the boat.
Use the French, but what assholes? Really?
What fucking assholes, man. Hey, I
So
was
why
there.
would they trick you? Why would they
I was
trick you
there,
like
man,
this?
when those fucking bitches showed up with their cameras, man. And it was a flat Earth meetup in LA. I went to that, and National Geographic, and Sunday morning, CBS was there. And they interviewed Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, and they did this fucking thing right here out here at this place called the Salton Sea out here where I live, man. I didn't make it out there to that because it's 110 degrees. But yeah, I know people are there that have footage of this exactly right there, man, where you see the horizon behind the fucking flag, man. Are you shitting me, man? Ah, you bitches. Anyway, I'm done piffing.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, doesn't matter where you do this. This type of test, you're going to get the same result. The horizon's always going to be valid. If you're just doing a, I mean, like with the Stephen Hawking thing where they had the laser in the boat and these guys, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
They had the helicopter on
The
that
helicopter was going the other way, and I mean, and you could tell it was Photoshop because the
we picked
freaking
that thing apart
birds
like
and
it was like a Christmas Day opening a package. I mean, it was like so easy to pick apart the helicopter shit,
Stewie,
man.
there's a guy called Stewie Griffin in here. It's crazy.
Who's here?
You guys came in here. You guys came in here together, man. He's your bud. I already know that. It's all good.
Peter, what was this latest video you just dropped? What was it?
Buddy.
This Discord mods be like what? Discord mod be like what?
Yeah. That was a funny video. I saw that on YouTube and it was funny.
Funny, man. Why did you post it?
Can't we post funny
Well,
videos?
why?
Was somebody saying the Discord's mods are unfair? Is that what's happening?
Oh no.
Okay, cool.
It was just this it was this guy, and he basically he was just, you know how they exaggerate like Discord mods like as a joke and that. So there was this one guy, and he made a video about that, and he was just joking around. It was kind of funny, so I sent it so people can see it.
You decided to send that in the middle of Roger trying to explain an argument to you. Do you understand what was just told to you?
I heard what. Yeah.
You understand what the problem is?
I did that. No, I did that after. I wouldn't do it while he was there. I'm not.
Okay.
I have morals.
So you understand what the crux of your problem is, right? This curve of the Earth they told you supposedly exists.
Yeah, but how do I know
It
what
doesn't.
you guys are telling me exists? Because
you can go out and look at it yourself.
Watch the video. You can do this experiment yourself, man. You can do it. You get yourself a high-powered pair of binoculars or camera or whatever, man. that boat goes away, zoom in on it from 1 foot.
Joey, man, you're breathing down a mic.
Oh, my bad.
Hey, man, just go do the experiment yourself, man. Just do it yourself.
But I can't. It's nighttime here. I can't really see.
You can
At
do
the
this,
moment,
man.
at least.
You can do this. You can find some flat waters somewhere, please.
Well, actually, if you can find some curved water somewhere, then we'll shut this fucking server down. I promise you.
I love you, brother. That's my man, making me laugh. I'm here for the comedy hour, usually. Anyway.
Well, it's not funny. This is serious, man. I mean, it's like they have the entire Earth, almost the entire Earth, thinking that the Earth is a globe when it's obviously not. So I mean, you can laugh at it all you want, but we're serious about this.
We are very serious, man. But it's late at night for me, man. I don't know. It's 12 a.m. in the morning, and I'm just, I like to laugh about this shit sometimes. That's all.
Well, I laugh at the people that come in here thinking with all pompous and oh yeah, obviously there's this globe. You flat earthers are crazy and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
No, we're not crazy. We've been doing this for a very long time, so it's not. It's even though we like to have fun, but don't come in here thinking you know something when you don't. Anyway,
is it okay if I interrupt?
Yes.
So
come on,
who was posting about mods or whatever in the Discord. So my question is, do you understand that the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, right? And like, it doesn't matter if you got binoculars or whatever. Like, you zoom in, it's not going to change where the horizon is supposed to be. So, do you understand the argument?
Yeah.
Cool, man. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's a hard one to swallow, man.
That story of boats going over the curve, that just went bye-bye.
Yeah. Boats going over the curve or bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
GE Platypus, why? What was the reason that the stripes disappeared? What, according to National Geographic? Because I'm getting.
Is he
actually? He's about to debunk. He's about to debunk National Geographic. Go ahead.
I'm curious about that. Is he about?
Get on voice, man.
Are you going to say something about that?
Get on voice, bro.
GE Platypus.
Yeah, if you're going to debunk your own side, at least use your own voice.
Why did the stripes disappear according to National Geographic?
Because of the curve.
Yeah, man. It went over the bend, man.
It went over the bendy water.
What's he saying in the chat, Roger? Hold on, I'm looking at it.
He's obfuscating.
That's because they clearly do.
Because of the curve, right? Why is the horizon behind the fucking boat?
He said because they do. You're focused. You're not focused on the stripe though. You're focused on something else. Hey, Platypus, man, open your microphone and come in here and tell us about why the horizon is beyond the stripes.
Oh, wait, does Platypus think there's like two curves?
He's trolling.
That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm
wondering, He's trolling Roger, man. He's trolling Roger, dude.
Wait, so there's the curve that's making the stripe go away, and then there's the other curve behind
Stewie
it?
Griffin. Stewie Griffin.
What we doing here, bro?
Stewie Griffin.
Hey, Elio, man, level-headed wants in, man. Let him in.
Come on, level-headed. Is that the level-headed from a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, he wants to set us straight.
It is.
It's a schmerv, he said. It's a schmerv. Whatever the fuck a schmerv is.
That's probably him then. That's probably the real him then.
Small curve, right?
He's always good.
Small curve, straight line. Yeah. Okay, bro. That's a good one. I love that
jelly
one,
roll.
These guys try to come
double
in with
chin globe.
I don't see him in here.
Why are we addressing the clown that doesn't want to speak? Why are we?
He can stop.
Be a clone.
Platypus
Chat
stop chatting in the chat, right? You can stop chatting in the chat.
Platypus, where is this freaking horizon?
No.
That
We're gonna stop addressing the clown that doesn't want to speak. He wants to talk about his two curves now. Apparently, yeah, it's Platypus.
Anyway,
Gives a shit about him. Roger and Hank were having a good discussion with Peter Griffin, which is much better than Platypus.
Yeah.
So
go ahead,
Roger,
go ahead,
man,
guys.
go for it, man.
So, Peter.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Not right now, no.
Okay, because you pointed to Stewie. Is that your boy? Is that your friend?
No, but it's just funny that we've got, he's Stewie. I'm Peter.
No, I don't know Peter at all.
Okay. So Stewie, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. So, do you guys just think that Earth is like flat, or do you think all of the planets in the solar system are?
Earth measures flat, so we don't think it; we know it, right? If you measure a large body of water, there is no curvature, right? So, if every large body of water has no curvature, and the Earth is allegedly covered with 71% of water, right?
What about the rest of the Earth?
Well, there are valleys and hills, right? Nobody's denying that, but the basic physics of water is that it lays flat and level in rest. So whenever people go out and measure these flat, level pieces of water, right, there's no curvature. So if 71% of the Earth is covered with water, then how can it be a ball? It's non sequitur.
Land under the water, like all the sand or the makeup of the water lays on.
Right. Water takes its shape of its container, right? When you put it in a glass, it takes the shape of the glass, but the surface is always flat. When you put it in a pool, it takes the shape of a pool, but the surface is always flat.
Gravity.
Put water in the teacup, becomes the teacup. Water in teapot becomes the teapot.
You were just waiting for that word, dude.
Oh my god.
You were waiting for that bong word.
What a Bruce Lee guy. Oh my god.
Ah, gold.
So whatever the planets, right? They told you there are balls of gas floating around us, right? But what you, Stewie, will only observe are lights in the sky. You will never observe anything else. You will never go there. So what makes you think that they are balls of gas in a vacuum, right? Why would you even think that if the only thing you will ever experience is a light in the sky? They were used to call wandering stars. So when you and I look up at the sky, the only thing we will ever see and experience is the stuff moving above our heads. We will never experience the earth moving. We only see the stuff moving above our heads. And it resets every year. 1 second. Can somebody take over? I need to do stuff.
That's a tough one to get around, man. Basically,
sure. All right.
Roger's saying that there's no parallax in the lights in the sky because every single year, man, those lights come back around and they're in the exact same position.
I'll tell you what, though, the wandering stars don't necessarily come back in the same position every single year. And so that's a little bit, and then you'll get into astrology at that point if you really want to study that. But at the same time, I mean, it does reset every year.
Every year.
But I'll tell you what, the 12 months aren't even the real calendar. That's the Gregorian calendar. So I mean, you could use different basic calendars, but for the most part, it does reset every year. And so you're if you're just traveling across the universe following the sun, with you're 66,000 miles an hour around the sun, while the sun is traveling over 500,000 miles around the galaxy. why are all these stars just repeating and repeating over and over? I mean, you could make up a story about it, but what you experience when you wake up in the morning and walk on Earth and look up in the sky, you see the sun, moon, and stars moving in repeated patterns over your head. Same thing over and over for your entire lifetime. Why would you ever think that Earth is moving at all? When you look across Earth, it looks flat. Who told you that the Earth is curved? Where's the curvature? Said my piece. Continue, everyone.
That was called a piff. Where I come from.
It's called a what?
It's a
epiphany.
Piff. It's like an epiphany. I just call it a piff.
Well, it's like you should. I mean, it hit me one day when I started looking into this, and I started looking at the sun. I was like,
dude,
oh shit, the sun's moving. I'm not. And I was just like,
yeah,
whoa, this is
about a piff, man.
It is really interesting, how the flat Earth causes epiphanies, the sudden realization of a obvious truth, or the sudden realization that there's a creator. Either way.
I always knew there was a creator, but it was just like I thought God created the big universe and solar system, all that. I mean, I bought into that stuff, but I never, bought into like the Big Bang. There was a certain age, I guess, but people would try to get you into the age of the universe, and God did it this way. Anyway, it's just like when it hit me that the Earth is not moving, and it's the sun, moon, and stars moving. Boom.
That's obvious, and it's kind of funny because like they try to hide it too, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, you bet your ass.
They try to hide it, and for sometimes I ask myself why would they hide something like this, or
why would they lie about it? I don't know, man.
My guess is they just want people not to know about God. I guess not about creation. I guess
and
because it's obvious.
More no God, more land. Yeah, you pick a few reasons. A lot of money for lying to us.
Especially with the evil stuff that those guys in power be doing. It makes sense why they do it against.
Yeah, exactly, man.
It's like people. That's like when people say, "I'm a former flat earther." No such thing.
Hey man,
when you see it, you can't unsee it, bro. It's really
Helio, man. If you go on Facebook, I'm a flat earther. You might be labeled as a domestic terrorist. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, well, I'm open flat Earth on Facebook,
and plus, that men can't do shit about it.
Can't do fuck all about it. Exactly.
I've been shadow banned a couple times for talking about stuff like this.
Shadow ban. Oh,
yeah.
Well, they've taken away our ability to be able to do anything about it, right? So busy. Right. So busy.
We gotta go underground. We gotta go underground.
I took my ability back. I don't need to go by their little story anymore. That's dead.
And
so
that's
I
what
took my
flat
own
Earth,
authority
right?
back. Thanks.
Yeah. No other conspiracy.
Hey man, you all
like
everyone
that,
has
right?
their own individual authority to believe whatever the fuck you want to believe anytime you want to believe it. Or own.
And if you want to believe you live on a magical spinning water ball, that's completely fine. Please do not assert that that's my reality without evidence.
I was going to say, hey, Chocolate, I was going to say you can own your truth too, and you can assert it too. You have that free will too. You can own your truth and assert it.
Hey, I'll drink to most anything. I will drink to that. Okay.
How about I don't have to assert anything. I'll let the earth handle that for me.
Earth,
because they don't got problems with us. They got problems with the earth. They might need to check the earth and handle that because earth ain't trying to tell you it's a ball. So where you get that from?
I thought this.
Yeah. It's
Earth
like
is
who told you the Earth was a ball? It's like are you not seeing the same Earth I'm seeing? I mean, it looks flat to me.
I'm sitting here thinking it's a globe. I better check my coordinates. I better check my coordinates.
Think it's title.
Are you guys claiming the Earth is flat? Is that the claim here?
No, we're not claiming.
I'm just saying it looks flat. It looks flat. I'm not saying the Earth is anything. It looks flat.
Well, can you observe it's round?
Every day. That's all the time. It's always
observable.
Observably ball. Yes.
Far out. Man, far out.
Did all those flying bats come from Antarctica under the world?
I thought they came from the North Pole. From Agartha.
Center of the Earth.
Yeah.
I think that means we should play that song. Some guy at a bat in China. No, I can't get no vagina. Or what's that?
Fucking man.
That song is funny.
What, is that the only thing that rhymes with China?
I don't know. No, of course we could come up with many words that rhyme with China.
Ain't Jemima.
Ain't Jemima. Dude, I think they didn't they take Aunt Jemima off the label because they said it was racist or something?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, fucking assholes.
Wait a minute, so I'm racist now because I know about something that happened like in the 80s. I grew up on that shit. I grew up on
Aunt Jemima's syrup was fucking the shit. Who doesn't love Aunt Jemima?
You're also apparently a white supremacist, so you and I should be enemies too. So keep that in the Rolodex.
Here we go.
Because the television, the magic box told you so.
I can't even buy Aunt Jemima syrup anymore. God dang.
No more Oreos. No more chip. What is it? Chocolate cream.
Oreos.
Yeah. No more. No more mixing.
You can't even buy the double. You can't even buy double stuffed Oreos anymore. That's 2 blacks and a white.
Just get rid of the cream, though. I do like
let me just say this.
Cookie, man. The biscuit's all right.
There's nothing in the world that could keep me and Chocolate from being friends, man. If we ever got together, I'm sure we could take care of some cigarillos at the beach.
You already know.
With some beers.
I think me
cookies and cream
without hesitation, my friend.
I would pay.
I think me and Hank and Bong and Chocolate should just go to the New York Pride Parade and show our colors.
Yeah, Oreo, black and white. Yeah,
Pride Parade. Black and white.
Yeah. None of that color shit.
I had to bring it up because, man, my birthday's in June and they made that fucking Pride Month. I'm really kind of pissed off about that.
Yeah, fruit salad.
When's your birthday?
Come on, be proud.
Alien costume. Buy an alien costume. I identify as an alien.
What was your birthday? If you don't mind.
It's 22nd. 2/2.
2/8.
That's the 622, man. If you guys are looking.
622.
622.
Like nobody business.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just like
a satanic number.
It's like
I don't like it.
Well, it's like every month.
like it now.
Every month is a month. Month for something now. It's just like, hey, well, just
divide the 6 by like 47, and you get up with a number.
That's why I don't like you. That's it. I did my gematria.
Hey, my 622 was 48 this year. So, does that mean anything? I don't know.
The devil means the devil himself.
The devil's in the details, man. Devil's in the
What are you
details.
guys talking about?
Like a Freemason, I know it. I swear. I know
What you're hitting? What are you talking about?
You do that fucking voice, bro. That's just hilarious.
Where are we?
With you gotta blow it up. Check it out. No, I'm just, you guys. I drink and hang out with you guys and take a piss on the fucking globe Earth, man. That's what I'm here for.
I drink and I know stuff, right?
What globe?
That's what I like the most, man.
Yeah, what globe,
We
right?
get to hop in here and have fun.
Yeah, we gotta have a laugh, dude.
Yeah.
Man, this world is
I always
fucking
do.
insane when
Just
you
like-
look at it. You gotta laugh,
just
man. You have to
like
laugh.
talking
Oh man! Have you heard about Asgardia, man? I was gonna apply for that last year. Have you heard about it, Flat Earth dude?
What is it
Come on,
called?
man. The Council of Asgardia, or there's the Supreme. There's the Supreme. Yeah, it's this. What was it? Oh my God! Fuck.
The Call of Cthulhu.
I've been watching the new Loki series. Have you seen that?
What do you call it?
No.
Oh my God! I gotta
Yeah,
look it up.
What are you trying to remember?
Asgardia, what it was? It's like this space society. Space society. Society. Yeah.
Society in a city you could
Society.
move to from outer
Correct.
space,
That's it.
right?
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah.
And they have their council set up here already and whatnot, and it's legit. And they have like members. I think they have 1 million members or some ridiculous like that.
Real thing.
Is it in
it's legit. Oh, bro,
Is
it's
it
for real.
in the
I'm not
space-
joking.
Is it in space-time continuum?
No,
Of course. Not yet, but that's No, it's legit, man. For real. Like they really have this. And
we got a bunch of celebrities going to the space this month. Do you guys are hip with that?
Oh, we do.
We do,
Who's going?
yeah.
Who's going?
This month,
Oh,
man,
snap.
in July.
Who's going?
Coming up
Who's
shortly.
going?
We got Mr. Branson is gonna hang out.
Oh man, that's great.
Richard Branson,
The richest motherfuckers. Yeah.
And we also got Mr. Bezos, Mr. Amazon.
Oh yeah, right.
He's gonna go to space.
I read
with
a
his
headline about that.
brother. He's gonna go to space with his brother, and there's some 82-year-old lady who's gonna go with him. And she's like, "I've been waiting my whole life to do this. This is amazing."
Wow.
Oh, that's great. Might as well invite the Rockefellers in there too. Have them crash.
Are they-
on the
are
way
they
in,
going for a
on the way
spacewalk?
up. Yeah, we're
Are
going
they-
to space.
Are they talking about that on the major news networks? I mean, is it something that's coming up there?
Network, dude. Yeah, you can fucking go on fucking Yahoo News right now, man. Type in space, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen something. I've seen a headline about
Bezos. Space. It's the billionaire space race going on right now. The
Hey
billionaires.
guys, GE Platypus is in the chat talking absolute shit.
He's a punk.
begging-
He's a punk.
Yeah,
He's a
begging,
punk.
begging for his globe.
Wait. Did someone say he's a pun? A
Punk. A punk.
Oh, I'd rather
A
call him
punk.
a pun. I think a pun is
okay.
a better word.
I was
for
gonna
him.
say
He's a
punk ass
pun.
bitch, but I was trying to be polite.
No, I
while
think he's
ripped
a
his
pun.
balls.
I think he's a pun.
Yeah,
That's
he's
a
saying
better word. A pun. He really hasn't. He really doesn't have. He knows I'll talk shit about him, and I don't mind talking shit about him. He's a pun. He's a pun. He just like freaking. It's just weird, man. Some of the shit that he says, he just pulls shit out of his ass, throws it up there, and see if it sticks. To
Well,
the
a pun is a joke, and he's a joke. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's saying that observations over water is complete nonsense.
Yeah,
You're
fuck yeah.
nonsense.
That's
Yeah.
Platypus.
Platypus, why do you shit all over us, man, and think we're fucking ignorant?
Don't entertain him, man. You either have fun with it or just don't entertain it. Don't entertain him. Yeah.
Just ignore
Just
it.
fucking.
Move
Who cares?
on.
Yeah.
Have a fucking laugh.
Yeah, have a
Move on.
timeout. Have a
We said,
timeout, Platypus.
You want to
Yeah.
hop
Get
on
on your
hop on
bum.
VC?
No
Please
big
do.
deal.
If you don't,
Don't encourage the behavior.
Take 7 days off, mate. Yeah. We'll do something.
Or I mean, I'll probably let him out in a few days. But what doesn't?
Hey
matter.
man, instead of calling this, we should call the continuum, the space time continuum. So we can send them to the continuum. You know what I'm saying? Oh yes, send them to the hyperbolic time chamber.
You will spend eternity in here and learn. Don't worry, only one day pass on Earth.
You guys have any
Oh, dude, that's good.
bendy time? Does anybody have any bendy time? I need some. I'm a little short on some bendy time.
Oh man, yeah. You just need strong gravity, man, and it dilates time for you, bruh.
Bendy time.
Yeah.
You just need to
Bend
understand
it.
the upside down. The upside down. Really need to understand.
I need some more
Insecure
bendy
people will
time.
always project.
A little bendy time. That'd be good. Because I'm a little short, you know.
Well, time dilates, don't you understand, man? According to Einstein.
If you actually
dilates,
if you
man.
grasp the space time and then you fold it, then that's how you do time travel.
Yes, through a wormhole between the two continuums. Aha.
This is really genius stuff. You guys are amazing.
It's a Nobel Prize, dog, for me and Helia. For holding it down. We got this.
You guys
I can't take credit for it. I stole it off.
You can't? I'll take all the credit. I shall take it all. Thank you. Thank you. Cyrus Sane right here in the house. I invented the theory of, what was it? Space-time folding. Yeah, space-time folding, wormhole hopping.
And then you're just like
time dilating, time travel.
Then you fold
That's
space time, and then you can actually be in the same
Can
place.
you iron it? Can you iron space time and fold it?
Ooh, I don't know.
The real question is, how many times can you fold space-time?
Ooh,
Ooh, that's the age-old question.
Times.
How many times?
4?
Turn it into a challenge, right? Like a YouTube
I say
challenge.
7.
Yeah, well, if you accidentally leave the iron on it, will it burn a hole in space time?
24 times.
Hey, I'll tell you the reason I say this is because check this out. Space time is flat. Look this up. You can look it up. Space time is flat.
They say space. Yep. They say space is flat. That's correct.
Space time is flat. Now, the mass of the bodies inside space time causes the gravitation, right? This is what, as far as I understand it, which
So if
I
space
think it's
time is
just a
flat,
weird
then that
concept.
means the maximum number of times you can fold it is 12, because that's the maximum number of times you can fold anything flat.
Oh, so it's 12. 12 is the maximum number of times. I didn't know that.
I like the number 12.
Well, nice even number. Yeah.
It's a division of 66.666.
It must be. It must be.
I think it's not flat. I think space-time is not flat. That's what I think. I think it's like some kind of volume
Fold it
plus.
12 times. If it's not flat, we can fold it an
Space-time is flat.
infinite
I'm going
amount
to
of
show
times.
you. I'll show you evidence. I'll show you evidence with math. I'll show you evidence with math that space-time is flat.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have any evidence myself, but this is what they say. Space-time.
It's just
That's crazy. You're forgetting the axis too. 66.6.
Told you. I knew what I was
of
talking
course.
Yeah.
I mean, it just so happens that
I mean, NASA's always been a religion, guys. The Vatican presents Lucifer's ball.
Time is not even real, man. It's so weird how people think it's real.
NASA's a religion, guys.
Just like space, bro.
Right, they think it's a thing that they can travel through. Like, think about this. Like, there's no forward or back. There's only now. Like,
they've sent pencils through time, haven't they? Isn't
right,
that the claim?
And I'll be real with you. I feel like it's literally just all a big sex joke. Big Bang, Uranus.
Holy shit!
Venus. It starts with a Big Bang.
I'm looking this up right now. I was looking up flat space-time, and I found this Wikipedia thing. It's asymptotically.
Yeah, it's a mathematical it's an asymptote.
And asymptomatically flat space-time is a Lorentzian manifold in which, roughly speaking, the curvature vanishes at large distances from some regions. So that at large distances, the geometry becomes indistinguishable from that of Minkowski space-time. Oh my god, these guys just, it's just making
he lost everybody at Lorenzian.
I know.
Yeah,
Everybody's just waiting for you to
Minkowski,
come back.
space-time.
Well, this
high
makes
level
sense
physics.
for any Lorentzian manifold is most often applied to a space-time standing as a solution to the field equations of some metric theory of gravitation, particularly general relativity.
You lost me at space-time again. Yep.
Yeah, I know. I mean space-time's flat. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm trying to prove to you that space-time is flat.
You lack IQ, friend.
It has not been identified. I mean, what is this space
Your
time
IQ has
you
not
speak
been
of?
identified.
Like, right,
It is
right.
space and time. Grid.
Please,
It's a grid
right,
made of space
please.
and time. What is
Yeah.
wrong with you?
But it starts flat, and then there's supposedly matter introduced inside.
To unconfuse myself.
Anyway,
to unconfuse myself, can I just call it like something like, I don't know, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? I think
that's a better name for it. I think Mary Poppins really had that down.
That helps me expand my imagination to try and grasp. So can you try again? It's what you said it was flat. Like I'm lost again, man. Like I see.
Indeed,
time is 3 dimensions, which can be folded into 1 dimension. So it's pretty much 3 dimensions in any different direction, which can be folded into a single 4-dimensional plane.
You said 1 dimension. There's no such thing as 1 dimension.
No. It's multiple dimensions which are folded into a single dimensional plane, and the single dimension is time. So time is 1 dimension, but everything else is in multiple dimensions. So it's measured in multiple different dimensions, which all flatten out like a generic term into 1 dimension, which is considered time.
And
but time. So is time? Time would be time is outside of the other 3 dimensions.
So time is like a singular dimension. Time does not move forward or backwards. Time is just a dimension. Time is a man-made construct, which the only reason time moves forward is because we cannot remember the future. So time is just a singular dimension which moves in every direction, and every other dimension goes in every other direction, and so they just flatten every single thing down into one flat, like a square, and we're in the middle of it, and it moves outwards in every dimension.
This is all theoretical, right?
Is that how you understand it?
Don't get me started.
That's just theoretical. That's just what people have done research and shit, and that's the simplest way that people have decided to decide it. But
that's the simplest way.
It's technically
talk about
it's
like
up
a
to your
fabric.
own interpretation. You can interpret it however you want, and everybody interprets differently. But that's just the general scientific, if that's the right word to say.
No.
Concept.
Nope, that's not the right word. It's just a mathematical construct.
It's not true. It's just it's just the way that they've made it simple.
Listen,
Yeah, but all of that is
Hank has
calculations.
got it.
There's no physicality involved. Go ahead.
It's mathematical. It's purely mathematical. Nothing else.
What is the dimension? Like when we say dimension, right? When we say folding it into 1 dimension, right?
Thank you.
Can we define what we mean by
Dimension.
this?
What
Because when you say
that
space,
dimension?
I understand, length, width, and height, right? As dimensions. Are we talking about
coordinates?
But then
I
don't understand how time can be a dimension.
So time is a dimension because it can move in any direction, but we only understand it in one way. We only understand it past, present, future, which is why they've made it 1-dimensional, right? So,
but how is it a dimension? A dimension to what? That's what I'm trying to understand. How can you bring these two, space and time, and put it together? You know what I mean? Like as dimensions. It seems like they're defining. It seems like they're defining time, as a dimension one way, and then define, space.
Yeah, but as far
as a dimension
time,
in another way.
As far as time goes, connected to the other 3 dimensions, it can only move forward.
It can only move in one dimension, and that's the dimension that we observe.
Yeah, as we exist here in a 3-dimensional realm.
But that's not how we use time. We don't use time that way. We use time to measure, right? The distance things travel, blah blah blah. We don't or the clock or manage our life.
No. We
Around
measure
it. We don't
time.
use it. We don't use it as some kind of dimension that we can travel through, or the way we do with physical.
Time correlates
not yet.
the
We
position
don't.
of the stars. It really is that
Not
simple.
yet. Not yet.
It correlates the motions of the heaven. That's time. Space.
Yeah, that's how we measure time. Is by what we experience on Earth.
Space is also a construct of this distance between objects, but space itself does not exist without objects. So whenever you talk about space, it's always space between something and something. That's what space means. And time is the same thing. Time means it's like literally, where is the sun here and where is the Great Dipper there? That's exactly what time means, and that is it. That's it. That's done here now. That's period. And like the dimensions you're talking about are called Cartesian coordinates. You see, those are coordinate systems. The 3 axes, those are coordinates. Cartesian. You see, those are not
the Trinity.
You're talking about metrical dimensions. So you're saying time is a metrical dimension of like meters, which it's not. Which it's not.
It's kind of like how gravity is the bending of time and space. Well, what the hell does that even mean?
So check this out. So I can multiply length multiplied by width. That will give me the area. And you multiply that by the height, that will give you the volume. Okay? Now you're saying you multiply that by time and it gives you something else. So you can't multiply that by time because it's not a metrical dimension. Boom. You can't. Go ahead. You multiply volume like liters or gallons. That's a unit of measure of volume in gallons. Okay? Or you could say cubic centimeters, liters, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. You take that and you multiply it by 10 seconds. What do you get? 10 liter seconds. What the hell does that mean? No, that's like a flow rate. No, that's like a volume flow rate. Which is like I have like my garden hose is filling up my bucket at a rate of 10 gallons per minute, which means every minute it spits out 10 gallons. That's what I have. You divided it by time. You see, but which is how much the sun has moved. That's what that is. How many minutes? An angle.
Time isn't physical, right, Chloe? Is time physical? Chloe.
No, I think she was explaining what the narrative is, what they're saying.
Yeah, well, time isn't physical, so we can't
Did
bend
somebody
it.
ask for me?
Yeah, so time, is it physical?
Oh, no, I don't necessarily believe that. I'm just kind of trying to play devil's advocate, just giving a different point of view.
Well, yeah, we know the narrative, right? They tell us time can be bent.
I was just I was giving a different point of view to kind of start conversation.
Sure.
Oh yeah. I thought you believed that. So I was like, oh, okay, hold on. There's something wrong here.
Yeah, like taking apart space-time. It's so much fun.
I love it. It is my favorite. It is the reason I'm on the server, is to smash Big Bang. Big Bang only.
It's nothing but a sex joke.
You can't divide by zero, bro.
I think the reason you're on the server is you want to hang out with dumb people.
I used to love trolling my teachers, man, because I thought what they were teaching me was kind of like crazy. So I'd ask like questions, thinking I'm trolling them, right? But lo and behold, I'm now a flat earther. It's like, holy crap! You know what that means?
Yeah.
That means you were justified in troll. Means troll some more, bro.
The reason that I joined the server is because I was going to write my speech on conspiracy theories, and one of the conspiracy theories I was going to talk about was flat Earth. And then when I joined the server and I started listening to what you guys had to say, I just realized how right all of you were. And so I changed my whole speech from how conspiracy theories were people who weren't informed on things to how people who believe in conspiracy theories have done so much research to prove what they believe in is right.
No.
I love.
Hey, well, let me. On that point, how many other conspiracy theories had you considered to write about before you were going to write about flat Earth?
Conspiracy theories. So when I started out, my whole idea was that conspiracy theories were quite, I don't know, quite stupid. And so I was looking at conspiracy theories like Australia isn't real, the world is run by lizards, that sort of stuff. But then when I started,
I mean, those are pretty extreme. I'm
yeah,
talking
so that's
about.
what I was doing. I was trying to look at extreme conspiracy theories, and at the time that I had that viewpoint, flat Earth was an extreme conspiracy theory. But then I started kind of listening to your ideas, and I was watching a lot of documentaries,
Well,
and I realized that a lot
hold
of
on.
people would actually
Before
valid
you continue,
conspiracy
had you, and as far as conspiracy theories go, this has been around for a very long time. Now, Australia isn't real, and that kind of stuff. But none of us think that. I mean, is there any other conspiracy theories that you had considered before flat Earth?
So the main
Like
one I was looking
like
at.
9/11 or
What my point
something.
was going to be was I was going to get a couple extreme conspiracy theories, such as Australia isn't real, lizards run the world, and compare them to slightly valid conspiracy theories, such as flat Earth and anti-vaxxing. But as I was doing all my research, I realized that the conspiracy theories that had a point of validity actually had a lot of research behind them. So they were actually looking at real reasons why so I was trying to kind of take the Mickey out of it, but then I realized that people actually that there was actually a lot of research and a lot of things that people were thinking were actually true.
Well, good on you for taking a look at it.
Yeah,
Because we actually
So
do look into this stuff.
I came into this server with the wrong intentions, but I've completely turned around and I understand where a lot of people are coming from. And it's always interesting to kind of spark debates like earlier when I was talking about kind of time and stuff, where there's lots of different opinions on it, where there's the kind of scientific opinion, but there's also the opinion of people who have gone and done their own research.
Yep, we
So
do.
can I?
It's not scientific. The scientific opinion. Yeah, Roger, go ahead, man.
Yeah, can I have one? So who put this thought into your head? Right? You said I came in with the wrong intentions. Did you want to make fun of us, or did you?
No, I didn't want to make fun of anyone, but I just wanted to kind of, when I came in, I was kind of not intending to make fun of people, but intending to kind of point out how people were thinking illogically.
Okay.
But then I realized that you guys were actually thinking quite logically.
Right.
We only use logic.
Yeah, I was exactly the same way.
I didn't want to make fun of anyone,
Send me wrong.
but I just I wanted to point out that people weren't listening to professionals, people like scientists who've spent hundreds of dollars to kind of learn everything in their field. But then I realized that you guys actually did do a lot of research, and I watched a documentary where people spent a lot of money to do tests and stuff, and their tests turned out to prove that the earth was flat,
It's not about the money, right? So I can spend 20 years studying something, and it turned out I was wrong, right? Because I had the wrong premise, I had the wrong assumption which I started on. So,
but it's like if you think anyone on flat Earth is trying to make money, I mean, it's the wrong place to make money.
The point here is, the point here is that I wanted to point out that somehow you got this notion that flat earthers are batshit crazy and they deny science and they don't look at professors or PhDs that spent their whole lives studying astrophysics, right? So this is something people need to think about, right? They got this indoctrination of the globe, and on top of that, they got the indoctrination that flat earthers are crazy, science deniers, stupid, right? This is what they will teach you. The earth is a globe, and everybody that thinks otherwise is crazy. And I'm glad you came to the realization that we're not. We're smart people trying to figure out where we are living, right? And it isn't a ball, Chloe. It isn't a ball.
And like I was saying to someone that jumped in earlier, I was just like, hey, the best way that you can be, when you meet people like us, it's like understand both sides of the argument and then make your own decision. Nobody here is trying to convince you that the earth is flat. Just understand the argument and don't be religious or anything. Don't be a certain way because everyone else is. You listen to both sides. You make your decision.
Yeah, flat Earth is when I came to flat Earth, I was like you, right? I was looking at all these other truth channels, and they were big. Some of them were really big. Truthers. But then flat Earth is like this dangerous topic that shouldn't be discussed. And I was like, oh, this feels weird. Why?
Well,
Why are
it's
these
like
people
when
saying
they
these
say
things
you
about flat
can't
Earthers?
see this. You shouldn't see this. Don't look. Don't look. No, it's like what?
Yeah, that made me
Here's
want to
something
look
you
even
shouldn't look
more.
at. I mean, at first I thought it was dumb too. It was just like it took me a
Right.
long time
It's like,
before I.
why are they
I
taking it
only
so
watched a
seriously?
video to debunk it, man, and it took me so long to even watch it. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna smash this BS. What is this? And like 15
Yeah,
minutes in, I was just quiet. I was like, oh, okay,
I was
thanks.
like, oh shit! I
Oh
guess
my
I
God,
better shut.
I was
I
a
better shut
retard.
up.
I was an
I
ego
came
check.
here. I came here
Ego
to
check.
learn. I came here to try to hear like some of the Globers that came here, right? To argue for the globe, right? So I can like kind of help them figure things out. But then I came here and I heard Indio and metal. What's that guy's name? Metal something.
Lemon?
No, this metal something. I forget his name. Anyways, yeah. So and that's when I realized, holy shit! Like these
The
people that
person,
should
the
know
person
about
who
the
brought
ball.
me around flat Earth was Becky K.
Yeah.
Becky's
And I
great.
realized that the flat earthers like know what they're talking about, especially when they're talking about the globe Earth. That's what kind of spun me out. I was like, these guys
I've
were
got to ask
globe
you though.
Earthers.
I got to ask you. Did you find any other conspiracies that you also found the same thing to be true as you did with flat Earth? What other ones did you find to be
Exactly, right.
way more
And then
truthful than you ever thought?
right.
Another one that I found to be a lot more true than I thought was the anti-vax campaign. When I actually started doing research into it, I found that actually there were a lot of people who were greatly affected by vaccines, which I didn't think. I thought that it was kind of people just finding a reason, but I haven't been vaccinated since I started thinking about it. Like I haven't had a flu vaccine, anything like that since, and I don't think I'm going to give my kids vaccines because a lot of the vaccines they give people are unnecessary, like the flu vaccination every year, that's really unnecessary. And so I don't agree with half of how they talk about it, but so I think that a lot of natural medicines are probably a lot more important for you than vaccines. I've been using a lot more natural remedies and stuff when I actually get sick rather than going and getting a vaccination every year.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones.
I think it's too late.
There's a couple other ones that I would say, like the 9/11, some of the false flag things that we know now that were definitely more evidence that they didn't tell us the truth.
Definitely a lot of conspiracy theories around governments and stuff, but I'm not actually from America. I'm from Australia, so I hear a lot of those, but I don't really completely understand because.
Well, just assume that your government probably does the same because it's all about the same all over the realm.
Stroya.
Yeah.
Straya. You're from Straya.
You're upside down then.
Are you sure you're from Straya?
Can you feel the blood rushing to your head because you're upside down, or?
It doesn't even exist, so why are you asking?
Oh, all right.
If the Earth is flat, how the fuck am I upside down?
No, they're upside
It's
down.
it's a ball. It's a pear. It's a spinning
You're right
water
side up.
pear.
Yes.
So you guys are the tail end of the pear, right?
Well, I'm glad you were open-minded enough to even look and be rational about doing so.
Yeah, and flat Earth is the biggest conspiracy that all conspiracies can be, put on. Like that's why I have it. Like, man, isn't there something more important that I should be looking into than flat Earth? Nope. But nope. It's like this is the one that breaks all those other, lies down.
So you're saying the Earth is flat, huh?
Saying it's not a ball.
Okay.
It kind of fixes everything. It's not a ball.
I'm saying it's a pear, bro. It's pear shaped.
And it's not in a disk in space. And it's not a shape in space.
It is an apple.
If we were to ever protest about anything anywhere, I think we should do it in front of Google's headquarters about their censorship of the flat Earth.
Censorship period, I think, is better because when you look at the blacklist that Google accidentally, I guess a Google ploy, blew the whistle and released it. This blacklist, anybody can pull it up, right? And this is the things that you should be looking at, right? But they don't want you to, right? But yeah, just censorship anywhere. I mean, censorship is bad. I mean, if words become violence, then who's going to say what you can say, right? If I say bless you, is that violence? Was that a microaggression? Do I deserve to be punished? No, bro, you sneezed. Bless you's it's positive, right? But not everybody sees it that way because everything's subjective now, right?
Microaggression. Nice. I don't know what that means.
It means that all your life and everything gets canceled. Like, okay, Hulk Hogan, right? Hall of Fame. No, he said a bad word, right? The same word that Booker T said live on air, right? But he'll be in the Hall of Fame, right? But Hulk Hogan in the Hall of Fame, canceled.
Well,
did he say what, the N word or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did.
Oh, how dare he?
But
yeah,
Booker
but
T said
I think
it
that
live on
was
TV.
more towards his attitude. I think it was more towards his attitude towards, quote unquote those people. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, yeah, okay.
Well, I know nothing about it, so I got no comment.
Microaggression, I think, is an attack on like masculinity or the
on anything,
men in general. Yeah.
If you don't like it, it's microaggression.
Right. So you got, feminism for women and this for men, cuck all the men and opposite, right? Like until you meet in the middle, some kind of fused, I don't know what they're doing. Transcending being.
Snowflaking, everybody. That's what they're doing. Operation Snowflakes. That's what that is. It's a new one. It'll be declassified in 30 years. Don't worry. We'll read about it. What they did in Operation Snowflake.
If you're not a father and a mother, a wife, like family, then you're nothing, pretty much, if you think about it. You're alone and isolated. Because that's all you have in this world, or each other. And if you don't have each other, then you're screwed. You know what I mean? I don't know. Women and men and women, we have to have each other. Just saying, you know, that's the way life is. You know,
That's
the
the way evolution designed it from the first
The-
cell. It was like, I must make a female cell for myself. Thus,
Oh,
life carries on. I must invent now.
That's where our identity comes from, right? Our family. You know? That's where our who we are comes from. What we are. Animals, right? Just a bunch of animals, beasts, insignificant.
I don't know about that.
A speck.
Maybe that's you, man, but I don't think that's me.
The vast emptiness of space.
The ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, sir.
Yes.
Must I correct
in 8 billion
you?
years, and in 8 billion years, our sun is going to explode, or who knows, an alien might take over, and what are they going to find? A bunch of worthless Homo sapiens? No, we must transcend and join our brothers in space.
They already have a plan of how to restart the sun when it goes into a low phase, I think. You know.
Oh, really?
I'm sure
I didn't hear about that.
Oh, I mean,
didn't
bro,
hear
they're gonna
about
milk us. We're gonna pay for it, so don't worry. You're never gonna hear about it, but we'll fund it. Don't worry. More money because we need to restart the sun. We're going through, you know, a low.
I had
The sun
panic
is dying.
attacks and anxiety. I had anxiety and nightmares as a 12-year-old, 11-year-old when I thought about those. You know, when I read about how the sun is going to grow into a big red giant and swallow up the earth. I was like, no, I was like, okay, wait, is it 8 billion years? Okay, wait, but you know, the horror is still there. Like, but what of us? What about us? And what's of God? What is the meaning of any of this? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You're
they let
11
you.
years
They
old,
let you.
man.
They don't say
Yeah.
nothing about God, right? They let you create your own anger, I guess, towards, you know, why are we insignificant, even though you are, but you know.
Imagination, fear of the unknown. That's why we know everything, so that we may not fear anything. Get back to work and pay those taxes.
Oh, so just pay the taxes. Grind. That's it. That's all that matters. Please.
All right. Thanks over. Hamster wheel.
Yeah, if you don't pay, by the way, we'll come to your house and with force and with guns, we'll put you in jail. And we'll fuck up your entire life. Pay your taxes. No.
Yeah,
So
we
we're doing
figured
this
out
for the
that.
and it's for the greater good. Okay.
Yep.
Just remember, we're putting you in jail, fucking up your life for the greater good, bro. You got
Space
this.
for it.
Well, it has to be funded somehow. You must pay.
Yeah. If you want to live on this earth, you must contribute to the defense of this planet with your tax dollars. Just say.
No, it's fine. I'm not worried.
Air?
I'll make friends
You
with
think
the
that's
aliens. It's cool. I'm like, hey guys, have you heard about this scientific instrument called a bong? Have you heard about this instrument? This is it works based on the second law of thermodynamics. It works on entropy.
Invite them over
That's how I
for a
learned all
cookout.
about pressure.
Invite them over for a cookout.
Oh man.
Step into my lab.
Make a little tri-tip roast for him.
Hookah is?
Oh, yes, of course. Gravity bong, you mean?
No, gravity hookah.
Hookah.
So if you
I
take
have a
medical
hookah.
hoses and if you take medical hoses and you put them in the center of the gravity bong, then everybody can chief on it like
It bends
as
space
much
and
as they want.
time. Ooh.
No, because the white smoke in the center is just too much for some people, you know.
Yeah. It's milky yellow, sometimes with the gravity bong. It's like, oh my god, this milk, it's like, and it's yellow. It's like, oh fuck, do I really want to hit that? It's like, man, about to die from that. This fantastic entropy machine works fantastically. Create this low pressure with your lungs, and goes down to bubbles of smoke up right through the water. And they travel upwards. You know,
smoke on the water.
Equilibrium.
We could probably design bongs and sell them, man.
I mean, they have them. They got bongs, man.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
Like a beaker bong, right? Or
they got beaker bongs.
Right, or a pear bong, pear earth bong.
So, somebody just mentioned gravity bongs a second ago, and it just dawned on me. I guess they would be relative density bongs, wouldn't they?
Specific gravity bong.
Actually, there's no gravity in it whatsoever. It's a vacuum bong. Like, it's the same way you're moving your hand upwards to expand the volume instead of using your diaphragm, in your body. It's the same thing. So it's like, anyways, yeah, we call it a gravity bong, whatever. We all know what you mean.
No, you're right though. A vacuum bong, that actually makes more sense.
Yeah, all bongs are vacuum. All bowls and all pipes and all cigarettes are vacuum. Basically, like, there's gravity doesn't exist.
The difference is that one's hand operated. The vacuum's actually hand operated the first few moments.
Exactly.
As opposed to lung operated, lung powered.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So they got that phrase, vacuums don't suck, right?
Right.
It's no suction anywhere. This high pressure zone, low pressure zone, fluid is moving to equilibrium.
How about a bong that can teach people about entropy and pressure, right? Like maybe a little leaflet included, right? Like for educational purposes and smoking. Cool, as you smoke, you see it, and you're like, whoa, bro, my lungs, there's low pressure, bro, I'm creating low pressure. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden, everything is explained and like, oh my God, no, everything's about. It can't be a ball.
High school, man. It would have been good to know, like, some thermodynamics back in high school and argue with my teachers when they see me high. Like, listen, man, this is an entropy machine. You don't get it.
Exactly. Expand on it. You know what I mean? Like,
I was dumb as fuck, though. I wasn't that smart.
Oh, so you can sell it on the on those websites. You can brand it and sell it, and try to pitch it to the guys that sell balls.
Make a shirt out of it, man. It's an entropy machine.
Comes with a shirt. Bond. Right, comes with a shirt. Yeah, man. I think bongs are good teaching tools for. Because that's what they use, water, right? They use water to teach us about electromagnetism, electricity, right? Of course, smoke moving through stuff, and low pressure, high pressure,
So, like, aerodynamics and the motion of fluids. I mean, like, liquids, because air and liquids are both fluids. That's what I wanted to say. So, like, aerodynamics, if you're creating a wing or something, you can test it. If you don't have a wind tunnel, you can create like a water tunnel, which is much easier to create. You can just get yourself a big tub of water and suspend particles in the water. That way you can see the motion of the water, and actually directly correlates to air. That's why, like, hydrofoils or aerofoils are the same. They work on the same principle, which is like airplane wings, or the wings on a boat that has them underneath that lifts the boat out of the water, lifts most of the hull from the front out of the water, so it reduces drag, and efficiency goes up Because you reduce the friction by putting a wing underneath the water. It's a hydrofoil. And there's an aerofoil. Uses air. It's in the name. Aerofoil.
And then drop some links. You know what I mean? To show them. Yeah.
So I'm on my phone, so I was like, those terms, just Google them and boom.
They'll come with the product. It comes with the ball. All that.
Yes.
Like, purchase this ball to become smarter.
Coconut bond.
100% guarantee. Money back guarantee.
Handmade from Samoa.
Watch all these. Right. Watch the feedback. Right, come back like, oh my god, bro, this bong blew my mind. I was like, I'm scared. But I'm seriously going to do something like that because.
Well, I'm seriously thinking about making my own like hookah bowls because I like smoking hookah and I'm not satisfied with the bowls that are out there. So I was thinking about something, U.S. made and, high quality, well engineered to my satisfaction.
Yep.
So we'll see. Maybe one day.
Maybe I'll see it next to mine. Yeah.
Hey, sure, man.
On the shelf. Yeah.
Yeah. Stupid products like that they might sell. You never know.
I bet you people will buy a flat Earth ball just to mess with it. Just you know what I mean. And if they do, flat smack, boom, when they hit it. Oh my gosh.
We don't have any globe earthers in the house. Come on, no one.
Starting to think there's none left on Earth.
Look. Platypus is here. I mean, you guys want to... I don't know. He won't get on. So just keep it.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a chat skank. It's not worth it.
Ron. Hey, man. How you doing? Welcome to the server. Ryan?
Oh, we have a new
We got Ryan and Ron. Yep. They're new.
Cool.
Yeah. Taskmaster, I think he might be a Glober. I don't know. The more, what's up, the more? Shallow Rambo. Yeah, we got like 3, 4 sitting there chilling with us.
All right, that's cool. They don't want to defend their religion. It's interesting.
Nothing to defend.
Because it's a religion.
Yeah. What curvature, right?
What Big Bang? Oh, Hawking said so. And that's it.
Thing QE posted, I can't stop thinking about it today. It's like crazy.
Are you talking about the brainwashing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
That's the whole education system. Yeah, the whole education system. When you think about it, the Royal Society, like all these, Carnegie Foundation, all PBS, like, damn.
Yeah, man. Brainwashing, cuz? In your face,
like,
you know. Yeah.
So what are you saying? They lie about everything, right? Like,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
What are you saying? They lie about some things, but not everything? To protect you?
To protect you from what?
I agree. I don't think they lie about everything, but they definitely lie about a lot of things.
Okay.
Tell me that which they do not lie about.
Oh, they can't lie about this. They can't say 1 + 1 is 3. Of course, they're not going to lie about that. We're not
There's
saying
probably,
everything, right?
I think the
Things,
economic sort of factors of a country they don't lie about, but it's probably the more social factors that they lie about.
But can they control the economics to, you know,
Well,
their
because
desire?
the thing is, the government does control the economics because they have all the banks which control interest rates and depreciation. So they control the economics of everything. So they could say, oh, our economics aren't that bad at the moment, and they can just make the banks change their interest rates to fit what they want. But social factors and stuff, they don't really have any control over. So that's the
wait,
sort
no,
of
they have full control over all social factors. I disagree with you right there. 100%. You ever heard of social media? I'm not saying social media is the only way. But let me finish. Let me finish, and I'll let you go real quick. Because when we say social, I'm talking about the family. You know, I'm talking about taking dad to work, taking the kids to school. Is this not social factors, right? And then teaching and
exactly.
educating
But
them.
the government can't control what school you send your kids to and all that sort of stuff. The only
Right,
kind
but
of schools they can control are public schools. But if you send your
Right,
kid
right,
to a
right.
private school, you can't control that. They can't control
Right.
that.
Right. But what I'm saying is these private schools, any school you send your child to, right? The curriculum and the content, what's going to be taught to them, right? That's what I'm talking about. Like, especially the shape of the earth, they're only going to teach anyone what they need to do the job, you know, to pay the taxes and mind their business. You know what I mean? But I mean, I think it's even worse. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
We went to both private and public school. And at private school, we learnt more about kind of the history of countries. The only time I ever kind of learned about any sort of scientific things about the earth was at public school. Whereas at private school, I was learning completely different things to what I was learning at public school. So I think public school is definitely a lot more controlled by what you learn by the government because they run public schools, whereas they don't have as much control over private schools.
I think it's yeah, but then private school is just a more focused indoctrination, right? It's just a higher quality of indoctrination. You know, it's still the same history that a person that went to public school is going to learn in higher education, or it's all like.
The only thing I think is that in private school, they're not owned by the government. You pay money to go to that school. So private school can teach you whatever they want. So I think people that have gone to private school have a much more open education and they're allowed to believe what they want. Whereas people gone to a public school are told what to believe by the government.
So there are
It still
private schools that
depends.
teach the
I was
earth
going
is
to say,
flat.
who is still owning the schools, though? Even if it's a private school, who owns that?
A private school is owned by a trust and by like the people that pay for the school, but public schools are owned by the government. Private schools
And who
are
owns the trust?
That's what I'm saying. Who is the one backing the whole behind it? Because they even have to have bank loans, and they do take and in our country anyway, they do take government supplied student loans. So there's a lot more connection than I would think. But I would agree that they probably could have more free thinking, but that doesn't guarantee it.
I think the main difference that we have in our arguments is that we're from different countries, so we have different beliefs, and like all the public-private system is different in every country. So it's probably hard to really break that down because I don't quite understand the public and the private system in your country. But this is just my view from where I'm from.
Well, look, if the whole world, if they're telling you that the whole world is a ball, then everything you do on that world is a lie. This is what I mean. Okay, like no matter what, if you believe it's a ball, then everything is a lie. Like, does that not make sense?
From my experience, the only time that I ever learned about the Earth as a globe was at public school. Whereas at private school, I don't remember ever learning about the shape of the Earth or anything like that. At private school, it was a lot more open, and the discussion was a lot more about what you believe rather than what you're meant to believe. Whereas when I was at public school, I was kind of told what I should believe.
Do you think some private schools teach the Earth is flat, teach both sides, or if they do teach anything about the Earth? Because I think it's still omitting, the truth.
There's a lot of half state schools which are half public, half state. But the school I went to, they were very open about making sure you believe what you want to believe, and they were very open about talking about everybody's religion and what everybody believes in, and they were very incorporating. Whereas when I went to a public school, they were very like, this is what you believe, don't talk about this, don't talk about that, It's probably very different in other countries. Every country has their own culture. And so it also completely depends on what country you live in. I think Australia as a country is very open to a lot of religions because we have a lot of immigrants and it's a very diverse culture. But there are probably other countries, like a lot of Middle Eastern countries, wouldn't be as open to supporting other ideas,
Yep. I still think flat Earth, if it's not taught, then it's not really. I mean, it's all controlled. How's the electrician supposed to do his job if we don't teach him how to do electricity? But the electrician still has to wake up and go to work so he can earn money so he can survive.
They still learn about evolution in public schools in the Middle East, by the way. My mom has got a bachelor's in anthropology from public university, and she learned about, evolution for sure. They say, we have to teach you this anyways, even though, we know it's bullshit, but, they have to go through it. It's curriculum. So you might think that, oh yeah, they're not open to other stuff, but no, it's like there's like Catholic schools and there's a bunch of
is that because they won't get foreign aid? Is that because they won't get foreign aid if they don't?
I've already said that the
I've got no
only thing
idea,
I
but
can
that's
really
what they
comment
do,
on
man.
is my own country. Like I have nothing to say for other countries. I haven't traveled overseas, anything like that. The only kind of experience I've had with other cultures is through this server, and I've actually learned a lot about America through this server. So the only thing I can really comment on is how it is in my country and what I've learned on the internet, which I know can't always be trusted because it's run by, in a lot of countries, the government's heavily like secure on what is posted to the media through their country. So I can't really comment on other cultures, but I'm just sharing my experience in my country.
Are there any Australians that think that America doesn't exist?
No.
All of them.
To Australians, Australians kind of learn about the world. I've met a lot of people from other countries and they don't learn as much out of their country as we do in Australia. So in Australia, we learn a lot about kind of world wars and stuff, whereas people I've met from Germany and UK learn a lot more in their own country, and they don't learn so much about other countries.
Propaganda, yeah. America's
Yeah,
like
they
that
all
too.
teach him the globe though. All the like the public schools in those countries, unless we know about a country that teaches like, oh hey, Earth is flat, there's no curvature, there's no such thing as outer space. That's all the space agencies are fraud, and I don't know what country that is. You know, shit. I'll go raise my kids there.
Call it flat Earthia.
Yeah, that's in flat. Yeah, you're right. That's it. It's the one.
Do you guys still have Second Amendment rights in Australia? Heard those are being eroded.
It depends. Don't get caught. All right.
Sorry, what was the question? Second Amendment rights?
Yeah, do you still have the right to defend yourself
bear arms.
effectively?
Okay, so it's in Australia, you have the right to bear arms, but you have to get a gun license first. And it's relatively easy to get a gun license. You just have to have you have to be over 16, I think. I have a gun license. Like I have the right to own a gun. And I do own a gun. You have to be over a certain age, and you have to make sure that you're securing your gun in a safe place where children or underage people can't get it. So it's slightly more controlled, but I think it's controlled in a good way, where you can still own a gun, but it's not just kind of quite open. Anyone's allowed to own one. You have to verify with the police that if you own a gun, you're going to be safe with it.
Yep.
Oh, right on. Good to know they're not entirely, they're not going too far or anything. Personally, I don't think there should be any regulation, just because statistically here in the United States we have 50 different mini democracies inside this republic, and you're actually the states that have the lowest gun crime rates are the ones that have no regulations for firearms at all, none at all.
Personally, I think that the regulations are very good, and especially in New Zealand, where they had that problem with the mosque shootings, where they jumped on it straight away and they stopped semi-automatics. I mean, it was very annoying because I have family in New Zealand who had to give in their guns, which they'd never done anything wrong with, but they're strict on it, and they're making sure that actual people aren't getting hurt, but you are still allowed to own a gun. So they're not disallowing you from owning a gun. They're not taking away your right to own a gun, but they're just ensuring the safety of other citizens. And so, I mean, obviously I can't comment on the American rights because I've never been to America. I've never lived there. I don't understand what your rights are, but I'm very happy with how the rights are in Australia, where it's a very easy process to get a gun license, and they just ensure that you are safe and a stable person to own a gun. So it's really not that hard to get a gun.
Wait, when you say hold on. When you say safe and stable, is there like some kind of a test for that?
Well, no, really the only thing they do is you answer a couple questions on gun safety. So things like, what direction do you point the gun if there's people around you? Stuff like that. Like really, like obviously you don't point a gun at somebody if they're around you. It's practically just questions on gun safety, and you get one or two people to verify that yes, I trust this person to own a gun. So it's not saying you do not have the right to own a gun. It's just making sure that if you own a gun, you are going to be safe with it and you are not going to be putting the life of other citizens at risk.
It's none of their business.
Can you clarify that thing with the New Zealand? So are you allowed to have a license to have a gun or allowed to have guns at all if you're a New Zealand citizen at all?
Yeah. So New Zealand citizens have very similar rights to Australians, whereas it's just a short, like you answer a couple questions about gun safety, you have a couple people sign off that just make sure that you are allowed to own it. I mean, somebody in the chat right now is saying that it sounds like slavery more than freedom, but it's completely not. It's just making sure that if you were owning like a gun that could completely end somebody's life straight away, it's just making sure that if you were owning such a dangerous item that you're not going to be using it to shoot people, you know.
And what are they using
by keeping a list with the people's names and who owns what guns, right?
Bless mercy.
The only time I've ever used my gun is for hunting, you know, shooting pests on my farm.
Well, yeah. Hold on 1 second, though. I just got to ask, though. So you were just talking a second ago about some people that you knew in New Zealand that turned in their guns. Was that voluntary or involuntary?
In New Zealand, there was an Australian citizen who travelled to New Zealand and used a semi-automatic rifle to kill a lot of Muslims in a mosque during their prayer time. And so the New Zealand Prime Minister said straight after that happened, said semi-automatics are going to be banned, and anybody who owns a semi-automatic can hand it in, and they will give you you can do a trade. You can get your money back, or you can get a gun that's worth the same amount. So she was just saying that this type of gun has harmed actual citizens who have done nothing wrong. And so for that reason, it is a risk in the country. And for that reason, tighter regulations.
Yeah. So I get that, but let me clarify though. So are you allowed to own a semi-automatic firearm in New Zealand?
I don't live in New Zealand, so I'm not completely sure.
Well, I'm just clarifying. So that you heard that some people turned it in, but you don't know if it's voluntary or not, right?
I do know that things like semi-automatics or pistols, you can apply to get the right to own them. So it's like,
I mean, do you know what a semi-automatic is?
Yes, I do know what a semi-automatic is. So you get your gun license, and that allows you to a range of guns. And then further from that, you can apply for different types of guns. And that honestly just depends on how safe you have been with your guns in the past, what sort of it's a process which doesn't stop you from owning a gun, but it just ensures that if you do own the gun, then you are safe and you are not going to be harming other people.
Hey, I just want to speak up real fast. September the 1st, Texas becomes a sanctuary state, meaning no federal laws will be prosecuted here. And we get silencers without any kind of restrictions as long as they're made in Texas, stay in Texas, and are bought in Texas.
Amen. It's
nobody has.
I don't care where you live.
Nobody has a right.
Nobody has the right to tell you that you can't have a gun. I don't care how safe you think it is. No man has the right to tell me what I can and can't own. Period.
Yeah, and on top of what we were just talking about, I just wanted to point out that when you have the government set up in a way where it has a list with people's names on it and what weapons they own, then if a civil war ever starts, they know who to go for first or who to keep an eye out for.
Well, gentlemen, let's be fair to her, and if we're all nationalists and we want to rule ourselves, then if that's what the Australian people want, then they should get whatever.
I just have to say that I am not in any way leftist. You know, I voted for national parties and everything. And even though I did that, I still agree with a lot of the gun laws because in the past they have shown to keep people safe. I mean, look at the rate of deaths by gun in New Zealand compared to
the government. First of all, the government doesn't keep people safe. Okay, that's the first thing. And the second thing is guns don't kill people. What's happening here is not about guns. It's about control and taking away from you. It's chipping away at your rights, what you can and can't do. No one in this goddamn world can come over to my house and tell me what I am allowed or not allowed to own to protect myself. Okay? What I'm saying is that it's not about keeping people safe. That's what I'm saying. Okay, like I don't want you to get too emotional about it. I don't want you to get all caught up in the news and what they're saying. People are dying, right? Because nobody travels to New Zealand to blow up a mosque. Okay, there's mosques everywhere you can blow up.
Somebody did.
I'm just saying,
Somebody
you know, the
traveled to
story's
New
kind of
Zealand
silly
to
anyway.
blow up a mosque.
Well,
What
to
I'm
be
saying
fair, you were told a story that somebody did. I mean, it could have been a false flag. How would you or I know the difference?
This person did a lot of research and decided that New Zealand was the best place to do this shooting. What I am hearing you saying right now is that guns don't kill people. And what I am taking from that is that guns don't kill people, people kill people. So what New Zealand and Australia are doing is ensuring that the people who have guns are people that will not kill people, which is completely verifying the fact that
Are
guns
police
don't kill
officers allowed to kill people if they have to?
But
Are
you
police
can't
officers
predict
allowed to
people's
kill
behavior
people
in the
if they have to
future.
defend themselves?
How do you
Yes or
know?
no?
How do you know for sure? How can you possibly know for sure in the future what people are going to misuse a weapon or not? I mean, that's something you can't know. You simply can't
Hold
know
on,
that.
wait. Yeah, wait. Let me just a simpler example is when people use knives to kill people. Okay, why aren't we banning knives? Why isn't the government going around making sure that anyone who owns a knife, right, should be trusted to own a knife because that kills people as well. And sticks kill people, rocks kill people.
More people die from knives than guns every year.
Thank you. Yes,
It's not
I was
about
going to bring that up.
protecting you. Go ahead.
If I'm a skilled swordsman and you give me a katana and you put me in a room in close proximity with 10 people, they have no chance, and they're unarmed. They have no chance.
Okay. In the chat,
if I'm a skilled swordsman, like 10 people,
Amy
that's
is
nothing.
saying we're meant to be talking about flat Earth. We're getting a lot off topic, and I understand that it's a very heated topic. But somebody has mentioned in the chat that we're meant to be talking about flat Earth. So let's wind it back.
This is about flat Earth. This is about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Hold
I
on,
think that's okay.
wait. No,
But I
wait.
do want to
We're
say,
trying
you
to show
guys,
you.
one thing.
We're trying
Do you know what the actual most murderous weapon is out there? You want to really know what the statistics say? It's a hammer, a claw-footed hammer.
There you go. Ban
Hammer.
hammers,
Kills
right?
more people per year per capita than any other weapon.
Wow. Assault hammer, you mean? Then let me correct you, then, ma'am.
Oh, it's full automatic, I'm afraid.
It's auto. Oh,
Can you put a silencer on that hammer?
AR-15 assault hammer. My bad. Evil.
But hey,
black.
it's not.
Hey, it must be
We're
black.
not trying to get at you.
Painted black.
And sadly,
black
I
rifle.
actually treated a patient that was almost killed by an ex with a hammer. Clawfoot hammer was his choice of weapon.
Wow.
Yeah, but
So I've
listen.
seen
The
it for
point is
real.
this. Yeah, the point is, it's not okay to think the Earth is flat. It's not okay for people to walk around with dangerous weapons that can kill people. You see the thing that's happening here? It's the same thing. It's not okay for you.
Hey, wait. Bong. Take that a step further and say, well, in the future, will they say that if you say that the Earth is flat, that you're crazy and you're not allowed to own a weapon?
That you're a terrorist. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's if you see the thing is, if you talk
on that shit.
Yeah, if you talk to children
They're
about
already
flat
working
Earth,
on that.
you're considered right a person that's trying to manipulate and destroy the youth. But yet, look at what they're doing to the children. This is how they're going to treat you. Okay, if you don't conform, if you don't do what they tell you.
Yeah,
What
just
they-
it's all about control. It's everything about what is being said just now is to limit what you can do and give them more control. That's all it's about. Everything.
All you have to do is look at the parents that took their children out of public schools and got put in jail, and the children got kidnapped and trafficked. All you have to do is look at reality. Keep your feelings out of it.
Yeah, and remember that freedom leads to prosperity, and that includes Second Amendment rights and a lot of other things that you wouldn't normally think about.
Yeah, people protect people, not guns. So we, if you think about that and what it means.
Tell you, man, a knife is a large, sharp piece of steel is extremely dangerous. But you can't ban steel, right? Assault steel. Come on, it's a tool.
Just keep in mind, Americans have a very different perspective because we've actually been indoctrinated to think that our weapons are to defend us not against other people per se, but the government itself. A lot of people aren't used to that. I mean, that's the real difference with our attitude. Not everybody's used to that. I'm not saying it's bad or good, just saying that's just a fact. We have had to do that, and not that long ago, really, when you couple hundred years of development and then getting here. So if you can't defend yourself against your government, there is a opportunity at any time that anything that they've given you permission for can be taken away. And that's the way Americans see it. That's the way our Constitution came to be.
Right, but the original duty of government is to protect your private property, not anything other than that. Period. They're not to regulate your rights or tell you what rights you have or when you stop having rights unless you've actually committed a crime. This is law. This is organic law. All this, well, we need to find out if they're safe and stuff. They got fear in your head. Because why would you need to take a test if that's not your intention in the first place? It doesn't make any damn sense. Yeah, let me test you on how well you work with a spoon, because you might accidentally poke your eye out and instead of putting food in your mouth with it.
Yeah, I'll give a better example. Let's say gun control laws happen and everybody's happy with it, right? Well, let's assume I'm a criminal, okay? All you people do not have semi-automatics, no rifles that can penetrate me and my crew's armor, right? But we have the assault rifles. Us criminals who don't care about the law. See, now
you never
everybody's
acquired your stuff from the store anyways.
Yeah, exactly, Bong. In your example, Bong, the law-abiding citizen would be the person with the semi-automatic rifle, and the criminal would be the person with the fully automatic rifle. Who do you think is going to win that fight?
Exactly.
Or the government military personnel with the fully automatic versus the citizen with the semi-automatic.
The whole idea of gun control is to ensure people like criminals do not get a hold of.
That's not. I just gave you the example.
Right?
Well, listen to me. Criminals don't give a shit about the law. We are going to have our assault rifles. That's the problem. The only people that it's affecting are the law-abiding citizens, the so-called people that register guns and want to use it to. Those are the people.
Can I help you
now?
out,
I can
Bong?
run into their house and take whatever.
Can I help you out, Bong? Let me jump in, guys.
She doesn't even.
Yeah, okay, I don't care what you believe. You got the right as a Australian to believe whatever you want to believe. You got woman's prerogative, all of that. But I want to tell you a story. There was a Draw Muhammad contest. In fact, there was two. One happened in France, and 150 people died. Paris, France has some of the toughest gun laws on the planet, and that's why so many people died. Now, the other one happened in Arlington, Texas. This
on the planet.
Draw Muhammad. Sorry. Sorry. So Arlington, Texas happened.
Personally, I do not see the reason for a gun to be owned for anything more than hunting. I do not see the reason for anyone to use a gun to kill people.
We agree. Let Hank continue, please. Let him finish.
I don't care what you believe. You can believe whatever you like. It doesn't bother me at all. But the other one that happened in Arlington, Texas, this Draw Muhammad contest, 2 people died, and it was the people attacking. Right? So the difference is the gun laws. Texas has pretty loose, not the best in the country, but halfway decent gun laws. We can still go buy a gun in the back of an alley and no paperwork, no nothing. Here's $300. Here's my shiny, and then that's not illegal, as far as I know. I mean, you may want to consult your lawyer before selling a gun, but we can sell guns outside of the gun shows, like without anything. You just go back there and And you get the person's license and you say, are you a felon? And they say no. So if you don't have any reason to believe that this person couldn't have a gun, then you can sell it to them. So you give them a bill of sale and you get a copy of his license, to see that he's over 18 or over 21, depending on what you're selling. 21 for a pistol. That's it. Nobody does. I mean, especially when you compare like Houston to Chicago. We don't have near the murder rate due to guns like Chicago does. And they've recently loosened up on their laws. And guess what? There's not so many deaths. Yeah.
Right, but she's overlooking the obvious things. Gangs in America run around with fully automatic guns, military-grade weapons, rocket launchers, C4, grenades. They didn't get
but
that
that's
shit
not
from
here,
my
bro.
house. They
That's
didn't
our
steal that
country.
from the gun show either.
Right.
That's actually
They
both
got it from
countries.
the military. They got it from police.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
but
that's what
by
that's what we.
definition, a criminal who illegally possesses a gun is a criminal anyway. Like, if they're trying to rob somebody, they're committing a crime anyway. If they're trying to do this or
Why would they
that,
care?
it's a crime. They're committing a crime anyway. What difference does it make if they buy a gun illegally? To them, what difference does it make?
The point is gun control, right? Is what we mean by everything is a lie. Yeah, on the outside when they present it to us, they try to make it sound like a good thing. Oh, it's to keep people safe and criminals, away from guns.
Mind
But the truth
control.
is,
That's what it
effect
is.
and the results. Yeah, the effect and the result. Gun crime goes up in places where these laws are put into effect. So that's the truth. That's what happens when these things go into effect. It sounds good on the outside when you put it on TV, but the reality is the opposite. So that's what we mean by everything is in line. When they say this is for that, it's not. It's to do the opposite.
If you want to know if guns are good or bad for a population, watch Texas. In the past, 2 years, we've had 17 new gun laws. So just watch us, see what happens.
The people who commit these gun crimes are people who don't abide by these gun laws.
They don't care, man. Why? You're just limiting the legal access to the firearm, right? So it's kind of weird.
Well, keep in mind, think about the woman that I had to treat that got hammered with a claw hammer. If she had owned a gun, but she had not chosen to do that, that would have never happened. She was seriously wounded for life, scarred, cannot have damage he did with a minute. And he came to the door, could have had a gun right there and taken it down, been done with it. And so that's one of the disadvantages for women is, what else are we going to do? Are we going to take the same claw hammer and be able to be equal? Or is it better to have something that you can handily be equal?
See, here's the deal. By and large, men have 2/3 more upper body strength. So in an alley, man versus a woman, like 95% of the fights are going to go to the man, right? Average man, average woman. It's unfortunate. And what the pistol does is it equalizes the woman, and it's a woman's rights issue, but nobody ever dresses it this way. But it's absolutely an equalizer. So you put me and a 100-pound woman in a room, I'm the gorilla. If she's got a gun, she's the gorilla.
Oh, yeah. She knows how to use it. She's skilled. She practices, every weekend.
And I shouldn't have to worry about daddy or mommy government do to protect myself because I can make a phone call to the 911 and how long will it take them to get there before I'm dead?
You're already dead. You're gonna bust out your phone when there's someone right in front of you. It's kind of makes no sense. Yeah, let me call him after I'm dead. Like, hey guys, this guy just fucked me up, and I'm dead now. So my body's right here. Come scoop me up.
Yeah, we've had several home invasions. I live in Idaho where it's allowed to protect your house. Several home invasions that could have gone really bad, and luckily the people had guns. They were able to stop it. And they were not intending good things. They were also carrying these. So
yeah.
Yeah, my problem is they try and tell me in America I can't own cannons or puckle guns or fully automatics, but That's what we had before we had any government oversight into private property. We owned cannons and warships and whatever the hell we could build and afford to protect ourselves and our families and our communities.
Well, you don't need that anymore. You have mommy and daddy now, so you just give up those toys. That's what they are. Because mommy and daddy will take
go to
care
Australia.
of it.
Go to Australia. Go tell that to the First Nations people, or come over here in America. Walk through the states. Go to the reservations. Go tell that to my people here in America.
Yeah, that worked out real good for you all.
Yeah, it did.
I look at the bright side. At least we don't have to worry about that damn Coriolis effect. Messing with where the bullets are going.
Oh man, every time, I use my bow, I compensate. So I made this new piece, right? This optic, this phantom optic I made. It compensates for Coriolis, when I'm shooting north or south.
Kyle, I'd rather live dangerous and free. Thank you very much.
Well, that's the problem, though, is people are taught that the only way to be safe is to trust the TV, to trust what the people on the TV are telling them, and not think for yourself. I mean, dude, flat Earth, globe. People were taught to believe in the globe and, asteroids are real and all this crap there's no proof for, no evidence of. Oh, it's all real. Just like they do with propaganda over murder rates and all of this other stuff. It's all garbage. It's all lies.
This whole last year has been about that.
I know plenty of people in the state of Texas that own fully automatic guns, and guess what? None of them are on the news shooting up stores. They're doing competitions at gun clubs. They're protecting their ranches, their farms, their families, their livelihoods.
So here's an idea. Just imagine we lived in a world where everybody carried a pistol with them, like a Glock 17. Take for instance a 9mm Glock 17. Everybody's got one. Everyone's packing one with them everywhere. Would anybody really physically challenge anybody? I mean, would anybody really pick a physical fight with anybody else? I mean, would that happen very often?
An armed society is a polite society, okay?
Society, yes, it is. Very polite society.
Either have a gunfight, right? I mean, I guess try not to shoot each other in the stomach, body art. I don't know, like drop the weapon.
Mostly you try to hit each other with them, I guess.
All right,
coconut body armor.
Be polite.
Leave your peace. Come on, let's go outside. We gotta talk about this.
Suit up with them coconuts. Let's we'll duel it out, man. Duel.
Take up the magazine and you got a baton.
Well, you wouldn't want to shoot each other, right? Like shooting each other with the gun would not be ever a solution. That would be like, nah.
No,
go outside and fight it out. Or,
is it worth it? Shall I die for this?
People.
Like,
right. Only
Bong,
dumb
hey,
people
you know
shoot
what?
people.
Let's just talk this out, Bong. I'm cool. I still want to live. You? I mean, if you're still insistent, fuck it, you're still gonna shoot me. I'll just shoot you then. Fuck it. It is what it is.
No, let's go outside. Let's just go settle this outside.
Let me suit up with the coconut, man.
Everybody's got their hand on
it's the fastest straw that wins.
Exactly. Like I've heard of you, man. Like I know you can pull that pistol faster than I can. But
I will distract you with my juggling coconuts. I'll start juggling coconuts.
Yeah. See,
Come on,
this
they
is a
talk
black
about the
belt.
Wild West in other countries
Exactly.
like it was horrible, and people weren't running around doing bad things. Everybody was armed. Nobody wanted to die. Death is a damn deterrent for crime.
No.
Would have been fun being a sheriff, though, right? Always waiting for the next challenge.
You'd have people coming into your town, little groups of morons, globe heads from Globecardia coming in to rob the bank, steal everybody's livelihood.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if there's
Platypus.
2 or 3 of you,
yeah.
that's
I've
why they
practiced my
started the
whole life for
Pinkerton.
these gunfights. Bang, bang, bang. Revolver style, right? Wouldn't that be cool?
Oh, dude, don't worry. I'll be that one guy that's machining away and making his own, you know, if I lived in those times. And all right, let's go. It's like, what you got, Sheriff? Aha, check out my new 50 caliber. Have you seen this before?
I'll be the sheriff of the town as long as I can have Gatling guns on my car.
And then I pull out my lightsaber. Zzz. Have you guys ever seen one of these, though?
Yeah. Sure, bud.
I know you've heard the stories. Zzz.
Yeah, in Star Wars, right?
Go on, shoot me with your 50 caliber.
Moment.
See how the force is strong with this one.
Use the force, Harry.
Oh my gosh, you should see what's going on in the cog pit.
Good times, yep. Let's see. Is the earth flat? Yes or no? Hello.
Oh, we have people. They don't want to chill with us, huh? Down in biblical. I see. Kind of want to raid them. Who wants to raid with me?
All right, so one of the guys has the best one. It's like in here, and then when you challenge them, they pull you out some dumb ass fake scientific terms, and since I don't know what they are, I can't.
I was over there messing with them earlier. They're
a bunch of
going
middle-aged idiots who can't get a job. This is the same guy, but they think they're a part of something. They're clowns. Whoa. Let's give them hell by pinging them. Yeah. Eat shit, flatties.
Damn.
They're flatter my girl's ass.
They're calling each other stupid flat earthers. Like, I'm not a flat earther.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. They're going at each other.
Ass flatty. I'm not a flatty.
Oh my
Good
word. Hey, flatties. We are not the flat.
The lobby or what?
No, this isn't called Cogdis. It's pretty funny though.
Oh.
There's a guy in there very upset. Very upset.
I think they
Said
pretend
he got
and not
banned
actually
to
this
Cog.
stupid.
He got banned to Cogdis, he says, because he called somebody a probably NBC check-in. Oh, he called somebody. Said I called somebody a piss boy. Go, that'll get you done.
Who is he? What's his name?
Oh, this guy is his name is Paul Armo. Paul Armo. He's pretty funny though. What he's written about, he couldn't even figure out what we were saying. Too above him to go look up the words we're using, I guess. Dumb ass fake scientific terms, and since I don't know what they are, I can't respond. Still, that one. I'm funny.
That's me. I'm in there trolling them. This is hilarious.
Yeah, you know, you could use Google to maybe go look up and see if they're actually fake terms. Fake it. He's telling everybody to shut up and all that. Pinging.
Oh, someone took a big rip. Who's that? Who's that bonk shot?
I'm gonna give him gas pressure in a second. I gotta find it.
No, it's not me. It's my
Watch
day
them
off
lose
today.
their minds.
Oh, now he's made a threat. I'll gas your fuck. Not okay. Think he needs to be banned.
Oh, go for it. Ban him. Get him.
And Hammer is about to strike, ladies.
Yeah, I think the ban is very soon. Threatening people. That's probably not a good idea.
No, it's just ban him.
Abracadabra.
What is that? Abracadabra.
I made him disappear. It's a magic trick.
Oh, did Walt Disney teach you that one?
Harry Potter.
Oh, Harry Potter. Nice. I like Harry Potter. I didn't know that they had a draw Muhammad contest in Texas. 'Cause I don't follow anything in the mainstream. Which is interesting. 2 people died.
Yep. Not from COVID though, right? Or
No. From lead. From lead poisoning syndrome.
Damn. Well, I'm saying they could have died from COVID. That would have been cooler, right?
Lead. Well, I think lead propelled by gunpowder, most likely. That's the
COVID
cause of
enough.
death.
Oh well, okay.
COVID,
Not COVID.
COVID enlaced flying lead.
Well, he got shot in the head with a
I got
bullet. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's COVID.
COVID, yes. Well, if it wasn't for the COVID that entered his head, he would have lived.
I'm gonna need evidence of a live culture before I buy in. A live culture of any kind.
A live culture?
Live culture. You heard it. I'm gonna need to see it.
You have to be a scientist for that. I'm sorry.
If you go back to the 50s and 60s when they made the electron microscope and they took those pictures, they said those were live cultures too. But I'm curious, how do you have a live culture inside of a vacuum where there's nothing for it to survive with, like say oxygen and nitrogen? It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Which ones are you talking about?
Well, I thought they had to.
Because there are anaerobes.
Right. But the electron microscope actually has a vacuum in the center of it. They suck all the air out where they put the petri dish. So there's no nothing.
No, there's no living. You can't use an electron microscope on anything living. It has to be preserved and then fixed. It has to be fixed and preserved and a lot of stuff. But yeah, it can't even be living anymore.
Shotsoftruth.com is a good site to look at. However, a few of the people that authored books tell half-truths. They actually end up saying one thing and then going against the thing that they said, like the following paragraph. So a few of those guys are a little off the rocker, but most of the people on there, the doctors that have come out, all the information is pretty spot on. There's never been a live culture of anything that's harmful. Not ever. At least not then. And not one that they've taken a picture of through an electron microscope, definitely. That's a good one. I like that meme. You hate the weird opinions on rights because You don't know what the bad side of everything's like until you have the government steal all your guns and steal all your stuff. I hear somebody hot micing. I wonder who it is.
Yeah, they want you to rely on them for everything: food, water, clothing, shelter, protection. What
Oh,
the
that's
hell?
my buddy Ryan. He hot micing.
My bad.
You know,
It's all
recently
good.
they
Sounds
bought up
like
all
you're
the
cleaning
water.
your gun.
Just ban him, man. Just ban his ass. Get him out of here. For hot micing. Hot mic again. That's it, and you're done.
As long as he's cleaning his guns, it's okay with me because I love that sound. But otherwise, ban him.
All right, done.
Got an ear for it or something because it's exactly what I'm.
Oh, remember last time you were sharpening your knife? I nailed it. That was you, right, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm thinking about doing that right now. I gotta do all of them though, man. Oh, a lot of
You're
work.
not allowed to walk around in public with a sword and shield, but you have the right to own private property and do what you will with private property. Ain't that an oxymoron?
Dude, yeah, it's weird, man. Like I like swords and shields. Like it's decent. Like I mean, I think that's a pretty polite society too. Like you respect, like you're about to lose something, man. If you get into a fight, like you're gonna get sliced bad. Like, dude, the injuries are nasty. Like you're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's like, do you really want to draw that sword? It's like, no, I don't. I really don't. I don't know the other person's skill. It's like he might just destroy me.
If you've got good internet and you like doing research, go to Bizopedia or Tax Exempt World or any one of the places where you can pull W-9 information on companies, and just go down the list of every government agency that you can find a listing for in your state, in your county, in your town, and just run every single one of those names through one of those engines. See what you come back with. You're not going to be happy.
Bought this laser to do some tests, and it's got like a kaleidoscope attached to the end of it, so it goes like in a bunch of different directions. And anyway, sorry. Yeah, I bought a high-powered laser.
Yeah, the handheld one. Does yours take a 18652?
I don't know, bro. I haven't read the battery.
Well, I mean, shit.
What
Where's
color?
my laser? Come
How many nanometers is like the color light?
It's green. That's all I know.
It's green. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, is it the one that's all
DPS
aluminum body with the aluminum tubing on the outside?
I think so.
I'm gonna have to go find mine now. Dadgummit. I don't know where I put it, but yeah, I think I got the same one you do. It's for stargazing. It's got a range of like 400 feet or something.
Oh, has it got a real short range? I don't know, bro.
Well, if it's the green laser and it's the same one that I have, which it probably is, I bought mine off of Wish. I got it pretty cheap, which is
No, I
really
didn't get
good
mine
because
off
it's
of
actually
Wish,
decent. Right. Well, I mean, I got a decent laser. I got the same thing you do. It's got the little kaleidoscope thingy. You take that off, and you got the laser pointer. And then I can take off the next piece, and I actually have a laser flashlight, which is freaking cool.
A laser flashlight. I don't think we got the same one, but let me try.
If you can keep taking pieces off, like that little kaleidoscope thing, once you take that off, if there's another piece that you can unscrew behind that, then it'll be a flashlight. It's probably exactly like mine. I'll take a picture.
It unscrewed, but it didn't come out.
Well, like, all right, so I've got mine on right now, and I'm about to send this picture, and then I'm going to take the cover off of it from where it's at. The kaleidoscope thing's already taken out. Come on, send. That's the one I got. There's what's really cool. The piece that narrows the beam, if I take that off, which it actually comes off on mine.
Bro, when it does that, I can see like static, like TV static.
Oh, whoops. Put them in the wrong room.
Hey, anyone spoke to Taskmaster or who's the other one? Shalarambo? Do we know if they're Globers or not? Shalarambo, Taskmaster, you there? Hello, hello. Guess not. Yo, Reckoner, what's happening? How's it going? You spend a lot of time in the server as of recently. You want to have a chat, Reckoner?
I'll leave you alone, Reckoner.
I've not spoke to Reckoner for a while. He's normally got plenty to say in the chat, but he doesn't talk very often. Reckoner, you there? You want to have a little chat? Shalarambo, I see you got listening pass. You want to have a chat? What about Taskmaster? You got Coliseum seat in there with VC verified role. Guess not.
In here, I thought my headset was messing up.
Yeah, it's all went a bit quiet, isn't it?
So now that I actually sent the pictures to the correct chat, because I accidentally sent them to Cogdis. But that's my
okay. They need the pictures in Cogdis anyway. Yeah, they're struggling that bunch in there.
I have to go back and look what the nanometers and everything are, but this thing is freaking crazy. It's if I take that lens off that turns the light beam into a laser, it's a flashlight.
Yeah,
and it's
so
just
it's just a matter of concentrating the light then.
Right, and I'm wondering if I could get another lens to refocus this, because the one that's in there, like I'm shining the laser at the wall and it's just got a pattern going out everywhere. It's crazy. But yeah, it's great for nighttime. You want to map out where the Big Dipper is or Orion's Belt or anything, this thing is great.
Yeah, as in like pointing towards it.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I could probably go out in the backyard, take a video. But yeah, I mean, I said
expensive. How much did it set you back?
it was like $7 for shipping and like $18 for the laser.
Oh wow, that's nothing, is it? If you want to
I
play
think that's
around
about what I
with
paid.
Yeah. But do you see the pictures? Does yours look like that?
Oh, I took some pictures. I haven't seen what yours is doing though. Hold on, let me check. I'll post some up too.
Yeah, the last one is without that lens in there. The second picture, I took the lens off. So I mean,
yours looks way different than mine, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll post mine.
How do these lasers, you know, the laser that you bought, how do these produce the light? Does it come from what actually produces the light then?
And there's a diode.
Right.
And that's actually right on the inside of this. Actually, if I'm out in the garage right now because everybody else is asleep, but I got to turn on a different light to get better pictures.
I took like a 15-second video, but I can't post it on here. I guess I'll have to upload it on YouTube's. See them pictures though?
So what's the warning? You know how you get lasers and they have like a big warning sign on them? Why are they? What do you need to be
That's
careful?
not your laser.
Right.
That's your laser light. I want to see your deadgum laser, bruh.
All right, give me a second.
Yeah. Do we know what's dangerous about these lasers then?
It'll burn out your cornea.
Yeah, apart from it'll blind you, but do they burn things? Can you burn things with them?
Yeah, if you concentrate it enough, absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Or if you get a high enough power, like if I were to stack 3 or 4 18650s on this and just juice it, oh hell yeah, I could burn some stuff. The laser's gonna get hot as hell, but you know I could burn some shit.
And what distance are they meant to reach? Like, what's the if you were to do it in miles, can they go for how many miles can these things reach if it's a concentrated beam?
It depends on the color that you're using. I want to say the blue and the green the blue, green, purple could probably go the furthest. Oh, you got a little bitty one. Oh, that ain't little bitty. Well, it kind of is, yeah.
You guys got laser goggles? If you're working with
no.
green, no.
No.
Hey man, you better be careful because the green lasers, the DPSS lasers, they also emit infrared light. So, if you play with high-powered ones, look, it's just your eyes. You can't really replace them.
Yes.
So.
Ambient light will harm you with the higher powered lasers. But this one, like, dude, I put the little kaleidoscope thingy on here, and I'd put it up on the porch somewhere, and like shine it across the porch at the other place that I was staying, apartment, and I'd light up the whole porch with green dots.
What class is the laser? It says it should say a class 3A, or what is it?
Oh, where it says it on this one? I think I took the sticker off already.
Yeah, it's probably on the sticker, like on the outside, where it says warning, class, blah blah blah, laser.
Yeah, I already got rid of all that.
Shit. Well, it's no joke, man. Like, I built my own T laser, or transverse atmospheric laser. So it's UV. It's like in a 331 nanometer band. So it's, you won't see any of the laser beam, and it will blind you in a blast, in a single pulse. It's very high energy.
Yeah, it's good thing to have if you don't have guns. You just blind your opponent.
Yeah, well, sure, man. Yeah. That does actually work.
Was that Karate Kid? Or,
I bet that's
hold
what
on.
it's
What
for,
was
right?
that?
The kaleidoscope?
If your opponent cannot
blind
see,
your opponent?
he cannot fight. If your opponent cannot stand, he cannot fight. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If they kept all this gun ban shit up, I'm like, I'm just gonna go buy a bunch of lasers, run around with infrared guns, and they can eat. They can eat dirt. 3 seconds right in the eyes, and that's it. You're toast. You won't even know what the hell's going on till the lights go out. I ain't trying to get
What
murdered.
experiments are you gonna do, Hank, or tests? What are you gonna do?
Well, I gotta find a lake big enough, which kind of sucks for the area that I live, but guess I was gonna check into the laws and see if I'm like breaking any laws. If not the laser, then I'd probably do the mirror, but the laser seems like a better bet than the mirror.
The only stuff that they got on the books as far as statutes and codes, which are cannons being commercial, you're not supposed to be pointing them up in the sky because it'll affect the equipment of the planes, blah, 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 which I've never seen that shit happen. They tried to tell me using your phone on the plane will make it crash too. Okay. That's why we crashed, right? We landed perfectly safe in Chicago O'Hare because I was using my phone the whole time. Come on.
Well, on the hijacked plane, they used, I think, the cell phone to call his mom. Not sure who it was, but
yeah, and he said his first and last name. Like, hey, Mom,
Yes.
this is Hank Hill.
I am. Yes. You know me, Mom? I am this and that. It's like, what? I think, yeah, it's interesting.
So I'm curious about yours. Does it take double A's? Does it have a battery sled for triple A's?
It has a rechargeable battery, and it came with a mount to recharge it. So plug it in the wall.
Cool.
Oh man.
With. Lots of fun.
I got one I can take apart. I can take the battery out, and if I think, let's see here, the diode will pop out if I just shove it down the tube. It's just a big ass aluminum block that was cut into what looks like would have been a lightsaber handle or something, and they just drilled holes around the edges and put those hollow tubes in.
Oh, dude, that's a good idea. I bet I could make a pretty good lightsaber out of this.
Oh, dude, you get a powerful enough diode, enough juice to it, you can do a handheld with a battery pack on your hip, but you ain't getting away with that with the 18650. It ain't happening. I mean, they've got enough juice to do the infrared if you narrow the beam down, or you set the resistors to juice it enough. But yeah, making guns out of lasers is easy. Just need the right lens and a big enough battery.
Is that legal?
As far as I know. If it
It's
isn't, then
not a
why the hell?
firearm. Cannot be classified as a firearm.
If it's not legal, why did they use lasers to burn up houses out in Cali?
Seems like a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah. Unfortunate events for everybody along the railway that they took the $3 billion for and never built. It's funny because the money's gone. The money's gone. Gone. Poof. The railway hadn't even gotten started. They weren't even, 4 or 5 months into the project? Money's all gone. Nobody knows where it went. Shocking. I got banned on YouTube or on Facebook for posting up that mosque video and doing the timestamps with it. Just for posting the timestamps even separately too. They got that post and was like, "Oh, you can't do this." What do you mean? The whole damn thing CGI.
Yeah, be careful. CIA and the NSA monitors that. They probably are
Man, they
watching
monitor everything. Get out of here.
Facebook is the CIA. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so is the other ones.
Google.
No, not not Google. I wasn't gonna say Google. No, I'm thinking the apps. Twitter and whatever.
Skynet.
That's
All the
bro.
big, all the big platforms.
I know some people that work for various agencies. Not very many, but one of the agencies in question of their moral fortitude and their moral fabric uses Twitter to find people and track them down. Twitter, oh no, Snapchat, that's what it was. They use Snapchat to track people down.
Snapchat, yeah.
I got my like on my phone when I'm working. I'm always navigating, so my location information is always on. So I stopped worrying about that a long time ago. I am aware, as long as I'm carrying a phone, I'm screwed. That's it. It's okay,
I'm not worried about them listening. I don't care. They're not supposed to be listening anyway. That's the whole point.
Whatever. Yeah, it's when you don't give a fuck. Like when there's no fear about it, because that's all they're trying to do is like, hey, we're Big Brother. I'm listening on you. You better be on your best behavior. It's like fuck off, man. Just shut up.
Right? Like why aren't
your silly ball mind games? Ball Earth mind games. Get out of here.
Why
with your scare
are there
tactics.
still rings of criminals? Why are there still criminal syndicates if you're doing your job, right? So-called protecting people. Why are there still crime syndicates? How like you had one job and you didn't even do it. You're like, let's go over here and play with balloons and spy on people. Oh, don't tell anybody, but if you have the right equipment, you can hack those stupid things that they got flying overhead. Most of them are transferring bank data and shit that they can't let go through lines that people are watching and trying to hack through.
Yeah, we don't condone any illegal activity, unauthorized use of anything like that. This channel doesn't condone that.
Oh, absolutely not.
Always ask your lawyer if you're permitted to do anything lawful or legal. Brush your teeth with your left hand. I don't know what's a no-no and what's not. So you should ask your lawyer.
Yeah,
would
I
it
don't
be
have a lawyer.
would it be possible to hack them so that they crash into each other?
Yeah, maybe you could turn off the RF signal for it. Maybe the jet never finds it and it lands in like Ethiopia or something. It's on Facebook the next day. Right, but I didn't say any of that, so.
Well, it's the way they use your data to profile you, right? Like, so what I'm saying is, like, if you put accurate data on these on these platforms, like what you're doing, when you're doing it, what your name is, all this accurate data you're putting up there, you can use that to create a profile and then kind of figure out
prediction,
how to
build a
manipulate,
model for prediction.
of your behavior, right? Of your behavior, right? And the way you think. So it's like, if you provide them with inaccurate data, though, then they'll end up building a profile, right, of a certain somebody that's not the real you. So, like, this is how you can leverage the platform to, fool the algorithm and redirect instead of, hey, here I am, come and get me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because it's not about you. You know what I mean? It's about people like you. Okay, people who think like you. Once I see enough of those people on the grid, right, then I can get a bigger picture of the way these people think. Profiling, the flat earthers. These are people who like whatever. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's all under the guise of commercial and making it better to sell you stuff and conveniency, but that's not what it's about, is it?
It's interesting that everything that we end up studying, including Flat Earth, brings us all back to one main point about freedom and rights and natural law. How interesting.
Exactly.
Well, the ball it was designed to kind of slowly take that away, piece by piece. Because you're a monkey.
I think so too.
And why
bro.
do you care? Yeah.
Because when we go to court, right, if the only thing you do is stand on your rights, then what jury is going to be like, huh, like, what did they do wrong here, right? So let's say you wanted to be like one of those, I don't know, sovereign people or whatever, and the cop says, I need your driver's license registration. You plead the fourth, right? And he says, okay, you're going to step out of the car. I'm going to detain you. Oh, if I'm being detained, I plead the sixth, right? If he says, what are you talking about? Answer my questions. Well, I plead the fifth, right? And then you go to court and like, why don't you hand over your, paper? Well, because I pled the fourth. Like, is a jury going to convict you? And who's in your town? Is it like a bunch of like libtards, or is it a bunch of right-tards? I don't know, depending on like what you want the jury to do for you. I'm not saying you should do any of that. I think that would all be dumb. You should probably have a license.
I could nullify any jury
driving.
trying to try me. Easy. I got a list of questions. Are you a flat earther? If not, you can't judge me. You're not one of my peers. Next.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but see, I'm not trying to get to that point. Let's go get the enrolled law. Let's unroll it, and let's take a gander at what it reads before we do anything. I mean, I like the whole pleading the fourth and the fifth and the sixth, but most of those guys end up getting clubbed over the head or tased and dragged out of their cars.
Exactly, bro.
Just for being, yeah. I mean, if people want to do that, just make sure you're videoing it, because I need something to watch later. You know, FYI.
Yeah, I would never recommend that.
Falling upon IBAS.
But see, that's the problem with the whole system at large that people are taught to conform to. Is nobody can explain it. Why do you need to register your car? Why? So they know. Okay, why do they need to know?
They need to milk you, sir.
IBAS.
Yeah, money.
Yeah, but money doesn't matter.
In my state, I pay a use tax for my vehicle, and the
People say
heavier it
money.
weighs,
I
the
don't
more
pay any
use
tax. I
tax.
live in the Bahamas.
They print
Good for
the
you.
money. So why would they need the money in your pocket if they can just print more? It doesn't make any sense that it's from money. So we're back to it's not about money. Now what's it about? Because they don't need money.
To drain your money, yours, which represents your work hours and energy, right? That's whatever job you work. That's what. So now that you can spend that and purchase whatever else you would like to purchase with your work.
Friggin' Albert Pike said something about that. He said something about
interesting.
He said something about wasted force. See all these people, right? Imagine he's speaking to us as his boys. You see all these men, all these people wasting their goddamn time, wasted force. We need, right, to channel that, right, harness that, so that force and that work can go towards what we need to get done, labor, whatever, like. He said that. I think it's one of the morals and dogma. He said that. He spoke about force, gravitas. You know what I mean?
Forces are good,
Your
man.
work, money. Money is time is money. You talking about you?
Hey, John.
Yeah, bro. Like, I just been listening to all this shit and bro, it's facts.
If you get to look, I posted a video in Cog This for those guys. Planet Veritas 4.0. NASA caught red-handed, lying, scamming, stealing. I'll drop it in the chat over here.
Yeah, drop it, man.
I don't know if
I want to be an astronaut. Who wants to be an astronaut with me? The coconut astronaut.
Sure.
What are you thinking, Bonk?
You just gotta make it to 30 miles.
I'm gonna make a spacesuit made out of coconuts, and it's like, have you seen the backpack design? It's like the least ergonomic thing on Earth. It's shaped like a brick, man. It's just square, the backpack, and they never change the stupid design. It's like, why don't you just make it, round it off, build it more into the suit, distribute the weight, divide it into the suit so it's carried, divided more equally. It's less fatigue on your back, and it's like, no, we shall put it all in this brick, the big ass fucking brick. It's huge.
I mean, it's all going to be weightless in when you jump in the water. I mean, when you go into space.
Yes, into outer inner swimming pool. Indeed, I mean space.
Yeah. I mean, you've got Navy diving suits, right? And then you've got astronaut suits. I mean, come on, it's like ergonomics, right? You guys ever seen a Navy diver suit?
Man. Make everything out of coconuts. You can.
It's real life. Yeah. You guys ever seen a Navy diving suit? It looks like an astronaut suit. Probably that's how space. That's what space is like. It's like being in the water, opposite of the vacuum of space. Right? Don't worry, when you get up there, everything is gonna be weightless anyway. What? Like in the water? No, like in space, dude.
Because you're always falling towards Earth. Kosha was explaining the motion of the ISS to me, and he was like, "No, man, you got it all wrong, man." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Dude, they're constantly falling towards Earth. I was like, what?
Yes.
Yes, and Earth is constantly moving away, I guess.
We
Like,
train.
wow. How'd you do that?
We
That is like some mind warp. Like, oof.
we train in how to float in the pool in the water so that we can learn how to fall.
Space.
Hey, John, the first few minutes of this video, he's pretty mind blown about what he just stumbled onto. So he's pretty PO'd, cussing, mad. But once he starts getting into the information, it's gonna throw you for a loop.
Thanks, man. I'm watching this tonight. Yeah.
Oh, it's really gonna throw you for a loop. NASA's got their own bank, and they're into all kinds of dirty deeds.
Yes,
they're not
thank you.
done
Yep.
dirt cheap though. They got to spend like millions of dollars on a toilet.
Well, $50 million, I think, is the buy-in to get into their program. Well, through their bank.
How much did they
But it's
spend on their pen?
guaranteed.
$1 billion or what? To create a pen that works in space?
I don't think they spent that much. Trust me, I could have made it.
It was
for
like $1
less.
million. It was like $1 million or something. No, more than, I'm not sure, man, but like in the millions. It's made by Fisher, so it's actually it's legit, man. I heard the story when I was young, but I googled it myself, and it turns out to be true, actually. And the Russians outsmarted them. You know what they use in space? Because okay, so your ink pen uses gravity to pull the ink down. So in space, you have no gravity, so ink pens do not work. So we need a lot of money from Congress to research a pen that works in space. Then the Russians are, supposedly they're
Oh
they're
my
like,
gosh.
we use a pencil. We're much smarter than the Americans. It's like
You just create a squeezable pen. Oh damn, man! How stupid are
Just use
people?
use a pencil. The Russians.
Yeah.
That's what
Mechanical pencils, man.
That's how the story goes. It's like, what the fuck is it? Man, it's amazing. And they're telling you what the enemy did. How the enemy outsmarted us by using the pencil, and we spent all this money. It's like, oh wow, we're stupid. Yeah, man.
I guess I know who won the Cold War.
$1 million to make a pressurized pen, to put a little cylinder of gas, of compressed air behind the ink tube. Goodness, man. For these guys are a joke. Here, I'll pull it up, man. I'm on my phone, but I'll go get it for you guys because it's for real. So I got you. It's made by Fisher. So.
Smart enough to make pens. Smart enough to make pens that work. Sorry, go ahead. Yep.
It sounds like that would cost maybe $1,000 or so to machine up the prototype, maybe less.
For a pen?
For the one that they made.
Well, look, I used to watch divers go in the water, right? Do their work, and they'll bust out this pen and this clipboard, and they'll start writing in the water. And I'm like, oh, effing amazing. Oh my God, right? I mean, just in the water, bro. Oh my God. Smart enough to do that, but not smart enough to make a pen that works in space. What the hell?
That's oh God, I forget what it is. But yeah, I'm into diving. I need to go back and play around with the stuff. But I took a couple of classes to get started, and all the equipment that they have, it's stuff that the pen is something that they use out of art. It's something that they have for art class. Same thing.
Diving pens are probably $2 million pens or something.
So I found something on Scientific American on it. I'm reading it. So apparently it's Fisher that spent the $1 million, and then they presented the pen to NASA, and that's when they got hooked. And before that, they were using mechanical pencils. Check this out. And they ordered 34 mechanical pencils from Houston's Tychem Engineering Manufacturing Inc. in 1965. They paid $4,382 or $128.89 per pencil. That's back in 1965. They paid roughly $29, or let's call it $130. $130 a pencil from Tycam Engineering. It's like, damn, dude, what kind of mechanical pencil is that? In 1965. So it's expensive, man.
The kind that doesn't exist.
Wow.
It only exists on paper. So where are the pencils? Oh yeah, we lost it.
I'll share this.
It doesn't surprise me.
Damn,
It's the same thing that the military did. $10,000 for a box of screws that go to computers.
Hey, you've all heard the joke, surely. America paid or NASA paid $1 million for a pen that works in 0G. Russia took a pencil.
That's what we're laughing at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Fisher.
I missed that bit of the convo. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so you guys went to the moon? You guys?
Oh no,
Yeah.
here's a story. Here's a story from NASA.gov. Oh yeah, I got it here. It is too. Bang. The horse's mouth.
If it comes from NASA, you know it's good.
It is really history.nasa.gov, sir. Spaceman.
What about how much they spent on a toilet? Someone was on about that. Was it not $400,000 or something to invent a toilet that works in 0G or something like that? Yeah, someone was talking about that recently. I'll try and find
a couple days ago.
It was hundreds.
Interesting. Check this out. In the NASA article, that Fisher pen works underwater in other liquids. Damn. Wow. And, weightless environments, whatever that is. That's cool. It writes underwater. That's interesting.
Yeah, what's a natural weightless environment filled with gas? I gotta see this.
Underwater? Chalk. Don't those welders' pins, the chalk?
Yeah. Soapstone.
Yeah.
I think that's the type of stone. Yeah, soapstone writes quite well on steel or metals.
I wanted to say that's what the diving utensil was too. It's just like a soapstone pencil.
Okay, nice.
So they went to space without figuring out how they were gonna poop in space? That's weird.
Well, have you read the article about there's poop flying? Well, they got astronaut turds flying in space around the moon. Yeah. Oh man, let me go get that one for you guys too. You guys are not space buffs?
Dude, that's probably where the coronavirus came from.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have to load up before this. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, dude, I got you, dude. Let's see from who do you want? Which source? Let me see. Let me get it from.
Wow, that's even
Popular Mechanics. Hold on, let me see. Who shall I get this from? Let's see.
$23 million spent on a brand new toilet for space. $23 million.
Man, I could have built them a whole system for like $6K that would have done everything.
They left 96 bags of human waste. Oh man, here guys. Man, you gotta.
Wow, Buzz.
You gotta stay informed.
That's a lot.
Sounds as ridiculous as that chugga coffee.
They didn't have that machine back then. Yeah.
96 bags of poop in orbit. 96 bags of poop.
50-year-old bags, bro. They've been up there for 50 years. They're ancient. They're ancient. They're boomer bags of poop.
Great. So
Oh my
that's going to be the meteorites that fall from the sky and kill us all.
disgusting.
Oh man, I told you I wasn't messing with you guys. I actually know my space stuff. I'm a big space buff. I love the articles that come out about Narnia.
So let me get this straight.
Say
I have
anything
to
you want.
take a bag. I have to take a bag with me if I go to Antarctica and bring my poop back. But they can just blast their poop into space. I mean, we're right here.
And leave it up there. How dare they?
Right. I mean, how disrespectful is that? Like, God damn, space should be more sacred than Antarctica, man. Like, bring your
They're
poop back.
calling it cosmic golf balls from Detroit News. Cosmic golf balls.
Yeah.
96 bags of poop.
You can't leave behind traces that people could actually survive in that region. That's why they want you to take all your crap with you. Because if other people travel through there and go, "Oh, look, somebody's been here," you know.
Don't fear, guys. They've got better ideas for the poop in space. They're going to filter it round the spaceship. So they're going to shit in the toilet, filter it round the spaceship, and that will protect them against radiation, harmful radiation. Yeah.
Or maybe the thing with Antarctica and the poop in bags that they have to carry with them. Maybe that's just an excuse to make it more expensive, so it's more expensive to even go there in the first place.
Yeah.
Is it the Teflon that's?
Sorry, go on.
Is it the Teflon in their poop that, from the frying pans that they're cooking in that's lining the ship to protect them from the radiation?
No, it says Mars trip to use astronaut poo as radiation shield.
Oh, I haven't read. This is
radiation
new.
shield for their coffee.
Let me check this out.
Oh yeah, this is
So
This
all
is good.
line technicians need to do to keep themselves from getting what they call corona poisoning, which is electricity poisoning.
Just paint
Photon
yourself with your own
poisoning
feces.
is cover yourself
That's it.
head to toe in shit.
That's it, man. Just blend it
Who would
well,
have
make it
known?
into this. Make sure it's like buttery consistency, and just start brushing, bro. Just
Are we
brush
talking
yourself.
like the Predator, like Arnold Schwarzenegger? You know?
yeah. To thermally
you just
camouflage himself. Yeah.
Jump in the nearest
Did they
sewer,
apply
cover
it
yourself
topically?
thoroughly.
Oh my
That's
God.
why they call them astronauts.
God bless
They're
America.
astronauts for sure.
What a dream.
Hey, who plays zombies? Who plays zombies? Have I got any COD people up in here?
Yeah, but not Black Ops. I hate Black Ops. Sorry, man.
What do you mean? What other zombie game do you play?
Well, it's not zombies. I just play multiplayer on Modern Warfare. So no zombies for me.
Zombies. I'm telling you, zombies is fun.
Multiplayer is fun, man. I like it.
Yeah, it is. It's not
That's
bad.
what I
don't
like.
have.
So it's just me.
We call them Globers around here.
Zombies. No. I'm talking about video games, buddy, not real life.
It's a graveyard, man. The moon. It's Apollo trash all over, man. They trashed the place. They didn't even clean up before they leave, man. It's not cool.
You might as well make a meme
we need
now.
to go back.
So
listen, well, go ahead, Hank.
If extremophiles made it to the moon, and they were able to just like keep growing, like eventually wouldn't they cover the moon and blot out the light? Kind of like leaves turn into compost and compost turns into dirt.
Pictures?
See, it would be just too much to risk to even go to the moon.
Why didn't they turn it into
Well, we
a
went there
billboard
6
already?
times. So you went there 6 times. So I don't know what you're talking about. 6 times. Sir.
Idea in chat. If somebody wants to make that, go right on ahead.
I mean, it's kind of like saying the cow jumped over the moon, right? No, I'm going to the sun. We're going to go visit the sun. You really?
Oh, they did.
Then
They
we're going to
lined
stop
up,
by
right?
the moon? Yep.
It was at nighttime. They lined out on the sun at nighttime. So
Right.
it's
I
all
mean,
good.
it sounds crazy, right?
On the dark, they landed on the dark side of the sun.
Yeah.
Everybody knows at nighttime the sun's not so hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like saying, so you're going to go to heaven and talk to God about how everything works and come back and tell us
Wait a
how
minute, that's
about it?
unverifiable. If they did it at night, then the United States would have seen them do it. But if they did it at the dark side of the moon or sun, then nobody would have saw them do it. Lucky.
Yep.
That's why we're the most advanced in space warfare. No one can beat us at it. The Russians or the Chinese or the Samoans.
Yeah, our CGI technology can beat their CGI technology on the battlefield.
Yes. We have more silicon power.
I'm an alien. I think I'm just going to roll with that now.
I say we should ditch the word human and just go to what we is. We is Earthlings.
I don't like the we
we're
part,
men.
right? It's like,
Men.
who is we?
We
No, we're
people.
mankind.
Yeah, right. Like which people? You know, like, right?
My people.
I mean,
True man.
everybody
Like
but
from
the
the
lizard
movie.
people. Everybody but the lizard people, okay? Jeez.
You know, when Aussies say, "Oh, you know, it's an Australian tradition, mate," it's like, oh, you know, like that's the thing, right? Like Australia's, it's not real, you know. You know, so when people say, oh, it's American thing, it's British, it's this, it's that, it's like that's, it's not your America, you know. It's their America, you know. So when we say we, you know what I mean? I'm like, who is we? Because like, you mean they? You know what I mean? Like,
All the debris is locked. Is locked in orbit with Earth. So the gravity, yeah, it can't overcome gravity. That's why the moon is not absorbing it. If that's what you're asking, breaking down.
No, I'm just making a point of like these. They say the Earth is surrounded by debris, like thousands and thousands of tiny pieces. It's like, so if the moon is causing the tides on Earth, it's strong enough to cause the tides of the water. Why is it not drawing the debris to it? You know what I mean? That's the point.
Yeah, I got you. Like density, like tides of the debris. Yeah. I'm with you. Or pulling it towards, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Denser zone of debris towards the moon. Yeah.
Yo.
Yo 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 yo. Who is this?
Yo.
Yo, what's happening, Peter Griffin? How's it going?
Yo.
What's up, man?
So, man.
what happened? You sound like your mind has been blown. Like, what'd you read? What'd you find out?
Yo. No, man.
Spit it out. What's up?
Yo.
I know, right?
Yo, man.
I know, right? I know, right? Like, yo,
Somebody
I know
with
what I'm
Photoshop.
saying.
Make that meme for me, please.
I think he discovered something. I think he's trying to talk about it. Yo, what's up? What happened?
His mind is blown.
Yo.
Yes, I know. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yo.
The information blew everything else out of his mind, but the word yo.
Yo.
But the word, Yeah, yo.
This kind of reminds me how on a social Discord, I was once hanging out, and this one guy kept popping in from room to room, and his name tag said "Wake up," and it was just a picture of his face close up, and he just show up in the middle of a conversation and say over and over again, "Wake up, wake up, wake up."
Yo,
Like, I told him that the Earth was flat, and he's like, "Earth is not flat."
Yo.
The Earth is too flat. Wake up.
I know. It feels good. Savor it, my friend. Savor it.
You missed.
Only comes once.
You missed the
It only happens
opportunity.
once. It only happens
You
once.
missed the opportunity to flip that pancake on his head.
These are the moments. These are the moments in your life that you wish you could have more of. So
I need a couple more lasers like this one, and I need to make some, or I need to have some lenses made or find some, because I want to do some fun stuff when I travel. Australia's on the list. Hawaii's on the list. Isle of Man is on the list. I got family down in Hawaii. I got friends over in Australia. I'm not sure if I want to go to Scotia yet. I mean, I love my Scotties, but it's a nightmare.
Are you excited to see the kangaroos in Australia?
Huh?
Do you want to see the kangaroos in Australia?
Oh yeah, let me tell you.
Yeah, you know you can ride them like horses.
I want to try the kangaroo burgers, man.
Bro,
I want to try the Roo burgers, bro.
I got a saddle. I got a saddle specially made for the kangaroos already.
No, you don't need a saddle.
I'm about that life. Oh no! I'm gonna have one because they're gonna know who the boss is. It's the guy with the saddle.
Why do some people say Australia doesn't exist? And they're saying we're getting paid. Where's my money? Ah!
I don't get it. They're all freaking stupid.
Do you really want to know?
I know. I always wonder who started that meme, that rumor.
Somebody who got their mind blown and they found out that their reality was fake and it was a cartoon.
Bro, that's not how it got started. Do you guys want to know?
Yeah, sure.
So, like in 2015, we kept saying that that's not good enough evidence, right? We're not going to accept that because we can't verify it. And they were like, well, does Australia exist? I'm like, yeah, because you can go verify that, right? So then they started strawmanning us, saying that we were saying that Australia doesn't exist because our level of proof was too high, right? But that was a straw man.
I would have went with Antarctica, not Australia. That's just dumb.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
At least Antarctica, nobody can really go there and verify for real. But
There's like 25 million people in Australia, and I'm one of them, and I can verify right now that I'm getting paid a lot of money to live here.
Right.
Oh, bro, I ain't coming out to see the kangaroos, dude. I'm going out there to do other things like fishing and surfing.
I'm in the sun, struggling to pay my rent in Australia, and these assholes are saying it doesn't exist.
Going to see my cousins out in the bush.
You guys got kangaroo burgers, yeah?
City.
Yeah.
Correct. Are they any good?
I've never tried it.
Do you call them Rugers?
No.
Yeah, man. I don't try squirrel just to say I tried it. It's like, nah.
No, just go get a Big Mac.
Well, you guys don't need
I boxed the kangaroo. I won.
Hey, send me a video of you riding a kangaroo.
Yeah.
You send me a video of you riding a kangaroo, and I'll leave my saddle at home.
Okay.
All right.
Can I send the link, or will I get banned?
No, I need a video. I need a good one. You can put it up on YouTube.
Just DM it to him.
I have. It's me.
What's your name from Australia? Which one are you?
My name, Lamarcus.
Yeah, in the chat. What's up, Lamarcus?
The
What's your name in the chat?
Bobby.
Peter Griffin.
Bobby.
Peter Griffin.
Hey, Bobby.
No, I'm
Oh,
with
Peter.
Bobby and Bieber.
Okay.
Bobby and Peter Griffin.
Oh, there's two people talking. My bad.
Yeah, we're
Peter's
both
from Australia. Yeah. Where's Bobby from?
Australia.
Oh shit, 2 Aussies. Even better.
We're homies.
Don't tell my cousins I'm coming to visit.
Have you guys
Do
tried
you guys
kangaroo?
ever have a problem with the blood rushing to your head because you're upside down?
Yeah,
No.
sometimes.
Actually, yes, multiple.
I just want to know if kangaroo's any good, man.
Well, I tried it once and it wasn't that nice, I'll be honest. It just tastes like all other meat. It's not really.
Okay.
They're marsupials. They're like giant rodents.
Yeah.
I'm
It
coming
just
to
tastes like
Australia to get a
iron.
pet ant.
Yeah, it
It
doesn't
tastes
taste
like
really.
iron.
Yeah.
Like iron?
And Australia's
Yeah.
not a desert. It's like it's a nice city to be fair. I mean, you got Sydney.
Just because you just because you're Aussie and live in Australia doesn't mean you have to eat a kangaroo or a
Yes, it
crocodile.
does. Yes, it does. You
Yeah.
gotta eat the
You gotta
snake.
hunt one at the least.
You gotta eat everything.
Sometimes they walk in your house if you leave the back door open.
Imagine Adam, bro. Wouldn't you think Adam would sample everything?
No. I wouldn't eat a kangaroo, man. I'd befriend it. Like, hey, mate.
I'm
going.
sure I'm sure he was sampling. Well, I've got no idea. I've got no idea, to be honest.
As long as they serve Gator Burger, I'm still going to Australia. If they stop
Yeah,
serving Gator
I'll try
Burgers,
Gator.
though, I might be out. I love Gator, bro. Oh my god.
Are they good? Yeah, Gator burgers, yeah.
Dude, Gator Burgers, fried Gator.
Wait, what about ostriches? Aren't there a lot of ostriches there naturally? Do you guys ever eat them?
Yeah,
No.
every day. No, for
It's like a
breakfast.
giant athletic chicken if you think about it.
You mean the emu? You mean the emu?
Yeah, that's what he means.
emus. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
I
Hey,
can't
those will
put,
kill you, bro.
I can't put. That link is
tell
my
you a
dad
story.
fighting the kangaroo.
At
Emus
KFC,
are good,
the menu at KFC is different. Like it's not chicken, it's like emu and kangaroo. It's all the leftover Australian animals that they serve.
And pigeons. We got a really bad pigeon problem, so we just kill them and cook them.
You
Do you
guys
guys
got
know what emu
snakes
tastes like?
Instead of French
It
fries,
just all
French
tastes the same.
snakes.
It's like a light tasting meat. It's not very nice.
Wait, what about the eggs? Are the eggs any good? Emu eggs?
Oh, I haven't tried those. One day. Maybe not, because it doesn't appeal to me. I'll send one over.
Emu. I don't think you're supposed to eat that bird. You know what I mean? Like it's not for
I don't know.
eating. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well.
You can eat
That's not
anything.
to say
Bob,
the eggs
so-
aren't.
I'm still here.
Like, came a long way from eating people. you know
Hey,
what I mean?
cows aren't for eating either. Apples aren't for eating. Pears aren't
Well,
for
you
eating.
can't eat a cow. I think cows are for eating.
Are
You
they?
can eat them in Minecraft.
But not in India.
Therefore, you can eat them in the real world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's worshipped in India in some parts.
That's fine.
Sacred.
So,
But
Bobby.
can you imagine like the Hindu guys? Like this would be like torture, but like going to like a meat locker and seeing what they actually do in there. Because I've seen some of the videos. It's kosher, but it's not cool. I can only imagine like it would be like traumatic because it's traumatic for me, right? And I eat meat.
Yeah.
That where they like.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that beef ends up at places like McDonald's, and you and I don't typically eat at places like McDonald's.
Where do you guys eat at? In and out.
I go to a butcher
I eat at
shop
home.
and get local grass-fed beef.
I like eating at this really good place in where I'm at. It's called my kitchen.
I get ground chuck all the time. 80-20 ground chuck. Consistent
In-N-Out
flavor. Smash burger.
Dude, where does food come from? It comes from McDonald's.
Food? No,
The
it
future,
comes from
the
the
future.
sun. Comes
It's
from the
made
sun.
in a factory, just like your cell phone.
It magically appears at your door after you order it from your refrigerator. Yeah. Right?
They
And
were
this is
really
what
hoping those plants
That's how I got my
were gonna
Yeah.
grow in that concrete, man. They were really hoping.
I think 20 years from now, people won't know where food comes from.
Came from rocks, man. Complicated rocks.
Comes from a trough because most people are sheep.
From a factory. Yeah. We manufacture it. Duh. All the AI. You don't know where food comes from, dude? Gosh. Right?
Yeah, the cattle's all vaccinated and hormone treatment and antibiotics, stuff your body needs anyway.
Yeah, we can't eat plants and animals. That's evil. We have to save the planet. Our home. That bullshit, you know.
Cats are all.
Weffy. Whoa. Stephanie, Weffy.
Are you okay, man?
Yeah, I'm good. It's my friend. I'm singing to my friend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Keep on
Why
singing.
not? Why not, man?
So,
Why not?
Well, it's a question I've had for a
Can't you
while.
sing to us too?
Yeah, I was technically singing to you guys too because you could hear it. So it counts. Also, is Arby's good? Because everyone like shits on it online. So I don't know if it's
evil.
It has a lot of sodium nitrate in the meats and Arby's.
But is
If
it
sodium
like
nitrate? You probably
if
wouldn't want.
if there was like a fast food tier list, would it be like at the bottom?
Evil. You said if it was good. No, I'm saying it's evil. It's not good.
Evil.
It's
Oh my
evil.
god.
So it's
If it's not
bad.
good, then it's evil, right?
McDonald's is at the bottom of the list.
But is Arby's like?
You
Yeah,
have
I actually
Chinese
looked up the
restaurants?
ingredients in Arby's in their sandwiches, to
They
see
didn't
what
say
their meat was made of, and yeah, like all of their pastrami meats that they put between the bun or whatever, it has sodium nitrate in it, and eating 3 packages of 8 ounces of meat with the typical amount of sodium nitrate in it has the same carcinogenic effect on the human body as 2 whole packs of cigarettes. So, you can easily consume that much throughout a whole day. So,
Arby's is not
just avoid meats that have sodium nitrate added to it.
I mean,
Yeah.
if Arby's is as bad as you say, they're probably not serving meat. I don't know what's in them. I saw this photo and it was like.
Oh no, it's meat.
like
It's real meat, but it's meat that has a preservative added to it that will give you cancer very quickly and very easily.
Yeah, but that's good for the immune system.
So it's like
Right. Here's a question: Do you think a big franchise that sells fast food? Do you think that their meat comes from healthy cows that were fed and cared for with love, right? And then went through the process of making sure that it's super healthy. Do you think a mass producing fast food chain is going to waste money when McDonald's and all their competitors, right, are cutting all these corners to make to get products out faster, make profit faster, make food last longer?
I can't remember the last time I went to McDonald's, to be honest. I just don't
Right.
like it. It's no better here.
Why are their
I'm
ice cream
craving it.
machines always broken? Right? It's like,
Yeah.
who are you getting rich
I've
off
actually
of?
seen a video about that.
Wendy's?
I mean, my friend
That's all
Bobby
I'm
here
saying,
works
right?
at
Yep.
KFC.
Yeah. So
Bobby-
it's a
Bobby
corporation.
trusts
Right, that video you saw, right, showed you how all these corporations work together behind your back to make money. See, it's about making money. That's why it's broken. So McDonald's makes more money because of who they're working with the ice cream machine. You get it? It's
So
not
is
about
Discord trying to make money off us because we're talking on their
no.
platform?
It's not about serving us healthy food. It's about making money.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Yeah, but look, you're putting it in your body.
That's fine.
That's fine.
I mean,
Are you
I work at
serious?
KFC. I work at KFC and they just give you the
Boggs
Among
is
Us.
like, what? That's fine. What? What the fuck did you just say?
FE Batman AU's from Australia because it says AU.
I
Huh,
don't
get
think
it.
I don't think you realize like how stupid what you just said is, man. Think
Well, it's
about
good
it.
for the immune
The
system.
only
Look,
way for anything to fuck up your body is if you put it in your body. Are you
Yeah,
fucking
but then
thinking?
But we
Yeah,
can
but
build
if
a
you breathe it
tolerance, and
in,
it's good for the immune system.
Now
You're
let
gonna
me
build a
rephrase
tolerance
that.
to what? To
No,
shit?
hold on.
You're gonna build up a
Let,
tolerance to eating shit?
hold on.
I
Let me
mean,
rephrase
if
it.
you
Let
have
me
a
rephrase
tolerance
it.
Dogs
to it,
have done it. Why can't I?
No, no.
Yeah,
Let me
it's your
rephrase it
body.
for you. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
I don't.
Let me. I'm gonna rephrase it. Is you find it weird how we reward ourselves by poisoning ourselves?
Yeah, that's kind
Like
of
you
weird.
see it as a treat to go and poison your body.
Yeah,
Do you
why
find
not?
that odd?
That I don't eat McDonald's, man.
No, no. McDonald's, alcohol, anything that's
Yeah,
not good for
I
you.
don't drink any of that. I don't
Do you
drink
find it
that.
odd? You see it as a reward to poison yourself?
I never said I like those things. Are you
Oh.
Well,
assuming
it's like
here,
an
my friend?
addiction. When you say it's a reward, right?
True.
Same
You know
thing
what,
a
Yeah.
Mark?
crackhead says. The crackhead says, "Well, you know what I mean. I'm telling you, I'm just trying. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's what, that's what you sound like. You know what I mean? Like it's what I like it. I choose to. You know what I'm saying? It's my life. I want it. I want
I
it.
might just go live
I
in a
mean,
vacuum chamber then.
yeah,
You
it's
do
all
in
right.
your
My body
religion.
will get used to it. My body will get used to it. You know, as he's pacing the streets, talking to himself.
Guys,
You know,
I think I can clear this up. So you guys are getting two different concepts confused. You know, there's with bacteria or whatever, or various whatever things are.
You just said if you like
There's
Arby's,
inoculation, you know, and there's like, you know, there's people out there that handle snakes, and they'll sometimes take a small amount of venom and stick it in their arm with a syringe so that in case they do accidentally get bit, they won't die from it because they've built up a tolerance to the venom. All right.
Yeah, I've seen
and
that.
and what I'm saying is those are two different things. And then you guys are talking about drugs, which is another thing. And I'm just saying, you guys are mixing different subjects together in a way that makes this a totally nonsensical thing. That
yeah.
you're
The
saying
bigger point that I wanted to make. See what you just said there. I said you're putting stuff in your body. The only way your body can get sick is if you put things in it, right? So I'm not just talking about food. I'm also talking about medicine, the pharmaceutical industry. I'm also talking about what's going on right now, the pandemic. But it's all right, all built up. But no, you're not. You're going to be paralyzed. They're trials. They're testing it on people.
Wait, aren't we not meant to talk about that? Hey.
We are talking about people being responsible for what they put in their mouth and in their bodies. And you're saying it's okay.
Did I say that? I'm
Now
like,
imagine. No,
But people can only
let
put
me
things in their mouths and their
check
bodies
this
on a
out now.
flat Earth. We can all agree on that.
Exactly. Even worse now. Now, even worse. We're talking about what we put in our bodies. Think about what we put in our minds. Now, look, we feed our bodies with food, and this is what nourishes the body. We feed our minds with words, and this is what nourishes the mind. Now, if they're putting bullshit in your mind and in your body, what kind of person can you be? Like, where's your potential now?
Right. Should we
weird,
ask
though?
these guys if they think they live on a globe? I don't think we've even done that already yet.
You have. Before it was like a while back. Maybe a couple of hours ago. And I said I'm not sure anymore because quite confusing. Plus I just asked if you like Arby's.
Yes, Arby's is like the curvature of the Earth. Okay, Arby's is like the globe Earth model, right? That's what we're saying.
I prefer McDee's.
You're
I'll take
eating
McDee's
poison.
Yes.
Poison is
Triple
going
quarter
into your
pounder.
mind.
Or a
Your
quad quarter
mind is
pounder.
consuming poison.
Yes.
Metaphorical poison.
Yes. It's
Bobby.
spiritual and physical.
Yes.
Hey Bobby. Bobby, you work at KFC, don't you? What do they put in the chicken?
Depends.
So do you know if it even is chicken or pigeon? What is it?
It's actually a pigeon.
Wasn't it Subway that their chicken turned out to not actually be chicken?
It's
Yeah.
tuna.
The tuna. The tuna.
Yeah.
Tofu. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the tuna. I'm talking about the white meat.
What did it turn out to be?
Oh no,
It's
yeah, I
not
remember
chicken.
that. It was never...
I'll go dig up the article because it was mainstream.
Yeah, I saw something. It's like they haven't been using tuna in their tuna rolls.
It's like a
Bit
lobster.
I don't know about that one actually. That's interesting.
Yeah, I
I'll
saw
have to
that.
look that
I
one.
forgot where I saw it, but I definitely saw it, and I was like, "What's
that one was recent. The tuna one. That was
Yeah,
like
that was like really
not too
recent.
long
It was like a
ago.
couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Wow.
It's funny is people don't catch on to that. They're like they may act surprised by it, even though like the sandwich costs next to nothing. they're like, oh wow, it wasn't actually tuna this whole time.
Right, no shit.
And it doesn't really taste like
So,
tuna either.
so what
Tuna
was
isn't
it?
that expensive, but tuna's pretty cheap.
You know,
If it wasn't tuna,
now,
what was it?
I don't know. That's
when you
so
go
scary.
when you go to KFC,
Filler.
when you go to KFC and you spend $50 there, right? You guys know what you can get for $50, right? Maybe you'll feed your family for that night, right? If you took that $50 and actually tried to do some real shopping, find some
And you
good
can get
food
a
and do
whole
some
bunch of
shopping,
chickens.
you go a whole week with $50. And you think about what that
Oh,
does
yeah.
to your parents' pocket, right? To their and you think about
If
what
you
it
go
does
to
for
the
your
right,
pocket.
People just do it because
yeah,
it's
I have a
convenient.
suggestion. If you go to you know, when those halal, they're always run by Muslims most of the time. You know,
Yeah,
they're Middle
yeah.
Eastern people of one kind or another, and like I didn't mean to say Muslims. I guess you know it's different, but Middle Eastern people, and like
What are you trying to say?
you know, the halal butcher shops. If you go in there, they'll sell you ground beef typically for $4 a pound, but you got to just find them in the city. They're always in, you know, older looking buildings or whatever off the beaten path. But if you find them and go to them, they'll have the cleanest
Yeah.
beef in the whole city and they'll sell it to you for the cheapest price. You just have to find them.
Yeah, exactly. I do some cooking at home, right? So sometimes I'll cook some food, and then the question will come up. Oh man, I paid like $10 for this the other day at lunch, and I'm like, this is and it was way better. Like what you make at home is gonna taste like way better. You know what I mean? Because you made it, not some didn't come from some factory that's been freezing in some freezer. You know what I mean? Like so, the difference
Yeah.
is, and
Yeah, of
then the
course.
nutrients, yeah, and then the body and the peace of mind. I mean, and then you save money. Convenience kills you. That's the trap. You know what I mean?
That's why
Yeah,
like doing
those
get free
Middle Eastern
food.
guys, I once bought from them a whole goat's head for $7, and imagine how
Almost.
far $50 would go there. You know, the goat's head had, you know, a good 2.5 meals on it with all the meat I got off of it, baked it in the oven.
Did you eat the eyes as well? I don't even know if that's a thing.
Yes, I did. That's actually half the reason why I bought it. I was curious to see what they tasted like because I saw a character in a James Bond movie eat them, and it just made me curious.
Have you had bull's testicles? They're pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I've tried
Yeah,
sheep's
fried
testicles, but no,
bull
not bull's
before.
testicles.
Me and my son go to
They weren't that good tasting.
when me and my son go to the Thai restaurant, it's like, Dad, have you tasted the cow's tongue? It's like, okay, let's try the cow's tongue. When you say bull's the testicles, is like, I'm gonna go check if it's on the menu. It's this Thai place to go to.
Thai food's so good though. I've been not gonna lie.
Actually, the cheek muscles on a goat's head, there's like these triangular
tender.
chunks of muscle. The
Yeah.
cheek, when you take the steaks off there, these triangular steaks off the cheeks, that's a really good tasting part of the goat's head. It's worth it for the whole $7 just for that one part.
Yeah, they say the cheeks of the cow is like a delicacy.
The butt cheeks, right?
Oh, yeah, that's the other. Okay, so if everybody got like the butt cheeks, right, then the lady of the house would get like the cheeks. So all the rest of them would eat rump roast.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No more KFC though, right? All you have to do is do it once. Like if you're $50 and go do a shopping, right? Try to shop for the week and experience that. You'll never eat out again. I mean, what the F for?
Genuinely
All
don't. I
these
haven't had
recipes on
McDonald's for like
YouTube.
$50, bro.
the
You make a
stuff.
killer dinner. Killer
Yeah,
dinner.
50. No,
Give me like
you
a.
need like $10. Even here, and it's like inflated here. We just
Yeah.
need like $10.
Well, if you
to make it
spend this, if that's your budget, if that's how much you want to spend, if you go like
Yeah,
just
no,
in steaks, you
$50
can get.
make a feast.
Man,
I was
you
talking
can get
about
some serious steaks. You know, you can
Yeah,
get like you
yeah
know whatever
for the
dessert you
week.
want. You can
yeah.
Dude, there's like recipes and YouTube tutorials, right? Like I never would have had access to before the internet, and now it's like Holy crap! I can cook anything.
Yeah, it's so easy to
Anything,
follow.
man.
It's like it's all there.
Go out to a restaurant, I'm like, this is crap. Let's go to a good restaurant. At least, a Thai restaurant where they can cook.
Bro, I got my coconut milk. My coconut milk
Yeah.
ground beef right here, man.
Oh. Stop it.
You guys play video games or don't like it?
Yeah,
Of
sometimes,
course.
yep.
Who doesn't? Like asking if you breathe. Life is a video game. Sort of.
We're in a
Without the video.
simulation.
Without the video, right? The game of life. No response. Hardcore mode.
Yeah, hardcore. Right.
Max difficulty.
Search and destroy. SND.
You guys ever just turn the difficulty up on all your games first time over when you play it? Just to
Oh yeah.
Yeah, test myself.
All the time.
Oh shit! Oh my god! I love this game.
I only play hardcore mode on Call of Duty. Otherwise, I just can't do it, man. You know.
Yeah.
You gotta, if you shoot your buddy, you kill him. It's that simple. Don't shoot your friend.
Yeah. Good habits. Get out there in the real world.
Why don't we do it like the Gulf War? Like we accidentally shot some British soldiers. Like, that'd be right.
Friendly fire.
I used to play COD. I stopped. My son plays COD now. He's like crazy. Yeah.
I'm torn up about video games, man. Like, I still play them, but I limit myself now because they consume your time into this world that, unless I'm making money off it, like streaming or YouTube videos or something, I'm kind of wasting my time.
I just haven't found a game that can do that anymore. It's like shit. No,
I'm excited. I'm waiting for
that
the
you
new
wanted
Battlefield.
Yeah, the game you want to play hasn't been created yet. So it's like games, nope. Those same crappy games and the same crappy developers with their stealing their same crappy codes from you know what I mean, like engine.
DLCs. No, that's EA on everything you do, and then game made by them. You got to pay for it. You want to take an extra step, you got to pay for it.
Like the game it's like the quality went down because they screwed developers over. It's like
yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Look,
they only care about initial sales. They don't care about the longevity of the game.
Yeah.
No, once they make
wants to play that, right?
So, like every Call of Duty ever, you play it for a year and you throw it away.
Yeah, I don't. That's why I don't buy the new one. I didn't buy Black Ops because I hate it. So I stick with what I like.
I still like zombies though. It's fun to have a goal
Zombies is
every now
dope.
and then.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna buy the game just for zombies though. That's the problem. So
when I feel like I want a lot of pressure on me, yeah, I'll play zombies just to have everybody come at me. Well, oh my god, just to get that feeling, like, oh my god, the enemy's closing in on me. I'm gonna die.
Remember, it was fun.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
I stopped it.
But it gets repetitive and boring wave after wave. It's got this. That's why I like multiplayer, because you're playing against humans. It's unpredictable. Yeah. Every single time it's unpredictable. You can't predict shit. Well, you can predict where they're going to come from, but
You play Rocket League? You guys play Rocket League?
Yeah.
Never played it. Looked cool. Looked pretty cool though. Looked cool.
You should play it. That's a game I can play. I can play that game all day.
I rage too much at that game.
Away from it. Really? No. I practice. Yeah, man.
Rage quit.
All right, son. You carry on the skills. I'm gonna go find another kid. But
Titanfall 2 is such a good game. It's like Call of Duty, but like the perks you get is like mech warrior suits. So they just like fall out of the sky, and then they got like a force field around them. So you hop in, the force field goes away, and then it's like Call of Duty with like mechs.
Yeah.
What is it called again?
Titanfall 2. So you can have like
Titanfall.
a grappling hook, which like takes me back to like games that I was playing like 007 back on Nintendo 64, where it's like Call of Duty with a grappling hook.
Oh, okay.
Did you guys play the Batman Arkham series? That was pretty good, the gameplay. But
Yeah, my
got
brother
boring too.
thought that was high-end game.
Yep. The combat system was good. In the open world, yeah.
What's the first video
Yeah,
games you guys
fighting was
played?
good.
What's the first video
First
game you
video game.
guys? Yeah,
Wow.
first.
Dude, I started out playing like Super Mario World, and there
Yeah.
was other games that came along later, and I'm not shitting you. Like around the years of 1986, maybe, I was playing with a Rob the robot, and he had like spinning tops, and he would put his spinning top down on the Nintendo controller, and it's kind of concave, so it just spins on that button, and it opened up like a door so I could walk through. And then like he was looking at the TV and pressing the buttons, and I played like Nintendo with a robot in like the mid '80s.
Yeah, Nintendo, it's the best. I
Sure. What's
started
that
with like
Duck
Super
Hunt?
Mario Bros. All that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Duck Hunt too. Yeah.
What console is that on? I think that's the first game I've ever
Nintendo
played.
Entertainment System.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
With the gun. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it
that's
came with
the,
a
I think
gun.
the first video
You
game
could
I've
get the
ever played
power
with.
glove. Yeah,
It was
that kind of
badass.
stuff.
Yeah, man.
Then I think Sega. I think in Mortal Kombat. That's when I really started like playing video games.
Oh,
It was
the
on
Sega Dreamcast.
Sega Genesis. Well, Dreamcast was a blast. I loved Crazy Taxi on Dreamcast. Oh man, I love
That's a
it.
good one.
Crazy Taxi's great.
I had Soul Calibur for some reason. I don't know why
What
I
is
had
it?
it. Soul Calibur
The Dreamcast?
I don't know if I know that one.
on a Dreamcast. It's like a fighting game, like Mortal Kombat kind of.
Yep.
Dreamcast, the graphics
Just
on
play
it
it
was
in
way
arcade.
ahead of its time, man. It's like
Oh, it was.
it was so good.
Remember when the PlayStation 1 came out? Remember that demo CD, Lara Croft? You guys remember that one? Okay, never mind.
I know I had a
PlayStation 1,
PS1,
bro.
but I
Yeah.
bought the white one, the Gen 2 PS1.
yeah.
I had the white tiny one.
Yeah, when it came
It's a good
out.
CD. It's not a good CD player. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
what it is.
exactly. That's what we used
Yeah, CD player. That's it, man. That's all it's good
After you
for
go
now.
through the demo games, you start using it to play music.
Fucking CD. That's it.
It's like, oh, I gotta go get some
like,
games, right?
I mean, today it's a waste of material. It's like, it's like, what do I do with this thing? Just kind of hook it up as a CD player, just to kind of keep it around, keep it alive.
Yeah. Madden, Punch Out. You guys, of course.
Ooh, one of my favorites, man, and they never made another part to it. It was NBA Street Volume 2 on PlayStation 2.
Oh yeah. We played that.
NBA
Where you fly up in
Street.
the air, right? Yeah.
Oh
You
yeah,
fly
you
up
can do some.
in
It
the
was
air.
just. I love it,
Dude.
man. It was so
We
good.
used to play that here. Yeah, we played that here. Like all of the boys, man. We were all stuck on it.
Dude, that's the game, man. That was bread and butter, man. I love that game. It's like oh man, I wish there was like multiplayer or like online services at the time where you can play with others online. That game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if maybe. I'm not sure, man. Maybe because PS2, like you could.
Yeah,
there
it
was
did it.
the
It did it.
network
Yeah,
thingy
it
later
did it.
on.
Yeah, it was a PS4. Did it, or was it the 3?
Oh, PS3, yeah, I played online on Modern Warfare.
PS3. Yeah, that's
I think some stuff on PS2 because you could buy the modem for it or whatever it was, the card for it. You plug it in the back and you could hook it up to the internet.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure what games supported like.
When it went
Multiplayer.
from when it first went online where you could play multiplayer online console, that was a big change. Yeah, I had already moved to PC. So I never experienced the online multiplayer experience on on console. My son does though, so that's weird. I missed out on that.
Stick to consoles forever.
It's the
I reckon.
best.
It's just the best experience.
PC is the best, man. PC.
Yeah,
PC,
yeah, but like I don't know.
Yep.
Get the,
PC is where it's at.
yeah, the
Yeah.
graphics are way better. As a console can't do all that.
Once you actually buy the game, you can play forever, man. You know, you can't be like, oh, PS4 doesn't play PS3 games, and sorry, but backwards compatibility is not, we don't believe in that anymore because it's bad for business. PC, it's your fucking game, dude. Play it on
Not for
whichever
me.
machine you
On
want.
my experience with Windows 10, there's some games that you can't play, like old games that I've had for a long time.
Was it like 32-bit, something like that? That's the problem.
No, it's not that. All my games are 64-bit. I mean, all my computers are 64-bit.
Yeah.
But
Is it an old game? Yeah.
The point is that I've had trouble with it, and I'm pretty savvy with PCs. I can assemble my own and program my own and fix almost any computer, except for like laptops and tablets. But as far as like desktop, like I'm king shit on that shit, and I couldn't figure it out. But maybe some other people could.
Oh yeah, I mean, what's the game? Because you can work around
Alpha
that.
Middle Earth 2.
So, like on the website from like the developers, what Windows is it compatible with? Is it compatible with Windows 10?
I think it came out
Does it
so
say?
long ago that it says Windows XP. Honestly.
Yeah. Okay. So what you can do, like, you can set up a virtual machine. Are you familiar with like VMware?
Yep.
Yeah. So set up a Windows X. Nothing really. Didn't work.
Didn't work.
Oh shit. Ah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was
Can't
like,
figure it out,
that's the
but I
silver.
love that
That was
game.
my silver bullet. Is virtual machine to like anything. It's like, oh shit.
What do you mean didn't work? What was the problem? What happened?
I just can't get the damn thing to load. Just never will load, no matter what.
You reckon it's the game or the actual?
Do you have a old Windows XP machine to run it on, or to verify that you can load it? I'm assuming it's from CDs, right?
I did back in the day. Yeah, it's DVDs. Yeah, DVD ROMs. I did back in the day, and it worked fine. But when I moved to like Windows 7, it just doesn't work. Windows 10 doesn't work.
Does it exist on Steam, or no? No way.
I don't think so. I think it's an EA game, honestly.
Okay. If I was just I'm assuming if it's on Steam, maybe like it got, the developers like worked out some bugs from like, I don't know, to make it compatible on Windows 10 or something. If it's a really old game.
What console did it used to run on?
That's a PC.
Have you tried ROMs?
Console PC, yeah. Console PC. That's the best console, yes.
My bad.
Yeah, that's all good, man. Hey, Bong, I wanted to ask you, man. Yeah, I gotcha.
What's up?
Did you study music, or did you like study on your own, or did you study in like college or?
No, I studied on my own. Yeah. My dad bought me a guitar, read some books.
Okay.
And then it just went off the internet. Yeah.
Cool.
But I've looked at it, trying to learn notes. It's like, nah, I'm not gonna. I'm not. I play by ear. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I think most islanders do. It's probably just in the culture, because the culture, singing and all, church.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were like because when you were talking to Vlad, I thought you studied music like at a pro level, sort of thing. And you did say some people buy your beats and whatnot.
Yeah. I'd like to think that I am at a pro level, but
Well, dude,
What is a
can you send me some of your stuff? I would like to I think
Yeah, I'm
my
actually
ears
working on some
are not a
music
bad
right now.
instrument.
I'm
Send me
just
some, man.
yeah.
Send me. I want to. I would like to sample analog sampling with my ear for to your music. Let's
I
see.
don't think I have anything I want anyone to hear, but let me just have a look on my phone. I sent some stuff to Vlad, but
Oh, you could send it in private. It's cool with me. I don't. I just want to evaluate the
I
talent.
see.
Because
Yeah, I have old music.
music is talent. Like because I
Yeah,
know
I'll
nothing
send
about
you
it.
this. Yeah, I'm gonna post this one. Yeah, I'll send you this one and see if you like.
Cool.
Should I post it for everyone to have a listen?
If you want, man, it's yours. Your
You guys can
creation, brother.
download it. Yeah, yeah. This is an old one, but this is what my music used to sound like. I'll send this one.
Is it coconuts? Are you like using coconuts as instruments?
There are
Island
some
music.
sounds. Sounds like coconuts, but they're percussion.
Percussion coconuts. You're not
Yeah.
using those yet. And the hardwood coconut piano, or you don't have one of those.
the latte.
The coconut harp.
I guess I'll send this one. This one is I'm trying to fix it. All right. I'm gonna post it.
Okay.
Okay, it's out there now. Well,
cool.
I wanted to work on it, but there you go. That's one. That's an old one. I'm trying to develop a new sound for today that's relevant, so we can try some flat Earth songs and see what it sounds like.
Wow, man, that was very good, dude. Damn.
Did we?
Thanks.
I was surprised.
Did we talk to Parker? Parker, are you there?
No, we have not.
We have not. There were a few guys like an hour ago, just checked in. I think Breaking Down the Wall of Lies checked them in.
Yeah, they came here. We had a chat with a couple of them. I think they were just shooting the breeze. They'll probably be back. If they're interested in the topic, they'll definitely be back, yeah.
Yeah, those accounts were like a minute old, but what they usually do is they make an account, they get checked in, then hop in the live stream for a second, then hop out and come back later to play profanities. We'll see.
Great beat, Bong Sao. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks, man. The mix is a bit shit, but yeah.
Is
That's
it
all
really?
I had to send you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could sound better.
It's pretty great. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you can tweak it, but man, that's you created that from scratch, yeah?
Yeah, that was like in the late 2000s ish, 2008 around there.
Cool.
It's a long time ago. You reckon it sounds relevant? Anything that's out today?
What do you mean?
Does it sound like a trap beat or a,
I don't know. I don't listen to today's music, man. I've been disconnected, so I cannot.
I'm good.
But it sounds fantastic though. Like it's I don't know. It's dynamic where it's not like I don't know nothing about music and terminology, but it doesn't sound monochromatic to my ears, which is good. There was.
Do you think a flat
I
Earth?
really enjoyed it when the pitch changed to like really high pitched, like it's like I like that. Sounded pretty cool.
Oh yeah. It would be cool for a flat Earth beat, though, right? What do you think? Does it have that?
Sure.
Aggression,
dude. Yeah, give it to chocolate. Maybe you can, spit some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna clean it up and put it up for the boys
The
to mess
audio
with. See what they can
quality
do.
was great.
Yeah.
I really liked it.
How
many kilobits was that? The one you uploaded, kilobits per second. But
I think 80 beats per minute. I think it's 80 beats per minute. Yeah.
Beats.
It kind of sounded like modern hip hop a little bit. Just missing an 808. You put an 808 there.
Exactly. That's what I'm working on. Yeah.
Ooh,
an 808.
bass,
It's
man.
like any hip hop song.
I really appreciated that deep bass, man. It sounded fantastic. That's why I disconnected from your the quality. I don't know. I'm on my phone. That way, there's like, for some reason, if I play something in the background while I'm connected in here, the audio quality of whatever I'm playing is just shit.
Yeah, it's reduced.
The bit rate is reduced to like garbage bit rate. Exactly. So, anyways. So the bass, man, damn! I was like, wow, I should test this on my subwoofer and shake my entire house.
It's a bit. I gotta clean up the bass. It's a bit. It's a bit too loud in my opinion. Yeah.
It is. It's up there for sure. The amplitude is quite high.
You're supposed to have the bass the loudest. That's the way you're supposed to mix it.
Yeah.
But within reason, like there's a ratio, it could be way too high, like too powerful.
There's a slope that you follow. It's like 4.5 decibels.
Okay. Yep.
Is that like standard format textbook? Yeah.
It's like the way your ears perceive it, kind of.
Okay.
So like you don't. It's just basically what you're gonna feel. And because you don't necessarily feel or hear every frequency the same, you kind of have to slope it.
Yeah, like low frequency. Yeah, it's the what's the name of the curve? It's the curve.
Logarithmic. I gotcha. Logarithmic.
Right. It's the response.
Right.
There's one frequency in your ear that's really harsh. I think it's like 3600 hertz. You're supposed to like turn it off.
Yes.
Is that it?
Hey guys, did you hear that Buzz Aldrin admitted that the moon landing was fake?
When?
Yeah. The 8-year-old.
It just hit. No. This is like now. It's like it was on Yahoo News. It's like legit now, and it says conspiracy theorists are like screaming victory. I'll put some.
Hey,
I'll
guys.
put a
Yeah,
couple
yeah.
pictures in the live chat, but it just happened. I think today. We'll see. I don't know. It looks legit. You have to check it out. Anyways, carry on. Maybe if you want to Google it, you can.
Oh, it's that same interview with the little girl.
No, this is new.
That's a different one. Oh.
This is him saying it was fake.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. He told the little girl. He said, "This is." He goes, "This is not an 8-year-old question. This is my question." Well, it didn't happen, and that's we didn't go there, and that's what happened. That's what he said, right? But he's not coming out so much. I mean, you can interpret that, I guess.
She asked, "Why haven't we gone back to the moon yet?" Right, and I think what he said was, "Well, we haven't gone back because we didn't go."
We didn't go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's saying that they didn't go in the first place. Yeah. And then he says to somebody else, I don't know, pissed him off. He's like, "Oh, why are you
It's
asking
like,
me?
who
I was
told
just
you we
passing."
went?
Right.
Did
I
someone
was
tell
just a
you that we ever
passenger.
went? What? Yeah, we were passengers on a plane, right?
It's funny that heading on that title, just some former astronaut, not Buzz Aldrin, just some guy you probably never heard of, just a former astronaut. Like they're trying to discredit him off the bat by not saying, "Oh yeah, this was one of the first guys that landed."
Buzz Aldrin is Buzz Lightyear. How can people not know
Buzz
who he is?
Lightyear, man. Come on, yeah.
To infinity and beyond. That's
That's
who
right. I
Buzz
guess you guys
Lightyear
can look at the rest. Wait, what are you guys talking about so late? Did you guys sleep at all?
Oh, not yet.
Or is it early for you?
I was on all day here in
It's
Australia.
pretty
I'm in
late,
Australia.
man. I'm about to get some rest. Shit.
Yeah. Quiet hours, right? These are the slow
comedy
the
hours.
world is
Did anybody the ladies' night? How did that go today? Kind of missed it.
It was pretty good. It was comical, man. Some funny stuff was said.
Anything new?
Proving the vacuum by dropping a steel ball in a container of water, something along those lines. It was great. It's fantastic.
Hey, if you will a vacuum suck out water from a container? I just never tried that.
Oh, will a vacuum suck out water? Okay,
Would
like,
that work or
depends.
no? I know it sucks out air.
Well,
Okay.
yes, but like now in your mind, what do you envision? Do you envision like it depends how your system is, how your system. Okay.
Half water, and then have the vacuum on top, and then half air, and the vacuum on top. Would it suck the water out?
How does the
What
straw
will
work?
happen is the water will start evaporating. The water will start boiling, and yes, eventually, yes, all the water will be gone.
Oh, because it'll boil, right?
Correct. Yeah, you see.
So it will
boil and
actually.
evaporate.
It will actually.
Then it'll freeze. Then it'll sublimate. So it'll go from solid to gas directly. Boom.
So there's really no way that you can
sublimation.
have a vacuum against.
No, because the
Even if you
definition
had
of
water,
what you're doing is you're mechanically removing the particles. So you're creating this void where you have no particles. Like you're going against nature. You're going up the slope, right? So you're stacking these particles above you in the slope, and they want to come back down. Like you're carrying the weight by this vacuum pump, this mechanical apparatus that's mechanically smashing the particles out of your system. That's what it's doing. It has veins in it, rotary veins, and so it's mechanically getting evacuating it. So so that's how it's doing it. So this spongy stuff wants to just snap back into the void. So when
do
you
the
have like
Globers
water.
have it?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Do the Globers have an explanation for that?
So no,
Well,
it
everything is
depends on
gravity, of course. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Why isn't the water evaporating into outer space? It's like for the same reason. Why isn't gas going to outer space? Right? It's like, well, gravity, I guess. There you go. Boom. Let's label it, and then we're good, right? That's what they do.
But what if you see the vacuum of space is like an infinite vacuum, right? Like the vacuum you're probably talking about is a small one, right? So it's probably gonna
Yeah, that's
fill that
space
little space. You know?
the ever expanding vacuum of outer space.
Exactly. Like the
It's even
vacuum of
worse.
space isn't just gonna evaporate the water off of the earth. It's going to rip the earth, strip everything off
Rip it.
immediately, if not break it apart. Like this is the
Crazy.
infinite
That's what they teach us.
volume. Right.
Because it's ever expanding,
because
motherfucker.
my fifth grade science project vacuum chamber can vacuum air and, if you guys are right, water out of that vacuum chamber. So the real vacuum would be infinitely greater power, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Infinite
since it's
volume.
infinitely
greater,
large,
exactly.
it's just infinitely
Yeah, it's
large.
infinitely greater.
You can definitely get into the very thin layer of atmosphere in comparison to the vacuum size easily and quickly. So that would be going right into the earth. And even if it had a gradient, it would still the pressure would still push out to the vacuum.
It can't have a gradient. It can't have
Gradient.
any.
I mean, when I
Right,
say
it wouldn't.
gradient, I mean the oxygen is heavier below Mount Everest than at Mount Everest. Is what I mean by gradient. Right. And there's a gradient in pressure.
Yeah. When they say there's a gradient, they've already skipped past. In order to have gradient, we need pressure, and in order to have pressure, we need something for these things to press against. You know what I mean? So you can't talk about gradient if you have not explained how you have pressure without a container. That you can tell them no. You can tell them go away. You don't even know.
But they say that gravity is the container.
Well, then that's where you want them. You want them to say that, and then you can destroy them there with gravity. They're contained, and that's it. You know, now you don't know what your container is. Now you have to believe and have faith in what they're being taught.
They have a bendy space-time container.
Right. It's like water is not the same thing as gas, but there's a gradient, right? Pressure inside this water because it is contained. If the water was not contained, you wouldn't have pressure in water, right?
It would just fall off the ball, wouldn't it? Like,
right?
Why doesn't the water go to the bottom of the ball?
What did this guy do with the steel balls? What the hell was that about? What did he do with that? That's his example or something?
He had nothing, like
he had a brain fart.
Nothing coherent, man. Yeah.
He said he put steel balls in water. What does that prove? It falls to the bottom?
I didn't even know.
He had a metallic atmosphere. That guy, he's insane.
Is that his idea of gravity? He put steel balls in water and they fall down to the bottom?
No clue.
Hello.
I couldn't tell you because he couldn't tell us. Hey, man, what's up, dude?
How are you? Good.
What's up,
Thank
kid?
you.
Hey.
Another day.
I just heard you about that guy last night, and I wanted to remind you guys that he said that gases are just less dense liquids.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't know the difference between
yeah.
Very basic understanding.
And also that liquids are more dense gases, actually. I posted
But isn't
the
that what
question
happens
for him.
to, like, if you boil water, it turns into like heat vapor, like gas?
Yeah, vapor.
So vapor's not gas.
Actually, it is a gas. It behaves like a gas. You can vent it, so
Yeah, it gets suspended like in the air, you know.
yeah.
You can actually see it, like vapor, you know, under a powerful light. With the naked eye, you can see tiny little things flying.
When he said that, I wanted him to answer. How can you vent the water from a glass, from a cup, if liquids are just more dense gases?
I just thought about something. Why don't trees grow sideways along the earth? You know, if there's gravity, instead they kind of grow straight up. They kind of know how to do that.
That's a good question.
They're not closer to the sun, straight up. They're pretty much the same distance. They grew
No.
if they grew long ways, like a bush.
It's not even
Basically
trees. Trees are considered strong. What about all the twigs and leaves and like all the smaller plants? They grow straight up. They don't care.
Yeah, why don't they grow along the ground? You know what I mean?
I find
Gravity, man, gravity.
Like they
defy gravity.
conform to the torus shape, the way a tree is growing.
Like the chakras?
No, torus shape, like this donut.
Like a donut?
Yeah, you have in the middle a pillar, two coronas, the root and three corona.
Oh, I gotcha.
As above, so below.
Yeah. There you go, Hermes. You like that stuff, don't you, Bob?
Are they branches or are they roots?
They are both. They are
Is that
antennas. One is the carbon antenna, and one is the oxygen antenna and water antenna. Boom. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Not bad, right? And also the carbon antenna is also the sun antenna, the solar antenna, right? And yeah, and the water antenna, if you give it light, it will die. So you must keep it dark. See, and it's like as above, so below, but there's an inverse relationship. They're conjugates of one another. It's very funny. Nature is like that. Interesting.
And the way the roots inside the ground, they absorb water, but the trees, I think they wouldn't be able to absorb water if they didn't have a corona, because the upper corona is in contact with the air, which has a electrostatic potential charge. So it's charging, and in the ground, it's like a electrostatic conductor, the tree trunk, and it attracts the water in the ground towards its root. Because water is attracted by both charges, positive or negative.
Is that your theory of how water gets distributed to every part of the tree? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think modern science doesn't know it. So. But no, it's a mystery.
I mean,
because it's not capillary action.
Yeah.
It's not.
This is
Capillary
how
action
the
can't do
water,
all that.
Yeah, this is how the water from the ground will be coming to the root, and once it gets physical contact with the root, then yeah, you have all those processes in, the capillary of the root, so it absorbs it through other mechanism, but like that distance in the ground from the root to the place where the water is, the water must be attracted towards the root somehow.
It just vacuums it.
Yeah,
It vacuums it from the soil.
An electrostatic, yeah.
Somehow, magic. It's evolution. Evolution taught it how to do it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Define evolution.
As the rock became sentient, you see, that process also taught the tree roots how to vacuum the water out of the soil.
Yeah, I'm writing this down. Vacuum the water
out of the soil. Because how does that happen? How does the root, extract the water and nutrients from the soil? How does it make that? You know what I'm saying? Like
Godric said
knows
earlier,
what
the
I'm talking
vacuum,
about.
right? No, Godric.
I was kidding, right? I was just, I was just taking a piss,
It will be interesting to see an experiment like this.
Well, it's hydrophilic in nature, right? So we know that hydrophilic material will absorb. There's hydrophilic, hydrophobic, and so they are hydrophilic, water loving. So, but there's more to it than that because how does it transport it then up the tree? Well, it'll tell you capillary action, but you can't take capillary action all the way up high with the given diameter of the tubes. It's like, what you know what I'm saying? It's not enough.
Well, if you, for example, plant a tree into a desert and you pour a bottle of water in a place where there is no tree, the water will be sinking through the sand very deep below the sand. But if you have a tree and pour it next to the tree, that tree roots will hold that water at the surface of the sand. Water wouldn't be sinking so easily deep in the ground because the tree will hold it electrostatically. That's my theory, yeah.
That's interesting.
No, plants are cool, man. Plants are interesting. We don't know much about them.
Then there's
fact, when you go in a forest, the earth has a higher humidity. The ground. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think I watched somewhere something about these big trees in an ecosystem in a forest. They have these roots that spread and go. There's a network, right? There's some kind of network underground, the roots of all the plants and all the trees, and almost like a city, like it's a communication.
Oh,
That's
they
what
talk.
that's what I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they talk, dog.
I saw that on TV. I was like, yeah. I don't know if it's true, but yeah.
I don't know. It's speculation on my part, but I think because creation, it's smart. It's more intelligent than what we materialists give it. It's like it's extremely intelligent, man. We don't know what's going on actually. So it's like okay, if you take a clone from a plant, if you just cut it off, okay, and it's still alive, right? And now you can, because it has no roots, so it can't absorb water now from the bottom, right? So now you have to feed it water from up top, from like the leaf, and it will do that, and then it will grow its own roots. Cool. Now, if you let it dry out, okay, and then try to revive it with water, it's dead. So what happened here? How come it's not, when I give it water, it's not absorbing it anymore? It's just dead. I can't bring it back to life by hydration anymore. So something else was actually there. There was life here. And it's different. Like you can cut it from its mother tree, and it's still living, and like for whatever 2 days or whatever until the water and this whatever is going on actually leaves it. It's gone too far. It cannot sustain its cellular activity, and it's dead. We call that dead. And you cannot it's non-reversible at that point. It's a non-reversible process. So it's like very interesting to me. That's why it's like
the
not
blood,
just
right?
capillary. You can't call it capillary action. It's like, get the fuck out of here. There's life here. Even it's so obvious. It's just slow. It's very slow. The rate of growth, even though it's extremely fast compared to humans, but it's slow. I like them. Plants are cool, man. Animals are cool too. Creation is pretty cool. Ponder.
Well, I don't think they are alive, the plant, but I'm positive that they are the closest to what we call life.
Like living, they have
almost, yeah.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, they have something. It's not just.
Yeah.
It's not stupid.
In the Bible, they are renewable food.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, it doesn't have a conscience, you mean, right?
Yeah.
It's got I mean the code is there, but yeah. It's not like us or animals where
And
yeah, but doesn't everything sing or praise the glory of God?
Yeah.
Doesn't that means it vibrates to him, right? Which means it is actually sentient, even though we perceive it as dead. But not, you know what I'm saying? At the God level, no, it speaks. It's actually praising his glory.
God can make a tree speak.
Well, that's of course. He can do anything. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's right. That's not the discussion, of course. But I'm saying, in our what is going on?
Something gold.
Somebody's got that hot mic.
Damn, what? Something gold new. I was gonna say you could maybe turn trees into like a tuning fork. Maybe then they'd speak. I don't know.
Dude, have you seen? Okay, if you have time, The Secret Life of Plants. How about that? Have you seen that?
I think I've seen that.
Okay, where
Is
they
it talk
do it
about how
actually.
they speak?
The polygraph, yes. And how
Yeah,
they
like
saw
communicate.
no, it's insane. It's like it's crazy like what this guy was doing, just hooking up a polygraph, and he was getting a response. And he was like cooking shrimp. He was dropping live shrimp in boiling water. I'm sorry. In boiling water, and he had a polygraph machine hooked up to a plant, and he recorded a solid reaction. So then he isolated it and put it in a different room where the tree can't see what's going on, and it still picked it up. The death of the shrimp, and it reacted to it. And then when they cut up the lettuce in front of the plant, it had a reaction to it. It's you can see it. You know, it's actually recorded in video, so it's kind of crazy, man.
This is one wild speculation I had a while ago. I was I believe that trees and flowers are there is a spiritual connection between them and all living beings. For example, all the flowers that flower on a field are actually a goodwill and well-being for a certain living being, you know, like every man has his own flowers and trees in the world, and if you knew which one is yours, then you could take care of it, and it would automatically improve the quality of your life, you know. Something like that.
That kind of goes along with the as above, so below, where they say like you have your place in the stars, or you have your place in the ground.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like Beauty and the Beast. You know, that rose that he was, you know, the curse that he had. He had to, when that last petal falls, you'll be a beast forever.
Yeah. And for example, bad weeds are bad deeds and evil doings of kind, and we have quite plenty of
like thorns, and yeah.
You mean like that God sends them, like as punishment? That God, you said bad weeds, yeah? Or
yeah.
It has nothing to do with that, yeah.
Bad weeds, you know, make a place unpleasing, unwelcoming. So
yeah, they compete with your good plans.
Thistles and thorns.
Yeah.
Barren and
try to suck up the nutrients from my weed. Get out of here.
Trying to get my CBDs.
Try to take a nap. Try to take a nap on a field with bad weeds, with thorns and all sorts of poison.
No thanks. That's bad vibrations.
Yeah.
I'd like a tree, please. It gives me fruit.
I would like a coconut tree, please.
Oh, no coconut trees. No way. Yes, a drop of coconut on your head, sir.
I want coconut
bing.
trees to grow everywhere. Yeah, not just in the tropics. That would be so lovely to see.
Oh, in Malaysia, I've been in Malaysia. They got the oil coconut. I mean, not the coconut, the oil palm trees. They look badass.
Yeah.
They plant them like, you know, a lot of them, dude. I like palm trees. They're pretty cool.
I like coconut trees. Palm trees are useless to me. I don't know why.
Why?
We don't have any in Samoa. That's a.
There's like, I mean, there's different like kind of palm trees, like date palm trees. Like, isn't a coconut like the same, but it's like gross coconuts? No.
Nope. It's totally different, man. I've never seen a palm tree until I went to America, LA.
Oh,
I was
really?
11. Yeah. No, my dad, he grows them now. It had to be brought in.
got ones that gives you dates, right? Dates on palm trees. I've never eaten dates.
No.
Oh, dude, no. I mean, there's oil palm too, and in Malaysia they create a lot of oil palm, and they export it. Of course, I would use it for fuel for my own country, but whatever. That's, you know, Rockefeller gets to say on that.
We just started growing palm trees like 10 years ago. So yeah, there'll probably be some when I get back, and I'll probably have a go. You know, intense research and cook something up. Yeah, man, come down.
I like coconuts, but I wouldn't sleep under the coconut tree. Not crazy.
Yeah, I don't.
No.
We have coconut.
But
We have like a coconut orchards along the beach. It's to help to keep the. But that's where you would go sleep, right? So I used to take my mat down to the beach and check the trees, or I don't sleep there.
That's nice. If they're still in like bloom, where there aren't like, or does it always have coconuts, older coconuts, and like blooming part and an old part?
Yeah, once they start forming coconuts, they always push
They
out
always have
coconuts.
coconuts. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Nice. It's dope.
Yeah, this coconut tree, this variety, right next to the house, so low you could just walk up to it and grab, and get one. And it was like the sweetest coconut tree on the island.
Oh wow!
Then yeah,
Really?
and then 1992, I think, Hurricane Val hit us and took the whole beach and the coconut tree.
No, man, you should have cloned the hell out of it, man. You should have cloned the hell out of it, dude.
Yeah,
Crazy,
so
man.
I did look for it. Yeah, I went looking for it on the island, couldn't find, but there were some that were similar, but just didn't have that sweetness. Oh well.
You can clone coconut trees in a complicated way, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't know.
Or it's like
I don't know.
microscopy.
No,
Can you? Hold on.
You can't. Coconut trees. Yeah, you can't clone it.
I know you. I know you can't. But there's. I want to say there's something I read about that, but do not quote me. I'll have to go do some research.
I mean, you can't clone it the conventional way of cloning.
No. Yeah, you can't do it. No way. Yeah, you can't do it conventionally. Nope. Not gonna do shit. Yeah. Just gonna grow a leaf. Grow roots to the leaf. That's it.
Well, yeah, the roots of the coconut tree is also very interesting. It's weird. You guys ever seen
the
roots?
Yeah, it's very strange.
It's weird, man. It
How do
looks
they
like
look?
freaking Medusa's hair. It looks like Medusa's hair, like everywhere. All kinds of little strings going everywhere. It doesn't look like normal root, but they're pretty strong. You need to take the whole ground out from under it in order for it to come out. Like all of it. You can't just nostalgia.
Yeah, they grow taller, so they harvest stronger electrostatic voltage. So they need also bigger roots, more widespread.
My question is like, how in the world does that tree eat sea salt like water and gives you that sweet coconut at the same time? It is insane. Like the filtration system and that thing is just evolution built it, of course. It's magnificent.
That's the thing about the coconut tree too. It requires seawater to grow, or salt water to. It's weird. If you don't give it salt water, it grows bad.
Loves salt water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it all started with that amoeba. It became a coconut tree. It became
the
an
amoeba.
elephant.
Yep. It's very selective amoeba. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Very smart. Very smart. Huh?
Ocean amoeba, right?
Well, like how Cain killed Abel, right? So that amoeba, the minute it splits into its brother amoeba, I think one of them would kill the other. It'd be just one amoeba left. I believe the Cain versus Abel thing. 100%, they would have just killed itself out of it just to see it. But it's like the minute it creates its twin, One of them will go evil, and that's it. It's the end of that. End of the amoebas, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, if you, I've seen about Kane a video of a guy, red hair guy, living in Death Valley.
Yeah.
He bought a ghost town. He's the only guy living there, and he's doing these YouTube videos how he's surviving, trying to keep this ghost town and stuff. But to me, he matches very well the role of Kane, and he has there are many signs in his videos, actions he's doing. They all relate. They are like subliminal messages, and to the story of Cain and Abel is very. He's saying that he was a corporate business worker, something. He had some business, he sold everything, and he bought this deserted town there. But I don't really think that story very easy.
Is the story saying that that's Cain, that man?
No, it doesn't say anything like that. But when I watched the video, I saw a lot of symbolism and things he did, and they relate very symbolic to the story of Cain and Abel.
Like what kind of things?
He once
Built a city type of thing? Yeah.
He once left in an exploration, and said that got lost, and a heavy snow started, and yeah, I mean, heavy snow in Death Valley, in California, and yeah, it was snowing a little bit and stuff, but he found some sort of shelter, a small cabin, like a phone booth, and he sheltered there for about 2 hours, and he said, "Oh, he was in such a danger to die." But God's curse on Cain, according to that curse, he has protection, divine protection. So not even nature is allowed to kill him.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a link? Maybe check a link. I mean, if you don't, it's
Yeah,
all right.
sure.
Okay. Yeah. I'll check it out.
I'll post in the voice text.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, guys, have a good night. I'm gonna check out.
All right, bro. It's been good. Thanks.
Later,
Good one.
Later.
Good night.
Laters, guys.
Good night.
Good night, bro. Yeah, I gotta go too. Been a long day. Good. You guys, grab that link off you get before I leave. Thanks. Good night, everyone.
Good night, John.
Good night, and me too.
Yeah. I just posted the link. That's the guy, but he has many videos. You have to.
Down. Yo, yo. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello, Roger.
Guys.
Yo, Peter.
Yo.
What up?
What up?
Good morning, Vietnam.
Anyone awake?
Yeah, I'm here. Who's asking?
What you doing, man?
Chilling, sitting in the garden.
Oh, you're in the.
Yeah, having fun in Cogdiz. It's so funny, man. These people, they throw out the radius the instant they can, right? When you ask them who measured the radius. Yeah, but the black swan is refracting, so you can't measure the radius. I mean, so no ball, right? No radius, no ball. It's
No R
physically,
value.
it's physically impossible to measure the radius, so it's not a ball.
So how do they get the radius that they
Yeah, but
everywhere?
according to this guy, it's physically impossible.
So how did they get 3959?
Yeah, good question.
Calculation.
Calculation, huh?
Yeah, magic numbers.
I can
Yeah,
make up numbers too.
Yeah, witchcraft, symmetry, and stuff like that.
And it started with me showing them how they, you know, that video from ESA where the lady is, where the astronaut is, where the lady is hanging in wires and she suddenly magically makes a stuffed doll appear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, what you're on about? It's okay. It's a children program. They can use CGI. What you're on about? It's okay. Yeah, man. It's okay to fool the children in space. Why would you need to make a doll appear? Isn't space exciting enough, right?
No, man. Augmented reality. It's so cool.
Right. But they wouldn't use it for the adults, right? It's only for the kids.
Beam me up, Scotty.
When they beamed that little stuffed animal, didn't they do a little sound effect too? Like
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Just laugh in your face. And they go into this red herring that it is okay for this doll to appear, but the whole point is who it isn't even a real doll, right? She's just touching something augmented reality. It isn't even real. That's what the whole deal is here.
And a funny thing they say about that video where Don Petit is, doing science with a bubble of water. They call that video astronauts playing with water in space.
Yeah.
Playing, they are playing.
Yeah, we need to make an kind of podcast with the things Globers say, right? And just read up all the things they say in the chat, man. I think you get it.
Oh my God.
Like hours and hours filled. The things Globers say.
They wouldn't find them funny because they are like from a scientific point of view, they are illiterate science. If you are illiterate in science, then it makes sense, those claims. For them, it will be just nice stories. Yeah. They say vacuum is not a suction force. What about when you drink beverage through a straw?
Yeah, you create a vacuum.
Yeah,
right?
and it lifts up the liquid to your mouth.
So your lungs are stronger than the infinite vacuum of outer space.
Yeah. I agree and I understand that. The air pressure is pushing on the walls inward on a vacuum chamber. Yeah. But also the vacuum itself is pulling the walls inward. And when you open it, yeah, it's both ways. The air is being sucked in, and it also being pushed by the atmospheric pressure, air pressure. God, I hate to mention this word now, atmosphere. I would be curious to see, to measure the gas particle velocity in a vacuum chamber, but like a very, very long pipe with the vacuum side. And at one end, you release a little bit of gas and see how fast it's going to create an equilibrium pressure inside that pipe. I looked vacuum chambers, and they have this gouge in them, and when these guys were opening the valve for gases come inside the chamber, the moment they turn and you hear that sound, that gouge needle starts immediately, like instantly moving, showing how it's filling up.
Good morning, people of Flat Earth. How's it going?
Hi, Dandelion.
What's going on?
Yeah, not much. Chilling. Bit of
Did you
chilling
talk
in the
to
garden.
Parker? Did you talk to Parker?
No, not yet.
Did you say you're in the garden?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't get by me with that one. Does it have a lot of tulips in it?
No, I've one. I don't know the name of it. I will make a picture.
You don't have tulips in Denmark, though, do you? That's the Holland thing. Sorry. Aren't you in Denmark, not Holland?
No, I'm in Netherlands.
You're on the
Yeah,
Netherlands.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I was confused for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was right about the tulips. You should have some. You're not very patriotic.
I have a small dog, and he eats everything in the garden. So I have one big. I have this one that's in my garden, and the rest is all.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
that's
I don't have a.
gorgeous.
Yeah,
Is that a hydrangea?
I think so. I don't know the exact name.
Because I have a hydrangea out my window. I'm looking at it right now, but it's different color. But I'm pretty sure that's the same plant. It's
Yeah.
nice.
But my dog keeps eating whatever I plant, so.
Oh, but he doesn't like to eat that. That's good.
No, this one is too big.
I'll take a picture of my hydrangea. I gotta go out there to get a good one. It's really funny though, because if that's a hydrangea, which I think it is, the color depends on the acidity of the soil, and this particular one has many different colors, which it's never had before. Probably too late for your tulips to be blooming anyway, even if you had some. You see mine, how it's got like some that are bluish. One has like some white in it, and then there's the pink ones.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, hydrangea. Maybe they call it something different over there.
I don't know.
If you say hydrangea, then can't go wrong.
Yeah, it's called a hortensia. Hortensia.
Oh, you do have a different name. Wow. Yeah.
I don't know why it's this color. You said the ground makes it this color?
Well, now that one is a very deep pink. It's the acid, acidity of the soil, the level of acid or base that makes it. You can like force it to change colors. But I don't know like that. Like I think some of them just start with a different color. But okay, here it is. I'm looking it up for you. For true blue flowers, the hydrangeas need to be grown in acidic soil with a pH of 5.5 or lower. For pink flowers, the plants need neutral to alkaline soil, pH 6.5 and higher. For purple blooms or a mix of blue and pink flowers on the same plant, that must be what I have. It says the pH of the soil must be between pH 5.5 and 6.5. So, yeah, mine is pretty neutral then, I guess. Yeah. So that's why I never have that happen before. Usually, this particular plant is blue, so I guess my soil acidity is changing.
I used to have one of those plants in my garden. They're lovely, aren't they?
Yeah.
We had pink ones, I think.
Pink, yeah. I have
but-
been mulching it a lot. I bet the mulch is changing the acidity over time.
But mine is grown like massive. I need to chop it down every winter to keep it in check. It's like
Wow. See, mine does not get that big like that. I've had this for many years, and I mean, it gets a little bigger every year, but it doesn't. I don't have to prune it or anything. I have a lilac that keeps getting bigger and grows into the path, and so on. And I have a rhododendron that started out a tiny little plant like that, or smaller, and now it's a gigantic bush. Driven out everything else around it. If you have any questions about the flat earth, just speak up anytime. Or if you have questions about gardening, Roger and Chan and I can tell you, especially if it has to do with hydrangeas.
I'm trying to get some people from the lobby in, but it's slow today.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're a lobby troll and you know everything, from behind your keyboard, but then someone asks you to actually back it up with evidence or facts, or to come and speak with it, about it in a casual manner in the live stream and actually back up your claims. It's very difficult for a lobby troll. They vanish into thin air when you do that. You'd think this globe that they all are so sure they live on and so superior behind their keyboard, it'd be so easy for them to prove. Why is that question so difficult? Please present us with your scientific evidence of either curvature or rotation. Why is that question so difficult to answer if you're so sure you're right and so sure you're intellectually superior with all your beautiful misspellings and wonderful lack of grammar and run-on sentences, lobby trolls?
We're trying to get the trolls in. What's this GE platypus? He's just been spouting just gibberish. Look at the sky.
He's one of those career Globers. Yeah, he's one of them that has hung around here a long time. I haven't talked to him for a while. I've talked to him in the past. But he's deafened now, unfortunately, so otherwise I would ask him what keeps him on the fantasy globe.
And he's in Cogdis.
GE
we were,
platypus is?
yeah, because we were talking about was a guy that came in and he dropped the National Geographic thingy, you know, with the boat and the flag.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes, old
So I
trope.
was, yeah, I was like, yes. So I showed the boat, right, with the horizon behind the boat. And well, the guy was pretty dumbfounded. Like, oh, okay, yeah. And then G. Platypus went in the chat and trying to defend it. Right, it's the same as the black swan. Yada yada yada. No, the National Geographic claimed that the Earth curvature was blocking those stripes. Yet we can see the horizon beyond the boat. So it wasn't Earth curvature. That's dishonest.
Right, and they used to bring that up a lot. I remember in the old server, people were showing that picture all the time as if it meant something. And now I think they're kind of embarrassed of it. Like they don't, like most of the Globers don't even bring that up anymore. But you know, somehow they find these old things and recycle them once in a while, I guess.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, it's I as someone like GE Platypus, it's really mysterious to me. I don't understand it. Like I guess it's just it's that he's so afraid of the world, his worldview collapsing, that he's willing to just go through whatever mental gymnastics and strange, weak arguments he has to try to prop it up. I mean, it's just unfortunate. It's much easier just to accept things how they actually are than to, you know, defend this globe that you've only ever seen on TV and that you shouldn't have any vested interest in it. I mean, unless you're actually one of the people profiting off it. I mean, I can see why Professor Dave, so-called Professor Dave, who is not a professor in any way and is been blown out of the water countless times of his lack of scientific thinking, I can see why he defends it, because he's raking in the cash. They're promoting him on YouTube. He's got to be, his bank balance has got to be growing exponentially, probably growing at a higher rate than the curvature of the Earth is allegedly supposed to grow as you look off into the distance. His bank balance is probably half a parabola. But I could see why he defends it. But, you know, I don't know. Does GE Platypus have a gigantic channel that lies to children that he's making money off of? You know, making money off of truth by professing lies that profit the status quo. You know, I don't think GE Platypus is. That's not been my impression. At least he hasn't referred any of us to his channel. So he's not even making money off of it. You know, those are the people that are the unpaid whores are the most interesting to me. The paid whores, I understand. That's been around since the beginning of time. The unpaid whores who just whore for the government, these people that have the stranglehold on all the resources, that are clearly oppressing billions of people, you know, and enslaving people into this globe-lie satanic religion of theirs, you know, and making tons of money off of it. And just like the grossest, scummy people alive, the people who aren't even profiting off it, that are just unpaid whores for the government for whatever, just a hobby, seems real disgusting to me. I'd really like to find out why people do that.
Yeah, I think you're correct. It's a hobby, right? Maybe deep down inside, they know they can't back up anything of their globe model, right? They know that it's just all based in maths. They will never experience the Earth as a globe, right? But as a hobby, they want to just argue for arguing, right? So arguing flat earthers, which are usually depicted as crazy, right? Well, you can argue a flat earther. There's nothing to lose there because they're all crazy, right? You can't lose against a flat earther because by definition, they are crazy people. So just arguing for the arguing, I guess.
Right. Yes. Yes. And perhaps not even really caring about objective reality. I mean, a lot of these people, deny objective reality, and they actually believe that, you can, whatever you think in your head, that can be real. And whatever these other people think in their heads that they've convinced me of, they must be right because they've got more letters after the name than me. They've got more, digits after the decimal place, more in their crypto bank balance, or more digits in their normal bank balance than I do. So they must know more because they got more money and connections, and I see them on TV. I mean, that's what makes me sad. Like, even the people in my family, they're telling me about all these things they saw in the news about all these people they don't even know. They have no reason to invest emotional energy in. I mean, and they discuss the same people they don't know far away, and what they're doing, and what's happening to them that's bad. And it's like, really? Like, why do you care? And you don't even know for sure if that thing happened the way they said, because these people are proven liars, admitted liars. And you're still following their stories. I mean, I'd rather have them watch fiction. I mean, that's, at least then you're like acknowledging I'm being led down a garden path. My emotions are being played upon. I'm wasting my emotional energy on these other people that I don't even know and aren't even real. But on the news, they actually think that some of that stuff's real, even though these people come right out and say, we made all that stuff up. Gulf of Tonkin, confirmed false flag. 911 government conspiracy, obvious lie. The government conspiracy theory about September 11, 2001 is a ridiculous fairy tale. I mean, you just need to have a tiny bit of logic to poke a hole in it. Same with the JFK government conspiracy theory. These government conspiracy theories aren't even well constructed, and these people just accept them because they're from the government. And stand back and take a look at yourself, people. You're the fools here. You're being told to call us fools. Joke's on you. Like, one day, I hope they'll wake up. I think I've seen some people wake up and realize that in the last, year or two, there's a small number that's starting to realize it. Maybe, 1 out of 10 of these people that went around making fun of other people are starting to realize, whoa, maybe this thing called government isn't all it's cracked up to be. Maybe they don't have all the answers. Maybe they don't have my best interests at heart. So but if people haven't woken up by now to that concept, like, I don't have much hope for them. It's all out there. It's so obvious now. Like, I'm speaking to whoever's out there listening, not the people here, obviously, in Discord, but maybe there's a few here, maybe Parker. I don't know. We haven't heard from Parker. If you guys actually think the government is here to protect you, you got like either a serious intellectual deficiency, in which case I feel sorry for you. That's nothing you can do about that. That's fine. You have to be protected. You have to put your chips in this basket. I accept that. That's fine. Go your way. Believe in the government. You have under average IQ. You can't survive on your own. You can't figure things out. I understand. They're taking care of you. Absolutely. Take your check, buy your food, watch your television, live your life. It's perfectly fine. But if you have like some brains in your body, like you've been maybe tested and realized, or you've gone to school and realized, like, yeah, I am capable of rational thought, and you still don't see that there's a massive deception being perpetuated on the people of this earth via the mainstream media propaganda, then you have a psychological problem. But don't go to a psychiatrist, because they'll just tell you whatever you want to hear. Take the money you just got from the government and say, oh, yes, everything's fine. Do whatever you want. Be sure to pursue your own pleasure. And there's nothing more than this world. So just, live for today. And, oh, yeah, the government, they know what they're talking about. Watch TV, the news. Yes. Oh, yes, COVID's very scary. Wear your mask. And, don't go to a psychiatrist. I don't recommend that in any way. But just start facing reality here. You can start with this Discord server. Look at the channels down below. There's many of them down there. I would start with long distance observations and laser tests and realize that the entire globe fantasy model has no basis in reality whatsoever. And once you realize that, then you can start looking into some other things if you want. Or you can just start experiencing life on your own terms in the flat earth where you live and start trying to learn things for yourself. Look at all these beautiful plants people are putting up here. Get in touch with the earth. I had some guy come in the lobby the other day try to tell me if gravity isn't a force, which mainstream science says it's not, sir, then how is all the dirt held together? It's like, what do you mean? The dirt's not held together. Go out there, dig your hand in the earth, and feel the dirt. It's not held together by anything. Why do you think it's held together by something? Go do a little bit, like experience life away from your screen. I'm glad you're on the screen right now because you're with us, and hopefully you'll come in and talk to us because there's plenty of people here talking and willing to explain to you how you've been duped. You've been fooled. It's okay to admit that. Ooh, nice strawberries, Ryan. I have a bunch of strawberries at my house. They're all coming in right now. So tasty. If you have not had a strawberry from the plant, either you pick or a roadside stand, fresh from a real plant, not these like disgusting grocery store strawberries that are enormous, like 10 times the size they're supposed to be, last like a month without going bad and have zero flavor. Those are not strawberries. Those are some weird thing they've created to look like a strawberry so that you'll buy them and then you have to put a ton of sugar on them to make them taste good. Find a real strawberry, people. So, does anybody have any questions about flat Earth? Ryan's showing us his whole garden. Nice. You got a lot of strawberries. Raised beds. Yeah, I've been working a lot in my garden with my sons. They're doing such a great job. My son got so enthused. He's 15 years old about planting potatoes because he really likes potatoes. And last year, the ones we planted, we just planted from the pantry, because when they get the little eyes on them and the little sprouts, you can just take them out there and put them in the ground and they'll make a whole plant, make a whole bunch more potatoes. You can even cut them up so that you can get more plants per potato and make a plant from each eye. And those that we planted last year, I planted them too close to the watermelons because I didn't believe it when it said plant the watermelons this far apart. They're going to take up this much room. They were totally right. And so I didn't think they survived at all. But they did. They came back this year, ones that we didn't find in the ground last year. And then we planted even more. So we have a ton of potatoes, and it's going to be very exciting once we can eat them. We got some purple potatoes, golden potatoes. Needs to be weeded, Ryan. Yes. Do you have any children? You told me you had children. Make the kids go out there and weed that. They should be able to do that. Get that grass out of there. Just tell them, take out all the long ones and don't take out any of the short ones. Looks like you've got some mint in there or something. Leave the mint. That's mint. Makes the bugs go away. Ooh, there's a really nice strawberry. Oh my gosh, that's yummy. You're going to eat that one.
Yeah, we got some wild stuff there too. It's pretty amazing sometimes. You just turn the corner and come across this huge strawberry patch. Wild ones are a little bit small.
Yeah, they're very small, but still worth eating and yummy. Yeah, we have wild ones too. We have so many, we have to take them out of the garden just to put other stuff in because, they just take over the whole area. And we have wild black raspberries that are very tasty too.
Yeah, I love going out and looking. Excuse me. Love going.
My son just made some. Looking for what?
Looking for fungus and other wild edible.
Oh, okay. Are you good at identifying fungus? I'm not very good at it. It pops up around all here, but I know the morels. I know the morels. I definitely know those, and I eat them every time I find one. But like some of the other ones, I don't really know that well.
Yeah, those are pretty unmistakable. I'm still learning myself.
Yeah. I have a book. I should just spend more time with the book, but it's so much better to have like a person show you. I should see if there's anybody around here I can go to like a fungus identification walk or something.
Yeah, that's what they say. They say don't just trust a book. Actually, get out there with someone that knows what.
Yeah, there's this guy. Yes, because it can be dangerous. Yes, the fungus especially. There's this guy who's really old. I don't think he does the walks anymore, but I learned a lot of wild plants. But we didn't really see a lot of fungus. Or he would have identified it, I'm sure. But he's worked at a nature center down the road here, so I took a lot. He used to teach a class in winter, spring, summer, and fall, and I think I took all of them. I might have missed one of them. I can't remember. I definitely took the winter one. I might have missed the summer one, actually, which you'd think that would be the best one, but I think that might be the one I missed. But anyway, the other ones were perfectly fine, too. There's stuff all year.
Mm-hmm.
And the winter one was the best because we did it on cross-country skis.
That's neat. Yeah, I love going. I'd love to take some kind of class. Maybe do find a local meet or something. Start going out and doing a little bit.
Yeah, maybe the nature center, although not all nature centers are created equal, because there's two. If we go an hour west, that's where we go to the one that has people who really know about nature. That's where the old man knows it all. And he's still there. I just don't think he does the hikes anymore because he has trouble getting around. He has his cane and so on. But that knows everything about everything. But then then you go an hour east to the nature center. Oh my gosh. I tried putting my kids in a class in there. It was like my kids could have taught the class to these ladies, but it was about, we care about global warming and climate change. That's why we like nature, right? We don't actually know anything about nature. Like my son came up to her because he was really excited. He was little, maybe like 5 or 6, and he's used to identifying, because I identify and teach them about all the plants that I know. He brought it up, but he found one he didn't know. So he brought it up to her. It was like a red leaf plant. And he said, "Oh, what's this?" She's like, "Oh, that's a plant with a red leaf." I mean, literally, that's what and she kind of laughed like that was funny. Like you're the person who's leading this thing. But these young people, they think they're out there to show you these charts and graphs about so-called global warming and tell you how you're bad for breathing. That's what they think nature's about. So we never went back to that so-called nature center. Although they did make pickles there. I can't totally diss them. They did teach them how to make pickles. So at least there was that.
Well, we need to find. I'm new to the area. I need to find places around. Start getting out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sometimes it just takes trial and error. Oh, I know that plant that Sasha's showing, like a house plant. I used to have that plant. I can't remember what it's called, but I like it with the orange flower. Goran is here. Welcome to the server, Goran. BC verified. If you have any questions about the flat earth, feel free to speak up, or if you just want to say hello, that'd be cool. Juzzy is here. Oh, Juzzy's a flat earther. Oh, and possibly from Australia, according to the rolls here. Hello, Juzzy. I don't think I've talked to Juzzy before. And everybody else. How was ladies' night last night? I couldn't make it. I was in town swimming at my daughter's house apartment. Was anybody here? Oh, good.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. They had a couple of good lovers they were talking to.
Oh, good. That's always good if they have worthy opponents, or even unworthy opponents can be fun. Yeah, I thought there must have been some action because our DM group has had a bunch of chatter. Oh, is that garlic? Are you going to plant that, Ryan? Or the onions?
I think it's wild.
Wild garlic?
Yeah. It's either
Nice.
garlic or onion. It's hard to tell.
I just planted some garlic. My son did actually. We just took the cloves from the kitchen counter and separated them and put them in the ground.
The roots are just dandelion, actually.
Nice. I love dandelion.
Or roast them and
Yum. Then you can make some tea if you wanted. I like dandelion root tea. Oh, Jesse does not have a mic, but he is greeting us. Hello, Jesse. Thank you.
yeah, it's really
Just
good for your
listening.
stomach if you're having a stomach issue.
Yeah, I never understood, even as a child, like why people try so hard to get rid of the dandelions. They're flowers. They're also food. I think I knew that even back then. And I don't understand it. I don't know. I would like to know the history of it. Like, obviously, the companies that go around and remove the flowers and food from people's lawns, they would promote that concept. But how did it even get started? Like, I don't know. Like, you want your lawn to look like a golf course, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like, why? Are you going to go out there and play golf? I don't know. Very strange. My dad never got rid of the dandelions in our yard. He was the only one. We lived in this little, kind of, not real hoity-toity subdivision. Now, I went back there. That subdivision looks almost the same, and they've built real bona fide hoity-toity subdivisions all around it with gates and everything else. And now our subdivision looks like, the ghetto. But back then, it was kind of, yeah, I mean, it was back then. It was the place where all the, car company people lived in, semi-fancy, we'll call it that. And they all got rid of their dandelions, but my dad did not. And I was very happy. We were the only yard that had dandelions. I thought that was great. I thought we were better than all those people getting rid of their flowers.
Also, very, very usable, very useful, in certain situations, medicinal.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
I've always wondered, looking around at city planning and, went about decorating the city with. So, why didn't they put a bunch of edible stuff, a bunch of useful stuff, stuff that people could just pick at will,
Right, absolutely. I know. Yeah. Yeah, like why not plant, they plant a lot of trees on city streets or in parks, but they don't usually plant apple trees, pear trees, peach trees. Yeah, good question. Huh.
Free food.
Yeah, absolutely. And then not only free food, but food that if you were desperate, you could take the seeds out of it and make more of them. Although in the case of apples and pears and peaches, it takes you a long time to get any food out of from the seed, but if you planned ahead.
Avocados. I still have a habit of planting pretty much, I plant a lot of the seeds that I food, and even avocados. I know I'm not gonna see anything come out of them.
They make nice houseplants, the avocados, even if you don't get any food out of them. And it's good for you to have houseplants in the colder weather or at any time, because it helps with the oxygen levels in your house. Yeah, we had an avocado plant for a long time that we planted from a pit. But then I put it outside and I forgot to bring it in time, so then it died. So I should make another one next time we get an avocado. They're nice looking plants.
I'm gonna need to buy one here soon. Gold. We eat so many of them. It'd be great to produce it.
You're cutting out a little bit. Are you using push to talk?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have my headset on.
Oh, okay, that's all right. I got the gist of what you said. It's just cutting out a little bit.
Mic check.
You are coming in loud and clear, Roger.
Okay, then.
Oh, is Spicy in here? No, Spicy DMing me saying they're complaining they got punished for saying flatties. I want to state that I did not mean any harm. Oh, thank you. How lovely. He did not think that was an insult, apparently. Well, Spicy, if you're listening, you'll probably only be in the detention for 3 minutes. I think that's the time. Unless somebody puts you in there manually, then I don't know. Then you might stay until somebody lets you out. No, I think I don't know why flatties is. I can see why it's somewhat derogatory. I don't know. I once wrote a song where I call myself a flatty. Maybe it's one of those things where if you are one, you get to say it. Oh, Spicy is not as nice as I thought. It just says unban me, just command, imperative sentence, not even a please. And I'm supposed to join his Ethereal Freedom Empire, AOF, with 15 online and 28 members. So he needs mods. Oh, he's already going to promote me. I haven't even joined yet.
Yeah, we have Goran. Goran, are you there? You want to ask a question?
And welcome to the server. He's got a little robot avatar.
Where are all the Globers at?
I wonder if I should try to get Spicy in here. I mean, he's obviously trolling, but he says he's in detention. He's a fellow flatty and he wants his say. As if. I'll try to get into VC check-in. We'll try to get him off of his fellow flatty LARP.
Hmm.
I don't know how to get people out of detention. It doesn't even last long enough to bother to learn. Do you just do unmute or something? Do you know?
Yeah, I think so. Unmute, yeah. Exclamation mark, unmute.
Okay.
Should work. Mm-hmm.
Goedendag, Roger.
Goedendag.
How are you
Shatter,
today?
shatter. Yeah, it's a lovely day. It's a little cloudy, but it's okay. And you? How are you?
Yeah, top of the world. It's winter here at the moment, so a little bit cold, but
Yeah,
not
it's a
not
bit.
like Holland cold.
Well, it's a bit chilly for the summer at the moment, so.
Did I tell you, Roger, how they have we have a Holland, Michigan here? Did I tell you about that?
Yeah, the city Holland, right? Or just what was it?
Yeah. It's a city of Holland. Yeah, it's established by Dutch immigrants.
And we have a city called America in the Netherlands.
Do you really? Wow. Gosh, I know like we're like, pay homages to Europe over here all the time, but I didn't think that you guys actually cared enough about us to name a town after us. Wow. It's totally changed my entire point of view. When was it established?
Let me see.
But the real question is who was named after who? Because like in Holland, there's a Haarlem in the Netherlands, and then in the States, Haarlem is also a city, and then there's the Harlem Globetrotters, and when you go and look, there's names in Spain that are the same, and names in America, and it's like, who was the originator? Who was that first name that was copied?
Yeah, I have to assume you guys are probably first with most of them. America, maybe just they just named it after Amerigo Vespucci. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe there's just a guy named Amerigo that made the town America in Holland.
Yeah, I'm looking at when was it made? Late 19th century. It's presumed it got its name from the continent America.
Nice. Yeah, if I ever go back to Holland, I have been there one time, but just we were just in Amsterdam. But yeah, I'll have to look up this town, America. One thing I have learned from the Discord server is what a British person sounds like when they're faking an American accent, because I was watching this mystery. Was it? It could have been a Midsummer Mystery. I think that's what it was. Midsummer Murders. And there was this guy with an American accent that was supposed to be like it was. No, it couldn't have been that because it was set in the past. So it must have been some other mystery I was watching. Maybe I don't know what it was, but anyway, because it was set back in like the maybe 50s, I think, maybe even earlier, when like theaters and movies were kind of new, and it's because they were doing a reel-to-reel film, but it was set in England, and this American character was the one who got murdered, and he was kind of obnoxious. At the beginning, I'm thinking like, oh, this show was made in Britain. Why didn't they just hire an American to play this actor? Because he's obviously a British person faking an American accent, because I've heard Crypto do it many times, like I never would have known in the past, how that sounds different than a real American, because he was pretty good at it. Like, I think most people would be fooled. And then it turned out that he was it was part of the plot. Like, he was a British person pretending to be an American, and he really was raised in Britain. He was only doing it to like fool these girls into thinking he had all these connections so he could have their way with him. That he had connections with the film industry, So anyway, but it was just funny. I got to tell Crypto about that sometime, that he's taught me what a British person faking an American accent sounds like, so that now I can identify that in detective stories.
Well, we have Fit MC. Fit MC, you're unmuted. You can. Oh, he's in detention.
Oh, unfortunate. How unfortunate.
I've unmuted your mic, Fit MC. Let me see if I can.
Do you think he can still hear us when he's in detention?
Yeah, I don't know if he has power over his mic now.
Well, if Fit MC, it will likely only last 3 minutes if all goes well, and then you can return and hopefully speak with us.
I've unmuted him now. So Fit MC, you're unmuted. You have control over your mic. What's up, man? Welcome to the server. How are you doing? Fit MC. Hello. Man, we just want to talk to you, man, about the shape of the earth. Hopefully you have anything you can offer. Oh, he's gone.
Run away.
Oh, Scotty, you're I don't know what you're doing, but you're having lots of static on your mic, Scotty.
Yeah, Scotty, all we hear is static. We're going to have to mute you.
Maybe
just
check.
mute him.
Yeah, maybe check your mic.
Unplug and replug it back in.
I don't know if he could hear us. I'll tag him and tell him that we muted him.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever see an end point to Flat Earth? Like, is there a time where you're going to hang up your boots? Or is this something that till your dying breath, you're going to be trying to wake up people?
Well, I don't know. Like, I guess... I mean, I've talked with Witsit about this before. I think at some point, the powers that be will be forced to, if they're continuing to try to hold the reins on the information and the current level of extreme propaganda that they
It's not even extreme
now that they will eventually decide they have to do some kind of soft release or limited hangouts. So, I mean, I don't know exactly. At that point, it depends on how
It's the algorithm that controls. So basically, let's say you use social media, right? Yeah, you have freedom of speech here in the United States of America, but freedom of information is only what you seek and look for. Therefore, you'll be shown what you're most biased and aiming towards.
You see me. Hello. What did you used to have a different username here on the server?
Oh yeah, Reflective Kite. But I've been playing under You See Me in the gaming community, so I've just been keeping it. But yo, okay, so basically, the freedom of information, like how you and we can all go find this information. A lot of people are brainwashed. They're part of the system, and it's sad because, like, dude, I know people who are now getting sick. Like we all know the vaccine is a control method. So
Yeah, that's not a
Okay, we're
topic
not
we
going to
can
talk
discuss.
about that. Yeah. So just, Usimi, I remember you from before. Just take it down a notch. Take it down a notch. Take it down a notch.
I'm just passionate because
Yeah.
like
Okay,
I see all
that's
these
fine.
people suffering for no reason.
Yes, I understand completely. It's a similar conversation we had before, and so we can have the same conversation again if you want. But I was in the middle of answering Flat Earth Solar. So, I mean, other people are welcome to give their thoughts. It's just a little bit rude to just join a server that you've probably already been kicked out of and just immediately interrupt someone that's trying to express themselves. I mean, if you don't like what I'm saying, that's perfectly fine. You're
No, I
free
liked
to
it. I just
dislike
wanted
it.
to add it. I gotta
Okay.
wait till the
Oh,
end.
I thought you wanted to stop me from talking because that's what it seemed like.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but Flat Earth Solar, I already feel like, I mean, in terms of the way you phrased it, trying to wake people up, I guess. I can't remember if that was your exact words, but something of that nature. I guess I've already stopped doing that, in my opinion, because I think Discord kind of does that to most of us. You realize, like, there's a huge swath of people that you can present this in the most rational, logical way, have it backed up with objective facts, evidence, explain to them how logical and rational thought works, how the scientific method works, and so on. And they just will not hear it, So in that case, really, the only people we're trying to reach is that small minority who is actually interested in finding out what's really going on here. Most people, I gotta say the majority, I don't know if you guys would disagree, they want to remain in this delusion and they don't care if it's a lie because they are just clinging to it for dear life, I guess out of fear. So yeah, I don't know, Flat Earth Solar. I don't think that I'm going to stop talking about reality anytime soon, but I might, might change like who I'm actually talking to. That could change. I don't know if anybody else has an answer to Flat Earth Solar's question.
Yeah, will end when I guess the truth will come out. But we have he's I want to talk to King Frog. Let me ping him. He's in the lobby.
Thanks, Mary Mom. I think that I'm a results person. So I like to see results, and then it sort of motivates me to keep moving forward. And I think we are making huge results at the moment. Even just being exposed to this Discord has taught me how to verbalize my opposing thoughts without starting a war.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is a skill all of us should learn on all fronts, not necessarily just on this topic, but to be able to actually chat with someone that it's not you or me versus, like, it's not one of us has to win and the other has to be downtrodden. It's more like, can we explore this together and how do you understand this? And that, like you say, the amount of people that just don't want to have the illusion broken, that's the really peculiar part, because it's almost like out of familiarity. They're familiar with what they know and they don't want to be unfamiliar. So just don't rock the boat. Just don't start talking about something that's unfamiliar.
Yes, I agree with you. I think it's a very, like, I've thought about this also before. It's like a very kind of a childish point of view where, like, instead of, and I think it's by design, isn't it? That people have been kept in a childlike state where they don't ever get to the point where they're like going to make their mark on the world, right? With using their will and their reason. They're just been told what to do. They've learned they think they've learned the rules of this, system that's been made to look very complex and often, like, I mean, we do live in a complex world, but often, that is the natural world. The man-made world, that follows a few rules that are very easy to look at and determine, often based on greed, power, and a small group of people hoarding all the resources and holding everyone else down with the program that has no, absolutely zero basis in the reality of where they actually live in their everyday life. So, but they've learned those rules just kind of in a rote way. So they don't want to, somebody's going to make me learn a bunch of other rules. Oh my gosh, a whole nother way that the world is. I don't want to do that, even though that is life. I mean, that's the way, that's like, I often look at it as, a few hundred years ago, what we're doing now, knowing the earth is flat. Yeah, no big deal. What are you going to do about it? All this other nonsense that people have to unlearn, like it didn't even exist, this globe nonsense, this outer space nonsense, this breaking the laws of thermodynamics by a vacuum existing right next to an atmosphere nonsense. None of it existed. So you don't have to worry about any of that. You didn't have to fight with anybody about it. So you just lived your life and did what you were going to do, right? Didn't have to watch TV to tell you what to think or what you're supposed to be afraid of today. You looked out the window to see, nothing bad happening. I guess I'll just go, like Ryan's doing. I'll just go find some wild onions and teach my children about the plants around our world where we actually live, that will actually help them to have a decent life and get in touch with the actual world where they actually live. So, flat earth is just a beginning. That's just like you're just on the level playing field of how people have always lived,
Mm-hmm.
But people are afraid to just even get back, just to get to the starting line. They're fighting you tooth and nail. I don't want to get to the starting line. I want to stay back here being a slave to these other people and doing whatever they say, and whatever they say is reality. I'll just deny what I'm actually experiencing, a flat and stationary earth, and I'll just do whatever you guys say because I don't want to learn something new. That's the wrong way to look at it, guys. You're not learning something new. You're just living your own life, what you were put here to do.
I think you said a very valid point there. Like a couple hundred years ago, what would they have done with this knowledge? Yeah, of course it's flat. And then let's go plant our crops. Let's go and partake in this world. And for us, it's more the deception of trying to expose to people that they could have been lied to. It's not about the shape. That's not really the crux of this whole thing. But it's such a mind bender to, like, everyone always says to me, why would they lie, And you can give them 1,000 reasons as to why a liar lies. And if you spoke to one of your friends who's a compulsive liar and you asked why do they lie, there's probably 1,000 reasons as to why they lie. But yet, what I find peculiar here is that whenever they're trying to understand this new model, they're always trying to hold on to the heliocentric version in their mind. So if someone said to you, okay, visualize a square object, and then you say, no, well, I'm visualizing a round object, and he says, no, visualize a square one, then you're going to stop visualizing a round one and you're going to start visualizing a square one, and then you're going to move forward in the description. But yet when it comes to this topic, you say, okay, well, forget the whole balls spinning around balls in an infinite vacuum, and think about a whole new model whereby we're living on the floor and there's a ceiling and everything's contained. Oh, but where's that floating? Why is that not orbiting? And why is that? It's like, no, I told you to forget about the circle shape. We're talking about the square shape. Follow me with the square shape. But they always go back to the circle. But on every other topic, if I say to someone, okay, I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about this, they'll say, oh, okay, thanks for the correction. And then they can follow me on the new analogy. But yet on this topic, it's like they can't understand that you're trying to tell them something new, something they've never heard before.
So we have King Frog. King Frog, you are unmuted. You have control of your mic. What's up, King Frog? Froggo. Sorry, Froggo. Talk to us. I'm not comfortable speaking. Okay, so I ask you to unmute your mic, and you said okay, and then now you're on. I don't need. Yeah, you do. You do need to talk to verify. So that's the rule here. Yeah, that sucks, right? So
where are you texting him at?
In the lobby.
Oh, I see.
So I'm going to put you back on mute. You can go into the VC check-in and talk to one person. If you feel uncomfortable talking in a room, that's okay. But you can also see it as a learning experience, right? You can talk to people in a room without being physically with people in a room, right? So this is something you can practice here. Nobody's looking at you. We're just listening at you, to you. So
We
you
love
don't
talking
want
to new. We love talking to new people. So
Right.
it's not a trap or a gotcha, but it's a chat group for like-minded people to share ideas and for no one to be judged, just to be able to have your say.
Yeah, man. It's intimidating at first, but I understand. But they're great people.
And everyone here comes from different countries, so we've all got different accents. So don't feel like...
It's my favorite part.
Anyway, King Frogo, the Earth is not a ball with a radius of 3959. If it was a ball, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observed height in feet. Yet we have hundreds of observations showing that the horizon is way beyond the globe prediction, thus making it not a globe with the radius of 3959.
What say you?
I had to go away a few minutes. You didn't get the Frago asked to be VC verified and now is not
but
speaking. Is that what
he
happened?
didn't want to talk. He was uncomfortable.
Oh, Frago, come on. It's just us. It's Saturday morning. Most people are sleeping if they were partying too hard last night. You're with the most low-key group. Right, Roger? We're not going to hurt Frago. We won't be mean to him.
No.
I don't see anyone in here that'll be mean to you. Chad left. You're perfectly fine.
Well, Vlad's
Oh, Rodwin might be mean. Rodwin might be mean to you, but I'll try to hold him back. I don't know. But no, Frago, please just say hello so we can hear your voice. Then you can get the role, right? He wants the role. Oh, now he only has a listening pass. Poor Frago. Your moment has passed. And he's the king, Frago. And he even has a status that says, do not try to argue with me when I am right. My goodness, that is a bold statement for someone who won't even speak. Huh.
Well, he must be a flat earther then.
I don't know.
That's something a flat earther would say.
But also be able to back up with actual evidence.
Yeah.
Correct. That's why a flat earther would say it like that with confidence.
Well, maybe Frago is a flat earther. We don't know.
Probably when you're that confident.
Yeah, and if you're a frog, you can't be thinking about the globe or Coriolis effect when you're jumping around. You're just jumping on the flat Earth. I think, frogs are all flat earthers.
Right. And frogs don't fly, and neither do apes. So frogs are good. They're flat Earth.
Just think about that for a sec. Like frogs can sometimes leap in the air for like 2 or 3 seconds. And we know that the Coriolis effect is about 300 to 400 meters per second. So a 3-second frog jump, frogs should be splattering everywhere.
1,000 meters away. As soon as it jumps, it should go 1,000 meters.
Oh, that's funny.
Into your windshield,
Right,
into your
exactly.
walls, like just everywhere. Frogs pasted against things.
That's crazy globe logic. But gravity.
Yeah, there was such a strange thing.
Come on. Froggy! You can do it. He unmuted for 2 seconds. Come on. You can do it, Frog.
There's
Just give us a
literally
ribbit.
4
Just give us
people
a
in here
ribbit.
talking to you. Everybody else you see on here is sleeping and not listening, so don't worry about it.
Sorry to
You know, when
interrupt, but is this mic sounding all right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sounds great.
Thank you. Sorry.
like when we all sat in school and had those moments where the teacher would say something and you thought that doesn't make any sense, but then the rest of the class all nods and they all carry on and you kind of just fall in line with them.
Yeah,
I remember
because if it makes
when
sense
I
to
was
them, it better make sense to you, or you're going to look foolish.
yeah, you better catch up somehow. Now I remember as a youngster I rode everywhere on my bicycle, and I always wondered, like, how can I find a way that it requires less effort to get to my destination? And I remember riding for about 2-3 hours. I was like out in the field and eventually laid down in the field looking up at the clouds. And I thought, it's so strange that it requires just as much work to go in all directions. Like if everything was spinning, like it was a fleeting thought that I never dwelt on. But I remember lying there and thinking, like, if I just rode against the spin, or if I went with the spin, or the same way that going downhill, I can lift my legs and then I can just coast downhill. But as soon as I get to an uphill, then I've got to really start pedaling like a beast. It's like, no matter which direction I went, there was never an easier route. It was always equally hard if it was all flat, And it never, like, I don't even know how to contextualize this, but I remember thinking there must be a way that I could ride my bike easier by using, like, the Earth's rotation.
Wow, you remember thinking that when you were a child?
Like as a teenager, probably like 12
Teenager,
to 13.
yeah. That's
Like,
impressive, though, that that you'd even be thinking at that level. Yeah, that's cool.
well, just like I lay down on the grass looking up at the clouds, and the clouds were moving over my head. And I remember that we were learning about, like, Earth rotation, and they were sort of discussing this whole paradigm at school. And I remember looking up and thinking, all right, so the clouds are going that way, so we must be spinning that way, so let me pedal that way. And it didn't, it was just as hard going that way to come back. And I thought, like, that's peculiar. But then you just carry on with life, and everyone says, it's because you were born on top of this really fast spinning thing. So that's why you've never noticed that you're going faster than the speed of sound, just because it's always been that way.
Yeah, and they like to bring in the reference frames as if that explains everything. Yeah, it's like Zanuck and his reference frames. And because when you were just saying that.
2 different directions on a spinning ball, your clouds.
Wow, that's crazy. I was just thinking when you were saying that, Flatter Solar, how many young people, and hopefully in the future that have these kind of thoughts can actually be encouraged, in a scientific way of thinking. Because think how many people have grown up over the past 100 or 200 years that just are not, that have good ideas that just are not allowed to develop them because of this rigid, false framework they're being kept in. Like even some mainstream people and scientists understand this concept that scientific inquiry is so dead, even though they run around with all this STEM stuff as if, oh yeah, we love science so much, but like real science is so discouraged. Like even Ben Stein made a documentary about it in 2008. So that's now 13 years ago. It's called Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed. And it's all about anyone at the university level who goes against the evolution religion, the dogma, the non-scientific concepts that most of this is based on, are blackballed. Like they can't even question, and yet they run saying, oh, yes, science is all about questioning and learning about your world. But in reality, no, it's not about questioning anything that these people have profited from, set into stone, got their own little racket going, and they got a hold of all of these universities to the point where there is almost no true inquiry going on at all, especially in certain areas. I mean, I'm sure in certain areas there's still, work going on, areas that don't threaten the status quo. But yeah, in this area of the religion of evolution and the religion of the globe, where they've taken over these universities and made them into worship, churches for the globe and churches for evolution. They have zero scientific inquiry allowed. That's what the name of this this documentary is called. Expelled, no intelligence allowed. It was in the theaters back then in 2008. I went and saw it in the theaters. And yet I don't think much has changed since then. If anything, it's just gotten worse. So I don't understand how things like this can be called out on a massive scale. I guess it's a limited hangout type thing, right? It's like, oh yeah, we know this is going on. Everybody's concerned. Yeah. Don't you worry. We'll just keep marching along the same path, but we see it. We see that we're marching toward greater dogma, greater religion, more globe worship, but everybody knows it, so it's perfectly fine. Don't you worry. Ben Stein's gotcha.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, who's talking? Who is that?
Oh, Scotty.
Storm.
Oh, Scotty. Oh, good. You're back. I'm sorry. Yes, we only heard static coming out of your mic earlier. That's why we muted you, but I'm glad you got it fixed. Now you sound good.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound great. Are you in Australia?
Yeah, Australia. Yeah, thanks. Cheers for that. Yeah, I recently put a new computer together, so I'm fucking putting a few things together to make it all work. Cheers.
I do not have any idea what you said, and I'm usually pretty good at understanding people's accents. Can you speak a little more slowly?
Sorry, I'm speaking Terra Australian.
Okay.
I still don't know what you said.
Did you go? He went outside
Sorry,
to pet his he went outside to pet his kangaroo.
So he just said he's Australian, guys.
Oh, okay, thank you.
My English
Scotty.
co-vocabulary is Terra Australian.
Terra Australian.
Terra Australian. Do you know what it means?
From the Wotar side.
No, surprisingly, no. Well, most people don't realise that the real name for the continent Australia.
Help me! I'm getting chased.
Is Terra Australia, Australius.
Oh, and what does the Australius part mean? So Terra is Earth, and what does Australius mean in English?
Or the big island, I guess, that we live on.
I'll look it up.
Because they say we live in the Commonwealth of Australia, but if you look at the legalese and all the
Go
wording,
Jumpy Boy.
it's actually the real name of the continent that's called Australia.
Means southern. I looked it up. It means southern.
Oh, see me so free.
Okay, I didn't know that. Now I know. Thank you.
Oh, see me so free is just talking away.
Yeah, he's.
That's essentially legally the name of the continent called Australia is actually Terra Australia, because the Commonwealth of Australia is corporation and blah blah. We all know that fucking all bullshit blah blah. Do you get what I mean? All the court legalese BS.
I'm not a fan of court or legalese.
No hablo, man.
Well, the
So what's the point that if Australia is called Terra Australis, what's the point of that?
Okay, fantastic. Well, if you look at the definition of words in I guess the law dictionary, Terra Australis is a real name of the country called Australia, but we essentially live on the Commonwealth of Australia. Now, if you look in the wording, what it means is folk island. So legally, we're most people realise we're classified by law as lost and dead at sea. So legally, folk island, which is around Australia, is where we legally are at sea, under maritime law.
Is this a troll about Australia being fake, or?
No. You do realise we're under
He's
maritime
bringing
law?
up the maritime law situation.
Yeah, the
and
amount
about that they technically lost out at sea. But Australia was a prisoner colony established by the British. And if it's terror, then it's not water, then it's not maritime, and it's only when you enter the court system that you are then approaching the dock, and you are basically entering their water, their maritime fantasy.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was trying to kind of vaguely. Yes. Okay,
I just heard him
well, you
say
guys know what I
something
mean,
about
yeah.
Big Island.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, this rabbit hole is a never-ending.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't stop, mate. The court system is so convoluted. It's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm from South Africa, so
Which
that's
part?
why Johannesburg,
Yeah, the Free State Cheetahs.
the Lions.
Oh, the Lions, Johannesburg. Oh, Johannesburg Lions. Yeah, the Free State Cheetahs are from where again?
From Free State, and they're in the center of South Africa.
Yes. Okay.
South Africa is quite large. It's about 1,400, 1,500 kilometers wide, and coastline on three sides. So it's
not small. Are you a Lions fan?
no. Once I understood this whole system, it was like I was the biggest sports fan. I watched every cricket match, every soccer, every rugby, every tennis, every Aussie rules, every freaking match I could find. I watched, and then sometimes you would sit and you'd think this makes no sense, and then you realize that they're betting, and then that's why that team lost and this team won, and why peculiar things occurred. There's always some bet going on, and as I started to unpeel that whole thing, I realized in the late 1800s, early 1900s, when they were forcing all human beings into cities, they realized that putting this many males with testosterone all together either led to fighting or led to some sort of chaos, because we're all trying to assert our hierarchical dominance upon one another. So if you look at sports, they were all created around 1870 to 1890. That's rugby, tennis, cricket. All of these recreational sports were created at the end of the 18th century or the 19th century, 1870s, 1890s. With the bustling growth in city life, they needed to create outlets where men could go and be confrontational, but as like my
Bread and
team is
circus.
beating your team. And
Bread and circus.
so that you get bread and circus. So if you feed them and you give them entertainment, you effectively calm them down so that they don't start turning on you. And the more I started to look into this, it was like it shone a light onto this whole thing about why you take a 14-year-old boy, you make him train every single day of his life. He gets to his peak between 20 to 35, and then after that, you just discard him and you get the next little boy who you can make his peak. And each one sets little records in their time. And then it's this never-ending cycle to catch the next generation to be involved in the next generation champion. And then my team can beat your team, and we can have this whole aggression towards one another. And I hate your team and you hate my team. And we can have an outlet for our testosterone. But it's once again a control mechanism.
Yeah.
But we can't use our testosterone for
They're
freedom,
all
right?
staged. It's all, in my opinion, it's all predetermined who's going to win.
Well, that's also when you start looking into it, it's phenomenal how many of these things end exactly the way they were meant to. And we as the spectator, it's like watching a puppet show. They plan how they're going to do the puppets, and then all the people come and sit in front of this little box. And when the puppets are on stage, everyone's like completely engrossed. They think Cinderella's real. They think there's a wicked stepmother, and they're not seeing the men standing behind pulling the strings. They're completely engrossed in the puppet show. And that puppet show can last for an hour or 2 hours, or American football can be 3, or, It's a puppet show, and you're there to watch
There's
a
8
puppet
billion people. You got to give some of the people something new to do.
My puppet shows are real, like.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, but okay, you know for a fact that, like, yeah, music is skewed in such a way that it's become less complex over time. Therefore, you know, although there is a lot more artists than mainstream music,
to control you guys. That's what
it's
music.
yeah, it's brainwashing, bro. It's literally disgusting, and I have like no idea, like for me, man, I've been betrayed a lot in my life. I have like family members and people who've taken advantage of me, and it just sucks because I'm not able to express my full self. But I understand that like a lot of people, if we could remove that layer of unfortunateness and we all learn to work together, like, you know, as an entire one flat earth, like why the fuck do we have so many people starving in countries that could easily just be made a, you know, like 2-bedroom 1-bath apartment building? You know, it's literally sickening. And
All
then
the
the
people
government,
that
hold
you
on,
see on TV
hold on,
starving.
hold on. And then Congress, right? You see how Congress intentionally does things so they can profit from it. This one company was given millions of dollars to build like these homeless shelters and probably spent like $50,000. It's disgusting.
Are you done now? Can the mod talk?
Yeah, man, I'm just explaining to you, like, we're all sheep at the end of the day.
Cool, bro.
I disagree.
Live by under which the system was created.
What system? The system of our enslavement.
Okay, here. Well, let me start from the bottom. All right, so basically, when you're born, you get a social security number. That number, the data information used to store those numbers is inefficient. It's on some SQL server. Your data, your fucking social security number is out there on the internet. People can pay to get your social security number if they want to. So we're
In
living
an SQL database, and you check this?
I know people who can literally grab me the social security number of any person in the United States of America. Okay, so now let's like actually get into it. You're paying how much in taxes to the government when the government's over here like printing fucking trillions of dollars, under which, you know, let's say his friend owns a, you know, company, right? And that's a construction company. They're going to be sharing the money and wealth in such a way they can take advantage of the system. And it's transpired from greed. Here in the democracy, what we have, you know, the Capitol building, etc., it's a democracy, but the greed, the corporations that the military uses to, you know, help develop certain technologies, it's just, dude, it's very insane. The rate at which technology is accelerating, humans cannot keep up. And the people at the top end of the pyramid are trying to do everything they can do to implement more methods of control. Did you guys not get that thing on your phone like at least 1 to 2 days ago that was saying allow social media platforms to track you across apps? That's fucking disgusting. Do you guys understand that we are all sheep to their fucking system, and the only way to resist
No. You've chosen to be part of it. You're not required to have a phone. You can throw that phone in the lake. You can go, if you're in America, you can easily go live in the mountains. I did it for a long time.
I was
All you
thinking
need is
about being a farmer in
yeah.
Hungary.
So all I'm saying is to put it, I mean, the way you're I understand what you're saying, but you're making it sound like you're a victim. If you understand all this, then you either choose to continue to be a part of it, to discuss with other people the things that you've learned, or you can just go. No, I mean, it requires a consent. You don't have to have a phone. You don't have to have social media. All that is an opt-in system. If you choose to participate in it, you can. They're not doing anything to you. You're choosing to participate, and then
Okay,
you
so
have
you're telling me the millions of fucking children in this country who have social media addictions and mental illness like ADHD and OCD are just you know, they're just opting
Okay,
in?
now you're going to talk about the children. No, that's a completely different story. That is the tragedy of this world, is that children are being
You guys don't understand your own principles.
Dandelion, it's the same children I see on TV. I always switch the channels off because they have flies on their face.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about the children, that is a whole different story. I think that is the reason why this unsustainable system will not be allowed to continue that much longer, because they have crossed the line in the way they're targeting the children and the kind of things that are going on right now. So I totally agree. But if you're talking to adults, that's a different story.
I think that's the same kid that usually comes in here bragging about Adderall and shit. It bothers.
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to have a different username. I asked him about that when he first came in, and he told me what his old username was. Yeah, he's been around a long time, but it's whatever.
I wanted to make a comment right at the beginning when he started speaking, and he said that many people have taken advantage of him during his life. And if you fool that old sentence, "Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you." Other way around. Sorry. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So what we're standing as saying is that we don't want to be fooled twice. We're discovering this knowledge and moving towards changing that, or changing our lifestyles to be less controlled and manipulated. But if you're playing the victim, like Dandelion said, then you're going to be the victim for life. And then you're just going to concede to whatever rules and regulations and processes that they put in place.
He seems to know a few things. He seems mixed up or something.
Yeah, I don't know. People coming in here and claiming that we all do know that there is control, but inducing the fear by saying stuff like that, I mean, what will it help, right? You're only feeding the machine again.
I think falling down the rabbit hole has an acceleration curve. When you first start falling, it's very disorientating. And all the stuff that you learn is like everyone's against you and the government's are spying and everything's a lie. And it can be disconcerting. And some of these young guys are overwhelmed by what they're discovering.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, we have to have some understanding of them. He doesn't bother me. It's just we don't need to go from one twisted system to another one. I mean, that's what the limited hangout, like Alex Jones. That's an Alex Jones mentality. What has displayed. It's like, oh my gosh, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're coming to get you. I mean, that's what we don't want to do. Absolutely.
And words have power. And when you stop him from speaking negativity over this entire group, and you start talking positivity over this entire group, it does change the outcome.
What I always feel is that when people start ranting like that, then it eventually comes out to, we need to overthrow, right? We need to rebel and kick those people out. And
we need to lie in a ball and just cower till we die.
Well, no, that's not what the point I was making is that it usually leads up to invoking violence, in my opinion, right? Because these people want change. I get that, but I think that if you just say no, right? If everybody says no, then it's done, right? You don't need violence. Just say no.
It's amazing how easy it is. If everybody just could grasp how easy it would be. Nobody likes paying taxes. A long time ago, if everybody just looked at each other and said, no, okay, no.
I like roads.
It's over.
I like roads.
No, we've got how are we going to build the roads without taxes, guys? There's someone saying that, like, seriously? Or are you being ironic?
If we didn't
Who
have
said that?
I did.
We didn't have taxes,
Okay,
our roads
Jordy.
would
Okay,
fall
I love
apart.
you. I love you, so I'll forgive you. I mean, come on. I live among the Amish. I thought you were in the Midwest. You've seen the Amish. I mean, yeah, the Amish go on our roads, but they don't need anything. We can build a road any day of the week. I'd rather maintain our own road. When the stupid county comes down this dirt road and puts their stupid chemical on it, it's disgusting and horrible. Let me maintain the old road, please. By all means, just shut down your your road commission. I don't need it. That's ridiculous. We
That would be
easily
better,
we can
of
build roads
course.
easily.
Yeah.
Don't make us wait a year for the state to say, "Oh yeah, we can fix your bridge now that goes across the river." Just fix your bridge. Get together and fix it. Let us keep our money and put it together when we actually need something, and don't have to go and pay all these taxes for all these pet projects. It's nonsense. Yeah, that's what the system tells you. Who built the roads? Put out your fire. You would, your neighbors would, the way we always have. We don't, that's just their lie to get you to contribute to their slush fund so they can keep having second and third homes in the Bahamas.
I'm just crazy. Yes.
I'm sorry, Jay Doherty. I'm not upset with you. I'm just upset with
You're
the
good.
situation.
Get it out. I was just pointing out that, like nowadays, they do use some of the tolls to rebuild some of the roads and stuff. They also keep the tolls too long, etc. Like that's all true.
I was just using it as an example, for
when
things
you
that are
look
going
at
on
the
today with the mask, the jab, and everything. We all just, if it weren't for there's so much fear. If it weren't for that, if we could all just look and just say no. There would be no fighting. There would be no any kind of tyranny that may come down the road. Just no.
I feel like we're far down a road or something. I mean, the roads are set up and stuff so that we interact with each other at the. I mean, everything we do is all screwed up. Is anyone else noticing like this?
Well, I just wanted to add something to Dandelion's point. With this whole concept of we're so inefficient ourselves, so we need someone who can oversee everything and do it for us and just make it be right. That concept, when you actually extrapolate it, the funds that are received go into paying 50% salaries, and then the other 50% is often either stolen or used in other ways, or a large, maybe 30% is still used on what it was intended to be used for. So you still get roads, you still get infrastructure, but you get bloated salaries, you get corruption, you get all this other stuff that comes in between it. Now, what's happened in South Africa is that as the government starts to become inept, we have created a private industry that's gone in and solved the issue. Once again, that's the people stepping up to do it on behalf. So in South Africa, there's a lot of cable theft where they want to sell them the metal for value so that they can just get something to eat that day. And those cables then take out the electricity grid on like a whole block. So there's private companies that live and are hugely profitable on just replacing the stolen cables. Now, as they replace the stolen cables, they are getting paid to provide the service to their community, and they've done it out of their own initiative. And it's the same thing with the roads. As the roads start to create potholes, private companies came in to fill the potholes, and they get called, or there's like notification points, and private individuals are paying these companies to go fill the roads, and they do. So we're starting to take back some of the infrastructure from the public sector because we've seen that it's bloated. They're mismanaging the funds. Very little often gets done. And when it does get done, it gets done at such an exorbitant rate, often double the cost that it should be, because they've got little brothers or sisters companies in between as middlemen so that they're extracting profits out of each thing that a government worker does. So this entire system is, when you actually look at it, when there's a need, someone steps up to fill that need, and if the public agrees, the public will pay for it. And it's the idea that we need to be paying 40% of our taxes automatically to this giant fund where they can just stick their hands in and then they decide what's important for us this year. And it's often about the upliftment of all the weaker or more poverty-stricken areas. So you, as the top end who are paying the majority of the taxes, are paying to uplift the bottom end. And it's actually like the entire system has just got flaws at every point, but no one questions it because, hey, it's a system and it's working adequately. So let's not tamper.
Sounds like maybe you guys have a little more. I don't know. I don't like the word woke, but people more aware of what's going on around them.
Mate, no one knows. No one has any fucking clue on my fucking standards these days. It's fucking ridiculous.
You want to turn yourself up, bud? If you have the option.
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, but it's that will. It's the will to make it happen. I would say, like here in South Africa, there's a large Afrikaans community which originate from the Dutch. And when they arrived here, there was nothing. And they built everything in South Africa that by the mid 40s, 50s, South Africa was one of the top countries in the world. Scientifically, technologically, we were exporting technologies. We invented cloud seeding and all these things in the 40s and 50s, and then exported those technologies. But suddenly there started to become a breakdown. But there's this, where there's a will, there's a way. And I think you find it in all the rural communities, whether it's Australia or the US or whatever. Like, if you don't have exactly what you need, you make it work with something else. And you just create whatever it is that you need, rather than waiting for it to be brought to you or given to you. Just make it happen.
Yeah, just that's why I brought up the Amish. They they exist as just kind of a separate society. They're here on the same land as us, and the government kind of takes a hands-off approach to them. I think they usually get away with those sort of things. They call it like a religious exemption, right? But anybody can, you could also call it a philosophical exemption. But they do not participate in this society other than, they do sell their goods to people, and they do right now. They're doing like amazingly well. The store that is local here just keeps growing and building because more and more people want, their meat, their produce, their lack of weird government restrictions in their store and so on. Like they just, every time I go there, it's just booming. But at any time, all this could collapse and they just continue on. They already know how to make their own food. They've got their own livestock. They don't rely on the power lines. They don't have telephones. They obviously don't have computers and so on. They would just continue on. Like they wouldn't be having that influx of cash that they're currently getting, but what would it matter? Back to basics. They got all the structure right there. They know how to build things. So it's proof right there that, as I think it was Ryan was saying earlier, you can just say, I do not consent, and you can choose not to participate in this society. And that's what I was saying. You can go live in the mountains if you want, but don't sit here, participate in it, be on Discord, and then whine about how you're being oppressed by, them watching you. It's like, you're watching you because you got a cell phone. You got these electronics. You don't want that, then disconnect from it. People don't, I guess people don't want to, sometimes I think people like victim mentalities because it gives you less responsibility, right? Like I personally have already lived that way, as I told you, and I decided to come back for various reasons to society and participate in it. And so, I don't feel like I'm a victim. I don't like what's going on, particularly when it comes to the children, as he mentioned, but you choose to participate for whatever reason, because you think you want to help other people or whatever, or you don't consent. Just cut it all off. There's still places you can go and do that if that's what you choose, but don't be in here and then whine about it. That they're watching you on social media. Of course they're watching you on social media. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's what it's for. Like,
So
you don't like that?
participate.
Don't participate. Exactly.
Exactly.
I envy the Amish big time. We have a big group of them out here. Just reminded me the other day I was driving. We came to an intersection, and just to my right, I see this dainty little lady. She's got her bonnet on and everything. She's on top of this huge tractor. She's got her baby in her lap. She's pregnant. She's driving the tractor, just doing her thing. It was the coolest thing.
Yes, and they are so cool, and they're like happy people. Like that's remind like I can think of many scenes like that. Like they don't wear a lot of the in the summer the kids don't wear shoes, and the mother wasn't wearing this particular scene that I saw. The mother and child were just walking, down the street from their house to the store. Like neither one of them were in shoes. The boy was looking at us. It was so funny. The little boy, like me and my children were getting out of the van, and he was looking at us like we were aliens. I can't describe it any other way. He's like, "Whoa, look at those people. They have a van." Like he was really interested in us, and we're really interested in him. So it's like two different cultures. It's like a little culture clash, but they still exist perfectly fine, within the society.
Yeah, I try not to wear shoes as much as possible, and if I do, most of my shoes I take those like copper rivets that you see in jeans.
Yeah.
Put copper rivets in the bottom of my shoes, so my feet to Mother Earth. You understand what I'm saying? Basically grounding myself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's very good for you to walk around, without shoes on the earth. I encourage my children to do it, and I do it. And then by the end of the summer, it's like your feet are pretty, tough. I mean, it doesn't even take that long.
Oh,
yeah.
Should start copper riveted for earthers, earthing people.
They have the Amish schools here, and when you drive by them, like the kids are out playing with their little hoop and stick, and they're just kind of living in another century, and they drive their buggy down the road, and they wave. Often, the cutest. He was probably like a teenage boy. I think he had like a little straw hat on, and he was driving the buggy. He waved to me, and a lot of people in their cars do wave around here sometimes. Not as much as I noticed when you're when I lived in the Ozarks, like everyone waved when you passed them on the road in the mountains, because you don't see that many people. So it's like, woohoo, I see someone, I'm going to wave. And, some people wave around here, but it's not as remote. As some very remote areas in the U.S., everybody waves still when you pass them on the road.
But how shocking is it that like the supermarkets are only really about 100 years old as a phenomenon? And before that, people had to either know a grower or grow their own food, and they were intrinsically tied to the land and therefore protecting the land for their immediate future. And supermarkets only being the last, say, 120 years or whatever, it's how quickly we've degraded into a society that's incapable of producing our own. Or even like the idea of being Amish is like, how would you make that work? People almost panic, but it's one of the most obvious things. You just build slowly. You plant this season, and you plant next season, and you plant, and you plant, and you plant. And eventually, you will have the type of food source you need. But everyone just wants that instant gratification. But that was never the case 100 years ago, 150 years ago.
Yeah, even with the Depression, in the United States in the late 20s, early 30s, the economic depression, likely created by Franklin Delano Roosevelt to have an excuse to massively grow the state of the federal government and basically turn us into a socialist country as a result of that so-called event. But the thing that is not said in the history books, but you can find through first-person accounts, and I know personally from my own family, is because they were still at that time in touch with the agrarian roots, as you mentioned, Flat Earth Solar, because they were, less than just a generation or two removed from that, where you would have these kind of
cities and people not having the food sources, many people, you only in the history book for the Great Depression, at least in an American history book, you'll see very sad people waiting in line for food in the city, very sad people who can't find a job. But what did they really do? Of course, anyone with any sense who still had, grandparents in the country, they went back to the country in droves. There's a whole book called Living the Good Life, Helen and Scott Nearing. Theirs is about Vermont, that particular phenomenon in Vermont. They started homesteading in Vermont as a result of the Great Depression. They talked about how they learned how to do these things the old way. I think the Foxfire books all came out of that whole concept. And then here in the Midwest, many people who live up here in Michigan came from Chicago during the Great Depression, including some of my relatives, because obviously they wanted to eat. So they went back to the land and started farming. But you know what is funny? I have a tiny little story, anecdote about that. When I was taking an American history class in college, I wasn't that interested in the textbook. I was more interested in firsthand accounts, as you should be if you're actually interested in history, not just like the propaganda from the corporations that own the textbooks and continuously dumb them down every year. I was researching with primary sources what actually happened, and I wrote about all of this, the phenomenon of going back to the land during the Depression. And my teacher, my professor, he did not mark a single thing down in terms of errors of fact. It was all meticulously researched and footnoted. Not one grammatical error did he mark, not one spelling error, but he gave me a B, I think maybe a B+. But he said, this is his only statement. This is not what was discussed in the textbook. That was his only statement for my whole thing. But, that is the thing of it is that was back then, almost 100 years ago in America, people could easily do that. Now they've made it, as Leto Solar just indicated, where most people don't have that in their family memory, or don't have relatives still living in the country that they could just go back to. So now they have it to the point where if they decided to create another event like that, which, they pretty much have, right? Creating artificial scarcity of goods, creating the appearance of shortages, limiting gathering sizes, limiting travel. I mean, they've pretty much already done that, right? And they pretty much do have people right where they want them. So the Great Depression, went pretty well for them, but it didn't go so well because people still knew how to care for themselves. And now you got huge swaths of people that have no idea how to take care of themselves. So of course they cling out of fear to this big daddy and big mommy government that are going to take care of them and give them their little check in their account so then they can go buy their food or whatever. Of course they are, because they have no concept of anything else. But I do think it is slowly changing, because I've noticed that this whole farm to table, even here's evidence of it. Anecdotally, you might say, but I've heard many other people say it, that last year, I didn't even look in the garden centers this year. I've just been using stuff that I already have and ordering stuff online. But last year because I didn't bother, because last year when I went to the garden centers, they didn't have any corn seeds. They didn't have any of this, didn't have any tomato plants, didn't have anything, because they said, everybody's starting a garden now. So there you go. In the second Great Depression in the United States of America, people are going back to the land and they are growing their own food. And that's why all these places couldn't keep the supplies on the shelves.
Hey, how you going in your local region?
Could you say that again slower, please?
Sorry. How are you going in your local region? Whereabouts in America? And which
I'm in the Midwest, in the Great Lakes region, Michigan.
Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a lot of open land there?
In the Upper Peninsula, there's more. We have two peninsulas. We have the Lower Peninsula, and then in the 1950s, they built a bridge to the Upper Peninsula, which did make it a little more developed, but it's still pretty rural up there. There's still areas in Michigan that are undeveloped, but not anything like the West. I mean, if you want undeveloped land in America, Montana's, I think, has the most undeveloped land. At least it did when I lived there. The Northwest of Montana, when I lived there in the 90s, didn't even have electricity. It wasn't even available. There were no poles strung to the Yak River Valley in Northwest Montana. I don't know if it's still like that. I'm not in touch with those people anymore because they don't got electricity. I haven't gone out there to talk to them. But they might by now. I don't know.
How is your defensive New World Order situation going on? Like, how is it like, what's the plan?
I don't have a plan. You'd have to ask someone else. I'm just living my life here on the God's green earth where I was born and enjoying my children. I have no plan except for, as we just discussed, not consenting in any case where I have the choice, except for I'm consenting to use Discord. It's pretty much the only social media that I've kept, only because I found very intelligent, thinking people here who are worth talking to, like the great conversation we've had this morning. I don't know. Does anyone else have a plan?
But there's
buddy. Sorry, Chris.
Go ahead.
I was just letting the Australian fella, he's coming in real low. He might get closer to his mic or something.
Is it okay now?
It's better.
Is it a little better now?
Yeah, it's better, bud.
How about now? Can you hear me okay or ish, or what's the percentage of hearing you can hear me?
50.
50. Well, my mic's right next to my mouth. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's all right. Good.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Are you Western Australia or Eastern Australia? Must be late there.
Yeah,
So
Melbourne.
you're Eastern.
It's about
You guys under the thumb right now?
11:49. Well, the funny thing is, the Scottish fucking storm has never been locked down, has never had restrictions, not fucking once.
Is that the name of your town?
Well, my name of the town is Hobbs Crossing, West Melbourne.
Okay.
He's Scotty Storm.
Yeah, I have not been on lockdown once. I've been arrested multiple times. I have never complied with any of this bullshit fucking once.
Good for you, man. They got you under the thumb pretty hard right now.
Well, because I'm in Melbourne, Australia, is fucking absolute dog rat cunts.
But they were pretty harsh in Sydney and one or two other places. They were locking up people for Facebook posts, and if people weren't wearing masks, they were being quite. It was really an enforcement of the prison state, I thought. But I also see that Melbourne did miss it, and I've got friends in Brisbane, and they also said that they had quite a mild lockdown.
Well, the thing is, the Scotty fucking storm has never been locked down. I've been arrested multiple times. As soon as the lockdowns happened, I went to dog parks. I went to the kids' playgrounds. I fucking flew in the back of my car. I said, "Fuck you! This is fucking bullshit." And eventually, I got arrested. And like, you can't do this. You
Stay
can't.
away from those kids' school or play yards, man.
No, I wasn't in schoolyards. I was in playgrounds, and I took all the signs down. You know, all fucking clothes and blah blah. So I've been going to dog parks. I've been going to school parks. I've been taking all these signs fucking down because this is fucking absolute bullshit. And I've been waiting. I've been waiting for fucking a year and a half. The fucking warriors to fucking start fucking arcing up to fucking fight back. I'm waiting right here, right now. It's amazing. Everyone's a fucking sleep. And, like, we can't win.
I hear you.
Yeah, good on you for sticking to your guns.
And the thing is, I'll show you videos right here, right now of what I've fucking done. And I've been freedom fighting since it started. Right from the start. I've been going to cop shops. I've been fucking blasting the coppers. Saying this is fucking bullshit. This is how I've been communism. And everyone around me is a fucking sleep. Have no idea what's going on.
Oh,
and
somebody said I had a lot to drink tonight. It's midnight there.
Well, mate, I'm drinking, but I don't usually drink. But here and now I do. Because what's happening right now is fucked. It's fucked. I've made multiple videos of myself going to my local store, my local shops, shouting out to people, wake the fuck up. This is fucking genocide. This is fucking World War III. What the fuck you all doing still wearing a fucking mask? Like, I've been fighting right from the start.
Are you the Scotty Storm channel?
I am the fucking Scotty fucking Storm. Yes, I am.
Channel.
The one good thing we have about our live stream is nobody's going to understand what he's saying.
Yeah, well, my YouTube channel got taken off. My bitchy channel is still active.
Do you think the algorithm is going to miss the language as well, or the accent?
Well, I don't really care about how I speak, what I do. I just care about what's going on, freedom and truth. And right now, it's complete fucking rubbish. What's going on? Today I went to the dog park, and I fucking had a full argument with some bloke. He thinks pandemic's real, and I'm like, where do you get your information from? The government, the mainstream media, so pedophile criminals. Oh yeah. And it's like, have you researched any science? Have you researched a PCR test? What viruses are? Have you looked at any of it? And none of these fucking brainwashed fucking muppet morons have looked at anything. And it fucking frustrates me so much. I've been in local stores, I've been in dog parks. I have blasted fuckers daily to wake the fuck up, and I'm ready to fucking die.
I don't think your approach is necessarily the best way of going about it, though.
Probably not. You're probably right. You're probably exactly right.
Angry and
like if someone was blasting you, Scotty, if every day you were getting it like at 110%, if you were receiving it like that, would you be like wanting to hear more, or would you just want to turn your shoulder and walk away like enough?
No, I get you exactly. I'd be like, okay, well, my TV and mainstream media has brainwashed me for fucking months, so I'd rather ignore your facts, statistics, and evidence, and fucking live in denial.
What I love to do these days is to think about a good question that says what I needed to say, but it just implants the thought in their minds. Like when I say to people now, remember lockdown was only 2 weeks, just to slow the curve. Remember lockdown? And then they look at you like, no, we're still in lockdown, or they're still enforcing these things. And you're like, no, it's only, don't you remember? It was only for 2 weeks, and it was only to slow the curve. We're only on day 480 something now, but 14 days, that's how long it's going to be. And you watch their mind start not seeing the correlation or seeing the conflict, so that they start to then think about that a little bit more, and then they come back and ask you about it, rather than trying to give them everything all at once. I just try and think, how can I put it into a question, a little seed, plant that seed inside them, and let that thing germinate at its own speed.
Yeah, and I wish I had done that with the people I love. I didn't. I was a little aggressive the way you are, and it didn't turn out well, man. They don't want to hear anything I have to say anymore.
Yeah, mate. Yeah,
and
you guys are 100% right. 100% right. I've definitely aggressively, thrown the facts and evidence out, and they can't wake up. It's amazing. Today I full blasted. I full fucking blasted him. And maybe it's wrong, was right, but to the point where you're kind of done. You're kind of at the point where you've had a year and a half to research this rubbish, to research it to points it's bullshit. Wake the fuck up. It's frustrating.
I did finally get my sister to come around to flat Earth over a couple of years. She finally had called me the other day, or a couple weeks ago, and she went to one of the ladies' night. And man, was I excited when she called and said, remember that flat Earth stuff you don't shut up about? you might have something there. I'm like, yes.
Fucking oath. Oh, really?
I remember, yes, when she came to ladies' night. Yeah, do you think she'll come back again?
I'm keep telling her to. I think she gets pretty shy.
Oh yeah. Well, she can just come and listen if she wants. That's cool. Yeah, that's good news. That's a good story.
She's still in her journey of accepting it. So
I'll talk to her. Now, to be fair, I convinced one American girl it was flat. amazingly. She could understand me for half of the way. Like she'll fucking like I'll tell her a whole sentence and she'll laugh and like, what do you mean? Oh, I couldn't fucking understand a word you said. It was fucking hilarious. But it was a fantastic romance, so it was worth it.
But check, if you talk slow, then there's no problem. But it's when you really like let it out full speed, then I guess the Americans can't quite keep up.
Those vaccines, mate. When I was in school, mate, I was actually fine talking about this vaccine, and your mind started racing, and I started being more coherent. Poison fucking shots from a stick.
Take your charcoal. Take your apple cider vinegars. Take your lamentations herb.
Faguzi, I'm going to unmute you. Faguzi, what's up? How are you doing, Faguzi? Faguzi, are you there? Let's talk about Earth.
You mean the Earth that doesn't move, or the one that fucking does move?
Earth doesn't move.
Sure don't.
Yeah, but my everyday reality and experience tell me it doesn't move.
Hey Scotty,
You know what I
let's see if we can get a Kuzi to speak out. Hold on one sec.
Kuzi, I've unmuted you. You have control of your mic. You have any questions for us? Why we know that the Earth is flat and stationary? I mean, this
You
is
can't
your
prove
chance.
that unless you use common senses.
Right. This is your chance to learn, right? You can have this experience, learn something about the Earth.
Over at Gym
Jess,
right now, dude. I'm trying to. I'm messaging Jim Panda right now on the Chatterbox, and I'm telling him to come over here and bring his best warriors tonight, and we're gonna challenge in the arena.
Oh please, please!
Yes,
Oh,
24
Scotty's.
Did you notice last night? Did you notice last night how it was really hype? Well, that morning, yesterday morning, I was in here talking shit too. So I'm hoping this gets them going, and they actually come in and challenge in the arena. I hope,
No, he plays the same card that Nathan does, where he says he's got his own platform, and if you want to challenge him, you can come into his platform and you can speak to him all you like.
I'll jump on
And
his
then
platform.
he's got all his little minions.
Dude, I've debated Red's rhetoric. I've debated Craig. Like, there's no fucking globe effort. I haven't debated it.
How'd they turn out for you?
Well, they regurgitate bullshit. Bring up
Did you
facts.
convert them?
Well, obviously not. You bring up facts that contradict their worldview, viewpoint, and they bring up theoretical science that can't be proven, and keep going on and on and on about shit they can't prove, and it's like, shut the fuck up! You can't prove anything fucking thing you're saying. It's embarrassing. But yes, I've debated every fucking mainstream bullshit artist essentially, and it gets embarrassing by a certain point. I've even gone to my local fucking Safeway and blasted every fucking cunt wearing a mask. Tell them you're a fucking retard. Why are you fucking wearing a mask? Why are we still pretending there's a pandemic after a year and a half? I'm ready. I'm ready for World War III. I'm ready right here, right now, and every cunt just docile, having a good time, or fucking just chilling out. It's like, fucking wake up.
They got rid of Safeways years ago here. You guys still have Safeways?
Australia, we got Safeway. It's good Woolworths. The two mainstream, suppliers are Woolworths and Coles, and I've gone and fucking both of them, and I've blasted every fucking cunt. Like, we'll not fucking believe.
Scotty, let's just try watch our language a little bit, bud.
Sorry. I don't mean to swear, but it's just like, when you're Australian, it's kind of your second language.
Yeah, me too. But on here it's recorded and it's often onto a YouTube and a live stream and all that other stuff. So just
Okay, well,
try and.
yeah, cheers, mate. I'll keep that in mind actually right now. Sorry, yeah. I apologise for that, mate.
Do we have? I'm gonna try Fuguzi again. Fuguzi, you're unmuted.
Is it like Guzzy with a silent F, or is it a silent G and it's fuzzy? How do you say your name, man?
Fuguzi.
Guzzy.
Juicy, Juzzy. How do you say
Jazz
it?
banger.
So everyone knows that the Earth is flat. I can't believe that there's still people who think they're on a spinning water ball hurling through space. It's 2021. Like, how is it that people still can think that high pressure gas can exist next to a vacuum and that the ball can spin, but you can never feel it, and it can curve, but you can never see it? How did we get to that place? 2021.
So you're saying Neil deGrasse Tyson's fucking wrong? That's racist.
On what? On what?
Everything.
Most things. No, he recites the textbook verbatim, so when he's speaking from the textbook, he can say what it says inside there. And it's usually from a teleprompter or a script.
Mate, the theory of relativity isn't a fucking complete fucking mathematical construct or anything. I mean, isn't that a mathematical construct?
Okay. Yeah, my computer is freezing. I can't do anything, but my Discord is still open, so it's weird. God damn it.
Yes, I was upgrading my...
Scotty, what were you saying?
Sorry, I just upgraded my computer longer, fucking $6,000 fucking later. So who's got freedom yet in their country?
In mine?
Yes.
Who's gotten freedom?
Are they still going on the news or fucking variants and all this rubbish?
Yeah, well, normally it's around election time. It gets brought up from... at the moment we received $500 billion as COVID support to build new hospitals and all this other nonsense. And
it's a lot of money
missing.
for fucking something that doesn't exist, isn't it?
Well, it's gone missing. So it's a fucking lot of money to go missing. Just
fucking missing
accidentally.
Fucking hell. Dude, like, honestly, one lady, she was wearing a mask at the dog park a couple of weeks ago. And this bitch says to me, I'm wearing a mask because, I used to have cancer. And I'm like, bitch, if you keep fucking wearing that mask, you're gonna build up your fucking toxicity, and you're gonna fucking get cancer again. You fucking stupid fucking bitch.
Hey, guess what? It's a children's cartoon hour here.
Sorry. Well, in Australia it's about 12:07 a.m. So you're probably right. It's probably kids watching it right now.
But what can you say to these people? Because like I've got a lot of medical friends, and they wear masks like as a profession. That's what they do. So they say, oh look, they wear it for 8 hours and they have no adverse effects, and they can carry on with their day, and so therefore there's not all these harmful things. But any restriction of any kind is reducing your oxygenation level. And there's no science that says lower oxygenation level is good for your body. So I still don't quite understand.
Well, if you look at a paper, Dr. Anthony Fauci, written in 2008, explaining how the Spanish flu wasn't caused by no fucking viral, flu. It was caused by bacterial phenomena, which is caused by breathing in your own toxic bacteria because you can't get it all out because you're a stupid idiot wearing a mask. Have you guys looked into it about Dr. Fauci's 2008 paper explaining how the Spanish flu by wearing a mask, and cunts are still wearing a mask?
It didn't. I don't think it quite said it in the words that you've said it, but it used roundabout language to indicate certain things, that masks are not the greatest prevention media. It's actually can be a spreading media.
Exactly. To the point where realistically, it's it's detrimental to your health. It's like, what are you fucking wearing masks for?
But it's like you're walking around looking at people holding their noses and their mouths closed, and they're starting to go blue in their face. And you go to them and you like take their hand off their nose and you say, "Hey, you can breathe." And they say, "No, leave me alone." And they want to block their mouth and their nose. That's how they're going to keep safe. Like, you're trying to save them. Just take some oxygen. What are you doing?
And if you look at the last 100 years of virology and contagion, the last 100 years of proving contagion has failed.
Yeah, I think there's really something to this. A little off topic, but the 6 foot rule. I mean, there's personally believe that there's got to be something to it as far as connections with each other that we aren't taught about, don't know about. There's got to be a reason why they don't want us near each other, why they want us scared of each other.
Exactly, we're powerful beings, very powerful beings.
I think a lot of those Karens that that come to you telling you need to wear a mask and da 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 da. Half the time, I don't think it's due to being afraid. I think it's more of a, they're not afraid of getting some virus or anything. It's more or less just, they're mad at you for disobeying. Like, if I got to do it, you got to do it. And you're shining a light on their, inability to run their own lives.
Hey, does anyone got any memes of the U-2 spy plane from Mythbusters where you can see the horizon in his visor?
Yeah, Martoth, I think.
Okay. We got some dudes asking for me that he said that they saw the curve on that Mythbuster. I'm like, well, no, look at his visor. And there's also one too that shows the curve on the ground. They even show that before they even take off, his camera was on the curve.
It's the rear camera view when they face them. There's a shot, or it's a side view. One on the camera, when it switches, you see that it's all flat, not a GoPro.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. I thought I had saved on my desktop. I've got so much that it's hard to find it.
Jim Panda is requesting a debate
I'll fucking take him any day, any fucking time. Sorry about this, swearing.
Requesting a debate.
Yeah, he's
I'll take him
saying,
on
oh,
right now.
he say they can't come here, they are banned, and if they come, then it's not an honest debate.
I'll go to this cunt's channel. I'm done with this brainwashed absolute fucking morons.
Kind
Is
of
that
killed their own
fighter jet that
server.
you're talking about on YouTube called the MiG Flug?
Yeah, I think that's it, right? Where he,
Is there a live debate happening right now?
It's like 4 minutes long.
Is there a live debate?
yeah, it's just a real short clip of them supposedly going into YouTube. Like is the guy's name James May, right? And
Yeah.
okay, yeah. He supposedly like gets into he's like, look at that curve, and he takes a picture of the ground, and it's like it's planet California. Like, you see, all you see is just Baja California. He's like, look at the curve. Look at the curve.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Martel in the.
What were
Livestream
they
voice
going up in that plane for? To prove the curve? I forget.
You have to myth bust the flat Earth.
Oh, that's
or
right.
something like that.
Is there any
Good luck with that.
Is there any
Yeah, I
online,
found the YouTube video.
is there any online YouTube live fucking debates right now?
Yeah,
Yo, bro,
24/7 Flat Live.
if you watch that clip, it is too funny, bro. Like you could tell that the whole thing is flat. You looking at the whole thing, like you can tell.
Oh, he hasn't on his phone.
Yeah, that's all right. I can wait. It's on basically on the server where you can respond at your leisure. They don't sit there and just start panicking like, I asked you for this and you didn't. 10 seconds later, they're like start screeching at you.
Is it Craig's Fight the Flat Earth channel?
Well, I missed it. Sorry. Go ahead, Scotty.
Is it Craig's Fight the Flat Earth channel you're talking about?
No, I was talking about Mythbusters. It's a show on the History Channel.
Yeah, how they try to prove the moon landings.
Yeah, I mean I don't know, but I don't think Craig's ever left the ground, let alone been high enough to see the curve or fight the flat Earth. His whole spiel is just saying "nuh-uh," anything you say, "nuh-uh."
Yep, that's exactly right. Nah, I'm a fucking government CIA, army agent, and I'm supposed to, hide the fact that it's flat.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Let me see, because here you have. Are you there, Crit?
Yeah, I'm here.
Check this one. You see concave Earth. I think that's from the that's from the same.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right there, right in the clip of the.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and here is it time stamped. 1 second. Oh no, this isn't the correct one. This is the. Oh, this. Oh yeah, here's curvature at. 1 second. Yeah.
He says you can see the curvature of the Earth when it obviously looks flat, bro. And it looks like they got like fisheye lenses all around the jet.
So I have to go for a sec, but I've also posted a video with the timestamp. You can when he's moving up, you can see the fisheye lens in the background at 79 seconds. You see the
Okay.
curvature.
Or 97 seconds.
97 actually.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. In my language, it's the other way around.
Yeah, no problem.
Something get confused. But I'm looking for it.
Yeah, that's good too, man, Ralph.
Okay.
That shows that it doesn't matter what they do. You know, other planes do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's not the same one. That's like
Isn't that video still available on YouTube? Couldn't you go get a new screenshot? Maybe quicker.
Yeah, well, I've sent it in the live stream a few times now.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm grabbing it. Thanks. Exactly what I was looking for.
Just that Mythbusters one is so beautiful because it's got both the curve and the straight in the same image, you know?
Yeah, I know. It really shows. Like, he's like, look at my camera. Look at your visor, dude. Look at your eye line. It also shows horizon rising to eye level because you can see the horizon right at his eyes. You know, like coming up half his mask.
Hello? Hello?
Yep. Yep. What's up?
Yeah, I am number 2 here. Basically, I think that you guys should really get involved in the debating again, you know?
And what would that accomplish?
Well, the point of this server was created
The
based...
No, the
right?
point of this server is giving
What's the
information
name?
about
What's
why
the
the
name?
Earth is flat, right? That's the
No,
point of
their
this server.
server.
Their server. Yeah, their server is wrapped around this server, right?
No, that
yes.
server was created first, and then this server is called Debate Flat Earth. So, what does that mean?
What? 1 second. What is the name of this server?
It's called Debate Flat Earth.
No, it's 24/7
No,
Flat
you're
Earth
in the
Discord.
wrong server.
Okay.
Oh, really? Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, I'm
Yes.
in Jim Panda's server in the text. I thought I was in the. Sorry, my bad. Here, sorry, I'm gonna switch.
Yeah, the Jim Panda is called Debate Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm over there, dude, trying to start up something.
Yeah,
in Jim
I know.
Panda.
I've seen you.
It's easy to start. Just go in there and tell them space is fake, and they'll spiral.
Right, and you can. Nobody's stopping you from debating flat Earth, right? Or debating for flat Earth. Nobody is. The goal for this server is presenting why the Earth is a flat and level plane.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the arena popping back up again. I think that I can get some of these guys to come in and challenge people to one-on-ones.
Yeah, thanks, Albo. 350 at takeoff. Wow, the Earth curves at ground level.
What I enjoy more about this server is that you get actual inquisitive minds occasionally, and that they're coming in not to debate but to learn, like Roger was saying, and to share information. And that it's not so much about the confrontation, because in most of the debates, there isn't really a victor. There's like two victims. Both parties come out just saying the other side was unfair to them or didn't want to understand their point.
Yeah, they didn't want to go into their fallacious reasoning, right? That's usually what we get.
And
Them
this is
begging.
why I think why Dave Weiss is so good, is that he always starts off his thing explaining when he wasn't a flat earther. And I think that kind of disarms the opponent, that you realize, okay. And if you start to recite some of their heliocentric bullshit back to them and you're doing it verbatim, like word for word, then they know, okay, well, shit, this guy does know what I'm actually trying to say. And all of those things, then it's not so much about, oh, they're here to teach you the stuff that you don't know yet. It's like, you know the stuff, but you also know other stuff. And then are they willing to listen to that other stuff?
I remember when Weiss was not a flat earther a long time ago.
Yeah, like Owen Benjamin before he was a flat earther. But it's, sometimes it's quite ludicrous, but I think it's probably the younger generation that they arrive here thinking that we've always been flat earthers. We've never once accepted the globe, simply because we haven't learned about it.
Yeah, for sure.
And how by steel manning their side and actually presenting that you understand their point, but now you've got another alternative viewpoint, then they sometimes will listen more receptively than if you just tell them they're wrong and you tell them your viewpoint, then they think that you haven't heard their side, which is ludicrous because we all used to believe that crap.
So we have, sorry for the noise. Yeah, there's a jazz festival going on here. So we have Juju. Juju, you're unmuted. What's up? Welcome to the server, Juju. How are you doing?
Yeah, what's up? I'm just kind of just listening to different people's perspectives. I've heard, as of now, obviously, I kind of, due to what I've been brought up and observation, I lean towards the curve, but I did hear things that I haven't heard before, such as like the sun is moving away and coming closer and all that. I'm not saying it's flat, I'm not saying it's curved. I'm just listening to different perspectives, you know, things I've never heard before, just, you know.
Yeah, that's cool. So you
Also,
did look, yeah, you did look into it, right?
Wait, what did you say?
You did look into it. You looked into it.
Yeah, I'm just trying. He's like I said, like I listen to one side of an argument, and then I hear what people have to say on the opposite side.
Okay.
Such as some people see that the evidence that the Earth is curved is due to the shadow on the moon, but then there's the other perspective where people say that the moon is self-luminous and etc. And if that's true, then there is no shadow on the moon. So it just kind of seems like it's just like a back and forth tennis game.
Well, that's okay, right? Because we can all look. Every human being can look at the moon and then see this thing in the sky, right? But none of us can go there, right? So none of us can test what the moon really is. Would you agree?
None of us what?
None of us can go to the moon and test what the moon really is, to test it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
by the way, just another thing. Another thing I kind of noticed, I don't really know why, is that a lot of people who are flat earthers tend to have a view, like tend to be like Christian mainly, and I don't quite understand that because other worldviews.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. I'm not a Christian. Lots of people here are not Christian, right? So the fact
it's
that
something I noticed like in the other group, I guess. Maybe it's not this one, but the other one.
that's all fine, right? And we all have our own beliefs when it comes to a creator. When it if it's God or Allah or doesn't even matter, right? We all have our own beliefs.
Or some fairy or something.
Sorry.
Or perhaps like some created entity, like some fairy or something like that. Also a possibility, but anywho.
Okay. Well, the most important part, right, is that Earth measures flat, right? So you brought up the moon, but again, you and I cannot go to the moon to test what it is, right? So the only thing that you and I have is the surface of Earth where we are standing on, right? So if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, because you brought up curvature, but if it isn't curving anywhere, what will it be?
Yeah, I guess like the main thing that's kind of causing like the little block thing is because like in my worldview, like if it's like flat or like if it's not, you know, for me like I don't really like give a damn because it doesn't really make a difference either way.
It does,
and
but you don't realize it, right? They told you
well, what do you think like makes the difference? I'm curious about that. Because for me, because I guess let me just get this little thing out. Because like if there's difference, I'd be willing to listen to it. But from my perspective, maybe there's things I don't know. But from my perspective, if it's like flat or not, it doesn't change anything regarding reality.
Right.
So it was kind of strange that people would hype that if it doesn't make a difference. But if there is, I mean, I like to listen to that.
Right. So you're right. If they came out tomorrow that the Earth is flat and level, then the whole of the world wouldn't change because everything that you now see works on a flat and level plane. So nothing would be different other than the whole field of astrophysics would be basically crumbling down. The whole field of rocket engineering would be crumbling down, right? So all these taxes you are paying for them to shoot ballistic rockets in an arc would stop, okay? And the whole notion that we can be attacked by aliens would stop. The whole notion that we are going to Mars with rovers would stop. And what else is important to me, right? This is my speculation, and important to me is that when people realize that the Earth is flat and level, it also implies that it is created, right? So you are not a speck of stardust created from nothing, right? Out of an explosion, the Earth formed into a rock, and then you came from a rock, evolved from a soup into a monkey, and then a human, right? So this whole narrative would end right there. So it would make a difference.
Well, hold on. Let me go upstairs. It's raining down here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still saying, one, I don't necessarily. Hold on. Let me close my window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that if it is flat, that means it's created. But even if it is true, it still doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's created by some mind that still doesn't change anything. So I'm still kind of confused on what.
I just told you, right? So a lot of quote unquote scientific fields, they call it scientific, but it really isn't, would just stop to exist, right? So astrophysics would stop because there's no need for them to calculate or make up theories about what is in space, right? Because space is non-existent. So them pretending to go to Mars would stop. So all this tax money they get from you would go into things that really matters, right?
Wait, hold on. Can I pause you for a second?
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like according to your worldview, it also leads way to the zoo theory. Are you familiar with that?
Well, Earth is in a container. So
No, but
this is the only place we have.
Are you familiar with that, right? It's one of the answers to the Fermi paradox, the zoo theory.
Explain.
You're familiar
Explain.
with that, right? I know.
Explain.
The zoo theory.
Explain.
It's basically that this reality, it's essentially like either quarantine or it's like zoned off for like whatever reason.
Right.
And if you're seeing that space, it can lead to that. But I'm just wondering, like, what makes you? So in your worldview, you're saying that these things are just like lights in the sky or something like that?
Yes, correct. Because, bro, you and I and every human being on this flat level plane will never go there. We will never know what these lights are, right? So all you have is standing on Earth, looking to the sky and wondering what these things are. And then people come along and tell you, no, those are actually suns, right? Giant balls of gas burning in an infinite vacuum. So,
which twinkle,
yeah. So they already done this. It's called a prison planet, right? You will never get off this prison planet. Only the elite will go.
But what makes you think that? Like, I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm just saying first, I have two things to say about this. That even if the sky, etc., is fake, that still doesn't mean that space is fake. It means that we're not seeing the actual truth of space. So that doesn't mean space is fake. And two, I'm just curious about, like, I'm not saying that we have or haven't seen space, but I'm just curious about what makes you think that's false.
Well, space is fake in that sense that it violates natural law. So you need gas pressure. You need containment for gas pressure, right? This is a natural law. The second law of thermodynamics states that that entropy occurs. So gas will always flow from high to low pressure. Heat will always flow from hot to cold. This is observably, objectively, right?
This is just how the world works. So they claim we have a high pressure system here on Earth adjacent to a very, very low pressure system called the infinite vacuum of outer space, ever expanding, right? So this gas has an infinite volume to expand in, and it doesn't do this because we are contained.
Bro,
It
what
has
you
to be contained.
That's what I wanted to bring up here. So in this cosmology, you can't mix the two ideas. So this whole floating in nothingness, that's one idea. The other idea is that the earth realm is the place that we're inhabiting. It is set on foundations and it has high pressure gas inside of it, which means it has to be contained to have that gas pressure in the first place. Because the way winds move is that a high pressure wind moves to a low pressure wind to equilibrate. So everything will always move towards equilibrium, and nature abhors a vacuum. So if there's a place where there's a low pressure, nature fills in, the high pressure moves to the low pressure to equilibrate, to avoid there ever being a vacuum. So in
That's what
nature,
the atmosphere.
we don't experience, no. So in real physical world, we never experience a vacuum because the natural physics here is that it always equilibrates. But we're told that above our heads is the most infinite vacuum, but more importantly is volume. And gas will always expand to fill its available volume. So if I blow up a balloon doesn't just hold the gas in the center, and then the outer portion is not touching the balloon. The gas presses against the outside, then presses back in on itself to bounce back out towards its container. And that's the only way that we can create gas pressure is with a container like a tire or like a gas cylinder or like any kind of a drum container that can withstand the force of whatever air pressure I'm trying to put inside it. So the fact that we have 14.7, there's atmosphere can't be its own container. So I can't have a layer of hydrogen containing my helium, and then I just carry my ball of hydrogen and helium together because the hydrogen's holding the helium. You can't have gas containing a gas. You need a physical, rigid container to be able to hold that substance. So with this flat earth realization is that there has to be something above our heads containing us. The Bible references it as the firmament. The Russian government references it as the firmament. Werner von Braun on his tombstone put Psalm 19:1, which is the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament showeth his handiwork. So the firmament is the container. So we're in a terrarium. We're in a glass terrarium so that we can be observed by whatever created us. So some people lean towards aliens. Some people lean towards a creator. Some people lean towards the religious creator. But the point is that if you're inside a glass structure and the ground is flat, that doesn't just happen naturally.
I mean, you can also have a container even if it's a like a globe. You can still have the container thing.
How?
No, like under that we're contained by something. You know, you can still have the contained theory if it's flat or globe.
Sure,
I'm just saying, like it
so
permits
there
both.
could be a giant spherical container containing everything and the spheres inside that container, 100%. But you cannot have high pressure air adjacent to a vacuum without a container. And if we want to create a vacuum, like a vacuum chamber, we need the chamber, the barrier between the vacuum and the high pressure air. We have to. There's no way to create one or the other without. So you cannot create a vacuum without a container. You cannot create a high pressure without a container.
So glad you conceded, right? So we need containment for gas pressure. This is something we all observe When you have a car and you puncture your tire of your car, then your tire the tire would deflate, right? The air rushes out, so you need the rubber for the air to stay in. Okay, so you brought something to the table, so it can be maybe it can be a ball with a container around it, right? A physical container. Well, then we have to determine if it is really a ball, right? They gave us these dimension, the radius 3959 miles. So if it is a ball, then surely we can measure it as a ball. Won't you agree?
You might have asked a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'm listening to these things and what the dude said. Like, I mean, that's completely logical. Like, those things are making sense. But like, I've never been to space or anything. So from my perspective, I don't even know if it even is a vacuum to begin with.
Right.
You know.
That's our whole point, right? They tell you.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that thing that we call space doesn't exist. I'm saying, well, we know the thing that we call space does exist and planets do exist, but it's not a vacuum. I don't know. I've never been to space.
Right.
So from my perspective,
right.
maybe
So again,
planets,
they tell you it does exist. They tell you they sent a buggy to Mars, right? But everything here on Earth, every gas law and natural law, right? Natural law dictates that gas pressure needs containment. So you can spin it either other way. This gas pressure we are breathing now here on Earth has to be contained. And for them to claim that it is not contained, they need to show how you can have gas pressure without containment. So this place they call the outer space, the vacuum of outer space, is basically Narnia, right? It cannot exist because we do not have the demonstration of it actually being real other than what they show you on television. And it is only 500 people that went into low Earth orbit, allegedly, right? Allegedly went into low Earth orbit, and 24 people went to the moon, allegedly. So you are basing your whole worldview on these 500 people that tell you, well, yeah, I've went into space. I went into this tin can called the ISS, right? So this is basically the whole crux of the story. You and I cannot validate this. We have to trust them and believe them. But when we look at gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics, then what they are telling us cannot happen. It cannot exist because we need containment for gas pressure here on Earth. Do you get what I'm saying?
It's good that Juju we're talking to is, trying to come up with an alternate explanation. That's perfectly fine. But the point is that we are testing the claims being put out there by these government agencies they're the ones who are claiming it's a vacuum or near vacuum of outer space. And so when we see that's a logical impossibility, we can see that they are not telling us the truth about what they're doing, and they're deceiving us. So therefore, then you can begin to look for alternate explanations if you wish, but you don't need to look for those in a way that still maintains their fiction. That's their fiction about what's happening in the sky. So this black, space that you see with stars in it at night here on Earth, it's just the sky. It's part of the atmosphere. There's no reason to think that it's uncontained in any way. In fact, there's many reasons to observe that it is impossible for it to be what they claim. So, Juju, I'm just wondering what your motivation is for wanting to come up with this other explanation. You're saying, yeah, it's not a vacuum. That's what we're saying. What you see up there is not a vacuum. It's the sky. It's the atmosphere.
Well, I'm just looking at things from different perspectives because, I don't like getting too comfortable with something. I criticize all positions, and I'm just there's a lot of people who say space is fake, and I'm saying from my perspective, I've never been there. I don't know if Jupiter and all that does exist, but it's not a vacuum. I don't know. I'm just looking at different perspectives. And there's another question I have.
It clearly does. It exists. There's stars. You used to refer to them as wandering stars. That's what they were called in ancient times. The the wandering stars such as Jupiter, Mars, and so on. Yeah, and they're up there. What's your other question?
Okay, so the other dude, whatever his name is, was saying something, and it seems like he always like the belief that all gases and stuff, all material things need to have a container. But I'm looking from the
Gases do, yeah.
perspective as in your worldview, would you say that the totality of all of that is matter? It's contained, because if it's contained, that means that there's nothingness outside of the container. You get me? Not like here. I'm talking about everything in existence, the totality of all that's of material. In your worldview, like, is that all contained?
I think you're convoluting two models again, or two cosmologies again, right? So what is beyond the quote unquote firmament, right? What is beyond the containment? I cannot tell you, right? So I haven't been there. I can give you a story, right? The biblical cosmology says there is waters above. I wouldn't know. So I can give you a story, but that would be my speculation, my story. The truth is that we need containment for this gas pressure to even exist. So the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is containment. So the container is there, what it is, how it looks like, what kind of material it is, what is above it, I couldn't tell you. But I want to continue on the globe part, right? Because we are talking about the sky. This is something we you and I will never know what it is, right? We will never go there. So the only thing we have is this on Earth, and they tell us it is a ball, right? It is a ball with the radius of 3959, and surely we can measure the surface of the Earth, right? We can measure if it is really a ball with a radius of 3959. Are you in the live stream voice text, Juju?
What do you mean live stream voice text?
Let me tag you. I'm gonna 1 second. Yeah. So I tagged you. It's the text channel just above this voice call.
Okay. Yeah, I see it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have this. I've posted this observation. It is an observation of 2 oil rigs in California. I will drop the original video so you can check it, that it is a real observation. This observation is from a guy who's standing on the beach. He's panning around and he drops down on his belly and he zooms in on these 2 oil rigs. So if the Earth was a globe or a sphere with the radius of 3959 miles p, then every horizon's distance measurements must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So if math isn't your thing, that's all right, right? So I will simplify it in a moment. So the Q would be the geometric horizon, and this is the crux of the story. So imagine you are an ant on a basketball, and you have a friend who's also an ant, and he's walking away from you. At one point, your friend will be disappearing bottom up, and at one point you wouldn't see him anymore, right? Because the physical ball is getting in between you and your friend. Are you following me?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just like if your friend is walking over a hill, right? At one point you wouldn't see him anymore because this hill is getting between you and your friend, aka the ball, right? The earth would be getting in between you and your friend. That would be the geometric horizon, the leading edge of a sphere, the point where earth curvature would be blocking boats and buildings, because this ball is a physical object, they tell us. So this observation has been done from 1 foot. And if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, then the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. This is what the globe dictates, right? So can you tell me, where is the horizon in this observation?
too familiar with this.
Well, that's not a
thing.
problem.
You
That's
have to
not a problem.
investigate it. There is a question
Okay.
I have.
Well,
are you familiar
let
with
me
the?
round this up. Let me round this up because I know maths and stuff can be difficult for people. So the horizon can be clearly seen beyond the second oil rig, okay, beyond 9.4 miles. So this is 10 times further than the globe dictates. It has to be at 1.225 miles, and we can see it 10 times further than this, right? Thus, the Earth is not a ball, right? It is not a ball with the radius of 3959 miles. And this is not the only observation we have. We have hundreds, thousand, maybe 1,000 of observations showing you that you can see too far. And you yourself can test this. You can go to a beach and do your own observations because you don't have to trust us. You don't have to trust me. You can do this yourself. Okay. So what is
I
your
understand.
question?
Are you familiar at all with like this two sunset phenomenon?
Yeah. When you lay down on your belly, you see the sunset. When you stand up, you can see it again, right?
Yeah, but there's also like a different thing, and basically that. And there's like the Burj
It's
Khalifa. You
sure.
go down,
So
then you go back up.
yeah. So this would imply that the horizon is a physical location, right? Is a leading edge of a sphere where boats, buildings, and the sun can be blocked by. So I'm again pointing you to this observation that the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere. It is the apparent location where the sky seems to meet the ground, right?
But why is that? The further you go up, the further you see. But
That
if
would be
it's flat,
yeah.
it should be the same, right?
It is the same. When you go up, you can see further because the angle of your. So this is how your vision works, right? Your vision makes you have the line from your eyes to the floor, and you have the line from your eyes to the sky. The angle from your eyes to the sky is bigger than the angle from the line from your eyes to the floor. So if you lay down on your belly, this angle is really small. Thus, objects that are far from you and on the floor will be you cannot make them up anymore because this angle is too small. It's called the Rayleigh criterion. When you stand up, you increase the angle from your eyes to the floor, making you pick up that object again. You increase the angle. It's how your vision works. And they hijacked this and called this Earth curvature. So they hijacked perspective and the Rayleigh criterion and called it Earth curvature.
So what you're saying? Sometimes, so you're saying that like if you see the sunset and you're on the beach, and it goes down, and
it's not going down, right? It's not going down. So when I stand in a hallway, right, and I look up and I see this exit sign, and I walk through the hallway. It's a very long hallway. When I walk through this hallway and I get to the end and I turn around and I look at that exit sign, right? This exit sign looks lower now. It isn't actually lower, but my perspective makes it look lower. This would be the same with the sun, right? The sun, the only thing you will ever observe is the sun moving over your head. It moves away from you. And your perspective makes it look like it's going lower, but it's actually just moving away from you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so you're saying that if you had like a strong binocular telescopes, and you would still be able to see the sunset.
Yeah, we have. I have a demonstration of this. 1 second. Where they zoom into the sun, where it looks like the sun was setting, but when you zoom into the sun, it brings it back again. And the same goes for boats, right? So is this? So this is it, and we have boats that can be brought back into view. Another boat. There you go. So they again they hijacked perspective and called it Earth curvature.
And that Rayleigh criterion is very specific, got to do with the aperture size. So the aperture size in your eye is a specific size, which means that's how far you can see. Then the aperture size in a camera is larger, which means you can now zoom in. And when you're zooming in, you're increasing the aperture size, which is allowing you to take in more light, which allows the zoom function to occur, the f-stop. And when you then take a larger aperture and larger aperture, you do resolve much smaller things in the distance can be resolved by a larger aperture. And that's 100% scientific. So what these guys have done is gone to the beach, watch something disappear with your own eyes, then use a camera to bring it back into focus and watch it go further away until it goes out of resolution from that aperture limit, and then to take an even more powerful camera, bring it back into focus and watch it go further out using like the P1000 with 100 times zoom. So doing one of those simple experiments at any coastline yourself will give you the answer.
Yeah, and the best part, well, this stuff disappearing, right, can be demonstrated on a flat plane easily. So it's not exclusive to a ball, right? Are you following what we're saying?
Yeah, I'm following that. Just later on, I'm just going to evaluate different things because I've noticed that some perspectives that people have saying, "Oh, the Earth can't be flat because of this reason," it starts with a presumption that like the sun doesn't move, such as the shadows and like the stick. Are you familiar with that?
Right. So the sticks
And I
and
think,
shadows starts with the assumption that the Earth is a ball and that the sun is X million miles away, right? Having parallel sun rays. But when we look at what we actually observe, we never observe parallel sun rays. So I could measure the Earth flat if I assume that the Earth is flat and I assume that the sun is close and local. But those guys would never accept it, right? So it doesn't prove either. The sticks and shadow doesn't prove either because it starts with your assumptions. Or the Earth is a ball and the sun is infinite miles away, giving us parallel sun rays. Or the Earth is flat and the sun is local, giving us divergent sun rays, which we observe, right? When you look at the sun and it comes and the sun rays goes through clouds, the only thing you will ever observe is divergent sun rays.
okay.
Here, I have an example, right? Now, there are many
By the
people.
way, are there like any particular like YouTube channels or anything like that you recommend regarding this type of stuff, or you don't really have any particular?
Well, you can. Most people who just touch the subject go to Eric Dubay.
200 proofs that Earth is not a spinning ball.
ODD, DITRH, David Wise. But when you scroll down the server, we have tons of channels, all sorted alphabetically. You can start with the FE introduction videos or beginners reference. You would notice if you just go to Google or YouTube, you will notice that those two are skewing flat Earth researches, flat Earth searches. So you will only get stuff like Flat Earth Society, which is controlled opposition, put in place to spread misinformation about the flat Earth. So whenever you encounter the Flat Earth Society, please discard them, right? Those are the people that will tell you the Earth is a flat disk flying in space, upwards in space. Those are the guys that will tell you that Australia doesn't exist, or that we have members all around the globe, right? So they want you to go to the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society is one of the first hits you will get on Google, and they want you to go to there. They want you to read all those ridiculous claims they make, and then laugh about flat earthers, right? Because they want you to confirm your bias again, that the Earth is a ball, right? Look at these flat earthers claiming that Australia doesn't exist. Oh, these guys are stupid, crazy. Of course, Australia exists. So you have to wonder why do they front this Flat Earth Society saying all this stupid stuff, right?
Wait, who's saying
But
Australia doesn't exist?
sorry,
Wait, somebody saying Australia doesn't exist?
no, you haven't been paying attention. This is the Flat Earth Society that says this, right?
Oh, I
They
see.
want you to go to the Flat Earth Society and read all the bunch of stuff they say about flat Earth, such as that Australia doesn't exist, which is a ridiculous claim, right? They want you to laugh about it and confirm your bias that the Earth is a globe, because everybody has been taught that flat earthers are crazy science deniers, and they want you to confirm this bias by going to the Flat Earth Society. We are not the Flat Earth Society. I have never met anybody from the Flat Earth Society. It's just a hollow organization put in place to spread misinformation. So we have sorted all the important information in this server for you, because YouTube and Google is skewing the results. They openly admit censoring flat Earth. Okay, so my
Wait,
best
really?
yeah, they were in a committee, in a congressional hearing. What are you going to do about this flat Earth stuff? Yeah, we're going to put banners under it saying it's an archaic belief, and we're going to adjust the algorithm. That's what they told us. So they're openly admitting censoring flat Earth. We have gone out and
I'm still trying to understand the like the gain and censoring. If if you're is flat cool, but like why? I don't understand like the reason why that would be like withheld. I don't know. I just don't really understand.
Right. So we've touched on this in the beginning, right? So I speculated that you are not a speck of stardust in the back of the universe, right? You were created. And my speculation would be that they are hiding God, hiding creation. Because if you knew that you would be created, that you are the center of creation, that everything revolves around you, you don't need authority, you don't need government, right? So that's why they hide the truth. And again, this is speculation, right? A liar wouldn't tell you why he lied. And if he did tell you why he lied, would you trust him? He already lied to you. He could tell you any story about it, right? Why did he lie? He could tell you any elaborate story because it was needed, because you were so fragile. Would you trust his lies? Again, his story about why would he lie? Of course not.
Like
Right? It isn't even important why they lied, right? It isn't even important. The most important part is that you acknowledge and find out that the lie has been told. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay.
Right? So an example, right? I have this video of your girlfriend, and in this video she's cheating with your neighbor. Sorry?
No, nothing.
So I have this video of your girlfriend, and in this video she's cheating with your neighbor, right? And I come to you and I tell you, look at my video, look at my phone. I have this video of your girlfriend cheating with your neighbor. And immediately you go, nah, man, that's ridiculous. Why would she do such a thing? I don't even want to look at it. I just want to know, why would she lie to me? She's such a kind, loving girlfriend. Why would she do such a thing? Right? Without even looking at it. So this is what we usually get. People asking, why would they lie? Without even looking at the fact that they lied, without looking at the evidence and eventually concluding that they lied, right? We can speculate all day, why would they lie? But the most important part for you, is my advice, is to look at the video that she actually cheated with your neighbor, right? Acknowledging
Yeah,
the
that
lie.
it's so I maybe Juju can explain it to us, like why that is such a common question here. It's so common, Juju, that I just linked to you our, we have an information channel called Why Lie, because it's a very common question. I don't ever remember asking that question, like, ever, not even at the very beginning, back in the 90s when I was learning about Ruby Ridge and the Island Cantor hearings and all these things. It's like, yeah, their government's like, they have classified levels of information. It's not even, they don't even pretend that they don't lie to you. They don't even pretend they tell you the truth. I mean, like, why wouldn't they lie? They tell you they lied. It says it right on .gov that they create this image of the globe to match your expectations of what the earth looks like. I mean, like, please, Juju, tell me what motivated you to ask. Yeah. Juju, what motivated you to ask that question? I'm just curious, because to me it's obvious. I mean, people watch these blockbuster movies, which most of the plots are about these intricate terrorist plots with the government and their secret agents and all that. But oh no, they're telling us everything on the evening news, guys. Oh yeah, NASA tells us all. I mean, why does anyone even think that? I don't even understand, like, where the question comes from. Juju, where does the question come from? Please tell me.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No, I'm asking you, why did you ask the question? Why would they lie? I really want to know. You don't know?
I kind of respect that. Kind of makes sense. Government has a lot.
Okay, so you feel like your question's been answered then. Great. I don't think we've ever had anyone concede that point quite so rapidly. Do you have any other questions? Oh, he's left. I'm sorry. Did I scare him away? Roger, you're having such a good conversation. Maybe he just had to go get some food. Maybe he'll be back.
Hey, good morning, Dandelion.
Hey, is that Miggy I hear? Long time no hear. Good to hear your voice. What's been going on?
Yeah, it's nothing much. I've been on I made a crypto server. That's what I've been doing that I've been away here.
I did know that. I wasn't just pretending I didn't know that, because Truth Prevails invited me, and I did join there, but I haven't really participated. But she did convince me to buy some. Did you know that? And I bought some.
Yeah, we're making we're making some money off of some passive income on crypto. So yeah, it's a very lucrative token that we're in right now. Pays you.
So you've been
You know,
busy
it
with
doesn't
that.
matter. Yep. Yep.
How's life been treating you otherwise on this flat Earth?
Yeah, really well. I jumped in yesterday and conversation with a couple of people, but yeah, it's really difficult to get over the fact that they've been lied to. And I think that guy that was in here just a while ago was, because it's information is overwhelming, and it don't know how to process it. So that's like the only thing that they can say when the daunting realization comes upon them. They don't live where they thought they lived. So yeah, it's the only thing they can always say is like, yeah, but why would they do it? Why would they lie to me? They can't really realize that the lie is actually already been done, and like the evidence is the most important thing to actually look at. And to me, I think that would be like, okay, if you don't see the evidence, it doesn't matter if you look into the motive, because the evidence needs to be the one thing that convinces you that there's been a crime that's committed. Don't ever look at that and we just dive into the motive, then probably find a way that the motive in your mind is not really the why. So if the evidence is there, then you really can't go any place other than accepting it, you know?
Yeah,
So
and it's yeah,
there has
there
to be the
must
evidence.
yeah, and those probably people that ask that question, I would assume, Juju was not going to let me take his brain, sadly, but I would assume maybe they're people who who think that, who believe this nonsense, which I can't even understand how in 2021 you could believe that the government is here to protect you, and is on your side or whatever, that we have a government for the people, by the people, and with the people, whatever they say. I mean, come on, guys. Like, people actually still think that. That's just bizarre to me, but they must, right? Or it wouldn't keep going. So I guess they believe that. And so when you think that, then I could see how you kind of have trouble fitting the objective, mathematical, obvious truth that the globe model is nothing but a theoretical construct in the minds of people who are incapable or unwilling to look at the world in a scientific way, and who don't actually follow the traditional method of science, which is to make a natural observation, develop hypotheses, test them in a way that's repeatable and verifiable, and then either refine or reject the hypotheses. And people don't have any concept of that. I mean, the globe has no scientific basis whatsoever. You can't make a natural observation of this globe, and no one ever has, and no one ever will.
Yeah, they get stuck on asking questions that they want. So they come in here and start firing off questions, and you answer them, but at the same time, the foundation should be, they need to really look at what information has been taught to them to see if it's verifiable. So at that point, when you start telling them, okay, so we're letting you ask some questions, but you still haven't gotten to the root of the issue here, which is that you don't even know that the information that you are holding right now is true or not. Validate it. So it doesn't matter if like it's been peer reviewed or people have already agreed upon whatever information you think you know is the truth. You verified it, because you're just right now thinking that secondhand information is going to be something that you can use as a means to evaluate the world around you. But if it's not validated, then how is it going to be put into the realm of the really is level? So we have a problem here. And the problem is you're not willing to have the information. You want to sit here and defend a model from a standpoint of ignorance is the issue. The issue is when people come in here, want to take a stance. Well, I want to defend the globe. How are you going to do that? You haven't verified the information. You're just basically handing out the second hand information that you've got from another source. Have you tested to see if the Earth is a globe or not? Have you tested to see if there's any curvature? How about axial rotation? Have you checked to see if the Earth is spinning on its axis? Ask yourself those questions. And for the listener right now who thinks the Earth is a globe, you need to do a little self-check. You can look into see if the Earth is actually what the people have been saying all along is what it is. Do these mental gymnastics, right? Mental gymnastics are not going to get you out of where you are on the really is level. Actually verify things. So if you think you know with substantiated evidence, you can come in here and have a conversation and say, look, this is the proof right here. I can validate this information because I have done it myself. Now you haven't done it, and you just basically say, well, this guy said that, and I read it in a book here. Well, that's not going to do any good, because anybody can say that, right? I read it here. I saw a movie there. Until you actually measured something and done a test where you can actually say for yourself that it's actually that you've done something, then you got something. If you haven't done anything and you're just coming over here saying, well, thousands of people agree or scientists agree, matter to say whatever they want. So that's the most important part. When you argue from the standpoint of ignorance, it's not a very good look in this server when we ask you for evidence. Anyways, that's my rant.
Good rant. I liked it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Usually I do that because sometimes people are listening and they're like, I want to go in there and let them know everything I know about science. Come in here and they get wrecked, but
Oh yeah, please. We got any people who want to tell us how great science is? Yeah, come in, tell us all about it. We do have Stu Ungar. Did you try talking to Stu Ungar? I don't know if you just got in here. Hi, Stu Ungar.
people don't usually belly up to the bar when I'm in here, or other people that yesterday we had MP Door who was enlightening us on what he thinks the earth is, until I had the conversation with him about like telling him if he's actually verified the information that he's telling us, and at which point he says like, well, I don't know. And I was like, well, that's very good. But then he went on in line to say that he saw the curvature of the earth from the Empire State Building. Right?
Okay, so Miggy, when's the arena gonna get full blown back in service?
Usually when people actually want to schedule a debate for that.
I heard somebody in here earlier. I wasn't looking at the screen, so I don't know who it was. Somebody came in here earlier and said they were trying to get Gem Pan to do something tonight. I don't know. Who else was in here who was saying that? I don't know who that was.
Some dude was literally downstairs in Gem Panda's room about a minute
number
ago.
2. It's his. There was I am number 2. There's a guy which called ETH Juice, and he's trying to. I don't know what he's doing, but.
So Miggy, is there a way, Miggy, that I can
what I
keep
wanted to
my
mention.
access to this room and also get access to the arena?
Yeah. Hang on. Yeah. You see your tags.
All right, can I get that, please?
Tag.
I'd appreciate if you can give.
I don't think I can give it out to you yet.
Should I ask Battle Mod or someone, or Elijah?
I think Dandelion can give you the gladiator role, right?
Yeah, but if I
Is
get
that
gladiator
what we
role,
want? Is that what we're supposed to do?
He just wants to listen.
Oh, you want the
Yeah,
Coliseum
pretty much.
seating that?
Yeah,
Is
Coliseum,
that
yeah.
Okay, I'll give him the Coliseum seating role.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, he just wants to be in there. He doesn't want to debate, I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think so, unless someone calls on me, which sometimes people do.
All right, I gave it to you. At least that's a start, so you can see the place, and then when you're there, if you want to do something different, you can always talk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to chime in, I guess you're gonna have to just DM somebody.
We can deal with it then, dude.
All right. The Coliseum seating is you can get in there now, but you just can't speak. So if you want to do that, you're gonna have to DM someone.
Yeah, that's fine. I probably don't want to speak in there unless someone calls on me, and at that point, we can deal with it.
Yeah, who did you say? ETH Juice, or what was his name? You say somebody
Number 2, number 1 something, number 1 juice or some crap like that.
Roger said the name. He said 2 names. I am something and ETH Juice. I don't know if Roger's still here. Because now I can't remember what he said. I thought he said I am number something. I am number what?
No, I don't know. I guess he's probably still in Gem's room, so I guess we can just look there.
It's a couple people here with VC verified.
It is. No, Roger's. Okay, yes, it's I am number 2. There we go. Still at Gems in VC. He's writing this in the voice text. Trying to get them to send their best warriors, LOL. Okay, so there we go. Answer to our question. And he was talking about trying to get something going tonight in the arena. So there you go. That'd be exciting. Thanks, Roger.
Unger and Parker.
I have been trying to talk to Parker since I came in here earlier this morning, and I've gotten nothing out of him. Who's the other person?
Stu Unger. I'm pretty sure I'm killing this name, but
Oh yeah, we haven't heard that. I don't think we've heard that guy either. So yeah, speak up, guys. Now's a good time to ask your questions or just say hello at least so we know you're there.
Hey,
We
Stu,
won't
are
be
you
too
there?
mean to you.
He's probably AFK.
Probably.
What's up, Miggy?
What's going on, brother?
Not much, not much.
Yeah, I wanted to say hi, Miggy, and welcome back real quick.
Hey, thanks, brother.
Hey, hey, Miggy, do you have a cloud lifter in on your mic?
No, I'm using. Let's see, it's Rockville, Rock Mix 5.
Oh, that's the mixer.
Yeah, I just have a mixer.
I do.
Right, so
Of I don't have a cloud filter, but the other thing. You have two typhoon or something.
One or the TNT one, or is it it's something that works just like the cloud lifter?
Yeah, it
Okay,
gives 24. Let me search it up. Fathead. It's a fathead. It's a Triton audio fathead.
Nice. Triton.
It just gives more boost to the Rode mic if you have a low amplifier. So I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Oh
with
yeah,
it.
man. I put one on mine, and it's like, so what it does, Miggy, is like instead of you having to raise the volume up way high and get a lot of the hiss, it's just give you like clean gain.
Hey, Miggy, you usually take kind of a standoff approach in the arena, right? Just
Mainly,
after you came back.
Yeah, mainly I'm just the moderator there. Well, I would be just the one who kind of is the in between guy from the ones who debate. I've debated in there before, but I mean I do a lot of it already
man.
here. So,
But dude,
like
honestly, like just hearing you a second ago, you seem pumped up after this break. I think you should maybe step away from just the moderator role and get into the actual debate, bro. In the arena.
I was thinking about it, but I kind of like there's another side to the debate, because I usually, when I come in there, I'll shut it down, like toast to the fire, kind of shut it down. So I do want to see where they stand with their information that they know. So there's a lot of intelligent discussions that can happen on a level of like kind of how should I say, a more studied background. Like I take a different approach to debate. I'll give you an example. Like QE, Indio have a more articulate kind of debate style. I kind of want to see them dismantle some of these other major defenders of the globe from that standpoint. I can shut it down in a way where it's more like a more logical kind of side of it, because they won't be able to produce any information when I debate them, and I won't let them off a point. And I think some people want to progress the conversation a little further to kind of see what they know. And for me, I'm more comfortable with, like, if you don't have the information, I need you to admit right now you don't know. And then after you do that, I'm going to keep continuing to pound the information out of you, like, that you don't know, so that the whole audience who's listening can declare to them that you really don't know. So then by the time we're done, to sound like you don't know anything of what you're talking about, that you just believe. So that's my approach. I'm more of that style, and that's fine, because everybody has their own. But I'm gonna make sure that when I do engage with somebody, that they're gonna actually admit to the audience that they don't know any information that they're talking about. That's just the way I look at it. It's for me. I think when people actually are honest in a debate, because I mean, you can debate whatever you want, but I don't know. To me, honesty is the best approach.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am
Probably
too. Yeah.
So, I mean, anyway, that's my approach. So I that's why the reason why I moderate between other people, because if it's with me, it's gonna be like a 3-second knockout. You're not gonna be satisfied. You're gonna be like, dude, this shit is over before it began, man. Like, I wanted to hear a bloodbath, so yeah.
I know, man, and that's kind of how I am too, right? It's like I do. That's probably why I just don't debate, is because I think I take kind of the same type of approach as you as a globe earther, right? It's like
Yeah.
I don't want to get in this nitty gritty stuff. The bottom line is my thought, and that's it. And this is what's up, and that's why. And if you don't, it stops right then. And that's probably why, it's better that I just don't get into it.
Yeah. Everybody has their own style, I think, and those who want to get into a more articulate debate, I mean, that's what the arena is for. It's, I could say certain aspects of the idea of the topic of the shape of the earth, like it could be anything, right? Like gravity, like let's say, who was the originator of the information? Why are we debating gravity? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, where did that come from?
Oh, dude, honestly,
All that
man,
kinda-
I'm just looking for it to come back because it was enjoyable. I mean, it was hate to say it, that it was entertainment, but it kind of was entertainment,
Well, you got to see what people are actually thinking about the subject on every side, but
Yeah.
I think my approach was always let the audience decide. It's not the debaters who are trying to convince each other. It's for the audience to actually come up with their own conclusion. Which it should be that way, right? Like, let the listener be the one who says, "Oh, yeah, I agree with this guy now," like, because of what they said. So,
I don't know. Sometimes a debate is actually just between the people having it. But yeah, you're right. Like if you look at a presidential debate, it's done not for the debaters, it's done for the audience listening.
for the audience, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, at the end of the debate, you're gonna be like, "Yeah, man, that guy got crushed," So you're the one who decides because of the information that was presented between them. I don't know, man. I don't think there's anybody that really wants to set foot in the arena anymore like they used to, because we used to have like
But I
a
don't
couple
think
guys
people from Jim Panda's room will, but there's the whole there's a whole like people in Jim Panda's room. I like just listening to the 1v1 guy in there. It seemed like pretty good chance that no one's gonna come from Jim Panda's room, and at least from because I just went to Jim Panda's room for the first time in like 2.5 months today, right? And I heard that Cole Show doesn't go there that much anymore. Scott Reach doesn't go there that much anymore. So I'll probably say that if you're looking from Gem Panda's server, you probably won't be getting many people that debate. But you've also got the people that hang out in Jose's room and Brandon's room, right? I think that's
Yeah.
probably where you get the audience.
There is a couple
Well,
of
not
guys
audience,
from over there, but I don't know if they
yeah.
some of them, I don't want to say they trickled in here before, but there has been a few PhDs that come in here and kind of try to test their metal in here.
Yeah.
But they're random. They're not like from that server. They're just people that find the server online or something and want to see if they can actually have a discourse in here. But usually when it happens that these intellects come in here, so-called intellects, I should say, they don't know their ass from a pipe wrench. So it's sad to say, but like their educated mind can't really comprehend a more logical.
Absolutely.
I don't
they're
know.
not-
It's weird, right? Like that's.
Well, I mean, from a global perspective, right? There's this whole method of debate that flat Earth is about, and anybody who doesn't know about it is gonna get flat smacked like fucking crazy, right? But then you got like,
I mean, even hearing the word flat Earth, like some people don't even wait to see what the information's about. They just
Yeah.
jump in here and like, I think that's their undoing from the very beginning. Like that's just the beginning of their undoing, I should say. They're really DOA, man. Like they're dead on arrival. because of the fact
Yeah.
that they're not going to be able to substantiate anything that they're going to say. But
usually, like people that first get into it, they want to just prove how smarter they are than you guys. Like, you know, they come in and they've never heard about it. They just walk in like, yeah, these guys must be a bunch of dumb fucks. Let me tell them what's up.
Mhm.
And then fucking
Yeah.
they just get that shit thrown in their face and they don't know how to fucking act. It's fucking funny,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, that is. I think there was a character in here yesterday. He was a younger gentleman, I think, but we were talking to MP Door, and you know, the MP Door. He's just the guy who doesn't really know what's going on, but he still kind of defends from a standpoint of ignorance. And this other character, I think his name was Noob last night, who was he chimed in and tried to defend him. He came in here saying, "No, I think I know what he's saying." I was like, "Oh my god, don't even start, dude," because we had QE in here, and I don't know who else was.
I mean,
Emil was in here.
that's the thing though. It's like that's kind of why I get it. Why you guys split into the arena and this, because like if you put someone like that in the arena, it's pointless. No matter how smart that person is, right? No matter how much physics or whatever level of education he has, if he hasn't been in the whole flat Earth wild for a bit, he's gonna get fucking killed. Because he's just, you know what I mean? He's just not ready for it. He's not ready for the type of questions. He's not ready for the type of conversation.
Yeah, but they still belly up to the bar, don't they?
They do.
They're
And
like,
the funny thing is that,
I got this, man. I got this. And then they come in
yeah.
here and they're just wrecked, dude. Like the
and
next moment, they're just freaking
what
wrecked.
the funniest thing I find is this, yeah. The first time they'll come in, they'll fucking, you know, walk away with their fucking tails between their fucking legs and shit. But they will come back
Well,
to
it's
try to
intriguing
prove you
'cause-
wrong.
Yeah. I was gonna say, oh, was he a PhD? He was some professor. I don't know what. He was trying to say that that the arguments are invalid or certain thing. Okay, so certain times when you're asked a yes or no question, it's really simple, right? The audience is like, okay, just answer yes or no if you know something. They'll say something like, that's a syntax error. Like they don't want to answer, dude. Like every time that happens, like they don't want to participate. First of all,
I mean,
some people don't even know
honestly,
that.
Miggy, you gotta admit on the flat Earth side that happens too. And I mean, it's part of the debate game, right?
Yeah, but that's more of like the people that have just come into flat Earth that are trying to learn the debate styles.
Yeah.
Like they get into questions where they what would be one? When can we see some of the newer flat earthers that start arguing? They don't know a lot of more of the conversations that we've been having in here, so they get stumped by certain questions. Like, oh, I know one. Star Trails. That really like Star Trails. It had some legs like back in the early days of the flat Earth movement. A lot of newer flat earthers really didn't know how to answer the question with the Star Trail argument. And we do now, right? But before it was a doozy. And
Well,
most of the flat
what
earthers
is the
would be like,
argument now?
what, that the Star Trails rotation of the Star Trails show that the Earth is spinning?
Well, I was kind of just thinking about two celestial poles, and I guess it's all the same shit, right?
I mean, we're talking about like because of the fact that the globe earther was actually using this as a way to catapult the idea that the Earth is indeed moving because of Star Trails and the rotation. What's
Yeah,
that?
basically, you know, the globe will basically say that because it's a globe, that's why you have two celestial poles. You know, the North Pole. And,
I mean, well, that was the argument, right? So
and then because of that, you get the certain star trails on either side, right? Because you have
Right.
two poles.
And-
I mean,
Right.
they're
Yeah,
derivative of
and
one
so-
another.
So the argument was kind of held up for, I want to say, like a good year or so, maybe two. I'm not sure, but it was like 2014 to 15, something like that. I can't be too right on the years, but it did have legs, man, and it was crushing a lot of the flat Earth kind of debates. So you know, the well-known flat earthers were able to kind of argue and be able to present something that was getting their way out of it, but it wasn't really solid until almost a couple years ago. And then it turned around and it was like these arguments are not able to be used anymore by the globe earther, but there's still some lingering out there, like the gotcha questions for some of the newer flat earthers, and some of the older globe earthers are still using it for these newer flat earthers, like to kind of stump them. So that was kind of the, like I was saying, the things that they would argue that had legs. The argument had legs, so it was running around like people were trying to like figure out how it's possible to have two celestial poles, right? Like that, phrasing it the way that they put it out to the newer flat earthers. But as the argument progressed, now the way everything's so airtight with flat earth, like we're talking about everything from that argument to figuring out what the black swan, like how presentable that argument is, and just everything right now is just so airtight. Like I don't even have to like come in here and figure out if somebody's actually gonna be able to handle themselves, because like now the flat earthers are so well equipped that even the newer ones they understand those old arguments, I should say. But like I was saying, some certain arguments kind of like really the flat earth community back in the day. And now,
I'll be honest with you, like a lot of the Globers today, though, they're not presenting new fucking arguments anyway. So it's like, what I'm seeing is this: it's no one on the Globe side is asking questions outside of the norm. Hardly ever. Like, it's just the same shit.
Yeah, they're
over
not
and over and
advancing the
over.
argument. We are like we've
Miggy, just FYI, there's somebody new here. Also, shout out to Chemo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chemo.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, so
global portion, all applauding. Cheers there, big heads, small, enormous. Cradle to grave shall be like us. NASA tower lives every day is exhausting. There's nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real. Is that a Joker talking?
Oh, shit. Chemo just ripping it off. So
wow, Chemo, you sang us a song. Thank you.
Joao.
Chemo, that was very
mic.
nice.
Hold on.
Very nice. I appreciate it, Chemo. Thank you for the song.
Joao, you have control of your mic, Joao.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they
not?
You gonna sing us another song, Chemo?
When we get the band back together, yeah, sure.
Hold on, Branch.
Awesome.
Hold on, Branch. I'm trying to talk to Joao or whatever his name is. Hey, Joao. Joao. I saw you go off mute a second ago. You want to say hi? Otherwise, I would have to server mute you again, and then you would have to go to VC check-in to actually.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Not a problem, man. How are you doing, man? Welcome to the server.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah, what brings you to the server, man?
I'm just here to listen. I'm just curious about interviews.
Not a problem. What do you think of the shape of the Earth? Hey, Mia, can you continue? I gotta get out of here real quick.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really know anything.
Oh, that's DOA, man. Yeah, no, you really don't know anything. That's it's a good place to start, but really people that come in here have an opinion, basically. They say,
well, I'm here to learn about others' opinions.
Yeah, but John, how can you not? Did you not go to school, college, university? I mean, were you not?
Yeah.
What?
Been presented the globe model, but I'm not like. Just want to hear others' opinions. Just that is that problem.
I would say that would be the thing that we want to hear from new people is their opinion, because we could tell you everything we know about flat Earth, but the thing is, if you are holding tightly to the idea that the Earth is a globe, you will never be open-minded enough to understand the reality of what we're saying. Does that make sense?
I think I'm very well open-minded just to be here and listen to understand what you think.
Well, so what is your opinion right now of the shape of the Earth?
Oh, globe, normally.
Yeah, if you're honest, what is your opinion right now?
Oh, Earth.
Yeah, he's
Can you hear
saying
me?
what shape do you think the Earth is?
Globe, Earth, round Earth.
Oh, a ball, right? You think you're on a ball? It's
Hey,
a
is
little
it
bit
just
shy,
me or
Mickey.
is his
That's
mic
all.
kind of choppy?
Hmm?
I hear his mic kind of chopping, like it's the audio quality's not.
Yeah,
that
he's
good.
just nervous because remember.
Oh,
People are nervous.
I was configuring it. I was setting it up. Sorry.
He doesn't want to get jumped on. I think, Mickey.
Okay.
But you think it's a ball, right, Joe? And
Sure.
Yeah. So you want to hear what flat earthers think? I think that's what he wants. He wants to hear our side, how we see it, stuff like that.
Yes. I was even looking into introduction to flat Earth on this Discord down there.
Yeah.
FE introduction videos. That's it.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Seen any of the videos?
it's a strange position to come from because all of us thought we were on a ball, Joan. Everybody. So it's like when someone tells you, "Well, did you know there is no science for that claim? You know, there's no real world measurement." You listening? Do you understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is how it works. It's like we all think it's a ball. Then we hear, whispers, it's not a ball. You're like, what do you want about? You investigate it. And then you try and verify for yourself that it is what we were told. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what we found, that there is no science. None. Not one bit. No measurements. No one's measured any curvature or anything like that. And obviously with space and all that kind of stuff, again, that defies physics. So again, there's no science to support these claims. You see, so if we're not on a ball, if there's no science to support these things and we're not on a ball, what is your opinion? What do you think?
Well, I think that we'd have to verify it, don't you?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get understand the position. It's not a case of asking flat earthers to give me the proof of flat earth. It's the case of we were all told we're on a ball, and then we've heard whispers that that's not true. So what does that person do? That person either just says, no, you're lying, we are on a ball. Or you say, okay, I'm going to go and investigate and check out what science and what measurements back up that claim, like me and myself personally. You see?
Oh, you have to measure it. You have to, do science. That's what science is about.
Right. So the idea is that we ask people, globe earthers, for the science for the heliocentric model. Like, what is the science backing it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we find, there is no science, as I've just said. Zero science. Now, some people find that unbelievable. What do you mean? How can there be no science? But that's the point. Because there is no science, what can that tell you? If there's no science to support your claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that difficult, to come to this conclusion.
Well, I've seen debates where flat earthers debate globe people. I've seen people use arguments that do have background. I don't know. Maybe they're lying, as you say. Because you're saying that in reality, there's not really any evidence for it, right?
Well, see, I'm just saying that as a blanket statement. So you're probably thinking again, as you should. No, that can't be. That's surely that's crazy. But that's the point. We will search and ask for the science. Like we could ask you, you say you don't want to get into it because obviously you don't have the science. That's the idea.
Right, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I don't have it.
So we speak to professionals, experts, scientists. You know, I just had a debate the other day with an engineer. You know, and we have all kinds of debates. We've got rocket scientists we can speak to. We've got sons of astronauts. We've got all kinds of people, experts. Like people would say, you might say, well, I'm not a scientist. Speak to a scientist. We've done that. All of these scientists, not one of them has a scientific experiment. They have equations of, oh, well, if you calculate like this and if you assume that, then this, da, 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 da. Okay, that's their assumption. But when we're talking practical, physical, demonstrable experiments, there are none. And if they did, wouldn't you have one? You were asked, what do you know about it? And you said nothing. Well,
yeah, I don't have it because I haven't looked into it. I haven't. No.
Right.
That's why I'm here, to look into it.
Well, that's why we're here. We're here to
Right,
look.
yeah, that's good.
Because we're not like science deniers, or we're not just like incredulous or just hand wave dismissing. We're willing to test anyone's claims. If you've got a claim, you know, we'll test that, look at it, and see if we can validate, right?
Yeah.
So that's where we are, is that there is no science to support the heliocentric model. There is no measurement to support the heliocentric model. There are no real world measurements.
Oh, sorry. Have you seen that? Netflix documentary? I've wondered if it's like a very biased thing to make fun of flat Earth. Seen it?
Beyond what is it? Beyond the curve? Beyond the curve?
Yeah, I think that's it. Where it has like a Mark guy. I don't remember his name. Like a really fat guy.
Okay.
Not really fat, but you know.
Okay.
Good deduction.
I mean, he's not that fat.
Yeah, but what about it?
Oh, he just said that he just think it's a bias.
Oh,
yeah, just to make fun of flat Earth. That's my question. Do you know it?
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, you can have your opinion on a program, right? As anyone should. Watch a program, you have an opinion, you know. I just thought it was just bringing exposure to flat Earth and the globe lie, you know, on a big platform.
Right.
Good or bad, it's still exposure.
I'm asking if it's biased to make fun, because they do experiments to prove that it's not a globe and they fail. That's why I'm asking.
Well,
they failed to prove that it's flat.
For example, what do you mean? Which one?
They do like 2-3 experiments in the end, and they fail at them.
Like which one?
So this
I don't remember. I don't really remember.
Hold on. Yeah, if anybody wants to get into it, they can explain, but that isn't what occurred. So apparently you're not familiar with modern media propaganda, and it is not a documentary. It's an entertainment piece set out to be a hip piece.
That's
go out deciding what.
Sorry,
they go out. They go out to decide, deciding what narrative they wish to push. They take a bunch of footage and they manipulate it to get the result that they want. My understanding, which was just explained to me recently by Indio, I've never actually watched it, was that the individual, I believe it was Jeranism, who I really don't know, didn't even try this demonstration ahead of time, like did it live on the air, whatever reason anyone would think to go to a national news organization and trust them and the controversial revolutionary topic like flat Earth that threatens the very essence of the power structure of the elite, who are currently have a hold on all of the resources and are hoarding all the resources and oppressing people on a massive worldwide scale never seen before. That you would think to trust an organization like that is beyond me. But I don't know any of those people, so I'm not going to pass judgment on them. Maybe they're just naive. It's possible. But yeah, and then they had a problem with the functioning of some of their equipment, and they decided to use equipment that was not proper for the task. And then, you know, of course, the organization, a national media organization that exists to prop up and maintain the status quo, then spun it to try to make it look like they proved the globe. It means thing. Person that we're talking to. What is his name? Who are we talking to?
This is
Joa.
Joa.
Yeah, Joa.
Oh.
Because we can
And it was
show you thousands of other observations, and it only takes one. When you're talking about falsifying a model that's purely mathematical and has no science behind it. Okay, when the timer goes off, then come get me. When a person, you just takes one observation to disprove their model. It has no basis in reality. A model exists to predict or explain aspects of reality. We have the black swan argument we can show you, Joe, as well as multiple other observations. I can link you to the Flat Earth Wiki. Every single of the observations on there that we made shows that the globe model is a failure. So because you have some entertainment piece that you watch that told, that you have gone along with and been naive enough to think that it has any connection whatsoever to the flat and stationary realm where you live, that's really not our problem. All right, I got to go help my kids.
Because what it is there, Joa, is because we've falsified their model. We've said to the globers, look, your model doesn't work, the measurements are not there. What they're hung upon is a replacement, so a quick fix. They want us to replace their model with another flat Earth model. So that's the only thing that's stopping a lot of these globe earthers from becoming flat earthers, is because they say, well, we don't have a model. So if they want a model, if you wanted a model, you would go out there, you would build it yourself, create it yourself, if that's what you personally wanted, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So I mean, this is the perspective. This is where I am. Is that a lot of these globe earthers just want us to replace, give us the measurement. How big is the Earth? What's underneath? What's above? All that, because they seem to think they have a history of like the Big Bang, and everything's been explained.
Yeah.
Right. So because they feel, well, we've had everything explained to us from Big Bang to right now and where we're going and what's going on. Well, can you replace that and tell us, well, what's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically where a lot of the globe earthers are. If we can't replace it, then we won't accept it. So if that's your mindset, then you will never, see the truth, because you'll be thinking, well, I need to know more. I need to be able to explain this reality to my satisfaction, right?
Yeah.
And subsequently, the guys who did that first experiment, they started a company called FE Core, and FE Core has now done a 35-kilometer laser experiment over an ice sheet, as well as various places over water. And they've demonstrated this thing repeatedly because of what they learned from the first test, where he thought he could shoot lasers between the hole in a board, but lasers always diverge. The beam on your torch gets wider and wider the further away from the object that you take the light source. So that divergence always leads to spilling over. So what Jeranism and them encountered was they were trying to send light through a central hole, and that was never going to be achievable unless they used a really high power collimator to collimate the light beam. But even Jeranism explained that they edited that footage. The piece that came at the end where he said interesting was right at the beginning before they were calibrating the equipment. And they've shot this stuff in a different order to portray a narrative, like Dandelion was saying.
Oh, so you're saying that it is biased?
Of course. Because they edited the footage to show that nothing came of it. Now, Jeranism unfortunately didn't bring his own camera crew, because he was told by this company that they were going to share the footage with him. So he thought, okay, great, then he can concentrate on the experiment, and they're going to photograph, and he's going to get a copy of that. And then after they'd filmed it, they said they're selling it to Netflix, and Netflix will only buy it if the footage is never released to anyone else. So effectively, he was told he now had no footage, and they shot or edited it to put it in an order to portray a narrative. And then subsequently,
to make them
They went back to the same place and did a different experiment using a water. They used like a stream or what you call them, like they between farms in the States, like these little long rivers.
Irrigation canals?
Yeah, something like that. And he went and he did his experiment along one of those irrigation canals where they could use the water level as their basis for determining their elevation. And they did it repeatedly. And any time that you're using a laser, there's always complications. So because of that beam divergence. So eventually they went to really expensive equipment to get the right collimation so that they can do what Effie Core is presently doing with their laser experiments. But the mainstream will only report on that first one as though he discovered something, scratched his head, and gave up.
Yeah, it's really disgusting. And I do appreciate you, Chemo, telling me. I did. That is another piece of the puzzle I hadn't heard before, that it was a different organization that carried it out and then, was sold to Netflix. So they didn't necessarily, perhaps they thought that this person was a real documentarian. I don't know, because, I have some experience with that sort of thing. There are independent documentarians that do actually try to portray things as they really happened, but not anything that's going to make it to mainstream media, not anymore. I mean, it's definitely gotten worse. Loose Change used to be on Netflix. When Netflix first started, it was kind of grassroots and you could. So maybe some people just still have the mindset that they think Netflix is just some ragtag bunch of people getting together and actually going to portray something about reality on it. But that may have been the case when they were kind of upstarts, trying to corner the market on, the mainstream media. But that's no longer the case by any means. So thank you for telling me that, Chemo. I appreciate it. Maybe I'm being unfair to those people. I have no idea.
Flat Solar, what's that?
Oh, that was Flat Earth Solar that said that? Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, please do forgive me, and thank you for clarifying that. It was Flat Earth Solar that was saying that that they were told these things ahead of time, that they were lied to and deceived in that way. So I appreciate you explaining that, Flat Earth Solar. Thank you.
Well, Jeronism was actually the first guy that I found. And what I enjoyed about his channel right at the beginning was that he went into this saying, show me where I'm wrong. Just show me how I'm not thinking about this right. And the whole time he said, don't trust me. Go and check this for yourself. Don't trust anything that I say. And when he came to this experiment, he put it out to forums and he said to people, what do they think? And they made the hole bigger, bought a more powerful laser, and he was making all these little modifications, but it was right at the forefront with very little budget. And it was an interesting thing when I watched it get spun, that was also one of those eye-opening moments where you just see. They were told, yes, it's this company, a little film company, and they were doing a private film. And then eventually they sold it to Netflix and said, no, you can't release the data for 10 years or can't release any of the back footage. And then everyone started to carry their own cameras to record. So Rob Skiba started to record interviews even. So if anyone's going to interview me, I'm going to set up my own camera and capture my own footage of that recording, so that if they go and edit it and put it back to front and put the ending at the beginning and the beginning at the end, if they go and do that to try and manipulate it to create a narrative, then we can at least release the original footage to show them once again how much they're lying about this. So then they stopped doing a lot of personal interviews because now we were all demanding to be able to record. So ODD, all of them learned through that experience, but still the mainstream narrative is Jeronism proved curvature and Bob proved rotation. And Bob with his gyro, that's it just gets repeated and repeated and repeated, and Bob never touched the gyro. But he was honest enough to say, look, they had found a reading in the equipment. Most people wouldn't be honest, they would just lie. But he was being honest, and then they, punted that message.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's good
Very
news to
good
hear
video.
that people have learned from that and, are now filming the whole thing if they get interviewed. I think that's very wise for anyone to do and very easy to do these days. Good idea.
So we have another person called Octopus. I'm about to server mute. Hey,
Octopus, welcome to the server.
Can we
We
get a
have
conclusion
a lot of
on
shy
Jonah?
people today. Don't we have a lot of
Is
shy
it
people
possible
today?
to get a conclusion on Jonah on what he's heard on the opinion?
Joa?
Sure. Go right ahead.
Yeah, just to conclude.
What?
Just like you've heard, a view of the flat Earth. Are you still of the opinion you're on a ball? What did it make any difference? Basically, listening to flat Earth.
Yeah, it made a difference. Sure.
Excellent. That's what we're looking for. In a good way for flat Earth, or more for the ball.
To be honest, I don't like when I just asked. It's more of a personal thing. It doesn't really matter to the flat Earth thing, but I didn't feel good when I just asked. But the Netflix documentary thing, I asked with being open-minded. I was not saying that they're right or they're wrong. I just asked if you think that they're biased, and people started kind of got mad at me.
Don't say
No.
just
We didn't.
me. He doesn't like my attitude. I understand, Joe, and it's not
Oh,
personal
it
toward
wasn't.
you. Don't think that it's personal toward you. It's just me. It's me being frustrated with the system in general and how they manipulate people's opinions, and it's not
I
you
feel you.
personally. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize if you felt like any of that heat was going toward you, because I think that your questions were genuine, and I understand that you would think that that's what they showed and you were asking about it. So any frustration you heard from me is only coming toward those people who do put out deceptive information like that. It really bothers me. I really don't like it, especially on something that's so fundamental as the actual, nature of the realm where we live, that people set
Right.
out and know they're being deceptive. Because, to come and edit something like that, like Flat Earth Solar was explaining that, to take it and put somebody's responses out of context and like go in there with this, to exploit people. That's what it just really grinds my gears. So I appreciate you saying that, because I in no way want to take any of that out on you, because that is not your fault. So I do apologize, and
thank you.
I think I was the only one who was doing that.
So,
don't malign the whole group, because these other guys have been completely reasonable. It's only me.
Oh, sure. Thank you. It's fine.
So I do apologize.
So usually there's 3 questions we ask people that come in that are new, right? I don't know if they asked you 3 questions, but I'm going to go ahead and ask you. And the first one, and I heard Kimo mention it, but I don't know if he asked you. Because you say you believe that the Earth's a sphere, right? Right, Joe?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So there's 3 claims, which Miggy came, with this pattern of questioning. I don't know if he wants to ask them yourself, Miggy. If not, I'll continue. So the first question is that they're saying that the Earth is a sphere, right? Which is it mandates that it has curvature. And has anybody ever presented to you the measurement of curvature, or do you know of anybody that's measured the curve of the Earth?
As I've mentioned, I've seen some debates, but it was some time ago, and I've never cared, to look deeply into it.
Right, that's fine. That's fine. But I mean, that's one of the things that they claim, that it has is a sphere, so it's a curve. So you could say I don't know. That's fine. It's a good answer.
It's reality. I don't know.
All right, that's fine. And the second one is that it spins about 1,000 miles, a little over 1,000 miles at the equator. Do you know of anyone that has detected the spin of the Earth or anything like that?
Oh.
Okay, that's fine. And the third one is gas pressure, right? They say that we have gas pressure on Earth, and we're next to a lower pressure system, which makes it a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which that takes that the gas pressure will definitely entropy will happen, and gas pressure will pretty much disperse to whatever medium lower or whatever lower to equal make the gas pressure equal to all side every medium. So have anybody ever presented to you a gas pressure without a container?
What do you mean, like gas pressure without a container? What is that?
So in other words, let's say if you have a balloon, but without the balloon and having the pressure of the air. So what happens if you put a hole in a balloon?
Oh, the gas goes out.
Right. So
air goes out.
Right. So that means the balloon is containing it. If you don't have that balloon, the gas will just disperse to every which way, right?
Sure.
Right. So it's like saying if you have a car, right, with wheels and no tire, right, you won't be able to put any air on the wheels because it doesn't have something to contain it. That's what they're saying, Earth, right? You won't have, because if you don't have tires on your wheels, the air will just go everywhere. You won't have anything nice and a smooth ride. You would just have a metal rim.
Or what does he think
so
would
you're
happen
saying
on the
that,
ISS?
Hold
so
on.
you're saying basically that air should go out of the Earth?
Definitely. I mean, they're saying the vacuum of space is a right. It's a way lower pressure system than what we have on Earth, and that's called gas pressure. And if you look for the definition of gas pressure, is that it's the force that the air molecule, bounces off the walls of its container. Without the container, all the air will just disperse into whatever medium is available. And
well, the argument is that gravity holds it, isn't it?
Right.
The Earth is
right, but the gravity itself is a downward force, right? When we're supposed to pull towards the center or down, and there's the problem because gas goes every which way direction. Gravity doesn't hold air, right? And where's gravity more the strongest?
Towards the center,
right? So what further out it goes, meaning it's less, according to their
powerful. Yeah,
right. And then there's the other problem, which gravity has never been validated. They have no scientific evidence of gravity. They just have a story. Right. So let's say, in other words, if I have a helium balloon, which direction does it go?
It goes up.
Why is that?
I don't
know. Why doesn't the balloon go down to the floor? Because gravity is supposed to be pulling on it.
I don't know, man. They say that there's this light gas and a heavier gas thing,
right? So it's lighter than the medium that it's in, right? It's less dense.
Like, you mean helium, right? You said helium.
Right. Helium is less dense than air.
Lighter, yeah.
Right. So therefore, that's
they say that even. Let me say, like I've seen those videos where people inhale helium and their voices go, pitched.
Really high up.
How you say?
High pitch, yes.
Oh yeah, like their voices go high pitched. It's because sound can travel faster on it because it's lighter.
Right. So helium rises up because it's less dense than the air it's in, the medium that it's in. Therefore, you are not lighter than the medium. That's the reason why you're not floating upwards. You're going down. Right. So anything that's less dense than the medium goes up. Anything that's heavier than the medium goes down.
Yeah.
So let's change the medium. Let's say a ball, right? A ball on air will go down, right? We just ball filled with regular air. But if you put that ball in water, you change the medium, make the medium a lot denser. it goes up. And like I say, you could jump on the floor right here on air. You jump, you go down. But let's say if you jump on the bottom of a pool, you will go up, right? Right. So everything is medium dependent, right? So gravity hasn't been, and you could test this. And matter of fact, you could definitely science the shit out of the medium relationship with density. But you can't science gravity because there's no evidence for it. So pretty much you could use Hessian razors, and whatever isn't presented with evidence could be discarded practically. As I'm just paraphrasing, but so there's no evidence for gravity. So gas also tells you the definition is it needs a container. So if there's no gas pressure, if there's gas pressure on Earth, that means it has to be contained somehow. And they're saying they go to a medium that can't exist, a vacuum. So in those 3 points, right? So those 3 claims there, they tell you these claims, but never show you any evidence of. And then it becomes what we say is a belief system, because you believe the Earth is a ball. Practically, it's just a story like when you tell the kids about Santa Claus. They believe there's a Santa Claus bringing the toys, but they have no evidence other than, hey, there's a correlation because I got toys here on every Christmas.
Yeah.
Right, but then when they find out it was their parents, the same thing. It's like we gave you a belief story about the Earth is spinning. There's something pulling things together. That's why there's people sitting, standing up opposite, upside down to you, but when you try to actually look for the evidence, where's the science for gravity, where's the experiments and all this stuff, it falls short. And you have practically a religion in a way, because you have faith that they were telling you the truth because they show you images on screen, which would tell you they're not really pictures. And if you look into it, but yeah, it's all belief system, my friend. And that's what you have at the moment, unless you look into it. And I'm pretty much.
Yeah, good job explaining there.
I've seen like those experiments where people remove oxygen from a room and they drop like, I don't know, like a heavy object in a very light one. And no, not helium balloon, but let's say you're in a room, right? And they remove all the oxygen in that room. They remove all the air, most everything. So, like put like a very heavy object and I don't know, like a
feather,
a very light one. And
right.
Yeah, like it shows they all fall at the same time.
You're just manipulating the medium. You're not
two things. Yeah, you're right, correct. Yeah, you're manipulating the medium, and then the other thing was they actually filmed them multiple times because they couldn't get it right. And I think if I don't remember correctly, somebody said that they had a weight attached to the feather, if I'm not mistaken. But I haven't looked really into that. I have to look at that video some more. But again, all you're doing is manipulating the medium. Put different medium in there. What will happen? Right? Add water or add anything else. Right?
You have different outcomes.
Right. So.
Just a second. The thing is, they fool us into thinking that the vacuum is an absence of air when it's not. You just lowered the density of the medium by removing quantities of air. There's still pressure in there. It's not zero. Yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
Yeah, that's true.
And not only that, you can have a vacuum without a container as well. There's no natural vacuum on Earth or anywhere.
Oh yeah, it's not natural. They remove it with machines.
Yeah. So where do you ever see a natural vacuum?
Oh, in the experiment, they remove it with a machine. They have a big room and they remove it.
I understand. What I'm saying is that you still need a container to create a vacuum, because of the air around it. So the problem is you'll never see a natural vacuum anywhere on Earth or anywhere ever. Right? So you still need a container to have a vacuum.
Yeah, in fact, humanity has never, ever made any kind of machine or anything that has been able to achieve absolute vacuum or complete emptiness. That's just not
Oh,
possible.
yeah, they say this in the experiment. They say that they remove, I don't know, 90%, 98%. I don't remember, because it's really, really hard to remove everything. It's almost impossible.
Well, that makes perfect sense to have an experiment that is different than what's supposedly going on in outer space. So that just doesn't make any sense at all.
Also, just think about it for a second. You just manipulated the medium, so now the objects are going to need an even longer drop to show any difference, because both of them are now far more dense than the medium. So the difference between the two is less and less the more you manipulate the medium. You're creating a confounding variable and then misunderstanding what you're looking at. That's what they're doing, and they're manipulating the whole world through this.
I've been listening for a minute, gentlemen, not since the beginning, but I'm not sure if we're discussing vacuums or the effect of gravity on objects, but I can add this to the conversation as far as the supposed force of gravity on objects is. I could take 2 pieces of paper, leave one flat, crumple one into a ball, and when I let go of them, the supposed magical force of gravity does not act on both of them the same way. The balled up piece will fall faster than the flat piece. The flat piece will flutter and take its time falling to the floor. Therefore, no force is pulling on either piece of paper.
Just as a side note, I gave you the 3 points participant rule. So since you Elbow went through those with you, and we appreciate your honest participation, because not everybody can handle answering questions in a straightforward manner about the nature of the earth where we live.
Oh, and by the way, Dandelion, I thought you did a fantastic job explaining to that one person earlier. I didn't hear any hostileness out of your voice. I honestly, you guys are so much more patient than me, because I have like a comedian aspect of my style where I'm like very, what's it called, irreverent. I don't care about anyone's feelings or how you want to be taught. I already was a literal heliocentric teacher. Like, I already got paid heliocentric money to teach heliocentric science. I know how, I know what a curriculum is. Teenage children. So it's just funny. It's funny, all the different styles, and especially when you're learning it and seeing how much more patient people are. Like I met Austin Wizit the other day in Buffalo, did some activism with Witsit Gets It, and me and him, man, it's like good cop, bad cop. Just I'm the bad cop, he's the good cop, and we're just taking him down. It's so much fun, so easy. So.
Wow. If Witsit's the good cop, then you must be really bad. Because he can be a bad cop. I'm just kidding, but that's cool. I appreciate you saying that. Yes, I know what you mean. I try to be patient. I don't always succeed, but yeah.
You were good. I thought you were great, but I just wanted to say thank you to you guys. I don't join in here often, but I come in here like every 2 months or something like that. But I should come in here more often.
You should, yeah. Good to see you.
You guys have done a good job over the years, I've noticed.
Yeah, I used to watch your videos back in the day.
We have good people in here, man. It's like constantly growing. You guys, I actually watched your debate against McToon. God, holy heavens, man! Those people,
was McToon in here?
I can't tell the difference between McToon and Craig and Fight. They're all like blob clones of one another.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
It's really weird. They all look alike too. It's like they sound alike. They look alike. It's like, well, you guys are just literal clones, like Star Trek or Star Wars. It's crazy. But
what you mean? There is that certain kind of like mindset that seems to make people react.
We must assimilate.
Same, but like have the program responses and questions. Like we were just talking about that earlier. Like, why does everyone or so many of the people coming in here that think they live on a globe just spontaneously? Why would they look like that's just so important to them? But bizarre.
I even remember. There's a. I remember Could somebody mute
Yeah,
themselves?
somebody's got an open mic. Okay,
Oh
never
no,
mind.
sorry.
Yeah, I even remember when I was figuring out the different heliocentric models around 2007 to 2012-ish. There's a 5-year stretch where I was just studying all the different, the old model, the classical model, and compared to the modern standard model of physics, and each new heliocentric model I would learn, because there's a basic heliocentric model, then there's the more advanced. So my ego would just become more and more inflated. And I even when I was Nassim Haramein spinning vortex heliocentric model, my ego was so out of control because then I was like, you guys are on a different heliocentric model. Mine is better than yours. And I remember it's just like looking back nearly 10 years ago at 2012-ish. And it's just, and that's where everyone is now. Like all these ball earthers, they're on a more advanced heliocentric model. You're basically on a model I was on 10 years ago. After 5 years after I started studying it, and it's like it's crazy. So they're either on a basic heliocentric model or a more advanced heliocentric model, and that's basically it. They don't have anything. It's crazy. It really is crazy.
I think it's crazy. I just think that most people just don't care enough for looking into it. I'm not.
It takes a while. It's a really big decision, a life decision to want to learn about the whole world. Whether it's beneath your feet or above your feet, whether you're studying the Earth or the stars, or both at the same time. Some people only study the stars and then completely omit the Earth. Some people only study the Earth, omit the stars. I do. I like to study a bit of everything.
I think I might be in that same boat. The thing is, with certain things, I don't like looking at certain stuff for long stretches of time. Like there's some stuff I haven't looked at for a while just because I needed a break from that negativity.
Worse, I go years without looking at stuff, even though I know I eventually will have to go back to it. I do that a lot.
That's cool. You got to see Witsit in person in Buffalo. You said I didn't know that's where he was now. I haven't really been following his progress. So he told me at one time he might come to the Great Lakes, but I don't know if he's ever going to make it over here.
Oh yeah, I mean he was right there. He was right there. We were. Yeah, I mean.
Did you do like an event with him, or did you just meet him somewhere?
Yeah. We did activism in front of City Hall, in front of Buffalo City Hall.
Oh, good! Wow, is that? Did he put it up on his channel? I'll have to look for it.
Oh yeah. It's on. I'll upload it onto my channel. I should have already done it, but it's so easy sometimes. But oh yeah,
the
it was
last
great.
thing I saw, he was in Washington D.C., and that was pretty epic. His live stream in front of the White House.
Now was that? Okay, yeah. Was that when he was?
A few weeks ago, he was.
He was going against the Freemasons, that anti-Masonic ranting. I love that. Yeah. Yes, we encountered some psychopath globe earthers. We triggered them pretty badly. Some Karens, and the Karens' husbands freaked out as well. Calling my mother very derogatory names. Just classy globe earthers, you know. And,
Karens and Kenny.
Karens and Kyles and Chads, and they don't have anything but insults, middle fingers, anger, emotional reactions. No proofs, no understandings of their own model. It was cool. Yeah, I got to fill in some gaps. He filled in some gaps for me. I got to fill in some gaps. I love filling in disconnecting the dots and then reconnecting them. And there's all these little details that people are forgetting about, and I love those little details. And man, yeah, it's good. It's good.
Dust. Dust to dust. I don't know who you are, but I must take issue with the statement you've made in the live stream voice text. I do not think that's the case at all. He says Whitsitt stole Nathan Thompson's playbook and perfected it. Lol. As if. What's the playbook? Is just going out in the world and talking to people? Is that a playbook? I think not. I don't think that's copyright TM talking to human beings on the street. I think not. I think that might have been started, the first time they made a street. The people went out and just talked to people on it. So there's no credit to Nathan Thompson for anything Whitsitt's doing. If anything, and I'll say this in person, Nathan Thompson tried to co-opt what Whitsitt was doing because we want to listen to him because he's interesting, kind, and a fun guy. And he failed, and then he is licking his wounds somewhere. So don't be giving Nathan Thompson any credit for Whitsitt. If anything, it's the other way around.
Exactly.
Agreed.
Plenty of dirt on Nathan Thompson. Matter of fact, I watched Nathan Thompson come onto the scene. I watched Whitsitt come onto the scene, and I was trying to be friendly with Nathan Thompson, but as I've already seen with his pattern with other flat earthers, he's just a despicable human being. And I warned Whitsitt about Nathan Thompson in a private message, and we have talked about it face to face. And he told me plenty of different stuff that he's not made public about Nathan Thompson. And it's amazing. And so I warned Whitsitt about Nathan Thompson, and he apologized to me because the messages are out there. I even warned Glowbusters about Nathan Thompson, but nobody seems to listen to me. But
well, you know what, Flat Earth Subgenius, no one listens to me either. So I finally decided I'm not warning people anymore because if things are like so obvious right in front of them.
Well, I appreciate you,
and they have to learn by experiencing it, right? So sometimes people have to learn the hard way through experience. So because if you try to warn them, people with experience, this Flat Earth Subgenius, the messenger gets shot a lot of times, right? So I'm not warning anybody unless they specifically ask me a direct question. I'll answer it, and that's about all. They're going to get for me.
Was the audio a little shaky there for anybody else?
Yeah, it's coming
Mary
in
Mom, you're
choppy
cutting
and
out.
stuff.
You're cutting out.
Okay, you want me to repeat what I said?
Yeah, your audio was not working. I heard about 1% of that.
Oh, okay. Do you want to hear the other 99?
Yeah. I think everybody else does too.
I said that the messenger is frequently shot, particularly in the Flat Earth movement. So I've given up warning people because sometimes I think people just have to experience things for themselves, which is what it sounds like happened in the case of Whitsitt in your warning. And, at least he didn't shoot you. And he came back later and told you were right. So that's pretty rare, actually, in my experience. Usually they just shoot you right out. Never come back to tell you were right.
It's true.
So anyway,
True.
Warning people. I used to think you had to go around and warn people about this or that, and until it bit me in the rear end one too many times, and I decided maybe people don't deserve warnings if they can't see what's very obvious and blatant, like red sirens going off. Then I don't know what to do for you.
Oh, and you remember the cartoon Chicken Little? The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Great story. I used to read that to my daughter all the time. That is a classic. Yeah, absolutely.
If you go back and watch the cartoon on YouTube, it's a quick one. It's about 8 minutes long, but I think it came out around 1952-ish. The cartoon. I went back and rewatched it recently. My God, what a educational lesson that is. The poor little Chicken Little was trying to warn everybody in the chicken coop about the fox trying to trick him, and then nobody would listen. And then what happened to the whole prison coop in a flat square pen? Well, they all got let outside by the fox, and they all got eaten alive.
Gosh, that's a different version of the story. The one I always heard was the acorn falls on the chicken's head, so the chicken panics in a hysterical manner without even investigating what it was, or that it was simply an acorn falling from an oak tree, which happens all the time, no big deal. They just kind of went off like a chicken with their head cut off, went around and said the sky was falling. They have to go tell the king. And all the people Chicken Little found along the way, not people, but animals personified, Goosey Lucy, Lucky Ducky, and so on,
Turkey Lurkey, she just went along and said the sky was falling, and they just believed Chicken Little, kind of like an Alex Jones character is the way I see Chicken Little. They're just like, oh yeah, let's go tell the king. Good idea. There's acorns falling from trees, which happens every single day. So anyway, then Foxy Loxy, at the very end, they get to Foxy Loxy, tell Foxy Loxy the sky's falling, and Foxy Loxy says, oh yes, let's go tell the king right over this way. Come right into my little fox's den, and we'll go tell the king right through here, guys. And that's when they get all eaten up by the fox. Yeah, there's probably different versions of stories, you know. Because in yours, like, the Chicken Little kind of looks like comes out looking better because they actually know what they're talking about. In the original version, Chicken Little's kind of naive and a little bit airheaded and ditzy.
Yeah, nobody would listen to Chicken Little. None of the hens, none of the top roosters, and all the top roosters thought they knew what they were talking about. Did it remind you of anybody? The top roosters being the scientists and Chicken Littles being the flat earthers.
Has anybody spoke to Ziggy?
I don't think so. I don't think Ziggy just recently snuck in here. Hello there, Ziggy. Welcome to the server.
Ziggy, aren't you the Australian guy, the flat earther?
Yeah, Ziggy's been around a while.
With the book.
Yeah, he's got a book
Yes,
and all that. You know.
Yes, I am. Am I chimed in before, but I think I wrecked. I don't know. I was distorting the channel. How you guys going?
Pretty good. I think we have way too many flat earthers right here, man.
I know. Yeah, flat Earth is becoming very popular. Lou thinks I'm slandering Chicken Little. Lou,
What a brilliant!
Don't put words in my mouth. I
thought that was brilliant.
Breakdown. I just wanted to see if Ziggy had more.
Oh, okay. Ziggy, you got a commentary on Chicken Little?
Hey, guess what? You know, I didn't realize that all my life. I'm 51 years old. I know it's not that old, but it's not that young either. But all my life, so I never considered this. And just sitting back, listening to you guys chatting, Chicken Little warning everyone. Oh, the sky's falling. Blah, blah, blah. What about Noah? It almost reminds you of Noah's Ark, reminding Noah with his ark, hey, something bad is going to happen. No one listened to him. I'm not even a religious guy, but you guys made me realize, hey, people have been warning so long. I don't know. Okay. What do I know? But the reason I kind of chimed in, am I coming through okay? Or
Yeah, you're coming in great.
Good. You know, before how you guys were talking about the atmosphere, you know the religious argument we get from globe earthers that, oh, you know, refraction. You know the refraction argument? I've done quite a bit of study on that. And as you mentioned before, I wrote a book called The Elusive Curve. And, you know, if you're going to write a book, you better make sure that every part of that is accurate, right? So I did thousands of hours of study. I ran Nathan. I was a moderator and administrator of a group, Austin, all the guys. But anyway, so I was listening back, but here's where it is. You know, when they measured, and this is what I've been really studying quite a bit recently, actually. You know, when they gave us the refractive formula, the formula for refraction, based on Snell's law, that was in an isotropic environment. What that basically means is they measured it inside a fish tank, okay? They then expanded it. You could expand it. Say a fish tank. It has 4 walls, a floor and a ceiling, and you can control the environment. Room, again, has 4 walls, a roof, and a floor. What about so then if you Google now, and that's called isotropic environment, which means in Greek is meaning equal and tropic meaning distance. So is our atmosphere isotropic? No, it's not. It's anisotropic, which is the opposite of that. So scientists have discovered that, and the study of the topic, because it's a very, very, you know, this relates to temperature. You will know that traveling 5 kilometers down the road, 20 kilometers down the road, temperature changes. Therefore, We are not in an isotropic atmosphere. We're in an anisotropic, anisotropic. Look it up, and it's a fascinating topic, and it kind of debunks the refraction arguments that the globe earthers give, because the atmosphere is not standard. Nothing standard about it. It's my 2 cents worth. Did I get cut off?
No, we're here.
Zig, right?
I'm sorry?
Zig, right?
Yeah, Z-I-G, short for Zigorus, I'm Greek.
Yeah, I'm Dan Falkenbach. I run that. Ziggy, I run the League of Extraordinary Flat Earthers.
Ah, yes. What a brilliant group.
Good, thanks, man.
And how many now? You know, people say, actually, I posted something on Twitter, and I love it when you tag Flat Earth and all the globe earthers come out. And one of them before said, there's only very few people that believe the earth is flat. Do you know what? I responded back and said, no. 1 in 10 people believe the earth is flat. And how can I prove that? You can do it yourself. Go on Google and type 1 in 10 people in France believe the earth is flat. In Russia, I think it's like 3%. Brazil, they say 7% if you look it up, but we know it's more than that. So how many flat earthers are there?
I think you can be pretty assured that whatever you get for any kind of polls you can put together or anything like that of people who admit to being flat earthers, the real number is much higher.
Absolutely. And you kind of, people, you get to the stage where I go out and I know how to approach the topic now. So sometimes I go, people go, what do you been, if I go to the pub for a drink or whatever, people go, what have you been doing tonight, mate? Oh, mate, I've been at home. I've been debating those flat earthers. And then you approach it a different way. You see what I just did there? I'm not saying I'm a flat earther. I've been debating the globe earth and the flat earth debate. And they go, really? And then they go, so where do you sit? Right? They've seen it already. So they're already going, so where do you sit? I go, well, I kind of think it's flat, man. They go, yeah, me too. You got to say it first. It's like, it's probably being gay in the 1980s. Hey, man, are you gay? Yeah, I'm not gay, by the way. I'm married, 3 kids, 30 years marriage. I thought I'd just explain that. But, in the closet, a lot of people are afraid. And guess what? I've had some, I hope this is live, so I shouldn't say, but I won't say who, but I had a 2-hour discussion. There's going to be a live podcast soon, Audible, with famous Australian astrophysicist who reached out to me. We went into a studio and we did a recording, 2 hours on this. When you have to teach an astrophysicist the Earth curvature formula, hey, that's friggin' exciting, because I taught him something. I taught him many things, and that's, they're not where we're at. We're questioning everything, and that's very important to question. Sorry.
I have a question.
The lady that was speaking, if you want to narrate my book, I've got a job for you.
Sure, let me know. Somebody's got a question here. I'm going to give you the flat earth role there, Ziggy. And is it Joa that's got a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know, but why does, because as Chemo mentioned, why does not knowing that, why does not having evidence to support the globe ultimately means that it is flat?
That is a great question. Wow. I'm going to give you an A+ just for that question. How does not have any evidence for the globe make you know it's flat? Very good. We've got some kind of echoing going on. Yeah, where's that coming from?
It's Ziggy. Ziggy, when you're not speaking, can you mute your mic?
Absolutely, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so and the reason is, this is excellent, is because the globe model is the positive claim that they've imposed upon you. If you just think about the way
that you were ever, introduced to the concept. It wasn't, oh, look out here. Here's some curvature. Oh, feel that rotation. No, it's like, oh, you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Let me explain to you how you're completely wrong, and it's actually against all logic and reason. A wildly spinning water ball hurtling through space at a high rate of speed, and everything you see with your own senses is wrong. So they introduce it, impose their theoretical concepts upon what you actually experience and tell you this is what you're experiencing. So it's because of the nature of mathematical models. I can't call it a scientific model because it's not, even though they put that label on it. It's just mathematical, and it's not. Even calling it mathematical is like too kind, because that would imply that there maybe was some kind of measurement involved with this radius of 3,959 miles. When in fact, there was no measurement involved whatsoever. Even that number itself is completely theoretically derived, and then take this information and then use more math to build upon it. And yeah, you had this number, 3,959, and then you build this whole heliocentric fantasy world around it and say, oh, look, within this world, if we were on a globe with this radius, all this stuff would work out perfectly just the way we say, even though that's questionable too. But nonetheless, you don't have to then. And actually, you know what, Joa? I'm going to find a video for you from Dr. John D., who has a PhD in spectrometry, and he decided to investigate, whether we actually live on a globe of this radius, and his determination was that we do not, which is how many of us, including myself, came to the realization was that we first decided to disprove this concept. And so anyway, but what he does say at the end of this video, which I will attempt and hopefully succeed to find for you, which this particular one I'm thinking of has to do with buoys and buoy. It's similar to the black phenomenon with the oil rigs, which I don't think we've shown to you. We really should show Joa the Black Swan oil rig image and explanation. But anyway, so with these buoys, you can clearly see the buoy is behind the horizon. But he asked the person watching the video, do you see the horizon behind or in front of the buoy? If you think it's in, and it's Karen B narrating this video, she does a great job. If you think the horizon is in front of the buoy, then you can still continue to believe you live on a globe with a radius 3,959 miles if you wish. But if you see that the horizon is behind the buoy, which it clearly is, anyone who actually has eyesight can see that, just like in the oil image, then you don't live on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. And then, Joa, you can go from there to maybe come up with some hypotheses about where you actually do live. And some people here today have explained to you different things about how a contained environment seems very apparent based on the natural laws that we observe working on Earth, that we cannot possibly have this atmosphere uncontained and so on. So we can come up with some, theories and suppositions and so on. But what we don't need, Joa, we don't need another model. We don't need a model. So it's the term you said, your question was, because the globe model is a failure, how do you then know it's flat? Flat is like a very general term, like flat earthers are not everyone who says I'm a flat earther or the earth is flat thinks the same way about where we actually live in reality. We agree it's flat. There's no positive evidence of this theoretical claim of either curvature or rotation. So, you don't have to use the word flat. In fact, some people don't know. There was a whole tour in Europe, the Global Tour, and that particular organization, I believe, my understanding from speaking with some of them is in general, they avoid the term flat earth or flat earther because it's been so maligned. And some people call themselves globe skeptics or focus on the globe lie, which is perfectly fine, because the word flat, it's measures flat, it's used as flat, it's treated as flat, water lies flat. Over 70% of our Earth is water, according to the official statistics and most of our experience in exploring the oceans. And therefore, most of the Earth is flat because most of it is water. But it's very general, and it can be a term that can be misunderstood by many. So your question was wonderful. Did my answer make sense to you, Joa? Are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Joa. Yeah.
Too much? Was it too much?
I think you hypnotized him with the truth.
Did you think? What'd you say, Lou? It was too much.
I think it might have been. I think you might have overloaded him. By the time you were done, he had no idea you were talking to him still.
He wants the Reader's Digest version. The globe's the positive claim, Joe. That's the main idea. The globe is what they're claiming.
I heard that. But as well as I don't understand, you did understand what you explained to me, but maybe like we don't have to pretend we have all the answers because as you say, flat Earth or no global skeptics are people that are all about science, right? So maybe you don't know answer to this yet, but I don't understand either why all the things that we say, that we see around us are globes and just the Earth is flat. Does that have an explanation?
Where
Maybe
have you
I'm
seen
wrong.
a globe? Explain to me where you've seen a globe, because I've seen some globular flowers in my yard.
The moon is it's round.
Yeah,
the moon is round.
He's asking why does So you're asking why does NASA shows us balls in space, right?
No. I mean, like I look up in the night sky and I see like a round moon, the round sun, and why
Well, that's
all
fine.
of those
That's fine. I just want to point something out about that, though. Like, I mean, and yes, I would agree with you. The moon appears to be like it has a spherical appearance, possibly, but you can't prove that it is. I think it could be. It doesn't have to be flat. It doesn't have, what the moon or the sun are doesn't have any bearing on what the Earth is. You understand that, right?
Hey guys, do you mind if I, after years and years of looking at the moon, thinking it's a big ball? So we are told that the moon collided with the Earth, bounced off, created a perfect spherical object. Has anyone ever done that before in life? Like you throw a rock at another rock, it bounces off, and it creates a spherical object. Like really? Perfectly a sphere. And we all know that the Earth, if anyone, no, not we all, because we don't all know, it only takes an inquisitive mind, as I said before, to go, hey, where do I live? I really want to work that out myself. So we know, us that know, sorry to go on, I went around, that it's a geoid. Earth without the water is not a perfect sphere. So why did the Earth not become a perfect spheroid? Why does Jupiter have rings and Saturn does not and Mars doesn't? So you could do this all day long. You got to measure down here on Earth first before you can work that out up there. You agree?
Hey, can you remake your point up there? What they can make what?
We need to work out where we live here at ground level before we can postulate what's up there, but we can't ascertain it as proof.
Well, that's true.
A lot of globe earthers say that lunar eclipses are proof of a spherical object in the moon, but I can recreate the same exact shadow with a coin. I can hold a coin up to a light and it creates a circular shadow still. The coin is flat.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And You guys, have you seen a selenilian eclipse? The sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time, at opposite ends of each other, which defies the logic of an eclipse because the Earth should be shadowing and blocking out and vice versa, whichever way, solar or a lunar eclipse. But both objects, both luminaries are up in the sky, and the only explanation by the globe earthers is refraction. Come on, and that's when they're really high up in the sky, not down here at low, at ground level where refraction would be possible. If it was an isotropic atmosphere, as I said before, it's not. So sorry to chime in all the time, but it's 2:53 a.m. here in not down under Melbourne. And I'm listening in and I'm writing my book and loving these topics because there's some of the things that I don't know don't know why. Sometimes I'm typing and you guys are talking about things and I've just got to chime in. I'm out of here. I'm going to listen to you guys.
Thanks, Ziggy.
See you later, Ziggs.
So, if I'm not mistaken, you can't even get a circular shadow with two balls. They will be elongated.
That makes sense to me. The shadow will stretch it out more next. It expands what you see. A shadow is always bigger than what the object is. We see our own shadow is bigger than us. Stretched out. So if you stretch the silver light upwards, it becomes a cylindrical object.
And not to mention, shadows aren't red. They're not red either.
Yeah. A good one. It's like, how does it turn red? Can you explain that, please? Where's the red color? From the Earthship crew that I'm a part of. He always asks me random globe Earth questions because all you got to do is just plant those seeds, and these people that you come across years later will ask you questions secretly in their direct messaging or messages that they send you. Well, I just want to hear the flat Earth perspective. And one of my buddies is constantly sending me globe Earth news and stuff and wants my explanation on it. And he sent me the moon thing the other. He's like, this is proof that the moon is a ball and the Earth is a ball because we see opposite sides of the moon. And I just told him, I'm like, dude, if we're in the same room and we're staring at the moon, which is only showing one face at all in known history of time, one side of the moon, one face of the moon. And if we look at it, if I'm on one side of the room and then you're on the opposite side of the room, we're each you're going to see the moon, and then I'm going to see it upside down from you and vice versa. So there's a perfect explanation right there. It's we're looking at it from different locations, and you're in a place where you see it upside down because you're in a different location on the plane. It's still the luminary of the moon is still traveling over and around, revolving across the flat plane. It's not orbiting. Any confused globe earthers? Do you have any questions? Because globe earthers love getting educated by flat earthers.
Yeah, I was trying to find that Dr. John D video for Joa, but I haven't given up yet. I thought I had saved on a playlist, but apparently I don't. But I will find it, Joa, don't you worry.
Which
one? So yeah, it's the one It's one of the first ones he put out when he's that say like investigating the black swan phenomenon. It's like look, it's a series of buoys. There he's viewing the horizon behind the buoys. It's the one where at the end I've made a meme out of the still shot at the a still shot at the end where he explains why refraction doesn't work in the way they claim it does to produce these images about refraction in the atmosphere.
Okay, I'll look. I'll see if I have it.
Yeah, I think it's called like investigating the black swan phenomena, but he has more than one of them. So, yeah. But probably all of them are good. I don't know. That's just the one I watched. Oh, Jack S. is asking the lobby me what do I need. Yeah, I want a Dr. John D. video called Investigating the Black Swan Phenomenon. It's narrated by Karen B., and it's about a series of buoy observations with the horizon behind the buoy.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too. I mean, decent amount of research on the black swan, but I could always use a touch up for sure.
Oh yeah, we were going to show Joa the black swan, but yeah, I don't know. Did you get your question answered? Because Joa, the thing of it is, and this is Joa, is this the first day that you've heard any of this information?
Which one?
Just any of it. Like, is this the first time you've seriously discussed whether we live on a globe or not with people who actually have investigated it?
I mean, seriously discussed, yes, but of course I've seen debates before on YouTube, on the internet. As I've mentioned, I've seen the documentary, which I've
The Netflix non-documentary, yes. The Netflix hit piece you saw, yes. Yes. Okay, so you've looked into it for a while, but like this is like some of the stuff that we're showing you about the actual observations is new. I was just curious because the question, I just wondered if you felt like you got your question answered about why we wouldn't be a globe, if we're surrounded by globes, which we don't accept that premise that we are surrounded by globes. We don't. That's more of what we're being told by these organizations that also, out of the other side of their mouth, say they can't go up and take a picture of the Earth. Robert Simon, Mr. Blue Marble, tells us right on NASA.gov website that he worked with his team. He took 4 months of data. He wrapped the flat maps around the ball. I put the quote there for you from NASA's website. That's how they created the image of the Earth that most people are familiar with, wrapping flat maps around a ball to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. So, and that's not the only place where on their website that NASA admits that they use CGI and artistic renditions to come up with these images. These are not, they didn't just go up there. I mean, sometimes they claim they did, but then other times they claim they can't. They can't keep their stories straight, and they don't need to because most people just accept it. But sometimes when people ask that question about why are we different than these other so-called planets, aka the wandering stars, Mars, Jupiter, and so on, it's based on faulty straw man models of flat Earth that don't in any way match what we actually observe and think. Like, for example, the concept of that there's images out there kind of making fun of flat Earth that show like all these globes, planets, globular planets, and then a disk, in the middle of them flying through space. We don't think that. There's no reason to think that we're suspended in space in any way. There's, we've only been able to, the furthest that we are even claimed, that it is even claimed that they've dug into the Earth is 8 miles. We don't know what's under there. And in no way is there any indication that we're flying through anything. So we don't see it that way. And we also, I think, as Lou was trying to tell you, we don't look up there at the things in the sky and think that for some reason that would indicate anything about where we are. Those are separate bodies, and they may or may not be globular, but whether they are or not, it does not have any relation to where we are. Does that make sense, Joa?
Because science not always is intuitive. As you mentioned, about suspended things. I mean, there is some suspension. Because like the moon doesn't fall on me. Get it? You know, like we don't have to pretend that we have all the answers. So, as you mentioned, we have to look into it.
Exactly. Yes. Very good point. Oh, is that C? Hi, C. How are you?
High C is a bad drink.
It is bad. I can't stand Kool-Aid, High C, all that stuff. You'd have to pay me to drink that colored sugar water. I mean, as well just have a glass of water and then just take a spoonful of sugar from the sugar bowl. I would enjoy that more.
I know.
No,
Hey,
like,
Dandelion.
Okay,
Is that the
so
right?
for the most part, agree. But like, if you, I know you shouldn't have McDonald's either. But if you ever go get a McDonald's breakfast, you probably get it with the orange high C. It hits the spot.
That's fine. I just don't like it. You know,
Is that the right? Is that the right John D video I put on at 15
Oh, I'm
minutes?
gonna look. I'm gonna look. Yes, I think that is. Thank you.
I think it
Okay,
is,
yes,
yeah.
we need to show that to. I'll reply to that and then I'll tag Joa because he's the one I was trying to refer to. Thank you, Sunny.
Sure.
Hi.
Precious Metal Takeover.
E-
I'm getting taken off. I'm so excited. I couldn't have dreamed of that. Usually I pay attention to the time and I know you guys are coming and I even like get after the other people for not getting out of the way. But you just took over. I love it. It's so exciting. Yeah,
Well,
take over.
I don't want to cut you off though because
Oh,
I don't
please
hear
cut
you
me off.
speak a
Please
lot,
do.
and
I've been speaking a lot. Believe me. See, yeah, just rewind. I am ready for a break. I am ready to listen. Yes, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to go pour myself a nice glass of water with no sugar or dye in it and listen.
you could just be demoted to silver for 2 hours.
That's okay. Now I'm going to take a back seat and let you drive. So yes, take it away.
I'm sorry.
I always have coffee with my sugar. Anyway, the guy was saying, sorry to interrupt. I know you're trying to take over here, but I didn't want to let this go. Joe was saying in science, it's intuitive. We don't have to pretend we
it's
know
never-
everything.
Yeah.
Wait, the part about we don't have to know everything. Yeah, why does the globe say they know everything then? That's my question.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. Would I be able to do the intro to the event?
Yes. Yeah. And
Yeah,
if you
do
get a
the
chance,
intro
we
and then
have Joa who's in here. He might have more questions after you guys do whatever it is you're doing. So hopefully he'll stick around. This is a little event we're having, Joa. You'll enjoy it, I'm sure. So yeah, do your intro.
Yeah, it's just we usually like to break the ice and then we get into debate later, but it feels wrong because like I destroy like a active conversation. Like even though I have the time slot reserved for precious metals, like it just feels wrong, I guess. Okay, I'll do
It is
the-
not wrong. Take over. That's what it's all about. We've been talking to Joa all morning. I'm sure he wants a break too. So yeah, do whatever you plan to do.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna stop being nervous and suddenly be bold. Fake it till you make it. Hello, welcome to Precious Metals Takeover. This is your host, CI, C whatever, and your co-host, Redford Bear. Hello, Redford. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you?
Well, it's about time you came here. I had to sneak that in there.
Yes, go for it. I can take it.
For those who are new here and have never seen Precious Metals Takeover before, this is the one and only event where not only do silvers and golds take over live stream and actually have the chance to speak when I'm not monologuing, but we also have friendly banter between Americans and Canadians. Isn't that right, Redford?
That's about right. Yep.
Well, yeah, so basically we always like have a question to get the ball rolling. Usually I ask Redford, and then Redford asks other people, and sometimes she'll actually go and ask me the question, which I'm usually not expecting. Anyway, I'll just say the question. So, usually the questions are related to 24/7, but I kind of want to ask something outside of 24/7. So, Redford, some people may know, but others don't. So, what is your favorite hobby or pastime or activity you do, and why do you enjoy it? I know that's off topic, but I just really want to ask that question for today's question.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so I would say, yeah, my favorite hobby would be gardening. And I really enjoy it, just being outside, being in nature, watching, just the, you plant a seed in the ground and you water it and it just needs the sun and you can grow your own food. So I think it's really cool. So there's a benefit to the hobby as well. So that would be my favorite hobby or pastime or whatever people want to call it.
Well, okay. Would you like to pick someone else to answer that question?
Yes. I'll pick. Let's go with fake Brit. What is your favorite pastime?
Well, I've got a lot of different pastimes, little activities that I do, hobbies.
One favorite.
Can I pick one? One
No, I'm
favorite? Can I pick one favorite thing? It would have to be music. I'm really into my music. I love just playing different instruments. I haven't gotten anything fully properly recorded or uploaded at the moment, but I just enjoy it. It really takes me away from everything, like the real life struggles. And I know I'm still a child and everything, but like the stress of school, people just it just takes me away, and that's why I really, really enjoy music. If you guys don't really have a hobby, I would really recommend music. Learning an instrument, you can never be too old, too young. So I feel like it's great. It's
So,
brilliant.
so I think I know, but what instruments do you play?
I play quite a few. It's like since I mainly play the piano. I've been playing it for about 9 years, but I like the guitar as well. Drums or pan, ukulele, violin. All of these are just little side instruments, but mainly the piano. It just really takes me away. It's beautiful. So
It is. I agree. I love the piano. Perfect. Actually, Sunny, were you done I know you were trying to talk to somebody else and you were going with a point that he had made you wanted to clarify. Did you need to clarify that further?
Oh no, I was just making a quick comment on it. I didn't want to interrupt the introduction.
No, that's okay. Yeah, we're done. So I just wanted to throw it
Yeah.
back to you if you wanted to continue on with that.
No,
there's anything else.
I would just answer the question about hobbies. I love music also. If you don't mind me answering that part.
Of course.
Yeah, so I agree with the music thing. It's always been something that is, well, it's really hard to describe, and maybe the other musicians could describe it better. But yeah, it's like having a best friend that doesn't talk back, but I, I rarely ever tried to describe that. I don't know. It's really nice having a place to go to that feels safe, and it's like interacting with these sounds, and it touches my heart and my soul and my memories, and there's like storytelling in there, and I don't know. It's just a really great adventure in music, and what I like playing for my friends here on the Flat Earth, like on the Discord. That has been like really rewarding for me to be able to play and have people enjoy it.
I personally really enjoyed your stuff last week. I kind of relate to what you're saying as well. I'm not good at music in my personal opinion, but that's not why I do it. It's just a coping mechanism. I like to express myself as a way to cope when I'm stressed out. And usually when I'm stressed or not happy, I kind of use it as a way to channel my energy into something else. And I like to view music not as a friend, but as a time machine of who I once was at a certain point in time. I don't know if you agree with that or not, Sonny, but I guess that's what I see it as.
I could agree with that, because sometimes, and this might sound a little woo-woo to some people, but a lot of times I feel like the music doesn't come from me, but it goes through me, and I don't know where it's coming from. It feels like the music of the entire world, like, is going through me and comes out. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. That's cool. I mean, I actually play the piano. I have since I was really young. But what else? Because I know you play guitar, right? Well, obviously, because we heard you last week, which was really nice. Do you play any other instruments, Sunny?
I could play, well, yeah, actually, I'm not trying to brag, but I can play just about any instrument you put in front of me.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
So then,
I
oboe?
I play drums. I've never played an oboe. Like, honestly, the wind instruments, I'm not, like, I can play, I'm sure I could play them. Some of them would probably take a lot more practice, like things like that have reeds and things like that. That whole is another whole arena of playing. But basically, any stringed instrument, I love playing stringed instruments. So yeah, I think I could play just about any string instrument. I play harmonica, bass guitar, 12-string.
what about the violin? Have you
I
tried the
played some violin, just barely a little bit. Banjo. Yeah. I think once you get the idea of the string instrument down, I could pretty much play anything with one string. Give me an instrument with one string, I can still play it.
That's awesome. And I guess you would play probably like all by ear then, hey? Mostly?
I learned by ear, but I also did a lot of studying when I was younger. I would make diagrams of the fretboard and put all the notes on there, and then mimic those patterns on my instrument and connect all the different patterns in different locations. So I was very interested in the technical aspects. And then I taught myself to read music as well, which I'm not that great. I can still read music, but that's kind of one of the weak areas. Like, as far as reading, like, some people do sight reading with piano. I think that's really awesome. People that can just read the music and play as they're reading. It takes me a little more time. I'm much better just improvising at the moment by ear.
See, that's really interesting because I learned how to play the piano reading music, and I'm always like, oh, I want to learn to play by ear because I just play by reading music. But I think that if you can play by ear, it's quite the skill. So I'm trying to get myself.
So think of it like this: once you tap in, and I don't have to stay on this too long. People get bored, but once you tap in your, like, inside of yourself, you have to be able to, like, hum the tone or be able to mimic that basic tone, like the basic key. Once you lock into what that basic key is and you feel it inside of yourself,
yeah,
and you can mimic it, like, you can go you can make that sound, you can mimic it. Then for me, then I start seeing I start hearing all the different structures that go along with that particular tone. And then decisions of, is this a minor sounding? Do I want this to be minor, or do I want it to be major, or some other context, right? So I think with music, people need to learn, like, when you're learning to tune a guitar, you have to be able to go, like, you have to be able to determine, is this note higher or low? Like that, right? So you figure out, you got to do that inside your body pretty much, so you can go, oh, okay, here's this tone. Then I'm going to make an guitar. Da, This probably sounds weird.
No. I get what you're saying though. That makes that's
There's Sunny making sounds again. Anyway, I'll stop and let some others talk.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. And yes, I'm going to try and learn to play by ear. That is my goal. Okay, so we have Aqua here, who is just VC verified. Are you able to unmute your mic, Aqua?
Sorry if I missed anything. Sorry.
Pardon me? Who was it? I missed it.
Sorry. Listening the whole time, but in case anyone called on me, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, your mic is kind of garbly. It's hard to hear you.
Well, then I'll shut up.
Okay, who else do we have? Curly as well is here, VC verified. If you want to unmute. I think actually.
You Curly?
Well, Curly is VC verified, yeah. I think I've seen that person in here before. And we also have End of Mankind, who is VC verified. Are you there? Are you able to unmute your mic?
If no one unmutes, we could just ask the hobby question to people.
Yeah, I will.
Or you could play piano. Please tell me you have piano access.
I don't. Not right now. It's in my other room.
Wow.
We've got a Jack S, but they're not verified. So if you wanna head up there to the VC check-in room, I'm sure somebody will get you checked in, so you can partake in the live stream in the event. Pretty good. We've got Parker as well. Parker, you want to talk to us?
Oh, and there's Michael Nicholas is VC verified. Oh yeah, Parker is unmuted. Are you there, Parker?
I'm here. Michael Nicholas is here. Nice to meet you guys. I'm enjoying the show.
Yes, welcome to the server. How long have you been here for?
This is my second day. I've chatted. I had a chat twice, for like an hour.
Okay, so what? I haven't spoken to you. So what shape do you think the Earth is?
I think we're not allowed to know, so I don't know, but I don't believe it's a spinning flying ball. So I'm skeptical. I don't know. I don't believe that it's so. No, but I'd like to know. I wish I knew how God created Earth or what it looked exactly, what the dimensions are. But I don't know. But water's level, gravity, bullshit, density. That's how the atmosphere is built. We're contained. We haven't been able to move so far that Antarctica before we get too cold. It gets too hot if we dig too deep. And then it seems we can't get past a certain point in the sky either. So left hanging, not really knowing, really just wondering, hoping something eventually we do find out. So that's my description of how I feel about what I believe.
Okay. So do you have any specific questions for us? Or that's something that you're curious about the shape of
No,
because it sounds like you're kind of on the fence. So if
yes, because I was into it hardcore like 4 years ago. I used to be on YouTube 24/7, flat Earth constantly for about a year straight. So I used to watch all the videos, and I stopped for a couple of years. So I'm kind of fine with where I am, really. It's good for me to listen to see about when new stuff crops up, new evidence, new ideas. And it's just nice to see. It's quite surprising to see how many young people are questioning it in America. So it seems like it's still moving forward. I can only wonder what the top government thinks about its children learning that they're lying to them about something so important.
Funny you mention that because actually, I don't know how many times you've listened to this program before, but on one of the very first Precious Metals, I actually explained how I found this server, and I've known about this stuff since late 2016. I watched ODD's channel, but I'm always ashamed to admit this, but you know how I found ODD's channel?
How?
Well, a guy, I can't believe I'm even admitting this. So I was playing a game. I'll say what game in a second. And I was 15 at the time. And I was in this game called Group Recruiting Plaza, where basically you get to join groups. And I was like advertising like this virtual like arcade, like Dave and Buster's type of thing. And eventually this guy starts talking about like depopulation or whatever. And then I'm like, yeah, I know about water fluoridation. That stuff's crazy. You know, Ohio's the state with the most water fluoridation. It's almost at 70%. And I like, it's almost like pure fluoride. It's ridiculous. And then he was like, oh, you know some stuff, kid. And then he asks for my Discord. And then he just starts sending me a bunch of ODD TV videos. And he was like, you better watch it. Well, he said something else, but it's gonna get the stream demonetized. So, yeah, he made me watch it, and I'm like, and like in 15 minutes, I'm like, okay, I'm convinced. And at first, I laughed at him. I laughed in his face. I called him stupid. Then he was like, you better watch it, and he kept sending me the same ODD TV video over and over and over and over, and he was like, just watch it, just watch it, just watch it. Eventually,
and
I
it took
did
15 minutes. And
Yeah.
then it took 15 minutes.
Well, he sent the full documentary, like the full 2-hour documentary. After 15 minutes, I was convinced, and then I watched the whole thing, and then I watched every single one of his documentaries. So, like,
Eric Jabalius was the first person to put it together in like 200 proofs.
Well, yeah. So
and
basically,
that Matt guy, what's his name?
well, Eric Dubé's voice kind of bothers me, though. I'm sorry, but
True.
I can't stand his voice. ODD TV at least tries to make it entertaining a bit. Like
Yeah,
he's like,
he got his info off him.
oh yeah, the game was Roblox, by the way.
He does his research. He's good. He is good, but he Eric change. Well, I had the most views ever. He had hundreds of thousands of views.
One remark. Jack S wanted to verify him. He didn't want to talk, so he just wants to listen. Yeah, he doesn't even get a listening pass this way, so he's just here to listen, which is fine.
Okay. Thanks for pointing that out, Roger. Because I know people are asking about him in chat.
So what main point? What first few points of the video of the ODD TV video that you was watching made you think yes, it's possible that I've been lied to? What was the main things that you come across first?
Well,
was it
one of the first things I heard was Rob Simon, actually. Like, that was pretty shocking when I heard that for the first time in 2016. Rob Simon was absolutely shocking. Then I got shown the photo with the levels being increased and then the red box around the moon. Like, those two things, I'm like, yeah, it's not what they say it is. Holy shit. Oh, excuse my language.
How dare you? Oh, they weren't expecting this. The NASA stuff is a complete shambles. Like the pictures and things, the things they've done for the money they've taken is absolute shambles. It's so moronic that it almost works in their favor, just because they just call you a moron. But like it's so obscene. The failings in their lie, the holes in their tapestry that's fallen apart, and they just carry on. It's just proves how dormant humans are, how subservient we are to being told something. It's pathetic.
In my childhood brain, every time I looked at a photo of Earth, like, I never thought about the small details of it. I just saw it and I'm like, oh yeah, that's where I live, right? But then once he started saying it's CGI and inconsistencies, and then showed the image of them like all looking very different, having different saturations, having different ratios of how big something is, and then that clicked with me, and I just thought it. I'm like, every single time I've looked at a photo of Earth in a textbook, it's different, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like, how are people not able to see this, right? Like, I actually have the image I'm talking about, and I was just like, How are people unable to see this? All of these are inconsistent. All of these are different. How can people say these are all the same? Right? And that was enough for me. Sorry for getting really
say it doesn't
passionate
matter.
about this.
They just say you're talking nonsense. Don't be silly. They worked all their lives believing this thing for going with this rat race. They got their house, they got their car, they got their precious things. You think you're gonna go up and tell them that they're being lied to about what they live on? And it is as simple as you open a book and it's different every time, and you go online and you can't see actual space. You can't jump in the vision of a satellite and see and feel the movement of an object through space whatsoever. Never mind the Earth, other than the wandering stars from the ground level. That's all we got. They've lied to us. It's like microphone drop out, and you know what I mean? What are we gonna do next? That's what I feel.
I mean, you sound flat to me.
Yeah, I agree.
On the path.
Yeah. Yep.
There's so many of these photos, by the way. Like, these photos of inconsistencies are what did it for me. Like, most people talk about water or whatever. Like, yeah, I know it's pretty obvious, but that's not how you win people over, because they're just gonna, like, you have to break the deception. Talking about water isn't going to really convince people, because they're just gonna be like, oh, well, it sticks to a ball. Even if you show them and it can't stick to a ball, they're gonna make up excuses like, oh, it's so big, right? Like, unfortunately, even though water makes sense now, I don't think that's the way to win people over.
Yeah, you have to go further than just the water. You have to show how and why, like exactly how it's not curving.
Which
it has to go further, yeah.
And the
Yes,
deception.
honey, and I kind of think that it depends on the person, because for a lot of them, it's like water. The water issue clicks right away. That's the thing that gets them immediately into it. So I think it comes down to like knowing your audience, or because each person, there are some that actually works on. It just depends on the person.
Yeah, because this is the thing where there's like 1,000 different paths that these people can get stuck on, and they do, and we see it here all the time. So you have to listen to them to find out what their sticking point is. Like if you go through the 3 points quickly, then you'll find out. Like you just have to let them talk. They'll tell you where they're stuck, what's keeping them on the globe. And most of the time, it's usually this magic word, gravity. Right? That's the get out of jail free card for the Glovers. They don't, once they get stuck, they just go to gravity. They get painted in a corner, they go to gravity.
Well, before that, they say, why would they lie?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, so they might be stuck on why would they lie, and different parts about why they would lie. Like they're stuck on the lie part. The motive part is what's a lot of people get stuck on.
Have you seen Witsit's latest live stream? The one he did in Cleveland?
I haven't caught the Cleveland one yet. I'm trying to keep up.
It was really good because it was really good, Dave. Because immediately, like Witsit knows that people are gonna ask why would they lie, so he just immediately goes into that, like, why would they lie, and then he goes into the girlfriend cheating example. That's like a really good, like, people like Witsit and ODD have a lot of charisma, and I feel like they're very good at, like, I think they're the best at convincing people, in my opinion, but at least people like me, I guess, because I know some people want the mathematics, some people want an explanation to the why would they lie aspect. Other people want religious things to back it up.
Or technical information. Yeah, it just depends.
It's important too.
What Truth Prevails said about it depends on the person is very true, by the way.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like knowing a little bit like of your audience and what their hang-ups are, and you can kind of navigate through that, which is why Sunny, the 3 points is good, right? For that. get somewhat of a basis.
For the 3 points, and this is just my opinion, most people disagree with me from my experience. Maybe you guys agree, I don't know, but I think we do it in the wrong order. I think we should start with pictures from space first. I don't think starting with the Black Swan is usually the best idea for people around my age, because most people my age really don't care about the mathematics. They're caught on the why would they lie aspect, because they talk to people around my age all the time.
Yeah, I could believe that. You kind of have to get them to what we're actually looking at here. You know, like here's what we're seeing. Let's not. It's hard to separate, because try to get it to where people are actually paying attention to what they're actually seeing instead of what they're thinking about it. So to separate those two, yeah, that's a sticky wicket.
Well, the thing about the Black Swan and the numbers is that first, I mean, as long as they understand what they're claiming, that they have to first understand what the heliocentric model claims are and what the numbers are. But then once they understand that, then it becomes effective.
Yeah, it helps if they know what a radius is.
Because oftentimes I've noticed that when you go directly into the Black Swan with people, it's like you can go into it and then they have like a ton of questions, and then after through the process after the Black Swan, right, you end up explaining, you realize that that they don't understand the heliocentric model claims, then you end up explaining it to them, and then and then they go back to the Black Swan, because I mean, I've noticed that a lot myself anyway. I mean, that seems to be how it happens if you go initially into it. That a lot of time is spent after that explaining what the claims are, and then after that, the Black Swan makes sense to them.
It makes sense to give someone the full picture, but sometimes people just want bite-sized information and they don't want an entire bombshell dropped on them. Otherwise, they get angry and defensive.
DI, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
When I told Austin the other day, I said, I just give him the girlfriend example. And Austin told me, if they don't understand that, I give up on them immediately.
That's a good idea.
That's cool, because
they can't understand it. Yeah.
In the Cleveland live stream, that's the first thing he started with. And they told him to leave. Like, they're trying to get him off, and he was like, nah, dude, this is public property.
So cool to meet him and do activism with him the other day. It was great.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's amazing because, like what Roger said in the voice text just a little bit ago, it's true. Most of it is they're stuck in the space fantasies. Like, they literally think they've been told something that has engaged their imagination since childhood, right?
Yep.
To go out into space. It's this lifelong fantasy of space. They told you could go to a place that cannot exist in reality. So wrangling with that, I don't know. I'm starting to think that gas pressure is the way to go first. Like, I'll just go straight to gas pressure. I'm going to try it.
Yeah, because I think too with people.
Or there's other ways. Some people are more like, okay, let me walk your hand through this. So like they told us that the Earth was this size, right? Get a consensus about that. Yeah, this is what they told us. Now, is there some way we can go onto Earth itself ourselves and check it to see if that is correct, and then get their imagination working that way? With, like, here we are standing here on a surface, right? Do you agree that this is a surface? Yes. Okay. Like, start out. You have to take it really, really simple, because the tendency to jump into space is so. It's like, damn. It's a switch going off, so you got to keep them here.
Old people, when they land on the moon, it's a big deal to them. They have a lot of pride invested in this side where their tax money has gone.
It's not only old people; it's young people are like.
Yeah, it's young people too.
Yeah, young people are like they're just stupid. It's young people. Yeah, young ass. Do you know what bothers me is when I see people wearing the NASA logo hoodie, man. It makes me feel ill. They got it
Listen,
all over Britain as well.
if you listen to Dave Weiss's little 3-hour interview with the Killa priest or whatever, I hate to say it, like I don't like saying this about people, but the answers that were given from the panel, I won't say who or what, but are just so ridiculously weird and bizarre. Saying that like everything's a circle, it's the most beautiful. It's like chanting a religious hymn.
Yeah, it's
Everything's
a sphere
round.
is the perfect shape, and my head's a sphere, therefore globe.
A baby's born. It's so stupid. I hate to say the word, but it is. It's just ignorance. It really sounds dumb. And these are adults that are just going, okay, la 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 la. Yeah, we in space, y'all. No.
It's really important. It affects the way I view death, the way I view death as well, and my bloodline and stuff. Like this affects everything. But what do you think I want to be wrong when I die? I think I'm gonna float into space off a ball when I know I ain't there. It's a totally different feeling.
Yes. You want
Hello?
to know some fundamental truths for yourself in life, like, or not. You know?
Exactly. That's what lets me down about my own family.
Nigger.
Accepted it, but then still just
Thanks for
still
banning
just
them.
didn't care.
Yeah. See.
Can I just ask quickly? Is it the?
I spoke over him.
Is it metals?
It is.
Is that crypto?
Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
I'll shut up.
Bonjour, crypto. It is.
Hey,
Yeah.
crypto. How's
Don't worry,
it
I'll
going,
shut
man?
up. Sorry.
No, actually,
You're fine. Thank you
I
for
don't think
banning
we
them.
mind. We want to hear from you. Actually, a couple words would be okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Mayo is amazing.
No, it's not.
Mayo is amazing.
No, it's not. Crypto is blasphemous.
It's not that great. I try not to use any mayo.
Oh, yeah.
Can I say that guy was one of
Mayo
the best
and
club
pizza.
arguments this week?
Here's the thing, right? People think that word bothers us. It really doesn't. Like, many people have done the exact same thing. Like, YouTube already hates us anyway. So like, people who do that have absolutely no power. It's really worthless to do that. Like, you're gonna spend 15, 20, 30 minutes getting VC verified
Waiting,
just to say that. Like, are
Just to
people
do
actually that pathetic?
Oh yeah, they are.
So that's how mad. That's how mad they get about their space getting taken away. They're like, I'm not gonna put up with that. La, 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 la.
Can I say real quick? Can I say real quick that was one of the best globe arguments I've heard in a long time. Thank you.
Yeah.
They could use that 20 minutes learning Spanish or Italian or another language, but nope. I want to wait 20 minutes to say the most ridiculous thing for 3 seconds.
Hasn't somebody told them that like they got the wrong crowd? Like you're doing that to the wrong crowd. You're not getting anywhere with these folks. Like, why do they even think that was going to be a problem for us?
We tell them all the time. They don't care.
What they might not learn is they'll say that in front of a couple of black people, and they'll have their face punched in. So they're minding trolling us on them. So
yeah. Let's see that.
I think they just laugh, honestly.
Yeah, they think it's funny. I don't know. It's just pathetic.
The Earth's a
It
ball.
depends.
Not.
I think think it's funny.
That's funny. Not a freaking ball.
chocolate discs. I just found my cookies from last night. Yes.
Anyway,
But anyway,
let's redirect the topic to actually. I'm gonna ask this question to Michael because he's been talking a lot. In a good way. What hobby do you like to do the most, and why?
I listen to music about 8 hours a day. I got 3,000 songs on my Spotify. I like football. I like soccer. I like to watch sports. I like to talk to my friends where I am. I got a massive YouTube subscription. Just got like 10 years of my hobbies into it. So I just like that's my TV is YouTube. I like to meditate, relax. I smoke cannabis. I drink a little bit. So I like to get a human buzzes. Like I like to get a nice buzz in the whatever time I want to do it. I'm quite a chill person, really. I like to listen to books on Audible. I love documentaries about hard facts, like Louis Theroux. Don't know if you've heard of him. You should have. He's a brilliant documentarian, Louis Theroux. But yeah, so tips.
I see music as a common theme with a lot of us, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
See, I had this prediction a while ago, and the more time goes on, the more I see it being a reality. But my generation was, or maybe even the generation before, was really drilled by the baby boomers. Like, you need to know STEM. STEM is the future. STEM, 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 STEM. But I think what I guess people around my age, or maybe millennials, are going to do is I think we're going to use STEM to bring back the arts. Like we're going to approach art in a very STEM way, but we're going to bring back the arts, I guess. I'm really
Is
good
it
at
still flat?
Yeah, it's like having a real value to things. I'm making think that a true value. We live in a false valuated economy. This accumulates debt. So if the true nature of something is the skill that's gone into it, is the appreciation of it, not the currency of it. So we need to work on the way society is built. We should be helping each other, not for the dollar, but through each other.
Is Chaos unmuted yet, by the way? Or has Chaos unmuted yet? Because like I'm trying to like look and see like anyone to talk about like flat stuff, but like usually like they stay on mute.
Isn't Chaos a flat earther? I think. Yeah. I've heard him talk before, but
he is
local mute, not on server mute. He's on local mute.
Oh.
No, he's unmuted now. Hi, Chaos. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome to the server. I guess you've been here before. What shape? About a week. Oh, awesome. So what shape do you think the Earth is?
To me, it's flat. I mean, through all my experience that I've ever seen, I've never seen curve. I've never physically measured it, but then most of what I build upon, as far as any foundation that I've ever built, and I've built probably thousands, it's flat. When I jump out of a plane, I see it's flat, but my video camera that took the pictures of me shows it as curved. I know I didn't see that in 360 direction. So I live on the Tampa Bay of Florida. So
don't dox yourself.
I'm actually going to see if I can't do some Black Swan of my own, because I have 4 miles of the Sunshine Skyway. I can see from one side to the other. I can already see that. Just
right on.
There. I've been down there fishing, crabbing.
Activism's awesome. Thank you for contributing to that. Chaos, have you seen the 24/7 wiki? It's pretty cool if you haven't seen it yet.
No, I have not.
Ooh, let me send that to you. You will love it. There's so many observations. It's like really cool. Like if you could do something like that, that'd be pretty cool.
It's come to my understanding over the past few days that I guess there's my neighbor, who's actually my neighbor, is Jose JG, who does the Daily Boom, and that's how I found you ultimately, because I went over there for about a month and it was just a shit show. So.
Yeah, Jose JG is kind of funny, honestly, but it takes a while to realize that he might be just trolling.
Wait a minute. He said he spent a month there. Tell us one thing you learned in that month, please.
That it was a shit show.
Exactly.
I was there for a few minutes once or an hour once, and I learned that you can monetize debates on the internet.
Sounds like a new career.
Yeah, I said more power to them, but it's just something to keep in mind.
They're like the
A new hobby, you mean?
They're like
a
the
new hobby
evil.
since we were sharing hobbies today.
They're kind of like the
Yes.
flat Earth evil groupie group.
I just thought it
So
was
my
funny because
hobby-
when I showed up there, I was saying such controversial things that people were actually paying him a few dollars here and there in the live stream chat on YouTube just to ask me questions. Like, so this is how it works, huh?
And once again, what was the technical data that you gathered from the endeavor again?
Well, I actually got into it with Blue Marble Science over his LIGO video that he was putting out there, trying to tell everybody that it was built a certain way because of curvature. And I'm just like, dude, man, they built this thing in Louisiana in the swamps. It's a flood situation. They're worried about water, and you just argue with me that there's no way. And I'm literally sharing my screen, showing a full-page document of like 40 different waterproofing diagrams. And he's literally saying it has nothing to do with water. It has nothing to do with water.
So what I think we do learn is we learn what false science is, and then we can bring that information back over here and check with our science advisors. Right?
Sounds good to me.
That's a learning process. So yeah, we learn what false science is, come back and double check on that stuff with the people who actually know. So I like that idea because I've always liked the idea of teaching, and I think I'm a good teacher. And what a better topic could you pick? Other than like what the Earth actually is, where we actually are, and to teach about that. Fantastic.
I just had an idea because sorry if I may share here. I shared that the last meme I shared, and then the drippy tap. He's my partner. I prefer Galaxy, to be honest. It's more smooth and tastes better. And then I said, I'm a Milky Way kind of guy, lol. We should have a flat Earth chocolate bar, and on the wrapper we could have different flat Earth bombs. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing. I like the idea, but what retailer would actually want to allow us to have inventory?
I would sell it.
Are you a retailer?
Yes. I sell
Online
t-shirts.
or
You know
B&M?
that? You haven't seen my t-shirts?
I was just going to ask online or B&M.
I'm not sure what B&M means, but
Brick and
I sell
mortar.
shit. Yeah, basically brick and
I
mortar,
like
I guess.
I
And or
like the
both.
slogan. Excuse me is what I want my t-shirt slogan to say, with an exclamation mark and a question mark next to it. It's like, get in my way with my fucking beliefs. Excuse me, excuse you, innit?
I got a cool t-shirt idea. You have like a cartoon sheep, and then you put a mask on it. No text, that's it.
Yeah.
I like this idea. I traded my NASA t-shirt for this, and then on the back you have a bunch of flat Earth truth stuff.
Yeah, like my PFP is a flat Earth t-shirt I bought. That could be on the back of it or something.
Traded
It
my
looks like the
NASA
Jack
t-shirt.
Daniels symbol.
And I got back the entire Earth.
I want to do one that it's like, if evolution was real, the maternity would be a zoo with like different creatures in the bassinets behind the window, and father's standing there like.
That's a good one. Whoa.
My wife had a gorilla. My wife had a hippo.
Lady having a griffin or something. Yeah, it's great.
I mean, I don't know. Like, if evolution were real, truthfully, it would make less sense that we came from monkeys and more sense that we came from like a tree. Because like if you look at a tree stump and then look at our thumbs, like the design of like the tree stump is actually very similar to like our fingerprints. Like,
are you saying that monkeys don't have fingerprints?
Well, no, I'm saying we're closer to trees than monkeys. So like if they really wanted to shove evolution down our throats, it would make more sense to state that than a monkey. Like, we are not monkeys.
But if monkeys have fingerprints, wouldn't we be closer to monkeys?
Because
Well,
we're nothing
well,
like
that's what I'm
trees
saying.
because we're nothing like trees because we're not rooted where we are. We can move.
Because a tree
We can
branch is so
change.
beautiful, it's made like a ball.
This conversation is beautiful.
But that's what I'm saying though, is like we were intelligently designed. Like, that makes more sense than evolution. In my opinion, we're closer to a tree than a monkey because fingerprints look just like tree stumps.
What if they
I
look kind
still
of
don't
like the
think we're
fingerprints of monkeys?
But they
Man,
don't.
There's some comedy gold in there. I don't know if you
If I'm
realize
gonna-
what you hit on.
If I'm gonna have to identify as a tree or a plant, I identify as a hybrid, half sativa, half indica marijuana plant. Then
I identify as a monkey tree.
I'm not saying I agree with evolution. I'm saying if they were smart, like, they wouldn't say we came from monkeys. That's what I'm saying. Or rocks. Like,
I'm definitely not a rock.
If they were smart, they'd stop
Come on.
saying we're on a ball.
well, the thing is, in a way, they're smart because they managed to get people to believe it. Like, we don't like them.
With unlimited money and all every television in the world, and paid politicians in all different countries, this is why I believe this shit. They are up to this. This is what they have been up to the last 100 years.
It's not
Straight
that
up,
they're
like.
smart. It's not that they're smart. It's just people are so dumbed down. Like, it's been a process of dumbing down, so they're just dumb.
Yeah, it's not that they're smart; it's that they're cunning.
Well, they may not have intelligence.
Malice,
They may-
and cunningness.
They may not have intelligence, but they do have charisma, is what I'm trying to say. Like,
wait a minute, who does
the people they hired to be the front have charisma.
Yeah, who has
That's
charisma?
what I'm saying.
Like, who is that? So, if we're allowed to see any of those characters, they were meant for us to be seen, to be seeing them. Like, they're put in front of our face. Yeah, I know you do.
I don't think it's too controversial to say someone like Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse Tyson is charismatic, because that's why children like myself for a long time really enjoyed listening to them. You know, like they are charismatic. They appear like very caring. It's kind of like, yes, exactly.
Good
Because
actors
if you look
are.
at if you look at a ride like Disney, like Dinosaur, or like Mission Space, for an example, there's like this feeling of like accomplishment or like human, like, I'm a part of this, and people don't want that tie to be severed, you know? So I would say they're very, very